The original text is in Chinese. Here is the translation into English. The school beauty invited the male god to dinner, but when it came time to pay, she asked you to foot the bill, thinking that you, a poor guy, would lose face. But unexpectedly, you transferred 200,000 directly without saying much. Everyone mocked you as a squandering bootlicker, but little did they know that you were happier than them. All of this is because you activated the godly bootlicker system, where spending on the goddess can earn you multiple cashbacks. Ding! Detected that the host is an unparalleled male god, bound to the godly bootlicker system, completing bootlicking actions to receive cash rewards. Spending on the goddess will result in cashback. The host will receive a godly reward every 10 bootlicking actions, including completing development tasks. Binding successful. The god-level dog-licking system is officially activated and enabled. On the first day of school, you are standing at the school gate, looking blankly at the system. At first, you wanted to refuse when you heard the words licking dog. Who wants to be a licking dog these days? But unfortunately, the system gave you too much, so you were forced to choose to bind. At this moment, a delicate and sweet voice came to your ears. Newcomers who have just arrived, please come here to register. You instinctively looked over and your eyes lit up. She's so beautiful. You saw a stunning girl as pure as a lotus flower, calling out loudly with great effort, pure as a lotus, naturally unadorned. I'm afraid I'll never forget this first love face in my life. The surrounding newcomers let out a series of exclamations, almost causing a commotion. When everyone was amazed, a system prompt sounded in your mind again. Detected lickable object. Cultivation guide task released. Get to know lickable object. Next, a large group of people watched as you walked towards the beautiful senior sister. You have no particular thoughts about this senior sister. You just want to complete the task and verify how powerful the system is. As you handed over an admission letter, you said, "Hello senior sister, I am a new student who just arrived. Please guide me in the future." The senior sister glanced at the admission letter, looked at you, and then nodded expressionlessly, saying, "Let's go. I'll take you to complete the enrollment procedures." Is this the start of a successful conversation? Then, under the amazed gazes of countless freshmen, you squeezed out of the crowd with the beautiful senior sister, making many people envious and regretful. I am also from the School of Fine Arts. If I had known earlier, I would have gone first and spent more time with such a beautiful woman. In a chorus of complaints, you followed your senior sister and asked, "Thank you, senior sister. May I ask how should I address you?" No need to be polite. My name is Lin Curson. The beautiful senior sister's voice is still so sweet. Her attitude is still so plain, completely lacking any enthusiasm, full of a sense of distance. It is obvious that they are just completing the tasks assigned by the school and are not interested in you. You don't mind about it. What you care about is the system prompt in your mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the cultivation guide task, receiving 10,000 yuan in cash, and gaining 100 points of licking dog value. Lickable object, Lin K level, beginner lickable object. Single licking dog behavior reward is 10,000 yuan in cash, 100 points of licking dog value. Random rewards are beginner level. Cashback multiplier is 10 times. Single cashback minimum is 1,000 yuan. Maximum is 100,000 yuan. The system's voice had not even fallen, and your phone rang. Ding! Your card ending in 9527 has been credited with 10,000 yuan. I've earned 10,000 yuan just like that? Will I be able to earn this much so easily every time I act like a lickspill in the future? At this moment, you are completely convinced by the system. It's not that you lack determination, but you have given too much. Looking at Lin Curson again, your eyes are already filled with passion. If the system keeps giving like this, I can lick her skin off. With her assistance, you quickly completed the corresponding procedures, leaving only the check-in at the dormitory. Just as you had finished here, she immediately took you to the next location without stopping. You hurried to catch up, only to see that the shoelace of her right white shoe had come undone. Just as you were about to remind her, the system prompt in your mind sounded again. Ding! Guidance task issued. Please actively help Lin Curson tie her shoelaces. You couldn't help but freeze again. What kind of operation is it to tie a girl's shoelaces? Does she really need help with her shoelaces? You were originally going to remind Lin Curson, but the system made you help her directly, which really seemed like being a licking dog. At this point, you reacted. The so-called guiding task. Is the system worrying that you might not understand? So it guides you in the form of a task. No wonder it's called cultivation. If you didn't say it, who would have thought there could be such an operation? You were stunned, stopped in your tracks without keeping up in time. Lin Curson turned around, frowned and asked somewhat displeasedly, "What's wrong? Senior sister, your shoelace is untied," you said, squatting down directly, skillfully tying the other party's white shoelaces. There you go. After tying them, you stood up, gave Lin Kurson a bright smile, and also asked with concern, "Does it feel tight?" Your operation just now made Lin Kurson pause for a moment. However, Lin Kurson was not surprised at all. What kind of scene has she not seen before? Lin Kurson was surprised that you actually have such determination, which is much stronger than the usual admirers. "It's okay, thank you," she responded lightly, without any emotions mixed in, and that sense of distance did not diminish at all. You don't care at all about what her attitude might be. The expression on your face has long been a smile, although in Lin Kurson's view, you are a bit too easily satisfied. In fact, you are happy because you have received another 10,000 yuan and 100 dog-licking points. The registration procedures have not been completed yet, and you have already earned a full 20,000 after graduating. If you find a job and work hard for a month, you may not earn as much. If you want to earn more, you have to work harder, and you must strengthen your connections. Thinking of this, he smoothly said, "Sister, can I add a message to you?" In order to avoid being rejected by Lin Kui, he even tried to find a reason. "You see, I'm a new freshman and I'm still new to everything about school. Sister, you're beautiful and kind are volunteers, so I thought I could ask you if there's anything I don't understand. Of course you can rest assured that I will never disturb you at will. It's all a bit of a moral abduction, this excuse he's making. Since you're a volunteer, you're always too embarrassed to turn down someone's request for help, aren't you?" It was actually rather lame, but it couldn't be helped. He was really inexperienced in that area. But then again, no matter what kind of reason, it's still Lin Kui herself who will ultimately see if it works. The truth is that the reason never matters. The other person's wishes are the key. Seeing him take out his cell phone, Lin Kui sized him up again. Lin Kui had lost count of how many freshmen had wanted her contact information today. There is no shortage of these people who have reasons to find better than Zhang Che. But, through and through, she was very direct in her refusal. For Zhang Che, she subconsciously wanted to refuse as well. But then, she remembered the fact that Zhang Che had just tied her shoes for her. Ordinary boys never caught her eye, so naturally there was no need to leave any contact information. Zhang Che was different. He had shown the awareness of a licking dog. And he's not a bad-looking guy, clean and a little bit handsome. So having a dog licker like that is a plus. It's hard to say if it can be cultivated, but it's worth a try. It's just adding a message anyway, and you can always delete it if you're not happy with it. For this kind of thing, Lin Kui had likewise been familiar with it for a long time. "Okay then, you sweep me." Lin Kui nodded faintly and pulled out her cell phone to pull up the QR code. The two men added their messages and were soon at the dormitory as well. "Just check in with the resident manager here to get your key. I have to go back to continue helping, so I'll leave you to it." There was still a distance to the dormitory, and Lin Kui had already announced the end of the mission. Zhang Che hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister. You've worked hard. I'll treat you to dinner sometime." Lin Kui didn't say anything about this and didn't even respond. He just turned around and walked away. It was only then that he reacted with the afterthought that the statement about having you over for dinner sometimes seemed problematic. First of all, even if you simply want to show your appreciation, it seems insincere to say so. To Lin Kui, it looked more like he wanted to ask Lin Kui out to dinner. And Lin Kui was obviously very dismissive of this. It seems really nice to be able to buy dinner and earn cash back. The problem is that people simply can't look at it. It's almost like they've written their dislike directly on their faces. It's pretty hard to be a lickspittle. I don't know how those real lickspittles who get absolutely nothing in return keep going. If he didn't have gold coins to explode, he wouldn't have been interested in saying a single word more to the other party regarding Lin Kui's attitude. He didn't have a fetish for having to put a hot face on a cold ass. After learning more about what it was like to lick a dog, he couldn't help but sigh again. Then you find the resident manager to check in and get your key. Getting everything done and going up the stairs was filled with thoughts of how he was going to be able to proceed to explode gold coins from Lin Kui. If we don't do something about this, I'm afraid we won't even have many chances to see each other in the future. Then this message added to the mouth won't do anything at all. Wait, a message. Zhang Che pulled out his cell phone and looked at the newly added Lin Kui, and had a flash of insight. Right, I can send her a red packet. This not only maintains the relationship and lays the foundation for the future, but also allows you to pop gold again, killing two birds with one stone. As soon as he thought of it, he typed and sent the message quickly. "Sister, thank you for your help. You're the first person I met when I came to Mordor. To HU, I'm lucky to know you, and I have a feeling my college life is going to be pretty amazing." Figuring the lickspittle's mind, he started with a couple of innuendo-filled messages to set the stage, then sent a red envelope of $520. The note wrote, "Thank you schoolmates. Chapter 3 Red Packets. The red packet of 520. This number was well thought out by Zhang Che. First of all, it's definitely not a good idea to send less. Judging from the way she dresses, Lin Kuyi's family is not bad and has a certain material foundation. Plus she's so pretty. There must be a lot of dog licking. If it was just a few dozens of dollars in red envelopes, she definitely wouldn't see it. Money such things, if you give not to meet the expectations of the other side, that is not a plus but a minus. It would be better not to give. From Zhang Che's point of view, a bonus of less than $100 would be eating a guaranteed return, which is not very profitable. To follow his wishes, in line with the principle that the more you give the more cashback you get. Of course, you hate to just max out your bank card, but if that's the case, it's not appropriate. After all, just the first time we met. This is to send thousands and thousands of red envelopes. This is not common sense. If this was to be done, Lin Kui would only have to wonder if he was plotting something. Plus, it's unlikely that this obvious cashback swipe would pass system validation. After all, this is beyond dog licking anyway. Less is not more. And 520 just happens to be the perfect number. Not too much to say, not too little to say. Importantly, also harmonic. Ding dong ding dong. Zhang Che's side of the message and red packet were sent over, and Lin Kui's cell phone over there rang the first time. Lin Kui pulled out her cell phone and saw his message with no reaction, directly choosing to ignore it. It was the sight of the final red envelope prompt that unlocked the phone and brought it to the chat page. When she opened her mouthpiece, the entire first page of her mouthpiece was filled with messages from other people. She'd set them all to message undisturbed, though, so they were neat little red dots as far as the eye could see. I don't know how many people were in a mood to send her a message that they had racked their brains to compile, but by the time it got to her, it was all backlogged into little red dots capable of driving OCD to death. Zhang Che's message, likewise, is no exception. She didn't even look at it more than once, much less take it to heart, but went straight to the point and opened the red envelope. 520. Seeing this number, she only recognized Zhang Che a little more and didn't set him as a message exemption as well. Of all the red envelopes she had received, 520 wasn't much, but it's only the first time we've met, and it hasn't even been an hour since we posted 520. For that, it's beyond 99% of lickspittles. Sure is very aware and a worthy cultivator. Lin Kui curled the corners of her mouth and casually messaged Zhang Che back. You're welcome, I'm a volunteer. Actually, you don't have to, it's all part of my job. The tone, much better than it had been before, already had emotional overtones in it. Zhang Che, however, couldn't help but hum and laugh, not even holding back a sigh. If you really don't think you need to do that, return the red envelope instead. Tea in the tea. He couldn't really help but sputter, and then express his delight at the result. Refreshments are good, so it's not too much work to pop up gold coins. He also curved the corners of his mouth and replied to Lin Kui's message in seconds. Volunteers also work hard. Heartbroken schoolmates. It's just a harmless little red packet. Don't mind if you don't mind. Or else you'll be too outgoing and just disown me as a schoolmate. After returning the message, he looked at it again, satisfied with his performance. When a licking dog gives a goddess a red packet, he should never think of making the goddess grateful, let alone feel that the goddess owes him or her. Rather, one has to take on the attitude that one is begging the goddess to take it. The fact that a goddess is willing to accept her red packet is an honor and should be gratifying. This he has expressed. So from a dog-licking standpoint, he did really well. Just can't help but slap myself. I'm a ing. Host sends red packet to Lin Kui. Dog-licking behavior verified successfully. Obtains cash 10,000 yuan. Obtains dog-licking value 100 points. The host spends $520 on sending red packets and receives 10 times cashback, totaling $5,200. The system alert that rang out at the right time gave him infinite solace, and it was only then that the slap didn't go down. That's $200. Let's be cheap. I can be a little more if I have to. Speaking of which, to give Lin Kui a red packet, he originally wanted to earn a 10x cashback. I didn't realize before that this could be ruled as dog licking for a fixed reward of 10,000 blocks and 100 lick value. But when you think about it, it makes sense. Lin Kui is a volunteer, and it's really her job to welcome new students. And he does lick the dog when he uses it as an excuse to rush up and give red envelopes to people and is afraid they won't take them as well. This didn't even get the system to send out a quest. I made the dog licking behavior on my own. Nima, I really don't have the potential to be a dog licker, do I? No way. Absolutely no way. Never mind. There are gold coins to pop anyway, and that could be $200 already. He prettily hummed a little song and found the 304 dormitory room assigned to him by the school, and directly opened the door with the key and entered. This dormitory of theirs is a 4-bed dormitory with a bed and desk layout and a separate bathroom. It's not comparable to a foreign student dormitory, but it's not bad. All three roommates were already there when he pushed the door open, and were looking over in unison at the commotion of hearing the door open. Hello guys, my name is Zhang Che. He opened his mouth first to say hello and set his backpack on the table at his bunk. Hello, I'm Li Yale. With you here, our dormitory is finally complete. The tall and thin Li Yale laughed and was the first to respond. His bed was next to Zhang Che, and at this time, he was also the closest to Zhang Che, greeting him and patting his shoulder. Sleeping in the bed opposite Zhang Che. His name is Zhou Chu. Vaguely visible two mustaches are very distinctive. Next to Zhou's bed is Zhao Qingjiong, a Nike sportswear, hair polished, looks a little tart. After some simple exchanges, Li Yale and Zhou Chu gave Zhang Che the impression that they were both very amiable, while Zhao Qingjiong seemed a bit arrogant. The personalities vary, but they are all very welcoming. After they all recognized each other, he smiled and then asked, "Brothers, it was so lively just now. What were you guys talking about?" When he pushed open the door, but he saw Zhao Qingjiong's entire body was frowning, talking about beautiful women. Zhou Chu heatedly smiled and turned to him. "Did you see an extraordinarily beautiful woman when you reported for duty?" Zhang Che was stunned, not expecting to that they were talking about this. It is true that each and every one of them is young and full of blood and hormones. You guys are talking about Lin Kui, right? There are quite a few pretty sisters who come to volunteer to receive new students, but this is the only one who can make people talk about her so much. He nodded. Of course I saw it. She's still the one who brought me to check in. Zhao Qingjiang jumped up as soon as he heard the whole thing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Your kid is actually so lucky? Do you know who Lin Kui is? She's known as the face of our art school, an absolute school beauty. Zhang Che, this he hadn't really known before. Chapter 4, The Awakening of a Licking Dog. What with the schoolgirl and the facade? This sounds slightly pompous, but with Lin Kui's face, it's worth it. Speaking of this, Zhang Che was a bit puzzled that Lin Kui's face value was so top-notch that she was still only a junior lickable object. What kind of judging criteria does the system have? It seems to be a bit too harsh. As he froze, Zhou Chu had already looked at him with envy. Zhang Che, you're so lucky that it actually just happened to be schoolgirl Lin's turn to take you through the formalities. Schoolgirl Lin was there when I came to check in, but unfortunately I wasn't as lucky as you. His tone was full of regret, even chest thumping, when he said this. It's just two. If I can get 2 body lengths ahead, I can also get schoolgirl Lin to assist me with the formalities. It's a pity. It's just too short of 2. So we'll just have to watch schoolmarm Lin take another girl with her. Zhang Che. Looking at Zhou Chu, Zhang Che couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Why do I get the feeling your boy is more of a dog licker than I am? Rather speechless, he then said, it wasn't just my turn. I took the initiative to go to Lin Kui. Zhou Chu was shocked when he heard. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It can still be like this? Zhang Che shrugged. I'm a new student who came to check in. She's a volunteer assisting new students. Why not? Zhou Chu was embarrassed and his old face turned a little red. The reason he hadn't thought of this was actually entirely because he didn't have the courage to do so. If you don't have the guts to fight for it yourself, you can only pray to be favored by God. Seeing that he had shown his cowardice, Zhao Qing heatedly skimmed his mouth at him. So what if it's schoolmarm Lin who takes you to do the formalities? Can you still ask for schoolmarm Lin's contact information? Zhou Chu was a bit mortified and raised his voice a few notches. It's good to spend a few more minutes with Miss Lin. Did Zhang Che ask for Miss Lin's contact information? Zhao Qing heatedly nodded. That's true. Li Yale smiled and didn't answer. Ahem. Zhang Che coughed dryly. We added the message. A message? You've added a message from Mrs. Lin? As soon as Zhao Qingjiong heard this, he rushed over in 3 steps and 2 steps, his face red with excitement. You added a message from schoolgirl Lin? Really? Quickly, shove schoolgirl Lin's message to me for a moment. Pushing a message or something is nothing in itself. After all, verification is usually on, and it's still up to the other person whether they want to add it or not. But Zhang Che felt that he was a lickspittle now. At least when it came to Lin Kui that was correct. So you can't think in general terms, because it's from the point of view of a dog licker. Thinking about the balance on his bank card strengthened his conviction. I'll be Lin Kui's licking dog from now on. A licking dog is supposed to choose to refuse when it comes to this kind of thing. So he shook his head. I'm sorry Mr. Zhao Qing, I can't push it on you. I'm afraid that senior sister Lin will be angry when she finds out. Besides, even if I pushed you, she wouldn't necessarily add you. If you want to add Rin Senpai, you'd better find a chance to ask her for it directly. Don't make it so that you don't end up adding it and having Lin Senpai delete me. When he rejected it so directly, Zhao Qing heatedly became very dissatisfied, all with a feeling of being disobeyed. But it made sense. and there was nothing he could do to refute it. One could only mutter depressingly, "It's useless for you to ask for schoolgirl Lin's message. Can you still chase after her?" That said as if he'll be able to catch up. Zhou Chu was so envious that his psyche was a bit unbalanced and questioned, "Zhang Che, do you really have a message from schoolgirl Lin?" He was both somewhat defiant and full of anticipation, and a bright light even burst from both eyes. "If you really do, then let's take a look at schoolgirl Lin's circle of friends and see what she's posted." Not to mention, Zhang Che was curious about this as well. As a qualified licking dog, it is obvious that you should control all the dynamics of the object being licked and know all the preferences of the other person. The circle of friends, on the other hand, is excellent for providing this help. He hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and opened Lin Kuyi's circle of friends. The background of Lin Kuyi's friend circle is a very small and fresh art photo with a literary style. The personality signature reads, "The World." I love it. Her circle of friends has no permission set at all and is fully visible, just showing everything in a big way, not hiding anything at all. It's actually all visible? After Zhao Qingjiong came over, he was filled with surprise and looked carefully with wide eyes. Judging from her circle of friends, Lin Kui is keen on sharing and documenting her life. Strolling, shopping, traveling, and hitting the online stores, all the bits and pieces of daily life are included. It's sleek, sophisticated, and very high quality. While Zhou Chu looked at it with straight eyes, it was a sigh of relief. In and out of upscale places, and traveling when it's vacation time. Schoolgirl Lin is an extremely good girl, yes, but I can't afford to keep such a girlfriend even if I were given one. He shook his head and gave up all illusions. I didn't realize that Lin Schoolgirl actually didn't set it to be visible for 3 days or a month like that. It's so nice to be able to see her circle of friends. Zhang Che, this photo of Schoolgirl Lin is too top-notch. Send it to me. Dude, what are you going to do? Zhang Che looked at this roommate whose smile was somewhat obscene at this moment, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Although Lin Kuyi's circle of friends is displayed generously and all her friends can see it, but even that doesn't make sense to randomly post pictures of other people. It's not about licking the dog or not licking the dog, he just simply feels that it's inappropriate. So, once again, he refused with a very dog-licking reason. No, if Lin Kui finds out she'll blame me. I don't want to upset her. Zhou Chu was unhappy first when he heard this, and he also skimmed his lips at Zhang Che. With your mouth open, you're just afraid that schoolgirl Lin will be upset. Why do I feel like you're licking a dog? If you feel that way, then that means I'm competent. So what to lick next? Zhang Che wasn't angry at all and didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Li Yale was afraid that they would choke, so he hastened to intervene. The circle of friends these days, for a lot of people that belongs to an important tool for building a persona. Schoolmarm Lin doesn't set any permissions, so I'm afraid she's intentionally trying to make it visible to all her admirers. I feel like she's pretty, but she doesn't look like a saving grace, so let's just YA it, but don't take it seriously. This is earthly sobriety, and Zhang Che agrees, but his current persona was that of a dog licker, so he deliberately acted like he didn't care. There's no saving grace these days. Anyway, I just love Sister Lin. I've decided on her in this life. He muttered his heartache to Lin Kui. It must be hard for senior Sister Lin to be busy receiving new students into the school. Then as if in a flash of insight. Right. I can order her a sweet milk tea. Li Yale. Zhao Qing heated. Zhou Branch. The three roommates looked at each other. No, man. You're a real lickspill, aren't you? Chapter 5. Becoming a dog licker and getting rich. Ordering milk tea. This is what Zhang Che got from Lin Kui's circle of friends. Nowadays, many girls love milk tea, and Lin Kui is no exception. In her circle of friends, every so often there are photos of a visit to a milk tea store. So, you can never go wrong with this to offer to pop gold coins. In the three roommates' various odd expressions, he happily opened the takeout platform and ordered milk tea. As for the delivery address, the freshman reception was chosen directly. After ordering it, he didn't send a message to Lin Kui until the delivery boy was about to deliver the milk tea. Sister, you must be thirsty after working so hard for so long, right? I saw in your friend circle that you've been enjoying Yangji ganache lately, so I ordered one for you. Even though I specifically chose 0 calories of sugar, I chose 5 for you, so it's healthier. He had gotten it right, and the message had only just been sent so that Lin Kui could see it. Over there, the delivery boy had already run beside Lin Kui. Mr. Lin, your takeout. This delivery boy was also a student at HU working part-time and knew Lin Kui, so he didn't even need to contact him by phone. Lin Kui received the milk tea, and the girls on the side were in an uproar. Kui, when did you order the milk tea? Just order yourself a drink. That's not very nice of you. Lin Kui had a smile on her lips, which was a further acknowledgement of Zhang Che. Not bad, this schoolboy does have an eye for things. She followed with a shake of her head in response to the girl on the side. I didn't order this myself. If I were to order for myself, how could I not ask you to order for yourselves only? When she said that, everyone knew what was going on and looked at her with envy. Koi, which suitor is this again? I'm so jealous of you. You don't have to say anything for someone to offer to bring you milk tea. It's all women. How come I can't meet a man like that? A group of girls surrounded Lin Kui and cooed. Although they were all joking, the envy and jealousy was real. After laughing and joking with these girls for a while, Lin Kui finished her milk tea before she painlessly replied to Zhang Che with 2 words. Thanks. In the dormitory, Zhang Che had already been overjoyed. The host gave milk tea to Lin Kui. The dog-licking behavior was judged successful, and he received 10,000 yuan in cash and 100 points of dog-licking value. The host spent a total of $22 on milk tea and received a guaranteed rebate of $1,000. A cup of milk tea is only 22 bucks. 10 times cashback is only 220 bucks. Even with the 1,000 guarantee, it's still a bit underwhelming compared to the fixed bonus. However, the mosquito leg is no longer small, that is also meat. Additional rewards even if it is less. Zhang Che also do not mind. Still beautiful. Seeing him frowning and smiling like this, Zhou Chu couldn't help but come over to take a look. He despised this dog-licking behavior and was a little curious as to what kind of feedback he would get from licking so much. Then he saw that after Zhang Che ordered milk tea message sent over for so long, Lin Kui also replied with 2 words of thanks. It's really just those 2 words, not to mention the long time gap, and not even an expression, so he despised it even more. No you, that satisfies you? When he stated the situation like this, Zhao Qingjian looked at Zhang Che and also hummed and laughed disdainfully. Li Yale, on the other hand, came over with some concern. Brother, listen to my brother. This roommate was really nice and tried to persuade Zhang Che with bitter words. Just turn his hand to something like tens of thousands of dollars in the bank, and he can't go one way or the other? For Li Yale, his roommate, Zhang Che was grateful. Yet still, he raised his hand and interrupted. Brother, I know what you're trying to say. Don't worry, I have it in mind. The matter of the system must not be said. Then one would be doomed to the image of a licking dog in the future. As for what others will think, it doesn't matter. He smiled at Li Yale before changing the topic. I want to go and familiarize myself with the campus and buy some living supplies on the way. Brothers, do you want to come along? Everyone has their own assessment of a roommate they've just met, but no matter what, it will be 4 years under the same roof. He obviously did not want to talk about things. Li Yale is not good to say more. Nodded his head and was the first to respond. I'll go. I'll have to get some toothpaste and toothbrush or something too. Zhao Qingjiang also followed and greeted. Let's go together. It's almost time for dinner when we get back from shopping. We just met today, and we'll be brothers in a dorm room from now on, so I propose a get-together. My treat. Zhou Chu was all smiles as soon as he heard he was going to treat them. A potluck is good. I also think it's necessary. The potluck was indeed a good proposal, and Zhang Che and Li Yale were in favor of it. But Double said, a potluck is really a good idea. It's just not appropriate to let you treat yourself. It's better to AA. Zhao Qing heatedly beat his chest. What's the point of being polite with me? I have plenty of money. Now it was time to go shopping first. And Zhang Che and Li Yale didn't say much about the matter of Zhao Qing's heated request for a treat. Just stick to it when the time comes. No need to get into an argument here. Anyway, it was still early, so the 4 were in no hurry. The sky was the limit, and after wandering around the dormitory, he slowly made his way to the supermarket. Zhang Che's family was in the southwestern borderland, which was really a bit far from the magic city. So when I came to check in, I just carried a backpack with 2 changes of clothes. Other than that, all of them have to be bought. When mom and dad gave him tuition and living expenses, they were careful to account for those expenses. Since the family was already in average condition, it must have been calculated according to the average standard. But now, things are different. He's become a lickspittle and rich. With money, of course, you should improve your quality of life. Isn't it true that a person lives a lifetime and works hard for money to make a living and to be able to live a better life? In the supermarket, the household goods section, he was going to follow Zhou Chu to buy a random toothbrush, but then he saw that there was also an electric toothbrush on the side shelf. For the Philips, the cheapest is $299 and the most expensive is $219. There's no cashback on your own spending. It's just pure expense. But whatever. It's a thing that he's never really used. After a change of heart, he gave up on the regular toothbrushes that cost a few bucks and casually chose the 2219 electric toothbrush. Zhou Chu was shocked at the sight. Zhang Che, you're looking at your eyes. This thing can cost $2,219, not $221. $9. A crappy toothbrush. Over $200 is expensive to me too. What an electric toothbrush. It's a total IQ tax. When he shouted this, he called Li Yale and Zhao Qingjung over as well. I was also curious what it would feel like, so I wanted to give it a try. He meant it, and showed the same kind of equanimity about the price that he didn't care about at all. If you can just get Lin Kui to pop gold coins once, you'll have 10,000 bucks. So who cares about the 219 bucks? Chapter 6, The Feeling of Spending Money. At over $2,000, that's a month's worth of living expenses for many college students. It's no wonder that Zhou Chu made a fuss and yelled at the top of his lungs. It's really quite a luxury to spend so much money on a toothbrush. Li Yale walked over, but his reaction was not as exaggerated as Zhou Chu's. He picked up the toothbrush and looked at it, tooting and joking. I didn't see it. You kid is actually a tycoon. He hadn't really expected Zhang Che to actually be so hoity-toity. After all, Zhang Che looked quite low-key, completely unlike Zhao Qingjun. This guy would love to have "I'm rich" engraved on his forehead for all the world to see. Wouldn't dare call it dirt. Zhang Che smiled and responded humbly. After all, he had only swiped over 40,000 from Lin Kui, so he was still a bit far from being a tycoon. I'll believe the hell out of you. Li Yale also took it as if he was really being modest. Zhao Qingjun, on the other hand, agreed. It's just $219. It's really not expensive, he said, and also despised Zhou Chu and Li Yale. You two are also rare and strange. What is this? Zhou division staggering. Even if, Li Yale, you even more exaggerated. Buy a toothbrush on the dirt? When was the standard for judging dirtbags so low? Li Yale shrugged without picking up. He knew very well that Zhao Qingjun was just showing his superiority and was showing that he could afford it too. To put it bluntly, he didn't want to let Zhang Che steal the limelight and let Zhang Che put up a fight all by himself. Although Zhao Qingjun spoke softly, he could tell that he was actually surprised. Originally, he thought that the richest person in the 304 dormitory was him, and that he could spend a little money to make everyone hold himself up. Which thought, Zhang Che seemed to be no worse than him. It was a little frustrating, a little upsetting, and defiantly he wanted to follow. With a $2,000 plus toothbrush, he can really afford it too. But just as he was secretly fighting with Zhang Che and squinting at him, he saw Zhang Che pick up another hairdryer. Dyson's, $3.499. This made his heart immediately thump. Originally riveted to follow, but now is hesitant. To spend $2.219 on a toothbrush is actually out of his budget. It's not unacceptable if you're just buying a toothbrush, but we are all new to school and have a lot to buy. I've got the toothbrush. Should I get the hairdryer? His hair isn't too short. The hairdryer followed. And who knows what else Zhang Che will buy later. If you only follow the toothbrush, you might as well not follow it at all. He hesitated and froze in place with his toothbrush staring blankly at Zhang Che. Zhou Chu asked very eyelessly, Mr. Zhao Cheng, you want to buy this toothbrush too? The pussy is letting someone else play. Zhao Cheng heatedly held his tongue and put the toothbrush back. Let's see it first. I don't really like the Philips brand. Lots of labeled stuff these days. He made an excuse for himself. And the so-called look around was to see what else Zhang Che would buy. It's a great feeling to spend money in a big way. Zhang Che was so immersed in this euphoria that he didn't even notice Zhao Qingjun's reaction, and just bought on his own. When I got to the daily chemical section, I was supposed to buy a bottle of face wash. I ended up looking up and seeing the gift-boxed skincare set called BIO. In addition to the cleanser, there's a toner essence cream or something. Men should treat themselves too, even though they still can't even figure out what's a serum and what's a cream. But it's okay, buy. $830. Does a big old man need to spend that much on his face? Zhou Chu followed and saw it and was stunned again. Zhang Che used to actually think the same way, thinking that being able to use a facial cleanser was good enough for his face. But now the mindset was different, and what he hadn't tried he wanted to try. Just try, he pretended lightly, then pushed the shopping cart casually, taking what he wanted to buy all the way there. Toothpaste, shampoo, body wash. The ones chosen are the ones that look exceptionally well packaged, and you don't have to look at the price to know that they are definitely not cheap. Seeing this, Zhao Qingjun completely deflated, helplessly accepting the fact that he had been robbed of the limelight. It was meant to be a pretense. Zhang Che, a toothbrush, a hair dryer, and a set of skincare products have added up to nearly 10,000. According to a previous agreement with his family, that's how much he gets to live on in a month. If you follow this for the sake of competition, are you going to live on noodles for the rest of your life? And that's not all. After finishing the daily chemical area, Zhang Che went to the home textile area with light steps. Mercury Home Textiles Silk 3-piece set, $699. After thinking about it, He simply bought even the mattress quilt. The mattresses provided by the school are really average. And the quality of the comforter sheets and all that is not great either. It just beats the affordable price. If there was no system in place to do lickspittle and pop gold, then so be it. Now that you're a lickspill yourself, how can you condescend? Silk quilt $39.99. Buy. Pleasant mattress $57.99. Buy. With this operation of his, not to mention the 3 roommates were dumbfounded. Even the staff of the supermarket were looking sideways. Hello class? The total is $25. 036.47. On the first day of school, all students have to buy various necessities, but a purchase like his for $25,000 at a time is arguably unique, and one that none of these staff members have ever seen before anyway. Money is something that comes easily and doesn't hurt when you spend it. He scanned the code to pay without blinking, then hesitated. Do you supermarkets help with deliveries? I'm really a little less good at holding this one. The 3 roommates also bought quite a few things, each carrying a full load in their hands. He already had a big bag, and with a big item like a mattress quilt, he really couldn't carry it. It's okay. The staff nodded repeatedly. You've already spent over $20,000. We can send you to the dormitory for free. By the sound of that, if you don't spend enough to want delivery, you'll have to spend extra. Free or not, he didn't care, as long as the service was available. Then I'll trouble you guys, haha. He made a polite comment before adding, since I have to make a delivery, I'll simply buy some more stuff. Just a moment. After that, he ran into the supermarket again. When he came back again, it was holding a case of mineral water. Voss, the version in glass bottles imported from Norway. 330 ml x 24 bottles. The cashier lady smiled sweetly. Student, the total is $375. On the side, Joe Chu's eyes widened once again. And even Li Yale was not calm anymore. The corner of his mouth did not hold back a twitch. No dude, are you even this particular about drinking water? Zhao Qing heated, also numb, looking at the hands of the non-Fushanquan silent. He had thought that with $10,000 in living expenses, he could be the hottest kid on campus and have everyone else around him. How could I have imagined that this would be a lesson on the first day of school? At this moment he had realized what it meant for a mountain to be higher than a mountain. He was upset about it, but he didn't have a temper at all. I can't help it. I just can't follow it. Chapter 7 Dormitory Dinner. The staff of the supermarket directly sent the things Zhang Che bought to the dormitory by car and carried them upstairs. A quick bed making and folding to put everything away. Finally, with a sigh of relief, he tore open the seal of the mineral water case and handed each man a bottle. Zhou Chu was quite excited to receive it, picking it up and carefully examining it. Damn, that's the first time I've ever known there to be mineral water in glass bottles. The packaging, though, is really pretty. With a sigh of relief, he unscrewed the bottle and took a shallow taste, baring his lips. This more than $10 a bottle of mineral water. It feels as if there is nothing special. Zhao Qingzhong bristled. Come on, it's only about $10 a bottle. What else do you want to drink out of it? Zhang Che spent $375 on this case of mineral water, which works out to be almost $15.6 per bottle. It's just over $10, which really isn't that much, and everyone can afford it. Only, if you count on drinking 2 L of water a day, that's 6 bottles a day, and a case will be finished in 4 days. That's 7 or 8 cases a month. That's over $2,000. Buy a bottle of anyone can afford, but to drink every day, a month of water alone will be more than $2,000. Most people cannot afford to give up. It's not like you can live a long life by drinking it. Can't you quench your thirst by drinking Ice Dew or Master Kong? I feel like the taste is still a little better, and the compulsion that's even better. Li Yale tasted it and laughed again as he joked with Zhang Che. That's all you kids drink every day? And you say you're not dirt poor. In fact, Zhang Che is also the first time to drink this so-called high-end mineral water. Buy a box to drink is also completely temporary, but he had decided that he would drink this every day from now on. Well, try Evian or something. He smiled and didn't say anything, and Zhou Chu looked at him with eyes full of envy, more or less sourly. He said, Zhang Che, you're such a tycoon, yet you let Zhao Qingzhong treat you. Zhang Che shrugged. I didn't say I'd let him invite. I said AA. Zhou Chu went on to express his contempt. You are so rich and still AA. Not so stingy, right brother? He was seeing Zhang Che spending money lavishly, and wanted to take advantage of Zhang Che in envy. It's just a dinner invitation. It's really not a big deal. It was just that Zhang Che felt that AA was more appropriate since we were all roommates and had just met. Come on, if you think I'm being stingy, then I'll buy it if I want to. No problem. Zhang Che didn't bother with him and pulled out his cell phone to look at it. It's about time. Where are we going to eat? Li Yale, however, waved his hand repeatedly. But don't, I also think AA is the most suitable. We're roommates who are going to live together for 4 years, and no one is going to try to take advantage of anyone, and no one is going to let anyone get the short end of the stick. In the future, if anyone has a good thing they want to treat, I'm definitely not going to be polite with you. But since we're talking about a potluck, it's best to AA. But we'll AA all potlucks from now on. The one who said he wanted to treat himself before was Zhao Qingjiong, but now he felt as if he was being ignored. Originally, he wanted to spend a small fortune to turn all 3 roommates into followers and look up to him from now on. Turns out one was more hoity-toity than he was, and one didn't eat it at all. Not to mention being the boss, his existence was drying up, and he hurriedly stepped forward. I said it was on me, so it must be on me. I've been looking at them all. There's a Hingwa local cuisine not far from our school. This restaurant is famous, highly regarded and affordable at just over 200 per person. 200 plus per capita is actually really not cheap for students. Not at all like he makes it sound so glib. Normally, 4 people eat over 200, which is called cheap and affordable spending. He's saying this purely for the sake of pretending, which is obvious to anyone. Li Yale didn't care if he was pretending. He just stuck to his guns. Honestly, over 200 per person seems a bit steep to me. Still, it's our first get-together, so a little more expensive is fine. I can live with that. It's just that when we get together again in the future, I'd still like to go with the cheaper option or I'll just have to express my regret. He insisted on AA, which was quite upsetting to Choji. There is a cheap not to take advantage of is why you people are so dead set? Alright, Li Yale, you're really pretentious too. Zhang Che is not willing to invite people. Zhao Qing heatedly invite you to eat you do not want. AA and too expensive. Can't you just keep quiet and not let down Mr. Zhao Qing? Li Yale stated faintly. I can't. Zhao Qing heatedly nodded in anger. You. Seeing that both of them were about to choke, Zhao Qing heatedly stood out to round off the situation. He looked at Zhou Chu and was satisfied with Zhou Chu's performance. Don't even argue. We're all roommates. We should respect everyone's opinions. He thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. I'm the one who said it's my treat, so let me treat those who don't feel the need to count too much. If you think it's better to AA, then A your share. And that's how it's going to be from here on out. What do you all think? There are only 4 people in a dormitory room, and Li Yale has a distinctive attitude. Not only does Zhang Che have a strong attitude, but he's not far behind. The only one who doesn't care too much is Zhou Chu. He's trying to get a little favor to collect the root, and he's already left with only the weekly option. As it happened, Zhou Chu was happy to take advantage of this. Okay, this will work. Li Yale nodded, and Zhang Che had no comment. I have to say this is really a good way for all to be happy. After all, there was still a bargain to be taken, and Zhou Chu became in a very good mood. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and get going. I'm getting hungry. Zhang Che followed suit and urged. Go go go. I'm hungry too. For food. He is very interested. When he was writing essays in elementary school he made a grand wish to taste all the food and enjoy all the beauty of the world. There was another sentence he didn't dare to write on. Seeing all the beautiful women in the world. As long as one is dedicated to being a lickspittle, then realizing these dreams is not a problem at all. If you want to try all the food in the world, you can start with the Magic City. Hangang cuisine, which actually means local cuisine, is an important school of food culture on this side of Jiangnan, also known as Hai Pai. I've never had a honky-tonk dish before. What's the flavor? The group discussed with great interest and took an online taxi to Xinghua local cuisine, which Xiao Qingjiong had mentioned. It was a Chinese-style restaurant building, permeated with a strong flavor of antiquity and style. The setting was really nice and it was packed with guests by this time. The 4 men walked in and were guided by the waiter to find a table and sit down. Was excitedly looking at the menu while still unable to resist surveying his surroundings. Just saw a group of warbling female college students walking, giggling and laughing, attracting everyone's attention. Look, it's schoolgirl Lin. Zhou Chu instantly stood up in excitement, his eyes expression that of a mesmerized. Zhang Che searched for the sound and looked over, and the one who walked in the front and made all the men in the hotel's eyes light up was none other than Lin Kui. He was also thrilled to see this beautiful figure. Hey, here's a chance to pop gold coins. Chapter 8, Trying Out the Colors. Zhou Chu looked at Lin Kui in a daze with a piggy face. Although Zhao Qingjiong was also full of infatuation, his behavior was not as bad as Zhou Chu. Everyone around them was already whispering, and the group of girls who had followed Lin Kui in were gesticulating and snickering. Zhang Che was really speechless and vigorously tugged on Zhou Chu's sleeve. I mean man, can you lighten up a little bit? I'm begging you. Sit down first, everyone is looking our way now. He really couldn't afford to lose this person, and Li Yale was also embarrassed. Zhou Chu only then came back to his senses, and realized that he had lost his temper but was a little ashamed. Having been ridiculed by the people around him had no choice but to grunt at Zhang Che. Zhang Che, didn't you and schoolmarm Lin add a message? Why don't you go up and say hello? Let's see if they care about you. Zhang Che looked at him playfully. You don't still want people's photos of manual drives, so go ahead and ask for them. Zhou Chu's old face reddened and he directed the fire towards Zhao Qingzhong. Zhao Qing heatedly still wants to add a message from schoolgirl Lin. Isn't this a good opportunity? Zhao Qing's heated heart was pounding, and he did want to go up to Lin Kui and strike up a conversation. But I just couldn't stand up, couldn't muster the courage. The colorful heart is not bold enough to admit it, but can only make excuses for themselves. The restaurant is so noisy, it's not even a good time to get acquainted. I'm going to get to know schoolgirl Lin, so I definitely have to create a romantic encounter. Everywhere around them knew that he was purely talking out of his ass, and they all couldn't help but skim their mouths. Zhang Che didn't bother to despise him, and after seeing Lin Kui and his party sit down, he stood up and took a big stride to welcome them. Senior Lin, what a coincidence that you guys came here to eat too. With everyone watching, he walked over with a big smile and said hello. The group of warblers, 8 in total, were all surveying him with curious eyes. Every now and then, a few mutterings of laughter were exchanged. It was judging him. Lin Kui's reaction was as flat as ever, and she only responded softly. Aha! Zhang Che didn't care about this and turned to the others. Hello, schoolmates. My name is Zhang Che. I'm a freshman majoring in visual communication design. It's been a really hard day for you guys, and on behalf of all the freshmen, I'd like to thank you. This one's on me. You guys can order whatever you want. Don't be polite. Very boldly finished. He also directly phenol with the waiter to account for. Hello, I'm from table 17. I'll take this table's order. It's not uncommon to see this kind of thing on behalf of the bill, and waiters are already familiar with it. Okay. The waitress nodded in confirmation that there was no problem. Zhang Che also didn't dwell on it much at all and directly excused himself and left. Sisters, you eat and drink well, so I'll leave you alone, haha. At the end of the day, just very dog-lickingly said to Lin Kui again. Senior sister, if there's anything you need you can call me anytime. To this, Lin Kui was all but non-committal, not responding in the slightest at all. He also didn't wait for Lin Kui to give a reaction before he had already walked back in style. Just buy and don't pester. This realization once again made Lin Kui feel satisfied and gave him a lot of points. Many of the lickspittles who were previously passed over by Lin Kui were not correctly positioned and had no self-awareness at all. Then the bill was paid, and I actually tried to sit down and eat with it in passing. They actually think they can eat at the same table as themselves if they pay their own bill. They really don't know what they're talking about. Also a dog licker. Zhang Che, this is not just an eye candy, making it much more worrying. Oh, after Zhang Che left, the group of girls all laughed and teased Lin Kui. Big schoolgirl Lin, this charm of yours is getting more and more irresistible. It's only the beginning of the school year today, and you're mesmerizing people's freshmen. Lin Kui enjoyed the banter and smiled and acted innocent. You can't blame me for that. I didn't mean to. The girls let out a unanimous Che, but you don't say. This freshman is quite handsome. His name is Zhang Che, right? Quite handsome indeed. My type. Not only is he handsome, but he's also quite generous. So if you like him, hurry up. I'd like to get on. But isn't it our Linda joke that people like? The group of girls giggled and laughed for a while longer before someone squeezed their eyes at Lin Kui with a menu. Kui? What color is this one? People have said they want to treat us. We can't brush off their good intentions, can we? But what's the dish to order? After spending a lot of time with Lin Kui, they had long since become accustomed to such things. It's because it's very experienced that you know what's important right now. Although Zhang Che said he was ordering casually, who knew if he was pretending? If it's really like before, really randomly ordered the results of the other party simply cannot afford this order, then it is not a pitfall themselves. They don't want to fall for that again. Besides being a little bit handsome, Zhang Che was mediocre and didn't look like a rich man. For this question, in fact, Lin Kui was still unsure. She had known Zhang Che for less than a day and had received a 520 red envelope and a cup of milk tea. There is so little information that it's really hard to tell, but as long as the bonus isn't a swollen face, that meal shouldn't be a problem either way. Just in time, it was also possible to use this opportunity to further try out what kind of accomplishments Zhang Che had. She then said, "Let go a little. It's okay." Up until now, she was truly satisfied with Zhang Che's performance. This would be perfect if it wasn't too bad. She was already expecting more from Zhang Che. If Zhang Che was just an empty vessel, then the big deal was that he would treat himself to this meal. It would be heartbreaking, but she knew it well. To tell the color of a licking dog, keeping a good licking dog is sometimes just a bit of a risk. Hooray! Hearing her say that, the other girls cheered. Today, we've dipped into the light of senior school flower Lin again. So we're not polite. Come on, give me the menu first. I just love the feeling of just ordering. Don't be in a hurry. One by one. They've all ordered randomly and they're still afraid that you won't get your turn? Since we're all so happy, why don't we have a drink? Here's 680 bottles of red wine that seems nice. These girls, too, originally came to AA to floss and take a picture to update their little yellow book and circle of friends. When you're spending your own money, you have to be careful about what you order. It's a learning curve to get a sophisticated shot for less money. Now that there is a wrongdoer to pay, the bill can be liberalized a bit. Then how can they be polite? A glance at the menu showed that more than 20 dishes had been ordered, filling the not-so-small table to overflowing. Then there were 3 bottles of red wine ordered. Wine and food came up. According to the usual practice, naturally, the circle of friends and small yellow books eat first. Various photo shoots were followed by a feast of food and drink. After all, you're not spending your own money, and the same thing feels like it's going to taste extra flavorful when you eat it. Looking at Zhang Che and their side again, they all looked a bit shabby. Chapter 9, time to go to the checkout. My brother, Zhang Che and the others sat at a small table, and the 4 of them only ordered 8 dishes. Although Zhao Cheng heatedly remained pretentious, waving his hand to indicate that he could order whatever he wanted, posing as a treat for the host. However, it was only Zhou Chu who was really not polite with him, and started to order 3 large dishes. Zhang Che, Li Yale, and even Zhao Qingzhong were just adding to his foundation. If he were to spend his own money on this, it wouldn't matter how Zhang Che ordered it. He didn't care about spending money at all right now. But he and Li Yale are going to AA and need to consider Li Yale's feelings. If you order blindly regardless and drive the total up, the A's will of course be higher. He himself is rich, but he cannot put Li Yale in the hole. Besides, there were only 4 of them, so it would be a waste to order too much and eat it all. So there was really no need. 8 treasured duck, braised pork with dried plum and vegetable, crystal shrimp, pickled dukes. The dishes were quickly served, and Zhang Che tasted them one by one. How can I put it? It feels special. His tastes are based on spicy and numbing, and it's the first time he's had a dish different from his hometown. Magic City's local cuisine is also very unique, which gave him an unprecedented experience. It felt like a bit of an odd flavor, even a bit unpalatable, but it wasn't irresistible and I was still willing to try it. How are you guys feeling? He picked up another piece of shrimp and curiously asked the others how they felt about it. Zhao Cheng heatedly frowned gently. I can't say it's hard to eat, but I'm afraid it'll take me a bit of time to get used to it. Mostly, I don't have a good sweet tooth. And while all of these dishes are sweet but not too sweet, one sweet is enough to acclimatize me. Zhang Che gloated. You chose this restaurant yourself. On one side, Zhou Chu feasted, his mouth not stopping for a moment. I think it's great. It's quite tasty. I like it anyway. All 4 were from out of town and had different eating habits. For the first time, Zhang Che and the others were all a bit uncomfortable, but only Zhou Chu was unhindered. The guy was eating out of his mouth and eyeballing them. Would you like some wine? This proposal from Zhou Chu made Li Yale's mind flutter as well. Have some beer. White wine is too spicy for me. Zhang Che followed and seconded. Beer is good. I also quite like drinking beer, especially cold ones. For once, they were surprisingly unanimous. Zhao Qingzhong immediately called the waiter and ordered a case of beer. As they ate and drank, they chatted and focused on Lin Kui and the girls from time to time. Zhang Che, you can't either. All you did in the past was to say hello to schoolgirl Lin, and they didn't even bother to look at you. After a few glasses of wine, Zhou Chu was not only a mouthful of oil, but also red. The light in his eyes shone brighter when he looked at Lin Kui. Then he despised Zhang Che. Or what? Zhang Che was unimpressed and asked a rhetorical question, before adding, we've only met once too, so it's hard to go straight to bed without saying hello? Zhou Chu bristled. You wish. Zhang Che returned the look of disdain to him. I think I can go say hello. You think you're really just thinking. Not only did these words choke Zhou Chu, even Zhao Qingzhong felt hurt, followed by yelling, come on, it's just a hello, what's the big deal? Only a lickspittle would get so excited about saying hello to a goddess, okay? It was a tone of mortification, but it was a great truth. Zhang Che agreed with this and didn't argue. Dude is a dog licker right now. Full stop. While they were eating and drinking and gossiping cozily on their side, Lin Kui and the girls were likewise already full of wine and food. These girls were all ambitious and ate like that. But it's been a long time since I've eaten so much. Someone said, all burped and then asked, sisters, have you all eaten? After looking at each other, the group of people unanimously placed their eyes on Lin Kui. Big schoolgirl Lin. Everyone's full. Isn't it time for that licking dog of yours to come over and settle the bill? Although Zhang Che had already confirmed with the waiter that he was coming to settle the bill, It wasn't appropriate to just wipe his mouth and walk away. Not to mention the politeness. What if Zhang Che backtracks once they leave? Lin Kui elegantly wiped her mouth and nodded. Then faintly said, "Which one of you went over to give him a heads up?" One of the girls to her side picked up her glass and stood up. "I'm familiar with this one. I'll do it." With the last remaining sip of red wine in her glass, she came to Zhang Che's table with a coquettish smile. "Senior Zhang Che, these three are your roommates? That's all schoolboys. Hello schoolboys. As a schoolmate, first of all, I would like to welcome you to HU and the Academy of Fine Arts. A toast to you from the schoolteacher. We've already eaten and are about to leave, so take your time." This senior sister was so warm and generous that both Zhao Qingjiong and Zhou Chu felt a bit flattered. Nominally, he came to toast and say hello, but in reality, he came to inform Zhang Che that you can go and settle the bill. Zhang Che was of course able to understand this and had no problem with it. He was looking forward to this moment, so he deliberately dawdled to stabilize Li Yale and the others. Otherwise, they would have blinked long ago. "We also happen to be leaving," Zhang Che answered, striding towards the counter and checking them out as the group of girls collectively watched. "Hello sir, that's $5, 306. I'll wipe the change for you and you just pay 300. The cashier punched out a large, small check and handed it over with a smile. Zhang Che casually took a look at it and swept the code to pay without the slightest hesitation. For this meal, Lin Kui and the girls ate $306, of which $680 a bottle of red wine, drank 3 bottles, totaling $2,040. He settled the bill on his side, and the schoolmate who had followed him over to see what was going on immediately gave him a thumbs up. "Thank you schoolboy. Schoolboy atmosphere. As the saying goes, eat your heart out." And at this point the schoolteacher is not mincing her words of praise. If a few brags like that would result in a big meal, she'd be willing to do it every day. Looking at this perfunctory bragging, Zhang Che's smile was from the bottom of his heart. The kind of joy that overflowed from him was felt by everyone. Because the bill is closed, the system alert follows. The host pays for Lin Kui. The dog-licking behavior is judged to be successful, obtaining 10,000 yuan in cash and 100 points of dog-licking value. The host spends $5,300 on the purchase and receives a 10x rebate, totaling $53,000. Before I could tuck away the phone, I pulled out to scan and pay for the bill. The bank had already sent an alert about the change in the account. He knew he could pop the rewards by buying dinner, and that's when he booked $63,000 all at once. Although the offer of dinner was dismissed with disdain, it could be really nice to have such a coincidental encounter. Hopefully, there will be more opportunities like this in the future. "Sister, I'll see you off." Zhang Che fully developed the spirit of a licking dog, and after settling the bill, he went over to greet Lin Kui and carefully escorted them out the door. As for the 3 roommates, they were left completely out to dry. When they came out after settling the bill, they happened to see Zhang Che sending Lin Kui and the girls to the car. Chapter 10, Against All Odds, Dog-Licking Base. Everything Zhang Che had done, Li Yale and the others had seen in their eyes. The 3 roommates watched from afar as Lin Kui and the other 8 people left in 2 online cars before welcoming them. Looking at his frowning face, Li Yale couldn't help but let out another sigh. "Bro, did you just pay for schoolgirl Lin and the girls? So by going over to say hello, you're telling them you're going to pay their bill? We're all fed and watered, and you're dilly-dallying and purposely dragging your feet just to wait for them? And that schoolgirl who just came over to make a toast was actually here specifically to remind that it was time to go get the check?" Now, Li Yale finally understood everything, but felt deeply helpless about it. There were 4 people in a dormitory, and in his opinion, the only one who was really worth befriending was Zhang Che. This roommate is great in every way, but as soon as Lin Kui is involved, he immediately turns into a licking dog. "It's only the first day of school. I just met you. I've only met you twice, and the other side is still all high and mighty on the end. How's that for a lick?" Lin Kui is indeed beautiful. There's no denying that, but it's not like that, is it? He couldn't help but wonder if Lin Kui knew some kind of special magic. Well, that's right. Zhang Che didn't deny it either, completely taking it for granted. "But even though I'm intentionally dragging this out, isn't Zhao Qingjiong and Zhou Chu so cooperative just to see more of senior sister Lin? If not, could these 2 be patient?" The 2 old faces blushed, indeed unwilling to admit it. "We're not like you. Don't pull that on us." Zhang Che skimmed his mouth to show his contempt, but he still changed the topic and asked, "How much did we eat? And how much is it per person?" Zhao Qingjiong, who was responsible for the checkout, obediently picked up. "The total is 836, counting 209 per capita. Li Yale's share has been given to me." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Che had already sent him the money. "I sent you this one of mine as well. Check it out." Zhao Qingzhou's words were interrupted and he shrugged resentfully. Actually, I was going to say, there's really no need to be so polite with me. I can still afford $1,000. Zhang Che and Li Yale were still very insistent. We know that you are not poor, but one size does not fit all. Of the three men, only Zhou Chu was obliged to Zhao Qingzhou's love. Zhou Chu felt that Li Yale is noble, is dead-eyed, have a cheap do not know to take advantage of, pure and simple big stupid fork. As for Zhang Che, he is so rich but so stingy, he is even more contemptuous. Obviously a real dirtbag who spends a lot of money, but can't take a single advantage from him. This is rich actually only know how to be a licking dog. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became, and he couldn't help but press the issue. Zhang Che, how much did it cost you to pay for schoolgirl Lin and the others? Zhang Che pulled out the small ticket. It's not much, 5,300. Zhao Cheng heatedly took the small ticket in curiosity and just froze. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 5,300? Per capita 200 out of the restaurant. The four of them ate 839, which is considered normal consumption. Lin Kui and the 8 of them, still all girls, had smaller appetites than the boys. The number of people has only doubled, but the spending has almost quadrupled. Even if you don't count the cost of the 2040 for the wine, that's considered extravagant enough. In an instant, Zhao Qing was like an eggplant that had been hit by frost, and his entire body wilted. He lives on $10,000 a month and feels untouchable, uttering grandiose statements about not being poor. To put it in perspective, he doesn't have enough money to live on for 2 meals a month. He had originally thought of going after Lin Kui, thinking that he would be able to take this schoolgirl down. Now, it's completely out of the mind. As for Zhang Che, although he still felt uncomfortable in his heart, he had to admit that he was just richer than him. One can despise Zhang Che for being a lickspittle and give himself a sense of superiority, but the truth was, compared to Zhang Che he didn't even have the strength to go licking. When he had mixed feelings in his heart, Li Yale Minato also came over to take a look. And then, it's a no-brainer to shake your head straight. They really know how to eat. They're doing over 600 per capita, so it really doesn't hurt if they're not spending their own money. Zhou Chu coldly smiled and mocked Zhang Che. You can't even afford a treat with your roommate, but you're generous when it comes to licking women? He bristled. Spend the money on your brothers and you'll reap at least 3 righteous sons. Spend your money on women and what do you get? Look at that. People won't even go back to school in the same car as you. You're a whole tool of a person. Those words would have been true. Indeed, that's how it works. Unfortunately, Zhou Chu did not say this to try to persuade Zhang Che, and it was not the same mentality as Li Yale at all. Zhang Che didn't appreciate it and didn't bother to say much to him. Just a feint. I'd love to. Zhou Chu was choked up at once and said with a grunt, stubborn. These two obviously couldn't go all the way either, and Li Yale came out to round things off. Okay. Stop bull asterisk 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 ting. Let's go back too. The 4 of them also took a taxi back to the school, and after washing up it was getting late. Each lay in bed, chatting and swiping their phones, yelling about hacking. Zhang Che didn't bother to get involved, but instead gave his attention to the system, as if he had already fallen asleep. Entering the system interface and opening the so-called dog-licking base felt like entering a game. In this dog-licking base are all kinds of buildings: dog-licking classroom, dog-licking gym, dog-licking farm, dog-licking retreat. What's all this mess? He casually opened the dog-licking sanatorium and then saw the description on it. Dog-licking sanatorium. Level, elementary. Activating this function will assess the host's physical condition, which is equivalent to doing an all-round body check. The host can spend dog-licking value to utilize this feature for healing, removing negative effects and keeping the body in tip-top shape. Dog-licking value required for activation, 100 points. Dog-licking value required per healing, 100 points. Limited to 1 per day. Simply put, you can use this sanatorium to check if there is anything wrong with your body. If so, that can be improved with dog-licking value. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that you don't have to worry about being afflicted by diseases in the future? Zhang Che instantly became excited. Who would not want their body to remain healthy forever? No need to hesitate. This has to be activated. It has to be activated. If the role of the sanatorium is to condition the body, then this gymnasium, the gyms, is to exercise the body? Speaking of which, what's the difference between fitness and exercise? With questions and curiosity, he tapped on it to learn more about it in detail, and finally understood what these two functions did. What is offered in the gym is mainly aerobic exercises like jogging and swimming, as well as ball games. As for the gym, it is mainly anaerobic and is for shaping and building muscles. If you activate the gym, spending dog-lick value to use this feature can not only serve as a workout, and, at the same time, learn the sport of choice. Holy crap! You don't have to exercise in person at all. You can work out and get in shape just by tapping a little bit here and there? What's all this cyber fitness is so awesome? Zhang Che was shocked. He had long guessed that this dog-licking base must be very rebellious, but he didn't expect it to be so rebellious. It's just not a good time. And my only regret is that the dog-licking value is still too low right now. Looks like there's more work to be done in the future. Chapter 11, Licking Dogs Are So Curly Too? You can heal, exercise and learn skills through the dog-licking base. The dog-licking base is fully functional and covers every aspect of reality. This means that whatever he wants to learn can be easily fulfilled as long as he has enough dog-licking value. You don't really have to work hard and sweat. You don't have to spend time and energy. Just a little bit. With the existence of such a heaven-defying system, Zhang Che didn't even dare to imagine what he would be able to grow into in the future. However, all of this is an afterthought. Right now, he only had 500 points of dog-licking value, and the features he could choose to activate were still too few. So what to activate first? Skills and whatnot. For the time being, there is no need for this and it can be put aside for a while. The body is the capital of the revolution. First of all, of course, the body must be well conditioned. There is a saying that the mind can be dirty, but the body must be healthy, because only a strong body can hold up a nasty soul. After understanding what kind of existence this dog-licking base was, Zhang Che didn't dwell on it and activated the healing base first. Dog-licking retreat activation complete. Evaluating host's physical condition. After activating this function module, he got immediate feedback. A scan of his 3D image appeared on the system interface, and it was of the fully nude variety. Every part of the body, every inch, was scanned once in all directions. Soon, the results were produced in immense detail. As a young man who had only recently come of age, there was certainly nothing physically wrong with him. As for the various small problems, it is really quite a lot. Mild myopia, less than 100 degrees. Needless to say, this is caused by reading and learning as well as using electronics. He's a good one. There are a lot of people on this campus who wear glasses. Tendinitis, mild. This is caused by writing too much and overusing your fingers. Then there's the lumbar spine, stomach and intestines, etc., which are all minor to some degree. Not a big deal. Almost all of these ailments have to do with chilling out for 12 years. It's also really hard to be a student. Overall, the system gave an assessment of poor physical fitness and a thin build. Zhang Che didn't feel surprised by this. After all, the 3 years of high school were all about doing problems, and there wasn't a single physical education class. These problems are easily solved with the use of lick dog retreats. The system gave a healing program based on his physique, and a total of 10 healings were needed. Once a day. Each requires 100 points of dog-licking value for a total of 1,000 points. Once it was determined that healing would begin, his 3D image entered the healing pod. The icon of the dog-licking sanatorium appears with a prominent healing in progress sign. Healing removes physical problems, but you still have to work out to strengthen your body. Therefore, Zhang Che followed up by activating the dog-licking gym again and chose jogging as his first cyber exercise. Like the dog-licking retreat, the dog-licking gym is activated by 100 lick value. After activation, whatever sport you choose is also 100 dog lick value once and then limited to once per day. There are more detailed instructions after choosing to jog. You can get the most professional training. Each time is equivalent to 1 hour of exercise in reality, but you can get 10 times more results. That means that not only does he not need to go jogging himself, but he also gets the same results in 1 hour that others get in 10 hours. And it is, with the most specialized training. What's more, he is the one who can gain knowledge of the relevant skills and really looks like he has received the most specialized training. Though it's more or less a no-brainer that it's so powerful just to raise lickspittles. But well, love it. Zhang Che wanted to learn quite a lot, but he was in the way of not being able to do so in the past. Right now, all that's missing is the dog-licking value. He kept studying the dog-licking base, figuring out what he should learn first when he had enough dog-licking value. He then fell asleep without realizing it as he thought about his future life. The next day, just at dawn, the whole dormitory building was already bustling with activity. They say that freshman year is senior year, and many people still maintain the same habits and biological clocks they had in high school. Zhang Che climbed up with a grunt, and the first thing he did when he got up was send a message to Lin Kui to say hello. Good morning, school teacher. It's a new day. Have a good one like I did. Once the message was sent, he casually tossed his phone and rushed into the bathroom. He knew without looking that Lin Kui would definitely not reply. It didn't matter if she got up at this time or not. Lin Kui would have to be exhausted if she messaged back every greeting. Even if they were to return, it would surely have to be after a long enough period of time. He quickly washed up and had rushed out of the dormitory while Zhao Qingzheng and Zhou Chu were both still dawdling to get up. Zhang Che, where are you going? Li Yale couldn't help but make an inquiry when he heard his voice drifting back through the door. I'll go buy breakfast for Lin Senpai. Li Yale. Zhou Chu skimmed his lips to express his contempt once again. This licking dog is really hopeless. A lickspittle will only be a lickspittle. If he can pick up schoolgirl Lin, I'll show you guys how to scamper upside down. Zhang Che didn't realize that he had once again made his roommate speechless. Even if they knew, of course they wouldn't care. He came to the school one cafeteria in a flash, and first filled his stomach beautifully. It's not like putting the cart before the horse when the purpose of being a lickspittle is to make your life better. Even though you're being a lickspittle, every place has different food habits and every place has every place's breakfast. Before that, his breakfast was almost always rice noodles. All kinds of rice noodles. And in the cafeteria, the main breakfast sold are xiaolong bao, shengjian, noodles, and other such things, which are very varied. He had eaten buns before, but buns were really different from buns, and it was indeed the first time he had ever tasted raw pancakes. Although the school cafeteria was also very one-dimensional, it still gave him the joy of tasting different cuisines. When he had finished eating in a leisurely manner, that was when he bought an extra one and quickly went to the girls' dormitory. The girls' dormitory was also very busy at this time. In addition to the many girls who had already dressed up and started going out, there were a lot of guys rushing in with their breakfasts to drop them off. He had just walked to the door and become part of this when he saw two boys on the side of the room aggressively confronting each other. Today, I specifically went to Nai Nai Xiaolong to line up for the crab meat Xiaolong Bao. Kui, she will definitely choose me. I shucks. Is the vegetable Xiaolong rare? I still get these wontons specially from old Shanghai wonton. Koi got tired of eating buns a long time ago, so he's definitely eating my wontons today. These two were wide-eyed and looked like they could fight, causing Zhang Che, who was on the side, to be directly dumbfounded. Come on, man. Is being a lickspittle that much of a role? What dish small cage old Shanghai wontons? He is not heard of, but do not need to think all no must be higher than the cafeteria forced. How does it compare to someone who specifically goes to stand in line, while he or she just goes to the cafeteria and brings one on the go? Still thinking too simply for himself, Zhang Che couldn't help but let out a sigh. All he could think of was that as a licking dog, he should go and bring breakfast to the goddess, completely unaware that he wasn't the only one who would bring breakfast to Lin Kui, and that there was a lot of care taken in delivering breakfast. Chapter 12, Breakfast Made by Hand. Zhang Che had originally run to offer his attentions as a licking dog with great gusto, earning money to earn licking dog value. As a result, there was a blitzkrieg, seeing as how these two were already sparking and at each other's throats. On the side, however, were several others who were also holding breakfast, holding a half-disdainful, half-hateful gaze. He, Zhang Che, was not the only one who came to bring breakfast to Lin Kui, and he was not the only one who had already quarreled with these two. Being a lickspittle has far more competition than one might think. Nima, do you guys have a system that can explode gold coins from Lin Kui as well? Zhang Che was depressed. Looking at the reactions of these people, he felt that they could get more rewards than him, otherwise they could be so active. He looked around the room to get a clear picture of the current situation and immediately beat a retreat. Come on, you guys are good. You win this time. He didn't want to grab a chance to lick Lin Kui with these people, much less fight over it. In order to pop gold coins, he didn't mind being a licking dog at all, but all do lick dog. Still have to wait for others to flip. Flip can't their own or still licking can't. Then this, he can't accept. He turned and walked away, having been tempted to just throw the breakfast in his hand. But then I thought that wasting food is a shameful act, so I might as well take it back and feed it to my roommate. Li Yale and Zhao Chine heatedly wondered if they would want to eat it, and Zhou Chu definitely wouldn't waste this breakfast. As a result, as soon as he turned around, he heard another system prompt ringing in his head. Nurturing guidance task release, host is requested to go to Lick Dog Base and activate the Lick Dog Caterer. After activating the Lickable Dog Caterer, the host can personally create one-of-a-kind treats for lickable objects. With the overwhelmingly delicious food and the care that goes into making it by hand, you can make the host stand out lickety-split. Stand out from the pack of lickers? Lick more comfortably? These words from the system still made Zhang Che a little tense, but if that was overlooked, it definitely sent him the most powerful boost of all. The food made by the system is certainly no worse than what you can buy on the market. If this could conquer Lin Kui's stomach, it was unlikely that she would accept any other dog-licking breakfasts in the future. Rounding up Lin Kui's breakfast would be the equivalent of swiping 10,000 bucks and 100 dog-licking value on a regular basis every day. In this way, those lickspittles won't have to fight for it in the future, and it will be considered a merit to save them from a bloody fight. However, activating the dog liquor caterer requires 100 liquors, and making breakfast likewise still requires liquors. But now, he was down to 100 dog licking value, just enough to activate. Can't we really just let it go this time? Not earning the reward for this breakfast delivery made him feel as if he had lost $100 million. But there's nothing to do but find another way to earn dog licking value first. Wait, I now have 100 dog lick value to activate the caterer. I'll finish the quest when it's activated. Then I'll have gained another 100 dog lickers, so I can just do it. Zhang Che slapped his head and realized the Chinese point in it. Almost cried at my own stupidity. After noticing this, he immediately opened the system interface and found the dog licking caterer to activate it. Once activated, the building icon lights up and you can then view and use all the features. This so-called caterer covers the diets of all nationalities in all countries around the world. Whether it is Chinese or Western food, no matter what kind of cuisine, all of them can be prepared through this. And the process of making it is also the process of learning. Yesterday he opted to jog at the licking dog gym for a cyber workout, and today he woke up feeling different. He already had more knowledge and experience about jogging inside his head, as if he had actually learned it. How to warm up, how to adjust your breathing, how to stretch. These were all things he had never been exposed to before, but now they were understood. It's only been done once, so that knowledge is still vague as well, and it will take more times to fully grasp it. As for specific changes in the body, they are not apparent for the time being for the same reason. Opening the restaurant. Zhang Che directly ignored the other options after a cursory understanding and directly found the Magic City breakfast area. The Magic City's local breakfasts are all listed as much as anything else. To make one, the dog licking value it costs is 10 points. You only need to make it 10 times to get a basic grasp of your chosen breakfast. But for proficiency, it takes 100 times. After making it 1,000 times, you can reach the point of perfection and become a grand master in making this type of food. And those 10 points of dog licking value required by the caterer are actually the cost of purchasing the ingredients. There are dog licking farms in the dog licking base, so if you activate for ingredient growing and farming, then you can save this expense. It just didn't seem to make any difference whether it was planted or farmed, as it also seemed to cost dog licking value. These were all afterthoughts. Zhang Che didn't pay any attention to them and put them all aside first. The most important thing right now, of course, was to hurry up and get a breakfast and send it to Lin Kui. The chance to pop gold coins. It would be a sin to miss it even once. The quest completion money and dog licking value arrived, and he first spent 10 points of dog licking value to carefully make a breakfast for Lin Kui. This breakfast isn't even a single of some kind. It contains 2 dunked soup dumplings, 2 crystal shrimp dumplings, 2 pan-fried dumplings, 2 ji rice balls, and 2 pieces of pot stickers, as well as a cup full of soy milk. After making breakfast, he spent another 10 points of dog licking value to exchange for an unusually fine food box and made a private order. Breakfast can be made and food boxes are available that can be customized for contents. System. You also have really good intentions in order for me to be a good licking dog. After taking out the food box with breakfast from the system space, Zhang Che couldn't help but eat his fingers. This piece is just so delicious and colorful. Nah, he was already too full from the cafeteria to really eat at this point. Sister Lin. Sister Lin. I made my own breakfast with my own hands. I haven't even eaten it myself. Just be glad you did. Click on the icon to make it. That's kind of hands-on. No problem. Carrying his food box, Zhang Che didn't go straight back to engage in competition with those other lickspittles. It would be too much of a fall. He went back to his dormitory first and gave the one he had brought from the cafeteria to Zhou Chu. Then he photographed the elaborate breakfast and sent it to Lin Kui through a message. Sister Lin, are you up yet? I made you breakfast. How about bringing it over to you now? If he was carrying breakfast to the dormitory floor and waiting foolishly, then how did Lin Kui know that he had brought breakfast? As long as he only said that he would deliver breakfast to Lin Kui, how could he make Lin Kui choose him for this one? So, of course, the best option is to present it directly to the past. Zhang Che had absolute certainty that Lin Kui would never be able to refuse the diagram once she saw it. Sure enough, this time his message had only just been sent out, and he immediately received a reply from Lin Kui. For the licking dog, the goddess instantly replies to the message that is basically equivalent to a small lottery win. Only, Zhang Che didn't feel this way. He didn't care about anything else as long as he got his reward for delivering breakfast. Neither will you feel elated nor lost. Chapter 13, The Ultimate Kaiser. Zhang Che shows his dog-licking potential by helping to tie his shoes and successfully adds a message from Lin Kui. Another red packet through $520 managed to stay in Lin Kui's friend list without being set as message undisturbed. Last night's 5,300 unsolicited buy-in also made Lin Kui's rating of him rise further. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Kui only woke up to his hello message. It should be, to be precise, asking for good news, including him. These messages weren't interruption-free, but Lin Kui didn't care. Just because there's still value in watching doesn't mean it has to go back. Morning. Saying hello to my roommate. I rubbed my eyes sleepily and went to wash up. He was washing his face and brushing his teeth when his cell phone rang again. Subconsciously, he pulled out his cell phone to take a look, and saw the picture of the exquisite breakfast sent by Zhang Che. Gollum. Her stomach immediately growled, even drooling from the reflex, though she never needed to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. No matter where she wanted to eat breakfast in person, breakfast in the entire Magic City was available to her without leaving her dormitory, and takeout didn't even cover such a wide area. But she had really never looked forward to a breakfast so much, and actually felt a sense of impatience. Well, you bring it to me. She decisively returned the message to Zhang Che. Then her mood all felt better and she accelerated the speed of washing up. Koi, are you better? Her roommate, Li Ling, who had already washed up first, shouted at the bathroom. I'm so hungry. Do you want to go downstairs and get a couple breakfasts up from those licking dogs of yours? What Zhang Che didn't know was that in fact even the flipping of the cards Lin Kui didn't do it with his own hands. Usually a roommate takes over and goes down to fetch up the breakfast brought in by the licking dog. As for which portion Lin Kui actually ate, all of it was also relayed by these roommates. Because of Lin Kui's existence, these roommates can also be a lot of light. Breakfast money are saved a large sum of money. Not only can you eat for free, but you can also order food. No matter what you want to eat, just say it's what Lin Kui wants to eat the next day ironically. Even if the lickspittles know that they're the ones who want to eat it, or that the breakfast they buy ends up being eaten by them, they don't mind. There's nothing wrong, or even necessary, with trying to impress a goddess's roommate for the sake of the goddess. If you guys want to eat, just go get it. What's the point of being polite? Lin Kui wiped her face cream and walked out of the bathroom, promising Li Ling first. Then looking in the mirror he added, just take yours, not my share. Li Ling was stunned. You're not hungry? Lin Kui changed into her pretty clothes and smiled. Zhang Che also brought me breakfast. I'll eat his. As soon as Zhang Che was mentioned, Li Ling instantly became excited. She could also be one of the 8 people who went to dinner last night and already had a deep impression of Zhang Che. Koi, you're really good for a budding lickspittle. Yesterday we ate over $5.300 and he paid the bill without raising an eyebrow. And just because I invited you to dinner I'm happy as anything. Handsome, rich, and so easily satisfied. This is the ultimate kaiju. Lin Kui actually thought the same thing, but she herself was much more calm. It's too early to say it's superb. Let's see. I hope he won't let me down. Only after these words fell, the cell phone's short message notification ringtone rang again, and it was Zhang Che who sent another message. Senior Lin, I'm already here. Come down and get it. Lin Kui looked at it and lightly returned the message. Coming. Then he greeted Li Ling. Come on, let's go down together. Li Ling was shocked. Kui, you're actually going down to get it yourself. Ha! This was an unprecedented first, and it had never happened before that Lin Kui had actually come downstairs in person. You'll see in a minute. Lin Kui smiled without much explanation. In her opinion, Zhang Che deserved more feedback from her, so that she could make Zhang Che perform better and lick harder. Downstairs in the dormitory, when Zhang Che arrived again, those two just now were still dry-eyed. However, there was no real fight. He didn't wait much longer, and in less than 3 minutes the beautifully dressed Lin Kui came down with her roommate, Li Ling. Seeing the rightful owner arrive, those lickspittles' eyes immediately lit up and they rushed up in a swarm. Kui, this is the dunked soup dumpling I bought for you from Nai Nai Xiaolong especially. A group of lickspittles scrambled to perform, offering up the breakfast they had each bought. Zhang Che, who was sitting steadily, didn't follow and looked at this group of lickspittles as if they were clowns. Damn, people look at me the same way. He felt a little heartbroken at once. At this time, it was seen that Lin Kui had rejected the licking dogs. I'm sorry, but while I appreciate your kindness, I've already spoken to someone today. He said he was sorry, but he didn't feel any trace of apology from Lin Kui. She didn't care at all how those licking dogs reacted, and walked straight towards Zhang Che. Zhang Che hurriedly handed over the food box in his hand. Senior sister, here you go. Lin Kui took it and faintly answered. Thank you. Zhang Che's eyebrows danced and he smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into a line. Senior sister, why are you still polite with me? If you like it I'll make it for you every day. Lin Kui answered again. Aha. Although there were still not many words, but compared to before it was not so hard, and I could feel that the distance was much closer. It was just that Zhang Che's attention wasn't even focused on it ever, so he didn't notice it at all. He was so focused on being happy with his own that he didn't realize the affirmation Lin Kui was releasing further. The host delivers breakfast to Lin Kui. The dog-licking behavior is judged successful, obtaining 10,000 yuan in cash and 100 points of dog-licking value. The host delivered a breakfast worth $45, triggering a guaranteed rebate and receiving a rebate of $1,000. This time, The system prompt proved one thing. Taking what you get from the dog licking base and licking it is also possible to get cash back. The system will price it based on reality and then give the appropriate rebate. Breakfast usually doesn't cost much, and it's basically a bumper sticker. But $1,000 a day is a lot of money, which works out to $30,000 a month, which is already more than the vast majority of people make. What made Zhang Che even happier was the fact that it was established that he could also earn cash back on the things he obtained from Lick Dog Base. It's breakfast now. Maybe we can send more expensive ones later? While he was gorgeous, Lin Kui had already turned around to go back with his food box. The other lickers, all of them, looked at him hostilely, as if they wanted to duel with him. Look at the others and look at yourselves. It's no wonder Koi didn't pick yours. Li Ling also noticed Zhang Che's exquisite food box, which was not at all comparable to those ordinary takeaway packages. Learn from it later. She shook her head and lectured the lickspittles before reaching for her breakfast. Give it to me, and I'll help you with these of yours. Chapter 14, Eating and Wanting More. Lin Kui and Li Ling returned to the dormitory carrying breakfast, and the other two roommates instantly surrounded them. They were also surprised that Lin Kui actually went downstairs to fetch breakfast himself and were curious about it. What kind of magic did this breakfast have that it could actually make Lin's big schoolgirl make an exception? And who is this that can get special treatment from big schoolgirl Lin? You know, of all the dog lickers, it's also the lowest of the loto. Go stand in line at dawn to buy breakfast and then deliver it to your goddess. If you're a high roller, you don't even care if the other person has breakfast or not, and it doesn't affect the rating they give you. Even if the high flyer wants to deliver breakfast, does this require you to personally go to the line or deliver it in person? Only someone who can't show a goddess in any other way would give his mind to finding ways to deliver breakfast. A lickspittle of this caliber can't even be looked at. Before this, none of the ones that could make Lin Kui respond were here to deliver breakfast. And this time, it was a reversal of that. Wow, what an exquisite box. Before these two roommates could pursue their questions, they were attracted by the food box in Lin Kui's hand. The 4-square food box is made of solid wood and looks like a fine craft. Sophisticated, beautiful, and high quality at first glance. I have to say, your budding lickspittle does have a lot of heart. Li Ling pulled out her cell phone directly. Let me take a picture first. The other two roommates followed suit, pulling out their cell phones and letting out another gasp once the camera was in focus. Look, there's writing on it. That love drawing, TBH. Only food and love can't live up to the breakfast for Sister Lin. The roommate said and squeezed her eyes at Lin Kui. That's a pretty clear implication. Oh, the food is right there in the box. And what else does love refer to? Lin Kui had noticed it long ago, but she didn't care at all. The food really shouldn't disappoint, she said as she opened the food box, and a colorful and exquisite breakfast was instantly presented. Wow, that's exquisite, isn't it? Li Ling exclaimed again. The moment I opened it I even felt as if there was a rush of bright light flashing through the sky. Lin Kui also didn't expect that this breakfast that she actually got was even more exquisite than the photos that Zhang Che had sent. A breakfast cup of soy milk, all still hot, looking pleasing to the eye and smelling the aroma assaulted the senses, making Lin Kui unable to stop herself from swallowing. No longer able to care about anything else, she picked up the equally fine chopsticks from the food box and caught the crystal shrimp dumplings and put them in her mouth. The expression on his face then became extraordinarily exaggerated. Yummy, really good. She instantly discarded her image, and picked up a dunking bag and feasted on it. Li Ling's three looked at her with their mouths watering as well, looking at her with anticipation. Koi, can we have a taste too? It's still a good breakfast portion, and it wouldn't make sense to not even let your roommate try a bite. Although she was a bit reluctant to give up, Lin Kui still nodded. Koi, you really are wonderful. Li Ling cheered, and followed with utensils from the breakfast box the other dog lickers had brought, nonchalantly chucking in a dunking bag. For the other two, one had a sashimi sandwich and one had a pot sticker. When they put these delicacies into their mouths, their expressions likewise became extraordinary. Yummy, really yummy. This is the best sashimi I've ever had. What an old favorite. Koi, all those lickspittles of yours sent all together can't even compare to this one. Asterisk 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 asterisk, we forgot to take a picture. Food box, they all took pictures, but after eating but only remembered. Such a beautiful breakfast actually did not take pictures. It is a waste. Otherwise put it in a little yellow book and it would have to draw a lot of Tiburon nods. Put the photo shoot aside for a moment. The problem now is that there simply isn't enough to eat. Okay. After eating a dunked dumpling, Li Ling eyed Lin Kui again. The remaining two, their expressions reacted in the same way as hers. This breakfast is a really big portion if Lin Kui eats it alone, but if you have to divide it into 4 portions, then it's all just a taste, and no one can get enough of it. Li Ling did carry up all the breakfasts that the other dog lickers had sent. The problem is that having eaten such a delicious one, Now eating the others feels like chewing wax and tasteless. The four men stared at the empty, beautifully presented food boxes, all of them unfulfilled. Thanks to the light of our big schoolgirl Lin, we've eaten all the breakfasts in the entire Magic City. How come I didn't realize there was anything this tasty before? Where the hell did I get this? If I knew that, I would have already gone and bought it already. Okay. Sisters, it's like we don't have to go shopping for this either, right? Li Ling said as the three of them once again placed their eyes on Lin Kui. Koi, ask your licking dog where he got this breakfast from. If it's convenient, have him send a couple more over. Big deal. We'll pay for it. The proposal was unanimously approved by the other two, who agreed in a chorus. Yeah. Tell him to send a few more. It doesn't matter if we pay for them. Lin Kui still wants to eat it too. Besides, isn't it only natural to support a dog licker? She nodded and pulled out her cell phone, editing the message and sending it to Zhang Che. Where did you get these breakfasts? No unnecessary niceties, just straight to the point. Zhang Che's message was returned in seconds. Sister, I made this for you with my own hands. What do you think of the flavor? Do you like it? If you like it, I'll make it for you every day from now on, and you can tell me anything you want. Zhang Che had already said before that he had made these breakfasts with his own hands, but Lin Kui habitually ignored them, focusing only on the highlights. That's when she felt a little surprised. He said he made it himself. Li Ling's eyes widened in dismay. Kui, the lickspittle who made you breakfast with his own hands. This Zhang Che is not the first, but it's really unique for him to be able to cook so well. Is it possible that he's actually a chef? If that's the case, you'll be blessed in the future. People who wanted to touch Lim Koi with behavior like making breakfast themselves had appeared several times before. As it turned out, whether it was their intentions or the breakfast they made from their hearts, Lin Kui didn't even give it a second glance. This time it was different. Moving though was impossible. However, there is a mouthful that's true. That's not a bad idea. Just have him make a couple more and send them over. These roommates didn't consider the fact that it would be a pain in the ass to actually make them by hand, and didn't think about the convenience of making a few more parties. The only thing they could think of was for Lin Kui to ask Zhang Che to send a few more copies over. Lin Kui took her cell phone and edited the message again, first expressing her awe as if begging for confirmation. Did you really make all these breakfasts yourself? Zhang Che still replied in seconds. That's of course. How could I possibly lie to you? Senior sister, Lin Kui, thank you. You made it very delicious. Zhang Che, senior sister, you're being too polite with me. It's my honor to receive your approval. Lin Kui, I shared the breakfast you made with my roommates and they liked it too. It's just that none of us were full. Do you think it would be convenient for you to make a couple more? If it's convenient, make another of each and send it to us. If not, then forget it. Not only did she recognize the breakfast made by Zhang Che, she expressed her gratitude to him. The last request was made and asked if it was convenient. However, Zhang Che couldn't help but hum and laugh as he watched this routine. It's really skillful. Chapter 15. This lickspittle is not simple. Although Lin Kui sent a text message, it was as if Zhang Che could hear her unique light tone. In his mind, the corresponding expressions of these schoolgirls instantly appeared. You don't mind if it's inconvenient? This was not at all a fear of troubling Zhang Che, but in turn was full of PUA. It's telling him, if you can't even do this little request, then don't expect me to look you in the eye. As for recognizing his breakfast and thanking him, that too is purely going through the motions. It's purely a part of the setup, and there's not the slightest bit of sincerity in it at all. He took it all in stride, don't care at all. Though, in his mind, wasn't this the equivalent of an extra shift? It was a chance to send up a pop reward. If you really have to do it yourself in the conventional sense, it's definitely too late. But it's just a matter of tapping the system interface a few times. Easily. What are you saying, senior sister? Since it's your request, I'm sure it's convenient no matter what. Your roommates, that's my friends too, and I'm just as happy that they like my breakfast. It's just that it takes a bit of time, so please wait a bit. Senior sisters, I'll get it right now. It'll take about half an hour. I'll contact you when I'm done and I'll drop it off downstairs in your dorm. Zhang Che agreed with a full mouth, and in Lin Kui's girl's eyes, these messages were also returned in seconds. In other words, Lin Kui, a request that could be considered difficult, he obliged without the slightest hesitation. Lin Kui and Li Ling, too, seemed to have seen Zhang Che's eyebrows raise from this message. TSK, this Zhang Che is really selling out. Li Ling couldn't help but laugh again and teased. Kui, that's something that would rank among your pack of lickspittles, isn't it? The other two roommates followed with a chuckle. If he didn't work so hard, would we be able to have such a good breakfast? Half an hour. It's about the right amount of time. We can wait. Waiting is possible. It's just a bit of a rush. They were already drooling at the sight of Zhang Che's promise, and half an hour felt extraordinarily long as a result. Koi, Has your licking dog arrived yet? Come on. It's only been less than 10 minutes. 20 minutes have gone by and he can't get ahead of himself? I can't wait either. Or else Koyu asked to see if he's done yet? Lin Kui was actually waiting anxiously and even felt a little fidgety. But as a goddess, how can you act like you can't wait with a licking dog? Just wait. It's almost half an hour. Half an hour finally passed with the 4 men checking the time from time to time. Time's up. Li Ling jumped up at the first opportunity. Kui, what did that Zhang Che say? Lin Kui frowned. He hasn't sent a message yet. The roommate was a little lost. It says it's about half an hour. It can't really be the whole half hour. Just wait a little longer. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After another 3 minutes had passed, Lin Kui's cell phone finally rang with a crisp short message alert. Ding dash. The sound lifted the spirits of all 4 men. Lin Kui hurriedly grabbed her cell phone to take a look and shouted rather excitedly. It's here. The message was sent by none other than Zhang Che. Senior sister. I'm here. Please come down and take it. Li Ling and the girls impatiently flanked Lin Kui downstairs. Go go go. Go go go. Below the dormitory building, Zhang Che waited at the door with his bag once again, causing side glances from people coming and going. Isn't this Lin Kui's licking dog? He just brought Lin Kui breakfast. Why is he here again? On the first official day of school, he had already mingled in the girls' dormitory. 1 dunked soup dumpling, 1 raw pan-fried dumpling, 1 G rice ball, 1 crystal shrimp dumpling, and 1 pot sticker. Also, 4 cups of soy milk. This cost him another 50 dog-licking value in total. In fact, the soybean milk was originally 5 cups, but he drank 1 cup by himself. Anyway, Lin Kui and the girls are only 4 people. This time, Lin Kui and the girls came down significantly faster than the last time. If it wasn't for the sake of maintaining the goddess demeanor, Lin Kui would have had to be dragged all the way down by Li Ling and the girls. Seeing Lin Kui's 4 people walk out, Zhang Che hurriedly handed over his breakfast. Hokage, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. He looked guilty, and even walked away with more insight than Lin Kui as far as that point of acting was concerned. It's okay, we're the ones bothering you. Lim Kui was also trying to look a little sorry when she said that, but wasn't able to show it. He went on to soar with his acting. I was going as fast as I could, but there was still some delay. And since I customized just one of the food boxes, I had to use disposable packaging this time. The food is still the same food, but the packaging is not as lofty. Lin Kui once again stated faintly. It's okay. Then she stopped talking. Unlike last time, this time, she didn't just turn around and leave, but let Zhang Che leave on his own. It could also be called that there was a further change in attitude towards Zhang Che. However, Zhang Che was naturally completely unaware of this. The host has fulfilled Lin Kui's request to deliver breakfast again, and the dog-licking behavior is judged successful. Receive $10,000 in cash and 100 points in dog-licking value. The value of the breakfast delivered by the host was $225 and received a 10x rebate, totaling $250. Senior sister. Then you guys take your time eating. I'll leave first, haha. As soon as the reward arrives, he blinks away beautifully, not bothering for an extra second. To Lin Kui and the others, it was very knowing. Koi, is this your new lickspittle? The 2 roommates who met Zhang Che for the first time were also very cognizant of him. The man is indeed quite handsome, and he also has money and attitude. So he is indeed a superb kaiju. I just don't know how rich it is. This would be perfect if it was a rich second generation. A rich kid can make breakfast this good? I don't think that's likely. I'm guessing the family owns a restaurant. A little bit of money for sure, but not enough to call them rich. I do think that this Zhang Che isn't that simple. And it's not necessarily true that he made these breakfasts himself. Where did he go to make breakfast? A student. Can he do it in the dorm? And that food box? Exquisite and upscale not to mention. That's customized. Customization isn't exactly rare these days. But the problem is that he just met Kagome yesterday. That's how long it's taken him to customize a fine food box to give Kagome such a delicious breakfast. All these things add up. And you still think he'll be easy? The 2 roommates were still chattering away as they smugly carried the breakfast sent by Zhang Che upstairs. Hearing this, Li Ling also had a change of heart and followed. Kui, that makes sense. Lin Kui nodded and gave a very accomplished smile. The more uncomplicated the lickspittle was, the better that was for her. Of course, if that's true, that's very nice indeed. I'm really happy with him so far anyway. So let's keep scouting. Whether it's really uncomplicated or not, and how uncomplicated, we won't know when the time comes. As Li Ling and the girls were also filled with interest in Zhang Che, she was already thinking about how to further examine Zhang Che. Chapter 16 Safety Education Week for New Students. On Lin Kui's and their side, they were contentedly eating Zhang Che's delicious breakfast again. There was no need to argue this time. Not only were there 5 servings not to mention, but each one was a generous portion and absolutely filling. And, again, I didn't forget to take pictures before eating. Of course it wasn't taken directly at the disposable lunchbox, but put into a nice food box and then photographed. While they were busy eating and taking pictures, Zhang Che hummed a little song to officially start his college life. The official first day of school begins with the new student orientation. By the time he arrived in a leisurely fashion, almost all of his classmates had already arrived. All of them were practically dormitory-based, talking and laughing cheekily while curiously looking around. The people in the dormitory have all gotten to know each other, but everyone else is still very much a stranger. Zhang Che also moved over towards Li Yale and the others. Then Zhao Qingjian looked at him and expressed his speechlessness. Where are you running off to again? I think I saw you carrying a big bag of stuff just now. Zhou Chu skimmed his lips, again with a very contemptuous tone. That goes without saying. It must be delivering something to schoolgirl Lin. Zhang Che looked like a dead pig. Hey, you guessed it again. He didn't care at all, which made Zhou Chu despise it with no sense of accomplishment at all, and was very heartbreaking. He was about to say something when the counselor had arrived. Meet your classmates, meet your counselor, and meet your homeroom teacher at the freshman orientation. Then it kicked off Freshman Safety Education Week, Fire Safety, Anti-Fraud Awareness, Rule of Law Education, Food Safety. This week, as a freshman, was all about listening to various lectures every day, as well as listening to older students talk about their majors, what to prepare for, what career paths are available, and so on. Don't think it's redundant to introduce something like a major. The truth is that there are just a lot of people who don't know anything about their chosen profession. Although the schedule was packed, it was full of freshness and excitement that kept all the new students entertained. Of course, while he was busy being educated as a new student, Zhang Chuko didn't forget to continue licking Lin Kui. Say hello 3 times a day, morning, noon and night, without fail. That's what keeps him going. But of course it's still because of the rewards that can be popped. The host greets Lin Kui 3 times a day, and the dog-licking behavior is judged successful. Receive $10,000 in cash and 100 points in dog-licking value. When he heard such a system prompt that night, he no longer had the slightest hesitation. Saying hello 3 times a day has become as much a fixture of his pop rewards as delivering breakfast. Just like what the system had arranged, the one and only deliciousness made Lin Kui simply have no way to refuse. He also became the only licking dog that could bring breakfast to Lin Kui, as he thought, mercilessly shattering the fantasies of the other licking dogs. What he didn't expect was that he sent not 1, but 4 copies of Zhang Che every day. Lin Kui has always been generous to her roommate. After all, there are things that are not convenient to personally step in can be the roommate is helping. So, give your roommate some small favors, this is a must. Besides, it would have been a generous gesture. She was just moving her lips, so of course she was happy to do it. From the perspective of a dog licker, such requests are certainly not to be denied. The good news from this is that you can get more rebates for 4 breakfasts and get out of the dilemma of eating a guaranteed breakfast altogether. But unfortunately not much more. Almost negligible. Compared to that, it's the fixed reward of $10,000 plus 100 points of dog-licking value that's more appealing. The good news wasn't good, but the bad news caused Zhang Che some heartache. 4 breakfasts cost 40 points of dog-licking value. What would have been a bonus that would have popped with 10 points of dog-licking value is now only a few hundred or $1,000 more in rebates for the extra 30 points spent. It more or less pays for itself and is not cost-effective. It also made him realize the urgency of activating the lick farm. If the ingredients are self-sufficient, then you can save on this expense. It's just a shame that there's no extra dog-licking value to activate the farm right now either. This week he was busy, and Lin Kui was equally busy, with no chance of popping rewards other than delivering breakfast and saying hello 3 times a day. It's just a fixed 20,000 cash per day and 200 points of dog-licking value. And you still need to spend 40 points of dog-licking value on breakfast every day, leaving 160 points for healing and exercise that aren't enough. There's really no choice but to give body healing a pause every time you're short on dog-licking value. Less than 100 degrees of nearsightedness, minor tendinitis, and other such minor problems are not strongly perceived on a daily basis and don't affect anything. His physique is also just worse because of the lack of exercise, and putting off exercising for a while isn't really that big of a problem. The problem is that Freshman Safety Education Week is immediately followed by 2 weeks of freshman military training. Military training. It's 2 weeks. Just hearing the news, all the students had already screamed. The less fit you are, the more you suffer from this sort of thing. So Zhang Che weighed his options and decisively chose to work out his body a bit better first so that he wouldn't be too miserable when the time came. This week down the line, Zhang Che had given Lin Kui breakfast a total of 5 times, plus 3 greetings on 5 days, from the time the system was activated. Including the completion of the quest, it was a total of 19 licks of Lin Kui. According to the system, you can get a random reward for every 10 licks. So it was the second time that the first draw was made when the breakfast was delivered to Lin Kui. Congratulations, host. You've licked Lin Kui 10 times. You get one random reward. Please ask if you want to draw now? Cash rewards. He's got over $100,000 on his card. And what does this reward draw? He responded wistfully. Draw. Having received his confirmation, the system interface turned into a prize-shaking machine, spinning rapidly at a dizzying speed. Almost 3 seconds later, the shaker stopped and the results were revealed. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn a watch from the Cartier Blue Balloon collection. Cartier Blue Balloon Mechanical 33mm Mechanical Movement. Market reference price, $47,500. Cartier. That seems like a luxury brand. A mechanical watch worth over $40,000 is a good draw. For such an outcome, Zhang Che was quite happy at first, but when he took out his watch, he saw that it was obviously too small for a man, and it also looked like a woman's model. Even the dial is a light girly pink, not suitable for a big old man to wear in any way. It was a dry, depressing moment for him. System, you're trying to get this to lick again, aren't you? While it's not out of the question, couldn't I just get a little reward for myself? Muttering a complaint, he casually threw the watch into the system space, taking that to lick Lin Kui would have been enough to trigger the cashback cap, which is $100,000. However, to send gifts must also find the opportunity to do so, without sufficient reasons for fear that it cannot be judged successful. There is a suspicion of brushing rewards. Chapter 17, What's the point of fixing computers? According to the system, you can get a random reward for every 10 successful licks. Actually, it's just a lottery. After each draw, the count is automatically cleared to 0 and starts again from 0, and so on. That number has now accumulated to 9 more times. Just one more breakfast delivery and you'll get another entry into the drawing. Although the results of the first raffle could only be described as poor, things like raffles are inherently tempting. In this regard, Zhang Che was already filled with anticipation and was quite excited. As soon as he woke up, he was still the first to greet Lin Kui. Good morning, schoolteacher ACA. It's another meta day. Are you awake? What do you want to eat today? The number of times he had said hello had made him unconsciously learn some tone of voice auxiliaries for acting cute and adorable. At first it was a bit of a turn-off, feeling disgusted with myself like this. However, after a couple of times, they got used to it, and now they don't feel any discomfort anymore. This message went out and was quickly responded to. Good morning. Lin Kui also sent him a hello message, which was enough to make the other lickspittles jealous to the point of twisting. The persistence of many a man licking his dog to say hello to his goddess has been measured in years, all of which have never been responded to. And now, he greeted Lin Kui every morning and got a quick reply, because I have to tell him what I want to eat. His one-of-a-kind breakfast Lin Kui couldn't even refuse, and was already well on his way to monopolizing the breakfast delivery track. Even the 3 roommates were conquered in tandem and breakfast was contracted together. The result was the regimentation of the other lickspittles who delivered breakfast and made them completely worthless. Other than in the morning, Lin Kui even occasionally gave Zhang Che a good night to you too. With this delicious breakfast, she still felt the need to properly provide Zhang Che with some emotional value. And of course, whether it's morning or evening, this reply to the greeting doesn't feel like it has any emotion in it at all. With a formulaic response 1, Lin Kui single-handedly began to order. I want to eat Yangchun noodles today. So you can make Yangchun noodles. Noodles are something that is done differently all over the country. In the south of the Yangtze River, Yangchun noodles are famous and popular. Yangchun noodles? You're not the only one who wants to eat it. I want to eat it too. Zhang Che muttered and flew back with a message. Okay, I'll do it right away. Same old rules. I'll send it to you when I'm done and contact you then. When he first brought Lin Kui breakfast, Lin Kui would still say a thank you. It was a formulaic thank you, but it was a thank you. After giving it away for a long time, the habit of doing so eliminates the need for this completely insincere thank you. As a rule of thumb, by this point this chat between the two is over. Zhang Che had tucked his cell phone away and was about to go wash up and eat beautifully himself before going to pop the reward. As a result, the phone dinged again and Lin Kui sent a message again. By the way, can you fix computers? Zhang Che. A series of question marks popped up on his brain, and for a moment he couldn't figure out what Lin Kui was trying to convey. As he understood it, the girl was sending a hint to the boy by asking him to fix his computer. If you're really just fixing computers, you're a big straight guy who's legendary for being unintelligent. But the problem was, Lin Kui couldn't send him such a hint no matter how he thought about it. So, what does this beautiful schoolgirl really mean? It was full of puzzlement, but it didn't affect the speed with which he replied to the message. If it's at the system, software level, it should be fine. Sister, do you want to fix your computer? Because he really couldn't figure out the situation. His response was pretty much by the book. Lin Kui explained. Then take a look for me. My computer won't start up for some reason. Computer won't start to be fixed? Is this really just a simple case of a broken computer and wanting someone to fix it for him? He still felt a little confused, but didn't bother to think much about it. Anyway, whatever the case may be, we'll know then. Zhang Chei's side went into the bathroom and started washing up, and on Lin Kui's side, she put down her cell phone and turned her head to look at Li Ling. Sister, didn't you have a broken fruit computer before? Lend it to me. Li Ling didn't figure it out for a while. That thing won't even turn on. What are you using it for? Lin Kui smiled. I have a great use for it. You'll know when the time comes. Seeing her smile, Li Ling instantly understood. I see. You're trying to further test Zhang Chei's success. Li Ling climbed directly onto Lin Kui's bed and acted pitiful. If Zhang Chei really bought you a new computer, can I have the one you're using now? Li Ling, and even the other two roommates, hadn't been able to get much out of Lin Kui that she had eliminated. It was because of such and such benefits that this dormitory could be tightly united around Lin Kui. You know the girls' dormitory. That's the existence of 4 people who can form 5 groups. Lin Kui pinched Li Ling's face and said with a smile, then it depends on your performance. Li Ling knew exactly what role she was supposed to play and was already familiar with it. He was all of a sudden smiling happily and said with a pat on his chest, you still can't trust me? When the time comes, you'll be in charge of getting Zhang Chei to take us to the fruit experience store, and leave the rest to me. It was not the first time the two had worked together for a long time, and Lin Kui certainly believed in the tacit understanding between them. She nodded and responded first, aha. Then rather expectantly, he continued, go wash up first. He'll bring breakfast over soon, and today we'll have yangchun noodles. More than half an hour later, Lin Kui received a message from Zhang Chei saying that he had already arrived downstairs. Zhang Chei stood in the doorway, carrying the same exquisite food box in his hand, but with the addition of 3 more layers, it's gotten a little bigger. The solid wood box, plus 4 bowls of noodles. This is not light, to carry over quite difficult. While waiting for Lin Kui to come down, he simply placed the food box on the flower table and swiped his cell phone. Everyone coming and going saw him, all pointing and whispering. That guy is Zhang Qiol, right? Lin Kui's lickspittle. You'll be able to see him coming to bring Lin Kui breakfast at this hour every day, without fail. I hear he's one of the most successful lickers, eliminating all the other lickers already. After this week, almost everyone in this dormitory had already recognized Zhang Chei and knew that he was Lin Kui's dog licker. His reputation as a dog licker was primed to spread. In addition to this dormitory, their class and their department were already well known. This is mainly due to the sellout spread by the weekend office. In addition to the fact that he's been acting really lickety-split for the pop reward. At the freshman orientation that day, Zhou Chu went around the class proclaiming to people that he was a dog licker, making him a red-hot celebrity in the class. And for all that, of course, he was full of it. What's with the reputation? How much is this worth per pound? Chapter 18, A Sleepyhead Meets a Pillow. Thanks to the temptation of the food, every time he came to deliver breakfast, he didn't need to wait too long for Zhang Chei. This time was no exception, and soon Lin Kui came down with his 3 roommates in high spirits. Seeing them, Zhang Chei immediately waved happily. Then it was also seen that Lin Kui was holding a laptop in her hand. In the past, after getting his breakfast, Lin Kui would put on a you-can-go attitude and let him leave on his own. And this time, Lin Kui didn't pick up the food box that Zhang Chei handed over. Let's go eat in the grove over there, Lin Kui lightly offered. Just so you can see if this computer of mine can still be repaired. Zhang Chei naturally had no problem with this and continued to carry the food box, busily nodding his head repeatedly. Okay, let's go then. After walking to the grove and finding a stone table to sit down, Zhang Chei even helped Lin Kui wipe the stool. Sister, sit down. Lin Kui acted as a matter of course, casually handing Zhang Chei his notebook while sitting down. Li Ling impatiently opened the food box, while not forgetting to play a role. Zhang Chei, hurry up and can see if this computer can still be repaired. You also know that we study design. This computer is an indispensable tool. Koi waiting to use it in a hurry. If this didn't have a computer, Koi wouldn't even be able to do his homework. Zhang Chei received the computer and took a look at it, and all of his previous doubts were now clear, immediately understanding what Lin Kui was trying to do. As far as this computer is concerned, to say it's a battle-damaged version, which is a bit of an exaggeration. After all, the exterior is still clean and well kept looking. It's that the model is already too old. And although it's a fruit one, the chip is still Intel and the system is still Windows. As a guy, he was interested in electronics. Not to say he was knowledgeable, but at least familiar with them. so it's completely obvious that the computer definitely didn't just break, but has been broken for a long time. What else could it mean to take a computer that's been broken for a long time and fix it for him? The intent, even for a little cutie. All understand. At this moment, the system had already sounded the alert that the breakfast delivery had been successful in getting a reward, as well as the possibility of a lottery draw, but he ignored it for the moment, and the crappy computer was put aside with a casual glance. Turning to her, she asked, "Sister, do you have any plans today?" Lin Kui stopped eating noodles and elegantly wiped her mouth. Hearing Zhang Che ask this, she had realized that she had once again played a successful role, and was delighted in her heart, but it didn't show at all. It was still so bland. "Isn't our art school hosting a welcome party tonight? So I have to attend the rehearsal this afternoon." "Not much of the morning. Are you up to something?" She also looked puzzled and asked Zhang Che in turn. To be a lickspittle, one must surely take things into one's own hands, even if it's the goddess's business. Zhang Che just looked weak and pleaded with anticipation. "Sister, I'm going to buy a fruit computer to study too. If you're free, could you show me the brand experience store? I'm still unfamiliar with Mordor, so I'll have to trouble senior sister. It just so happens that this computer of yours shouldn't be able to be fixed either, so it's a good time to take a look at it together." He's really on the ball, isn't he? Hearing him say that, all three of Li Ling couldn't help but look at Lin Kui in unison, revealing a bright smile. Lin Kui himself was much more calm, and didn't have a different expression at all. "Can't fix it already?" She picked up the notebook and looked at it again, sighing with a look of resignation, before adding, "Well then, we'll go check it out together after breakfast." She was not in a hurry and finished her breakfast slowly and methodically, and even packed up her food box and handed it back to Zhang Che. "Thanks, let's go change then, and I'll meet you at the school gates." It was rare for her to say thank you to Zhang Che once again, only the thanks, necessarily, had little to do with breakfast. "Aha, okay." Zhang Che nodded his head repeatedly. "It's just as well that I'm also taking the food box back for a bit." Compared to Lin Kui, he wasn't so good at hiding it, and as soon as he was happy in his heart, it completely showed on his face. At this moment, he was again dancing with his eyebrows and his feet, and to Lin Kui and the others he looked like he was completely cheering. Looking at such a back, Li Ling couldn't help but sigh again. "Kui, I think you've really picked up a treasure this time." He must have taken the fact that you were able to go computer shopping with him as going on a date with him, and look how happy he is. It seems that buying a fruit computer is no big deal to him at all, or else he couldn't have reacted the way he did. The roommate on the side hemmed and hawed. "If that's the case, then why stick to the computer? Koi, why don't you even change your cell phone and give me the one you have now?" Another roommate hurriedly raised his hand. "Then why don't you just add a tablet and let me get another light as well?" Zhang Che, who had already left, didn't even know that the four people in this dormitory room had all sharpened their teeth towards him. "I'm sure it wouldn't have mattered if I'd known." He was indeed in a cheering mood at this time, more excited than even Lin Kui. "It's been a week of making just a little bit of guaranteed money every day, and I can't even make ends meet with my dog licking value." He was worried about what it would take to get more chances to lick so he could pop more rewards. Now that this schoolgirl gave him such a show, it was like sending a pillow to a sleepy head. How could he not be happy? Also, fruit stuff can be notoriously dead expensive, so it's easy to swipe the rebate. "We, the people, are really happy today." Humming a little tune, he casually tossed the food box back into system space as he walked to a spot where no one was looking. He could have just gone to the school entrance and waited, but who knew how long it would take for Lin Kui and the girls to change their clothes? In this case, it seems like it's usually a long wait. It doesn't even seem to show the goddess pushy look if you don't make the lickers wait a bit. It's not like you can pop rewards for waiting, so it's better to wait a little less. He thought about it and decided to go back to his dormitory first. By the way, there's no raffle yet. He walked back to his dormitory while pulling up the system interface and meditating in his mind. "System, now for the lottery." As he gave the command, the familiar shaker started up again and the results were soon out. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn a necklace from the Tiffany Knot collection. Tiffany Knot necklace. Market reference price, 38,900. Tiffany, it seems, is also a famous and big brand. A nearly $40,000 necklace could definitely be considered good, too. But why is it still a female model? System, you can only produce dog-licking props? A good thing was a good thing, but it was completely unsuitable for him, which still made Zhang Che unable to help but spit it out repeatedly. At this pace, what one likes and wants is something one can only spend money on. Then the more you have to find a way to explode rewards, not only to explode more, but also to explode against the 100,000 cap. Chapter 19, Do you really think this is a date? When Zhang Che returned to the dormitory, Li Yale, Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu had also just returned from breakfast. After such a long time, the three roommates were used to the fact that he went to bring Lin Kui breakfast every day. Zhou Chu just skimmed his lips, not even bothering to mock. No matter how gloomy he was, Zhang Che was blissfully unconcerned. Mocking was completely unfulfilling, not to mention that he was often choked speechless, so he didn't bother to make a fool of himself. Li Yale was already beyond persuasion and could only express his helplessness. He didn't bring it up again, but asked, Zhang Che, what are your plans for today? Zhang Che hemmed and hawed. I'm going shopping with senior sister Lin. At those words, the three roommates exclaimed in unison, all of them wide-eyed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Che, you really licked Lin Kui? Zhao Cheng heatedly felt incredulous and his eyes reddened with envy. If you can lick schoolmarm Lin by delivering breakfast for a few days, then it's still your turn? Why don't I believe it? Zhou Chu frowned in disbelief and unwillingness to believe, questioning one after another. Are you sure you're hanging out with schoolgirl Lin? Where to hang out? Zhang Che was very dog-licking, smug and put on an attitude that was totally showing off. Is it worth being surprised? I want to buy a computer. And then I'm just going to let Lin Senpai accompany me to the Fruit Experience store. Now she's gone back to her dorm to change, so we'll head out when she's done. That doesn't sound like much of a problem, and it shouldn't be possible for him to be so dejected as to be false. Zhou Chu's frown deepened. Nima can't be that this kid really licked schoolgirl Lin, right? It's hard to believe that being a lickspittle really works. Zhou Chu was a little twisted with jealousy, completely unable to accept this fact. No, what are you in such a hurry to buy a computer for? Previously, my older siblings introduced us to the fact that our freshman year in the major is mostly theory, and we don't need to use computers yet. You don't learn to operate the software until your sophomore year, which is when you need to have a computer. This tone, full of accusations, Zhang Che looked at him speechless. Can't I buy a computer and play with it? Can't I familiarize myself with it in advance? Can't I have money to burn? A set of 3 consecutive outputs directly choked Zhou again. Zhang Che, it would be great if you really got Lin Kui. But why do I get the feeling it's not that simple? Li Yale did want him to be well, but he also felt as if there was something wrong with this. We've talked about computers before, and you didn't say anything about getting one so soon. You went to deliver a breakfast to Lin Kui and suddenly got this idea, but don't think she wants it, right? Brother, you have to think carefully, don't get trapped. I have to say, the dude is really sharp, and it's really true. Zhang Che didn't hide it either, and had the look of a stubborn seed who would not admit it. I wanted to buy a computer myself, and then senior sister Lin's computer just happened to be broken. So by the way, I bought her one as well, just dropping by to give her a gift. How's that for a ruse? Li Yale, Zhao Qing heated. Zhou Branch. In an instant, all 3 roommates understood and were silent. It's really true, isn't it? Zhou Chu was immediately pleased with himself and let out a loud laugh. I said that just by delivering a breakfast, how could you possibly lick schoolgirl Lin? It turns out that it's going to be a dog licking big injustice seed again. Come on, do you think people go on dates with you? People are asking you to check out. You're just a tool person, okay? Do you think that what schoolgirl Lin is looking at is you as a person? What people look at is fruit computers. Li Yale wanted to persuade him further, but he realized that Zhou Chu had already said what needed to be said, and Zhang Che's response was the same as always. I'm rich and I'm happy. You guys are just jealous, he said, and also pulled out his cell phone to send a message to Lin Kui in public. Senior sister, I've put the food box away. Have you guys changed your clothes yet? Getting an affirmative answer from the other man, he bumbled his way out. I'm too lazy to talk to you guys. I'm going on a date with schoolgirl Lin. Bye. Zhou Chu looked contemptuous. Look at this bit of talent he has. He really thinks it's a date. Zhao Qingjiang's eyes gurgled and greeted. Let's go take a look as well. With that, he caught up. Zhang Che. Wait. It didn't matter to him what kind of situation Zhang Che was in, but he felt that this was a good opportunity to get to know Lin Kui. Although the fact that Zhang Che was so rich and still so licked really hit him and made him lose his illusions about Lin Kui. But that's the schoolgirl. It's the face of the art school. That's still pretty exciting if you get a chance to get to know each other. What if there was a chance? With this thought in mind, he decisively chased after them. Zhou Chu was now his follower and was happy to watch Zhang Che's hilarity, and without saying a word, he also followed. Li Yale also wanted to see what was going on, and after hesitating for a moment, he followed suit. They didn't wait for a few minutes when they arrived at the school's entrance, but even Lin Kui walked out hand in hand with Li Ling. The other 2 roommates, for whatever reason, didn't come along this time. Sister, I've already called the car. Zhang Che immediately welcomed him over to greet him, and Zhao Qingjiang followed closely behind him. Lin Kui didn't seem to see Zhao Qingjiang, nor did he see Li Yale and Zhou Chu a little further back. Li Ling acted as her mouthpiece substitute and asked without any good humor, Zhang Che. Who are they? Zhang Che expressed his helplessness. They are my roommates and had to follow. Ignore them, let's stroll our way. Zhao Cheng heatedly looked straight at Lin Kui, his little heart about to beat out of his chest. After taking a deep breath, he was finally able to muster up the courage to greet Lin Kui, full of nervousness and apprehension. Hello senior sister Lin, my name is Zhao Qingzhong. I'm Zhang Che's roommate. Nice to meet you. Lin Kui seemed to have answered if at all, again making it seem as if he had misheard. Zhao Qingzhong suddenly didn't know what reaction to give and froze in place as if petrified. Until, that is, Zhang Che called for a net car to pull up. Sister, let's go. He ran over to open the car door for Lin Kui and waited for Lin Kui and Li Ling to get into the car before sitting in the passenger seat himself. Zhao Cheng heatedly came back to his senses after the eyebrows fluttered. The whole hall laughed completely like a little cute. Schoolgirl Lin, she talked to me. I know schoolgirl Lin. Go go go. Let's follow it. Li Yale looked at him and frowned once again. How did this feel more licky than Zhang Che? Although Zhang Che licked so much that it was hard to watch, Li Yale could detect that he knew exactly what he was doing. Lin Kui gave him feedback that he actually didn't care about. This was what made Li Yale the most confused, since he was so sober and didn't really care about the feedback Lin Kui gave. Then why do you lick it? And lick it in such a way that you can't stand to look at it? Looking at Zhao Qingzhong again, Lin Kui was already happy to be this way when he couldn't even be sure if he had responded or not. This is simply licking without realizing it. It's even more dangerous than Zhang Che. He couldn't help but sigh before taking another look, and saw Zhou Chu looking at Zhao Qing with a face of envy. He was instantly shocked again. No way. You too. After a moment of confusion, he followed it up with a feeling of overreaction. It wouldn't really be a surprise if it was the weekly office. Chapter 20, if you're given it, just take it. Soon, Zhang Che, Lin Kui, and Li Ling arrived at the Fruit Brand Experience store in the university town. As soon as the two of them stepped through the door, a shopper girl greeted them. Hello, is there something you want to look at? Zhang Che walked ahead of him on a single horse and nodded in response. Well, we want to see the notebook. The guy immediately led the way. Please follow me. Lin Kui and Li Ling followed behind, arm in arm. Without saying a word, Li Ling came over to Lin Kui's side and whispered, guess which one he'll choose for you. The cheapest laptop currently on sale at Fruit is $6.899. 13-inch screen, M2 processor with 8 cores and 16 plus 256 memory combo. That's still the official price. If you were to get a third party it would be more or less cheaper. If Zhang Che chose this, then Lin Kui would definitely not be satisfied. So what exactly will Zhang Che choose? When Li Ling said this, Lin Kui couldn't help but get nervous, looking at Zhang Che with a gaze full of eager anticipation. Then, Zhang Che was seen skimming over the ones with small screens like 13-inch and 14-inch, and the older models like M2 and M3. Looked all the way through and with extreme precision went straight to the 16-inch version of the latest MacBook Pro, M4 Max. 16-core processor, 40-core graphics, 48 plus 1T RAM combo. Configuration directly pulls the plug. But of course the price also pulls the plug at the same time. The laptop, priced at $31.999. This is our Fruit. While Zhang Che was getting his hands on it, the shopper lady had been selling it. He nodded in response every now and then, and turned his head to Lin Kui. Senior sister, come and see how this one is too. Configuration and all that. Actually Lin Kui or Li Ling, they don't know much about it, but they can read the price tags. Seeing that Zhang Che had chosen the most expensive one, even Lin Kui was a bit delighted and showed off her mood quite a bit. Fruit's notebooks are great. Lin Kui came over seemingly and tried it on as well, saying, I think it's very good. Very suitable for schoolmates. It's the most expensive. Of course it's good. If he didn't have a strong work ethic, Zhang Che couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. Well, if schoolteacher says yes then it must be good. Then this is it. He put on an expression of as long as you're satisfied, and turned his head to the shopper lady. Hello, I'd like 2 of those, please, in silver. Scan and pay, please. The 2 units added up to $63.998, and he pulled out his cell phone and scanned the code to pay without blinking an eye. After the shopping guide lady handed over the 2 computers after completing a series of operations such as machine inspection and packaging, he decisively handed one of them to Lin Kui. Senior sister, this is for you. At this time, Li Yale, Zhao Qingzhong, and Zhou Chu just arrived. They came in and saw that the shopper was handing the slip to Zhang Che. The total is 63,998 yuan. Here is the receipt. Keep it. 63,998? The 3 men's eyes widened when they heard that. In the car on the way here, they had been saying that this time, Zhang Che would definitely be slaughtered hard, but they didn't expect that Lin Kui would slaughter so hard with this knife. More than $60,000 not to mention Li Yale and Zhou Chu. Even Zhao Qingzhong's brain is buzzing. Buying a fruit computer is not a difficult task for him. He's also using a 10,000 plus fruit cell phone that the family will buy for him if he says so. But that's over 60,000. So even his parents would have to weigh that. If he was to spend so much money to buy something for a woman, then he would never be able to take it. If his parents found out he did that, his legs would be broken. They watched as Zhang Che handed Lin Kui the notebook that they also coveted. At this point, they were really sour and couldn't help but feel envy rising towards Lin Kui. Why am I not a woman? However, Lin Kui froze for a moment. Schoolboy, you this. She looked at the notebook that Zhang Che handed over with a look of being at a loss for words. Zhang Che also froze for half a second. No, we're at this point. If I give it to you, just take it. Do we have to act it out? It's not easy to earn some cash back, and I was expecting it to be a little easier this time around. Well, in that case there's no time to lose. Come on. Zhang Che brewed his emotions and looked at Lin Kui with eagerness. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind. Senior sister. Since the beginning of the school year, I've been indebted to my senior sister for taking care of me, and I've never known how to thank her. It just so happens that your computer is broken. Senior sister, giving me this opportunity. I hope this notebook can always stay with my sister and give her help in her study and life. If you can get pleasure from it, senior sister, that's the happiest thing for me. This was said in such a way that the shopper lady on the side froze. I said, why buy two of the same thing, when one of them is for a gift? You're so handsome, so posh, and you turn out to be a lickspittle? While everyone was watching, Lin Kui was waving her hands back and forth. No, schoolboy, this is too expensive for me to accept. Zhang Che was a bit depressed even seeing her like this. Even if you have to act it out a little bit, it's almost enough, and you have to come up with 3 resignations and 3 concessions? Zhang Che could only put on an eager look. Senior sister, this is really just a small token of my appreciation, and it's just a laptop. Where's the expensive part? If you don't take it, senior sister, you're disowning me as a schoolmate and not treating me as a friend. This display of his behavior made the people around him look at him with their blood pressure going a little high. Li Yale raised his eyebrows, feeling that he just couldn't look at it anymore, while Lin Kui still looked like she was in a difficult situation. This beautiful schoolgirl didn't speak again, but had a tangled face. It was as if he felt that it was inappropriate to receive such an expensive gift, but he was blocked by Zhang Che's words and didn't know what to do. The conflicting feelings of feeling that it was inappropriate to take it, but also not willing to lose Zhang Che as a friend, were portrayed very well. Just as the two were pulling at their limits, Li Ling stepped up to the role. She followed suit and urged, Kui, just take it. Zhang Che has said that this is just a little bit of his heart, so don't let him down. Besides, after all the buying and the money has been paid, Zhang Che, can he still use 2 units by himself? Zhang Che expressed his gratitude to Li Ling and took the opportunity to directly shove the handbag directly into Lin Kui's hand. Right. Sister Li Ling is right. Having said that, this was shoved into her hands, so Lin Kui could only accept it helplessly. Well then, thank you, schoolboy, for breaking your bank. Zhang Che was instantly beaming with joy. It's good that senior sister likes it. What kind of breakage is this? His smile was as wide as it had ever been, and his heart was finally relieved. It can be considered to be received. I'm still waiting to receive the system reward here. Chapter 21, why don't you just have a family bucket? Host gives Lin Kui a laptop. Dog licking behavior ruled successful. Receive $10,000 in cash and 100 points in dog licking value. The host spent $31.999 on the purchase of the laptop, triggering the primary cashback cap and receiving a cashback of $100,000. Mentioning the system prompt, Zhang Che was finally relieved. According to the system, as soon as you reach $10,000 you have triggered the cashback limit. Anything over $10,000 is technically a waste. It's not like there aren't any laptops for fruit in the $10,000 range, but he decisively chose the most expensive. And that, of course, is because of the pushiness. There's enough pussy to get more licks and pop more rewards. It's kind of an investment. There's no need to pussyfoot around for that kind of money. He bought 2 units in one go. That is, in addition to giving them to Lin Kui to pop the rewards, he was also going to use them himself. Now that you're so posh yourself, then of course you have to use the best. Buy the best for yourself and then turn around and give an ordinary one to Lin Kui. Then that would be too ugly. In fact, speaking of which, if Zhang Che were to choose the electronic product, he was now more willing to choose Chrysanthemum, as long as it can meet the demand for use. He is still willing to support domestic production and national scientific and technological development within the scope of his ability. Except that for many women, fruit is the only option, which is clearly the case for Lin Kui. That's why he came to this fruit experience store. Having come all this way, he wasn't stuck on just what to buy and what not to buy. There's money in it anyway, so why not just try it all? He's always been interested in electronics, and that's only the best thing to buy them all and study them. The dust settles on the laptop, and a lickspittle gift for a goddess scene comes to an end. Li Yale could not help but let out another long sigh. Brother, you are no longer rich, but also not so made ah. Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu looked at Zhang Che as if they were looking at the landlord's stupid son. How is this so rich? It's such an expensive laptop, and you're still afraid that people won't take it. You're so happy when people accept it. The gift receiver is not as happy as you. The gift giver. Zhou Chu was deeply impressed by the injustice of God. If he was so rich, he could never be so humiliated as Zhang Che. Ai yuck. Zhou Chu secretly spat. But Lin Kui and Li Ling looked at Zhang Che with glowing eyes. Originally, Lin Kui's mental expectation was to buy a 15,000 or 16,000, which she was satisfied with. Unexpectedly, Zhang Che directly chose the most expensive one and bought 2 units at once. Over $60, 000 was spent without blinking an eye. And as always, it was with glee at having received it. That's not even his ceiling then. Where the hell is his ceiling? Lin Kui pinched Li Ling and gave her a look. Li Ling understood and turned her head to the cell phone area on the side. Yikes. Is this the latest model of cell phone? Koi, look. This gold color is so pretty. With a start, she pulled Lin Kui to look at it. And the shopper lady immediately followed her over to make introductions. This is actually a desert color. This phone is made of titanium. During the guide's enthusiastic introduction, Lin Kui held the cell phone with a look of love and couldn't put it down at all. Seeing this scene, Li Yale's eyebrows raised again. Who can't see that what anyone with a bit of eyesight should do at this point is to go over to the checkout? Zhang Che was clearly very eagle-eyed. His eyes were brighter than even Lin Kui's. Yes, that's it. It doesn't matter if the ruse goes a little deeper. Please feel free to ruse me. He waved his hand to find the shopper lady. This is the color. Give me 2 units. To be top of the line. Pro Max's most expensive fruit phone on sale. The 1T version is priced at $13.999. After scanning the checkout, he shoved one of them to Lin Kui. Sister, I see that the cell phone you're using now has scratches, so just change it by the way. Lin Kui was still trying to act it out, and this time Li Ling started with a straight 0 frames. Kui, just take it. This is also Zhang Che's intention. You can't let Zhang Che down, she said and asked Zhang Che. Zhang Che, am I right? Zhang Che naturally nodded his head repeatedly. Yes. Senior sister Li Ling is right. Sister, you can't be polite to me, or else that would be seeing things differently. This time he took the initiative. As a lickspill, you can't always know to buy it for your goddess when she expresses what she wants. It looks like the goddess is always initiating gifts from you. How inappropriate. Dog licking is definitely passive in a relationship, but things like gift giving should be proactive. His eyes fell on the tablet on the side, and he went straight for the most expensive without saying a word. That's it. Get me 2 more. The 13-inch iPad Pro, a nano-textured glass panel model with 2 terabytes of storage, costs $22.99. 2 cell phones $27,998. 2 tablets $44,198. This added up to another 70,000 spent, and with the 2 laptops, Zhang Che had spent $136,195. This Nima, Zhao Qingjiang, Zhou Chu and the others were completely speechless. Li Yale is also a bit numb. Seeing Zhang Che being set up, he is quite indignant, very anxious for him. Unexpectedly, now there was no need for Lin Kui to set up a trap. He himself took the initiative to drill into the trap. Man, you are really not bad. Why don't you just buy one of all of them and just have a fruit family bucket? Li Yale was just spitting. But how could he have imagined that Zhang Che was really thinking that way? Others only saw that he had spent out more than $130,000, but they didn't realize that he already had $330,000 in the bank at the same time. I've had a week's worth of guarantees before, so how can I not blow my rewards now that I have such a great opportunity? Sister, what do you think of this watch? He took Lin Kui to the smartwatch display area and picked up the one with the most expensive price tag to show Lin Kui. This. Lin Kui looks at a loss for words, playing out the dilemma, conflict and entanglement to the end. She was in charge of rejecting it, and Li Ling was in charge of helping her accept it. Looking good. Koi sure looks good in this. Zhang Che, you're very discerning. In the midst of Li Ling's compliments, Zhang Che looked like he was floating a bit. Hello, just give me 2 more on this one. The shopper, with the collection code in hand, immediately greeted them with skillful movements. Li Ling's gaze followed to the headphones across the room and said, Zhang Che, why don't you just buy a pair of headphones as well? Zhang Che didn't refuse, but still paid up front. Aha, he answered and said, definitely have to buy it, but let's get the watch first. Kidding aside, if this is bought together and given away together, you'll only get 1 bonus. Of course it's more cost effective to separate them, or he wouldn't have been picking one to check out and one to give away all the time. It's such a hassle. The price of the watch is $7.199 with a 10x rebate of $71,990. Thankfully, Lin Kuyi's favorites were fruits. If he had switched to chrysanthemums he definitely wouldn't have been able to pop so many rewards. Unfortunately, the headset is much cheaper. Just $1.549. In order to be able to get more rebates, he simply bought some even for accessories. $8.99 stylus for a tablet with a 2,799 magnetic keyboard. After he froze and scraped together another 10,000 or so, he once again bought a double portion and gave one of them to Lin Kui. This time he didn't unwrap it and send it again, fearing that he would be sanctioned by the system if he went too far. Chapter 22, Feeling Different. Fully loaded. This idiom applied to both Zhang Che at this time and Lin Kui as well. Both were so ambitious that they were simply happy. Lin Kui and Li Ling returned to the dormitory excitedly with their bags, and the other 2 roommates immediately surrounded them. Koi, how is the battle going? Li Ling held the shopping bag in her hand high in the air and laughed. Then, of course, it's a big win. The 2 roommates were instantly shocked at the sight of so many bags and hurriedly took them out one by one to look at them. Laptops, tablets, cell phones, watches, headphones. It's almost like picking through the entire fruit offerings. Is that Zhang Che really that high in color? Koi, how much did these things cost in total? Lin Kuyi's heart was also a bit pounding at this time, and she was already overjoyed. She was all a bit pressed to show off and laughed. All of them were top of the line and cost over $80,000 in total. Over 80,000? Ch. These 2 roommates huffed in unison and exclaimed, that Zhang Che is so rich that he is more than $80,000 in one shot? Li Ling made a correction as if with honor. He didn't come out with over 80,000. He came out with over 170,000. Seeing both of her roommates' jaws drop in shock while question marks popped up on their brains, Li Ling went on to explain. He bought himself a set, exactly the same. 80,000 times 2 is more than $170,000. The 2 roommates were completely sour and looked at Lin Kui with envy. Kui, you're so enviable. Always meeting such a handsome man. The strength this Zhang Che has displayed is already enough to enter the first rank, isn't it? It's not only the first gear, but it's also the only one. Lin Kui has countless licking dogs which are of different grades. At first, everyone thought that Zhang Che was the lowest grade, the kind that delivers breakfast every day and waits for a flip. I didn't expect him to be so generous. This spending power has killed all the licking dogs. Among the males surrounding Lin Kui, Zhang Che wasn't the strongest one in terms of the strength he was displaying now. So, it's just into the first slot, not the soul slot. But these guys don't lick, or don't lick to that extent, and are normal suitors. As for Zhang Che, he is the richest among the licking dogs, and he is the most licked among the rich ones. Who could not be envious of having such a person around and giving money for things? Not only these 2 roommates. In fact, Li Ling is the same. She has long lamented countless times the same people have different lives, just because of her good looks. Lin Kui can be said to be a hoot from the moment she enters the university. As for them, they can really only be envious. As a matter of fact, Li Ling wasn't really that bad looking. If you give Lin Kui a score of 95, then she can have an 85 as well. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say she's a beautiful woman if she was taken out on her own. Only, she was pretty, but pretty in a mediocre, unmemorable way. Actresses are pretty, but being pretty doesn't make you a star. Just like people usually swipe their cell phones, they can often see beautiful women. Many beautiful women look stunning at first glance, but when the screen crosses over, you can't even remember what the beauty looks like. And some people are not beautiful at first glance, but because of their characteristics they are still attractive and durable. As for Lin Kui, besides being extremely beautiful, she also has a very dazzling label, which is innocence, plus the body is still in great shape, so it also gives off a very unique yet pure and lustful look. One look at her is all it takes for people to remember her. For many men, it's even nostalgic. With the 2 together, all eyes were drawn to Lin Kui, and Li Ling looked even more mediocre. Just as the 3 roommates were all feeling emotional, Lin Kui had already taken out all the computers and cell phones she had originally used. Just take these and divide them up amongst yourselves, as we agreed before. Laptop for Lin Kui. Cell phone and tablet for the other 2 roommates. She's only paying for what she's eliminated, but in return, her 3 roommates are dead to her. She did know how to maintain a roommate relationship, and if she couldn't spare a little favor, she could cause a lot of trouble. After all, jealousy twists people. Now not only did she avoid the resulting hassle, but these roommates had become a great help to her. And why not? Hooray, Koi, you're the best. The 3 roommates let out a cheer in unison and quickly grabbed their share to play with in their hands. Overjoyed. That's all fruit. You can get some money for it if you take it used. Lin Kui smiled and climbed onto the bed with her newly replaced cell phone. Roommate relationships need to be managed, and dog licking needs to be maintained even more. Different grades of licking dogs have different ways of treating them, and Zhang Che is all alone, so of course he has to be more attentive to it. Zhang Che, thank you. I'm sorry for making you break the bank. For the first time, she took the initiative to send a message to Zhang Che, and she didn't call her schoolmate anymore. At this time, Zhang Che was also in the dormitory prettily trying out this pile of stuff. Rummage through your laptop, fiddle with your tablet, put on your watch, try your headphones. All 3 roommates came along and took turns fiddling with it. Men are almost always naturally interested in electronics. At this point, all 3 were still very much in a trance. That's a bunch of stuff, and you boys spent out over $170,000. The so-called swagger is what you look like, isn't it? Joe Chu was also sour as hell and picked up. Correction. It's not this pile. There's another pile at schoolgirl Lin's place. I've had my eyes open today. Zhang Che, we all know you're a licker, but we really didn't expect you to be able to lick to this extent. If you go to the clubhouse, that money will wear you out in there. That's a little rough, but it has to be said that's the way it is. So Zhang Che didn't bother with Joe Chu, and turned to say, so you guys are just following along specifically to see my hilarity? Li Yale handed the tablet in his hand back to him. Actually, we had originally planned to ask you to go for a stroll. Turns out before I had a chance to say anything, you were off on your ass looking for schoolgirl Lin. After watching the action, we were all baffled by your largesse and really not in the mood to hang out any longer. Zhang Che hemmed and hawed. It's good to not be in the mood to hang out. Do me a favor and I'll treat you guys to dinner this afternoon. As soon as he heard that he was going to treat him, the kind of sourness and displeasure that Joe Chu had towards him was temporarily suppressed. What's the favor? Where to eat? This guy's eyes were glowing, and he squeezed hard to get away from Zhao Qingzhong. Zhao Qing heatedly became depressed. You're my ing sidekick, and you forget everything when someone invites you to a party? Zhang Che put all the boxes away in the cabinet and organized the mess one by one. At the same time, he smiled and said, isn't there an orientation party tonight? And senior sister Lin is the host of the party, so I'm going to give her a surprise. No sooner had he said this than his recently replaced cell phone rang for the first time with a mouth mail notification. And it was Lin Kui who sent the message. He had felt the emotional overtones from this message. It was already obvious that Lin Kui's attitude towards him was already completely different. It made him smile. Only the smile looked in Li Yale's in their eyes, but they were speechless and could only sigh. Chapter 23, How about you recover? When Lin Kui said thank you to Zhang Che before, it was purely going through the motions. Now this thank you doesn't necessarily show much sincerity either, but it's already full of emotional color. Before, I didn't even bother to act a little and took everything for granted, but now I am starting to act. Zhang Che was able to clearly feel that his status in the heart of this beautiful schoolgirl had skyrocketed. It's hard to say how high or special that status is. Anyway, it shouldn't matter much. Of course, all of this was irrelevant and he didn't care. Hokage, you're being polite to me again. It didn't cost much, so how can we say it's a bust? My intention was to thank you for taking care of me and was hoping to please you. I'll do anything if it makes you happy. It's nothing at all. He crackled and typed as fast as he could, returning the message as fast as he could. And as always, the goddess sends one and as a lickspittle sends many back. Returning the message, he lay back on his bed and picked up his tablet to swipe it again. I have to say, this thing is still expensive for a reason. The screen quality can't be beat. It's a pleasure to look at. Fruit has a really strong grasp of color, which is a big temptation for those of them studying design. He was in the middle of his beauty when Lin Kui's message came back. Well, I'm glad. I'm really happy to receive a gift from my schoolmate. It's just that I feel a little bit of guilt, so I'm a little bit embarrassed. The goddess no longer just oh, okay, not only took the initiative to send a message, but also sent 2 at a time. Zhang Che was feeling a bit flattered when he was followed closely by another cute emoticon. It's just not the same when you've risen in status, huh? And the fruit family bucket is as powerful as it gets. Sister is happy, that's what makes me the happiest. As far as everything is worth it. Don't think anything of it. School teacher, how can you say you've been wronged? On the contrary, I do think that just these things don't express my feelings at all. There's still a lot to trouble senior sister in the future. So please continue to take care of her. 4 messages were sent and he added an emoticon as well. This was considered to be a big pie for Lin Kui, paving the way for his own reward explosion in the future. You mustn't be so satisfied with receiving a set of fruit family buckets that you think I've lost my value. Please make sure you don't feel sorry for my wallet and keep latching onto me to death. That's definitely a must. Actually, even if you don't give me a gift, I'm sure I'll help you whenever there's something I can do to help. After all, I'm a schoolmate no matter what. He. Good lord. The messages have increased to 3 this time. And then there are the emoticons. Zhang Che wasn't as stupid as she thought, so of course she wouldn't believe such words. Can you help even if you don't have a gift yet? This damn if there was not that 520 red packet in the first place. The mouth letter is only afraid that she has been deleted. Although the truth was such a fact, of course Zhang Che wouldn't expose her and just continued to cope with it very dog-lickingly. What depressed him was that Lin Kui seemed to be surprisingly excited today, sending him messages that never stopped. As a licking dog, from the professionalism of the goddess's message must be have to return in seconds. 1 or 2 even. This back and forth, then it's all about staring at the phone and talking to her. This would have been straight up fun for the average lickspittle. But the thing was, he wasn't interested in fooling around with Lin Kui at all. Lin Kui thought he was giving him emotional value, but in his mind it was a complete nuisance. Is this ever going to end? My sister. Otherwise you'd better return to your original high and indifferent look. There's really no need to act like this. Isn't it good to leave each other alone like before? I just want to swipe my tablet right now, and I want to activate the original god right now. Can you understand my heart that finally won't be anti-addiction anymore? Zhang Che spat more than a few words in his heart, and was really not in the mood for any more idle talk with Lin Kui. So, it was a direct change of subject. Sister, if you're rehearsing this afternoon, it's about time. Am I holding you up? The way he said this, he was completely afraid of delaying Lin Kui. But what I'm actually trying to say is, I can beg you, go about your business and leave me alone. Well, it does seem about time. Lin Kui sent him a message back first, and before he had time to be happy, followed by Lin Kui sending a selfie. Here's the dress I'm going to wear tonight. Does it look good? Well, you're giving benefits already? In the photo, Lin Kui, wearing a long white halter dress, looks a little more demure than usual. Against such an evening gown, it looked more and more stunning. Nima, B*TCHY is B*TCHY. But I have to say this really is a leprechaun. Zhang Che couldn't help but look a few more times and was indeed mesmerized. It's beautiful and really suits you so well. He didn't mince words of praise and blew rainbow farts at Lin Kui. And, these are really from the heart. But it always feels like something is missing? Zhang Che looked at it again. The evening gown suited Lin Kui, but the white neck exposed in the photo was empty. Just that obviously won't do. It needs another necklace to make it perfect. So, is this another one of her routines? He had such a thought together, but he didn't bother to think about it deeply at all, because it didn't matter if it was Lin Kui's setup or not. In his eyes, all he saw was the chance to explode the rewards. There was still a necklace with Tiffany lying there in the system space, which could come in handy. Senior sister, if you're busy first I'll leave you alone for now. Give me an hour. I'll contact you in an hour. The message went out and he tossed his phone aside, cradling his tablet and swiping away. He said that because he wanted to make Lin Kui think he was going to buy a gift when he went to deliver it later. This creates plausibility while finally sort of brushing it aside. Nima, if it wasn't for the principle of doing one's job for the sake of one's job, could I have talked to you so much? It's not as much fun as progenitus when there's no rewards to be popped for your bull *******. Proto-God. Activate. Zhang Che moved his fingers and clicked on the installed game ready to kill the Tibet continent. Then it was the whole thing that popped up and wailed. **********. Zhou Chu was startled by him and said without any good humor, "What are you suddenly jerking around for? What did schoolmarm Lin do to you?" Zhang Che ignored him. The pain was unbearable. "I'm an INGB service. An INGB service can't actually log in on iOS." He was looking forward to seeing his wives under the big HD screen device and was, well, tragically disappointed. While in the girls' dormitory at this time, Lin Kui froze when she looked at his message. This time, Lin Kui really did simply want to provide him with some emotional value and give him some benefits to taste. So she was really confused. What gives you an hour? What do you need an hour for? She looked again at the selfie she had sent to Zhang Che. There was nothing wrong with it. It only shows the arms and neck down a little bit. You can't even see the career line. There's absolutely nothing to jerk off to. Not really, right? Even then, are you sure it'll take an hour? Chapter 24, Why don't you give me the schoolgirl? Zhang Che fell into silence while holding the tablet. This time he had realized what it meant to be an orphan child. Why were you blind before? Have a mind to switch services. Though I didn't have much time to play games in my 3 years of high school and was still blocked by anti-addiction. But after all this time, the main lines are all over and you've drawn quite a few characters. This would be too much to give up. And the sunk costs are already too high. It's just a matter of getting another computer and playing directly on it. That way, Black Myth, GTA and whatever else can be scheduled. Perfect. Forget about a gaming console. It's not that bad of a deal, but you can't hang a TV in your dorm. He was just thinking about this when Joe Chu came over once again, only to see the guy looking at him with a shy old face and a hefty grin. Zhang Che, let's discuss something with you. Zhang Che looked at him and casually asked, what is it? Tell me. The guy rubs his hands together. Look, you're replacing a 10,000 plus fruit, so the cell phone you replaced it with is useless, right? So this, can I have it? The cell phone that Zhang Che originally used, a 3,399 glory, was also bought brand new just before he came to college. Doing the math, it hasn't even been used for a month by now. Speaking of which, Zhao Cheng heatedly poked his head out. Zhang Che, how did you buy a cell phone like this when you're so rich? He wondered why he didn't just do it in one step if he was so gung-ho. That's a question that really needs to be muddled for a reason. He chose such a cell phone. That is, of course, because that's all the spending power he had before with his ordinary family. Now it's a humble lickspittle, enduring humiliation every day that earns so much money. The truth must not be told, so it can only be flim-flammed. I can't help it. My dad doesn't let me spend money, and he lectures me every day about hardship. It's not just the cell phone that's average, it's the dress that's average. Zhao Cheng heatedly let out a thoughtful oh, feeling that this was not a problem. Immediately though, it didn't seem right. So you're still being such a big spender? Zhang Che hemmed and hawed. Isn't it that the mountain is high and the emperor is far away? So he can't control me. So of course I can spend it however I want. Well, that's even less of a problem. Zhao Qingzhong's mouth twitched. Li Yale followed and interjected. Your dad doesn't let you spend money recklessly, so he definitely won't give you so much pocket money. Then, Zhang Che then hemmed and hawed. I quietly asked my mom for it. 3 roommates. After a moment of silence, Zhou Chu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Nima, it's true that a loving mother has many children. Zhou Chu was very upset and full of resentment towards Zhang Che's mom. If you're hardworking, you're hardworking. Why did you give him money on the sly? Look at your son. He's a lickspittle just because of you. After a couple of belly laughs, Zhou Chu continued to rub his hands together and looked at Zhang Che with a winking smile. Zhang Che, what about the cell phone? The cell phone Zhou is using now is Redmi, and the price class should be similar to this glory of his. And it was obvious that the same had been bought new just before coming to college. It wasn't that Zhou Chu didn't have a cell phone to use, but since he had asked for it, Zhang Che felt that it didn't matter if he gave it to him. It was just a cell phone, and it was only about $3,000, so he really didn't care right now. Fine, if you want it, he agreed first, then immediately followed with an addendum. But it'll have to wait first. My game is in Service B. I can't play it on iOS, so I'll have to play the game on this phone for now. I'll give you my cell phone as soon as I get a computer and the computer is done. Zhao Qingjian was confused when he heard. No, you've bought such a bunch of them, and you still need a computer? Zhang Che spread his hands and expressed his helplessness. It's not for the convenience of playing the game. Fruit playing the game is still almost. Li Yale came over excitedly. Together, I have the same idea. When are you going to get it and work on the configuration together? Zhao Qingjian also came to the interest. The 3 people are excited to start a discussion. Talk about saving machines, talk about configuration. At this time, Zhou Chu's face collapsed, only to see him darken his face and snort coldly. Zhang Che, are you sincere in giving it or not? What's so fun about a crap game? You're not just looking for an excuse to perfume me, are you? You're nothing in front of schoolgirl Lin, buying her things for tens of thousands of dollars at a time. I'm your roommate, I'm your brother, and you won't even ask you for a replacement broken cell phone? Zhang Che, what the is going on here? Zhang Che stared at Zhou Chu, wanting to see what kind of species this was. First of all, if the game is crap or not, is it any of your business if I play it? And then there's the fact that I can spend my money however I like, and buy it for whoever I please, and it's none of your business? You're my roommate and I have to spend money on you? I won't give it back if you say so. I'll drop this phone and not give it to you. Li Yale and Zhao Qingjian looked at him and were speechless. They all knew that he loved to take advantage, but they didn't expect to be so speechless. It's not like you're going to need it in a hurry, or even that you don't have a cell phone to use. People are willing to give it to you. They are just asking you to wait a little longer, and that's for a good reason. It's not a deliberate perfidy at all. You're not satisfied with that? Office Cho, shut the up and listen to what the hell you're saying. Zhao Qing heatedly scolded this follower of his directly. Feeling that he had disgraced himself, Li Yale saw that the momentum was not good and hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Alright, I'll say one less sentence. Zhang Che didn't give him a good face, and even Zhao Qingzhong, who was willing to take advantage of him, was berating him, making him lose his nerve as well. Still, he wasn't convinced, so he muttered, okay, if you don't say it, don't say it, but Zhang Che, don't you dare think of me for help in the future. This is still a threat. Zhang Che couldn't help but roll his eyes straight up to the sky. This is just after saying he wants their help, so he thinks he can't get away from him? Well, if you say so, then I certainly won't bother you in the future. Zhang Che said that he didn't bother to take care of this guy anymore, jumped off the bed and tucked away his cell phone, directly heading out. Zhang Che, where are you going? Li Yale couldn't help but follow up with a question, and then he heard Zhang Che's voice come back. Go give Sister Lin a gift and surprise her again. Li Yale, no bro, you don't even have a cooldown on this goddess licking? You just bought a whole bucket of fruit, and you're rushing off to deliver a gift? I'll be damned. Dead licking dog. Zhou Chu cursed indignantly. This time Zhao Qingzhong didn't reprimand him, and Zhao Qingzhong also felt that he was right in cursing. Calculating the time, more than an hour had passed since the agreement with Lin Kui. It was time to go pop the reward this time. Zhang Che didn't pay attention to how Zhou Chu and the others would react, and pulled out his cell phone to send a message to Lin Kui when he exited the dormitory. Sister, where are you now? You're no longer in the dormitory, are you? This time, Lin Kui was also quick to reply to the message. Well, I'm in the auditorium of our beauty school, and I'm already preparing for the orientation party tonight. Other than every morning when Zhang Che asked her what she wanted to eat for breakfast, it was also the first time that she replied to Zhang Che's message so quickly. Chapter 25, This lickspill is too perfect. The auditorium of the Academy of Fine Arts, by now, was already buzzing with activity. Lin Kui was not only the host of tonight's orientation party, but also one of the main people in charge of this party. When Zhang Che arrived, she was busy directing rehearsal matters. Hokage, Zhang Che didn't bother immediately after arriving at the scene, and waited until he saw that there was an opening before shouting to get over. Zhang Che, is something wrong? Seeing him arrive, Lin Kui was genuinely puzzled, and hadn't figured out what the so-called giving him an hour meant until now. The surrounding people were also looking this way, all wondering what kind of person had come to this schoolgirl, and quite a few were asking people, who is this boy? He's quite handsome. The person who knew him had a look of contempt. Who else could it be? The licking dog that currently licks Lin Kui the hardest. Completely oblivious to the fact that someone on the side was pointing, he simply pulled out the box containing the necklace. Sister, this is for you. I look forward to your great performance tonight. Lin Kui was stunned at the sight. She recognized the Tiffany logo. Zhang Che, what goodies did you send Kui again? Li Ling appeared out of nowhere and rushed over with a staggering shout, grabbing the box to look at it first. Zhang Che didn't mind at all and smiled for an explanation. I see that schoolteacher is wearing such a beautiful gown, but it's missing a little embellishment. So, I went out and bought this necklace specifically. Only then did Lin Kui realize what was going on, and she was really surprised and happy. Zhang Che, this, after subconsciously shouting out, his eyes fell onto the box that was opened by Li Ling and he couldn't move away from it anymore. She had already collected Zhang Che's fruit family bucket today and was already satisfied with that. Sending pictures to Zhang Che was really just sending benefits, simply to make Zhang Che feel close to her. The only reason why I didn't wear the necklace was because I had just changed into my clothes and hadn't dressed up properly yet. Even now it's the same, because it's still a rehearsal, so it's not fully armed yet. In fact, the necklace she was prepared for, and really didn't mean to set Zhang Che up. She didn't even realize this when she posted the photo. But then again, Zhang Che actually managed to take the initiative to find out even when she didn't have the heart for it at all. Then, it was a non-stop run to the mall to get her such a necklace back. Not only do they give up their money, but they are so attached to her. Dog licker or suitor. This was really very rare among all the men who circled around her as well. Hokage, cheers, I'll leave you guys alone. Zhang Che revealed a bright smile before turning his head to look at Li Ling. Sister Li Ling, it must be hard to prepare for the party. Sister, she's counting on you to take care of her. I'll treat you to milk tea. Li Ling was satisfied with what she heard and laughed. Just don't worry. I'll never let your schoolmate get tired. Zhang Che gently nodded his head before turning around and leaving, not bothering him for a moment longer. Li Ling took the necklace out of the box. Kui, put it on and see. She couldn't help but TSK. This Zhang Che, he really does have a heart for you. You just didn't put the necklace on for a while, so he went straight to get you the last one. Or Tiffany, which is definitely not cheap either. Seeing Zhang Che walking away, a group of girls on the side surrounded him. What a beautiful necklace. I want it too. It's a shame I don't have a man to be so nice to me. How else can we say that our Kui is the school flower? This is so enviable. So it turns out that Zhang Che will not only deliver breakfast, he will also deliver necklaces. How much is this necklace anyway? Is it expensive? Just look it up online. Tiffany. There it is. Amidst the envy and jealousy of a group of girls, someone soon found out the price of the necklace. 38,900. Seeing this price, these girls sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Only Lin Kui herself and Li Ling remained calm. In the morning, Zhang Che spent more than $170,000 on the fruit family bucket. How can he be worse off with less than $40,000? Only such a price was more sour for the group of girls. Amidst the group of girls' uproar, Lin Kui put the necklace on her neck. After looking in the mirror, it felt really pretty and suited her to a T. This also caused her to have a touch more of a different feeling towards Zhang Che, and her emotions were quite complicated. With the 80,000 plus fruit family bucket plus the necklace that was now nearly 40,000, Zhang Che had spent 120,000 on her in just this one day. That much money could already buy an economy car and make a down payment in a small county. But in fact, Zhang Che was not the only one who was willing to spend so much money on her, or had spent so much money on her. It's just that some of those people, some of them, make explicit requests before they spend any money. The blah 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 is hers for as much or as little as she wants. All of these people were older, and a few were even big-bellied Mediterranean. In the face of such a situation, regardless of the other side open the price have all high, she only feel disgusted, simply not moved to directly turn the face. And what about the others, who will confess their love immediately after giving her a gift and will offer to go on a date with her? She preferred not to have these gifts and never accepted kidnapping as long as it was a request she felt was excessive. In short, there were plenty of people willing to spend money on her because of her beauty, but no one wanted to spend money for nothing. As soon as the money reaches a certain level, everyone has a clear purpose. The ones who are willing to let her spend her money for nothing, with no strings attached at all, are poor people who don't have much money in the first place. Only Zhang Che was an exception. A breakfast delivery is a breakfast delivery. A fruit delivery is a fruit delivery. A delivery is a delivery. Not a word of redundancy. Now a necklace worth almost $40,000 is delivered. And again, you turn around and walk away, let alone make a request. The extra minute doesn't bother her. There's absolutely no fear of being stalked, and it doesn't bring the slightest annoyance at all. Such a licking dog is perfect. Just because Zhang Che had acted so perfectly, she had a bit of mixed feelings towards him for a while. Of course, it was also just a matter of feeling that Zhang Che was more open. Unrelated to anything else, Zhang Che, who had walked out of the auditorium, did not realize that his status in Lin Kui's heart had gone up another level. He had never cared about any of this, and if he could have chosen, he would have wanted Lin Kui to remain high-strung. Goddesses don't like to be disturbed by lickspittles, and he, a licker, doesn't like to be disturbed either. The helplessness is that a goddess can ignore a licking dog when she's upset, and as a lickspittle, he had no choice but to deal with it even if he was upset. Can't help it. Money's hard to make. It's good to make enough. When he heard the system alert that the $100,000 top-up rebate had arrived, he felt that it wasn't unacceptable to commit himself. The mood became gorgeous again. So I pulled out my cell phone and went on the takeout platform to order milk tea. The goddess is hard at work and it makes perfect sense as a lickspittle to order the goddess a milk tea as a treat. And because the goddess is not alone in her endeavors, but also directs many others, so it makes just as much sense to order one for everyone and treat these people to milk tea on behalf of the goddess. So, Zhang Che directly ordered 100 cups. Not only are the quantities going to be higher, but the prices are going to be more expensive. All for the sake of cashback. Chapter 26, Commitment? Say what? A single order of 100 cups of milk tea, which no matter in which milk tea store is considered a super large order. The milk tea store had its hands full getting the milk tea ready, and the delivery boy had a hard time getting it to the auditorium of the Academy of Fine Arts. Lin Kui student, you ordered milk tea. Placing the several boxes of milk tea on the ground one by one, the delivery boy was finally relieved. Nima, but it's delivered. That's a total of 100 cups. Just to confirm. Seeing the sweat on the forehead of the delivery boy, Lin Kui said repeatedly, No, thank you for your hard work. Hearing her thanks, the delivery boy instantly felt that being tired was worth it. No need to be polite. Mr. Lin, this is my job. The delivery boy responded beautifully, before leaving with a full sense of accomplishment. The others, who had been going about their business, once again swarmed around. Kui, you bought so many milk teas, this is a special treat for us, right? Lin Kui definitely can't drink this much by herself, and it's already self-evident who it's for. These people were also not polite. Cheekily talking at the same time has opened the box. Directly go to get their favorite. In fact, Lin Kui didn't know that there would be so many milk teas delivered. But even so, she had already guessed that it was inevitably Zhang Che who had ordered it to be delivered. Ha ha, it's true that Kagome treated us, but she didn't buy it. Does our big schoolgirl Lin still need to buy milk tea herself? Li Ling laughed and explained to everyone. This was bought by the same Zhang Chiol who just gave the necklace to Kagome. Make yourselves at home. Everyone, take whatever flavor you like to drink. Boys over there, don't just watch. Come and have some milk tea. Li Ling was actually a bit surprised. Although Zhang Che said he would treat her to milk tea, he didn't expect that he would buy so much at once. Thinking about the fact that Zhang Che was so arrogant, 100 cups of milk tea was nothing at all. While being surprised, he also felt that there was no need to make a fuss. The whole 100 cups was enough for everyone at the scene to share. So she graciously greeted Lin Kui for her. Thank you Koi for treating us to milk tea. We've been on Koi's good side this time. I have to say, this Zhang Che is really sweet. 3% sugar, 5% sugar, 7% sugar, full sugar. Different sweetnesses, different flavors are available. And the main one is a faceted one. Not only is it sweet, but it's really generous. I like drinking this family's milk tea the most, but this family's milk tea can all be quite expensive. The cheapest of these all cost 38 a cup. It's nothing with us Koi, right Li Ling? Amidst the uproar of these classmates, Lin Kui's vanity was greatly satisfied with a sense of accomplishment. She laughed bashfully. Okay, everyone just stop making fun of me. I'll take a break with a cup of milk tea and then we'll move on to the row. Saying that, she pulled out her cell phone and sent a message over to Zhang Che. Zhang Che, thank you for the milk tea. It was delicious. At this time, Zhang Che had just received a system prompt and was in the middle of his beauty. If you just buy a cup of milk tea for Lin Kui, then you can only mix a guaranteed cashback. After all, even the most expensive milk tea is over $100 a cup. Now it's 100 cups straight up. 58 for the most expensive and 38 for the cheapest. For almost 5,000 bucks. 10x cash back. Almost 50,000 bucks. Cool. Counting this reward, he now had over 760,000 on his card, plus the 170,000 he had spent in the morning. In this period of time, which was almost exactly a week, more than 900,000 rewards had been blown out of Lin Kui. This really is a gold mine of a building. The more he calculated, the more beautiful he became in his heart when he received a message from Lin Kui. You're welcome, senior sister. Instead, you're the ones who worked hard. Looking forward to a great performance from you guys. Go for it. Dealing with Lin Kui, he made his way back to the dormitory. We agreed I'd treat you guys today. What do you want to eat? The nature of the gathering, Li Yale has always insisted on AA. He said that he would treat him, but he is not pretentious and not polite. Just still a bit speechless. He asked rhetorically. Needless to say, your so-called request for our help must have something to do with Lin Kui, right? It's not hard to guess at all. There won't be any other possibilities other than Lin Kui. Zhou Chuadu grunted. Who else could it have anything to do with? Zhao Qingjiang was more curious. Zhang Che, what favor do you want us to do? Zhang Che didn't beat around the bush and directly explained the plan to them. Sister, isn't she the host of the orientation party? I want to go up and present her with flowers. We'll get some more salutes and stuff when the time comes, and you guys will be on the sidelines to add to the atmosphere. So it was. The three roommates realized. That's not so hard. Zhao Cheng heatedly nodded, then looked at Zhang Che with wide eyes as he pursued the question. Your kid isn't planning to take this opportunity to confess to schoolgirl Lin, is he? These words caused Zhang Che to be stunned. Confession? What confession? No. It's just a simple flower delivery. Don't get any ideas. He was just trying to pop another wave of rewards by offering flowers, without any other thoughts mixed in. How could he confess? He had never thought of chasing Lin Kui from the beginning to the end. Zhao Qingjiang and the others listened but rolled their eyes, obviously not quite believing his words. Without much explanation, he turned. Never mind what I'm going to do. Let's think about what we're going to eat. If we don't get all the grease today, we'll have to wait until 2 weeks from now to get a big meal. Tomorrow, the school will arrange military training for them. The freshmen. The military training of Shanghu University is arranged in the military training base, and there will be a special bus to come to meet. 2 weeks of military training. Almost closed. Zhao Qingzhou's face fell when he remembered this. It's really true. He all but cried out. I've also heard that the cafeteria at that military training base is very unpalatable. Don't talk about a big meal. It would be nice to be able to eat comfortably for the next 2 weeks. When it comes to military training, Li Yale also has a sad face. Nonsense. That so-called military training base is also profitable. Those people can't do anything to make money from students. Zhou Chu clenched his teeth. Then I'm going to let go of my food. I have to eat enough for these 2 weeks. At this moment, Zhou Chu seemed to have forgotten that he had just been disliked by Zhang Che in a cleaving manner. That alone is impressive enough. Zhang Che already didn't want to have any extra dealings with him, but after all, he just had to live under one roof for 4 years, so something irrelevant and not bothering with him. Eating and drinking didn't cost much, so he came up like a nobody, and Zhang Che didn't express any objections. Let's put it this way, or Hing will local food. Zhang Che asked them what they wanted to eat, but the topic got sidetracked and they simply decided on their own. I didn't order many dishes last time I went because 4 people can't eat much. Considering AA, it didn't let up a bit either, so there are quite a few dishes that I haven't tried at this restaurant, and it would take several trips for 4 people to eat them all. When he said that, both Li Yale and Zhao Qingjiang had no opinion. Zhou Chu that is even more smiling. After all, this Xing and the local food regardless of taste or environment, great is really good. The most important thing is, not cheap Take advantage of the cheap of course to take advantage of the good. Chapter 27, Taken for a Love Interest. When Zhang Che returned to the school after they had eaten and drunk enough to buy flowers at a pinch, the welcome party was about to start. The auditorium of the Academy of Fine Arts was filled to capacity, and they sat inconspicuously in a corner seat, holding flowers. The party was run by the faculty students themselves though, and to say it was professional that's certainly not good. Still, entertaining that is. The atmosphere in the auditorium had been high and lively. Many students are now multi-talented and the evening can be exciting. When a boy or girl has a great performance, it's even more likely to trigger a round of applause. Those students with faces and talents have already earned great attention through this party. Totally, getting first pick of the litter. Of course, the one who has to shine the brightest has to be Lin Kui. She's a junior this year and looks to continue her reign as the face of the art school. The girls in Zhang Che's and their class still had no one able to shake her position. Lin Kui was the host of the party, so Zhang Che didn't rush up to offer flowers in a hurry. Instead, he squared off as a freshman and happily watched the party until the very end. Once again, we welcome all incoming freshmen to join us at HU and to the School of Fine Arts. This is the end of today's orientation party. I wish all the freshmen a perfect college life. When all the programs had come to a close, Lin Kui walked onto the stage to announce the end of the party. Only then did Zhang Che stand up, greeted Li Yale and Zhao Qingjiang, and took a big stride onto the stage. Brothers, go! As the audience was about to exit the stage, he was seen carrying a large bouquet of bright red roses onto the stage. Bang bang! Li Yale and Zhao Qingjiang inspired a salute from below, spraying spray flowers onto the stage and filling the sky. With the lighting of the stage, the scene actually looked romantic. Zhang Che handed the roses to Lin Kui. Senior sister, this bouquet of flowers as beautiful as yours is for you. Hard work. You were fantastic today. Lin Kui was stunned for a moment before she handily accepted the flowers that Zhang Che handed over. Oh, thanks. She didn't even have time to say more, and the words of thanks hadn't even fully fallen before Zhang Che had already nodded with a smile. Then, turned around and got off the stage. This is going down? Down there? Lin Kui was a bit confused in frozen place as she looked at Zhang Che's back. When Zhang Che made such a scene with salutes and roses, she thought that Zhang Che was taking the opportunity to confess his love to her. It's much worse to lay out the groundwork after giving her so much stuff up front. If Zhang Che took the opportunity to confess at this time, then she wouldn't feel surprised at all. It was even felt that it made sense. As a result, Zhang Che actually simply came to offer himself flowers? It's a ing offering, not a gift? She had all the words ready to say no, but it wasn't at all what she thought it would be, and that screwed her up. All the spectators at the scene, looking confused as well, expecting to see the confession drama. Many people even took out their cell phones ready to record videos, confessing something like Lin Kui. Whether it succeeds or fails, that's very topical. If it succeeds, it'll send shockwaves throughout the school. If this fails, it will also be a good way to laugh at Zhang Che for wanting to eat swan meat. As it turns out, just this? I thought it was going to be a confession. It was a waste of my expression. That's Zhang Che. A lickspittle. What the am I expecting from him? It's true that a licking dog is a licking dog, and that's all it is. Seeing that Zhang Che had already walked out of the auditorium after delivering the flowers, Lin Kui also entered the backstage. With no hilarity to watch, these spectators cursed and dispersed. Host sends flowers to Lin Kui. Dog licking behavior judged successful. Receives 10,000 yuan in cash. gains 100 points of dog licking value. The host spends $1.888 on flower delivery and receives 10 times cashback, totaling $18.880. In the equally speechless expressions of Li Yale and Zhao Qingzhong, Zhang Che joyfully received the reward. Both roommates were still adamant that he was all about confessions until he took the stage. What would have thought that he would be so consistent in his words and actions, saying that he would not confess. Let's go. Back to bed in the dorm. With the rewards already in hand, Zhang Che had no more worries and greeted his roommate and was about to return to the dormitory. At that moment, a rather instrumental boy in a casual suit caught up with him at a fast pace. Zhang Che, wait. Zhang Che paused to take a closer look at the other party. I don't seem to recognize you. The other party smiled. My name is Sun Yunja. See, doesn't that make sense? Listening to his accent, it seems like he's still a native of Mordor. Only, what did he come to know me for? Zhang Che was suspicious and asked, what do you want to see me about? Sun Yunja had a confident and calm smile on his face. It's nothing special, just want to talk to you. He spoke bluntly and directly. What does your family do, brother? A question mark popped up on Zhang Che's brain. You checking accounts? Sun Yunja shook his head. That's not true. As a matter of fact, I'm also Lin Kuyi's suitor. I know you've been chasing after Lin Kuyi since the day you met him in school, so the two of us are sort of love rivals. So that's what happened. Zhang Che realized. I said how a guy somehow found his way up here to get to know me. Damn. That scared me. I thought I was being looked at by. Though the two of us can't be considered love rivals. But still, allow me to ask curiously. What does this love interest have to do with what the family does? He was genuinely curious about this and couldn't figure out what it had to do with anything at all. Sun Yunja, however, asked a rhetorical question. What's there to say? There was a pause before he went on to state. That's of course if you're stronger than me. Then I'll quit. If I'm stronger than you, so you should know better. Zhang Che, I guess that this Sun Yunja was treating him as a love rival, so he came to eliminate him, but I really didn't expect the way to be so simple and rough. So he got even more curious. No dude, why am I a little confused? If my family was stronger than yours, would you really be willing to quit of your own accord? You think if I realized I wasn't as strong as you, I'd quit of my own accord? He was completely confused, but Sun Yunja was acting like it was a matter of course. Or what? The guy laughed again, looking at him playfully. You're not going to tell me something like love doesn't discriminate between rich and poor, and love isn't swayed by money, are you? No matter how you look at it, you don't look so naive. So surely you're well aware that maybe there really are people in this world who are in love, but Lin Kuyi clearly isn't. When Sun Yunja said this, Zhang Che was speechless. To these words he fully agreed. Those who fall in love without any consideration of material conditions at all are often the ones who don't need to agonize over material things themselves. Or, perhaps, there is no substance to distress at all. If love could be free from money, then how come so many people break up because of the bride price? As for Lin Kuyi, the school flower, it's purely her appearance, not her heart. The truth is, she is truly not as out of this world as her aura. Chapter 28, a lickspittle not a suitor. Zhang Che never cared what kind of person Lin Kuyi was. From the beginning, all he cared about was the reward. He's just a dog licker, not a suitor, and doesn't want to have to compete with his so-called love interest. Dude, you got it all wrong. He patted Sun Yunja's shoulder and explained with a smile. I'm not your love rival. You don't have to compete with me. I'm just a licking dog. And it's a well-known fact that huskies can't turn into wolves and licking dogs can't get laid. Sun Yunja. Now Zhang Che was also considered to be famous, and almost the entire Academy of Fine Arts knew that he was Lin Kuyi's licking dog. At this pace, his reputation as a dog licker would spread throughout the school sooner or later. But even then, Sun Yunxiol didn't directly address him as such, but said that he was chasing Lin Kuyi hard. Sun Yunja also didn't feel that he was the kind of licking dog that was humble to the bone, but I didn't realize that he himself was unapologetically positioning himself that way. In response, Sun Yunja didn't even know what to say. Instead, he had gone on to say, you know all about me, and surely you also know that I'm delivering breakfast to senior sister Lin every day. If you guys get together, you can have one of the breakfasts I send, so you can try my handiwork too. If you guys need me to get you a set, I'll get it to you without a minute's delay. If you guys would be happy with that, I'd push your asses all the way. If you want to dump sister Lin if she gets pregnant in the future, feel free to come to me as well. Whether it's accompanying her to get an abortion or helping you raise the baby, I have no problem with that. Saying that, Zhang Che even patted his chest for assurance. However, Sun Yunja had already been 2 days to notice these details. These words of his were like a heavenly thunderbolt hitting Sun Yunja's head. No brother, I can understand all of this, but how is it that I just can't comprehend it? Not only him, But Li Yalei, Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Branch on the side also had exactly the same expression and reaction. I can understand being a lickspittle. What the hell is just being a lickspittle? You're so ing rich, you can't even lick it like that? No one knew exactly what he was thinking, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Gone ha. Unfortunately, Zhang Che didn't intend to give any answers and turned around with a greeting. The three roommates looked at him along the way with odd expressions. Deadpan. Li Yalei finally asked, "Brother, what do you think you're picturing?" Zhou Chu bristled. "One can only say it's nature. They all got the cause and effect wrong. Not that Zhang Che is so rich but so licked. Rather, it's the fact that he's so licked that makes him so rich. Consider me to have a strange sexual fetish. I just love the licking process." Zhang Che didn't care what they thought and hummed a little song as he went to the bathroom to wash up. After the lights went out in the dormitory, on time and on point, he sent a hello message to Lin Kui. "Good night, school teacher, and may you have good dreams tonight as well." Lin Kui quickly returned the message. "Good night to you too." Over here, Zhang Che had already received the system rewards, and cyber nourishment and cyber sports continued to be arranged on to literally enter dreamland. On the other hand, over at the girls' dormitory, Lin Kui was still not at all sleepy. "Kui, I thought Zhang Che was trying to confess to you just now." Li Ling was excitedly still talking about it, and Lin Kui had a go at dealing with her. Speaking of Zhang Che, the other two roommates were also in high spirits, calculating how much money he had actually spent on Lin Kui today, and Lin Kui himself was, in fact, calculating exactly this. When she thought that Zhang Che would confess her love to her, she had already thought of even a polite rejection technique. She didn't hesitate even though she might lose the lickspittle if she chose to refuse. Because, as of right now, Zhang Che's performance was not up to her requirements. Something similar has happened several times before. Those men spend money on her just to be wannabe suitors, and when the money is spent to the point where these men think it's almost time, they will confess. After she politely declines, these men opt out and won't spend any more money on her. Originally, she had thought that Zhang Che would follow the same routine, but what she had expected did not happen. This made her a bit puzzled, and she couldn't get Zhang Che's attitude at all. "Kui, when exactly do you think Zhang Che will confess to you?" Li Ling was curious about this, and looked quite expectant. After some spirited discussion, they agreed that Zhang Che didn't confess today because he felt that the time was not yet ripe. So what kind of situation, or at what point, does it feel like the time is right? The suitors who had previously spent money on Lin Kui were all thinking that they had spent almost all of their money. So how much money will be spent in Zhang Che's case before he feels it's almost enough already? Lin Kui silently calculated that the amount of money Zhang Che had spent on her today was already far more than the vast majority of suitors. And yet, this was not even Zhang Che's upper limit. Where does Zhang Che's ceiling go? Lin Kui mulled over these things and did not fall asleep until very late. By the time she woke up in the morning, Zhang Che had already sent a morning hello message. Zhang Che, who had spent over $100,000 on her yesterday, acted as if nothing had happened. Or do you say hello early in the morning and ask her what she wants for breakfast? Then, too, it was delivered to her almost exactly on time. "Hokage, I won't be able to make you breakfast and deliver it for the next 2 weeks for a while. Sorry haha, we're going to military training, and we have to go to assembly after breakfast. I'll make it up to my senior sister when I get back. In the meantime just let me order takeout for you." Every opportunity to pop rewards must be seized. With such an attitude, Zhang Che still insisted on sending breakfast over even though he was going to military training today, and got himself a chance to order takeout and deliver breakfast to Lin Kui. You can't miss out on these rewards just because you've gone to military training. Having gotten his reward, Zhang Che decisively fled. "Sister, then I'll go ahead and gather. I'll see you when I come back." He left with a frown on his face and turned around before opening the system interface and murmuring, "System, now draw. Busted the rewards yesterday. In addition to getting tons of money and dog licking value, counting this breakfast delivery, the number of dog licks has been racked up to 10 again, earning another draw. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn the Brigade Classique 9068. Brigade Classique 9068 BB. Market reference price, 250,000. Asterisk 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 finally smoked the men's version. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 250,000. Such a result caused Zhang Che to not be able to help but call out to his character. It made his already wonderful mood even more wonderful. Couldn't help but take the watch out of the system space right away, walking on one side and playing with it, wishing to put it on directly. It was just a pity that he had been explained again and again before that it was strictly forbidden to wear any jewelry during military training, which also included watches. He hadn't been able to play with it for much longer even when he was full of joy, and he had arrived at the meeting place. There was no choice but to throw it back into the system space and put it away for now. Chapter 29, It's okay to lick, but it's not okay to lose money. The 2 weeks of military training had all the new students screaming in agony. Zhang Che, because of the long-term lack of exercise, physical quality is relatively poor, and other students are not the same. In their class, there was even a female student who directly fainted while standing in military position. Military training is not only tiring, but the cafeteria in the military training base is really just as bad as the older students said. This has driven many students to find ways to order takeout and fight with their instructors for a good meal. For this reason, Zhou Chu also took the blame with Zhao Qing heatedly, and was severely drilled after being caught. But he wasn't wrong. After all, there was a share of him in the takeout that Zhao Qing heatedly ordered. In comparison, Zhang Che was much more cozy. After this period of cyber workout, his physique had indeed been enhanced somewhat, and with a dog-licking retreat, you can remove all the negative effects from your body. Although you may feel tired after a day of military training, you will be able to get back to your feet right after a night of training. Saved up a lot of dog-licking value before coming to military training. During the time of military training, threw 3 times a day to say hello and order takeout for Lin Kui. Also fixed 200 points into the account. Every now and then, seeing Lin Kui posting a friend's circle and then ordering her a cup of milk tea or coffee also pops up as an added bonus. With enough dog-licking value, daily cyber workouts and healing he never puts down. After accumulating 10 times, myopia, tendinitis, these minor problems have been completely removed. There was absolutely nothing wrong with his body right now, though it wasn't quite enough to say that he had reached a state of perfection, so he is continuing to heal even after the minor ailments are removed. The result was that after the military training everyone was tanned and only he turned white. Zhang Che, how did you do that? We are all tanned. You, who is not really white in itself, became white down the military training instead. Is there any justice in this? Zhao Cheng heatedly stared at Zhang Che with a deadpan expression, finding it difficult to accept this fact. The ultraviolet rays were stronger in Zhang Che's place, and people's skin was generally darker. That was fine with him. After all, there wasn't much outdoor activity, sunbathing much, but it's also true that the skin tone is darker compared to the 3 roommates. But now, it is whiter than before they were tanned, which makes it seem outrageous. As a matter of fact, not only is he whiter, but his skin is likewise more delicate. These are all substantial changes that have come about as a result of the cybertherapy, and all aspects of the body are really getting better. Can't help it. People have different physiques. Zhang Che blamed everything on his physique, and Zhao Qingjiong and the others couldn't pick any faults. Military training is over. The 3 roommates are like a dead dog. As soon as they turn around, they are rooted to the bed and do not want to move. Zhang Che, on the other hand, was swiping his cell phone and planning beautifully. What follows is real campus life. With the system in hand, how to live his own little life after licking Lin Kui had been a question he had been pondering. First of all, the goal is already clear. It's to eat good food and have fun and live life to the fullest. What remains, then, is how to make that happen. Various clubs at school are recruiting, so it's a good idea to pick the ones you're interested in and join them. As Zhang Che was pondering this, a message from Lin Kui popped up in his hand. Zhang Che, military training is over, right? Are you back? Zhang Che replied back in seconds. Aha, already returned to the dormitory, and is lying on the bed. Sister, is something wrong? Just tell me what you need. I have no problem at all on my end. In fact, he knew very well, but Lin Kui would not be polite to him whenever he needed anything, even if he had just returned from military training. But it's one thing to know, it's another to know what attitude to use. However, what he didn't expect was that Lin Kui was the next to send him an invitation. Military training is very tiring. Hard work for you. After an adorable emoji, the schoolgirl went on to say, it's nothing special. It's just that I'm having a birthday at King's Outer Banks over the weekend and I wanted to invite you. Birthday? Zhang Che's eyes glistened as soon as he heard it. Isn't this a wonderful opportunity to pop a reward for a goddess on her birthday? So it's senior sister's birthday on the weekend. So I'd like to say happy birthday to senior sister in advance. He replied to the message quickly and was about to say that he was going to cater Lin Kui's birthday. It was only then that I reacted to the fact that people had even booked a place for their birthdays, so they were obviously ready for everything. Jingxiu Bund, a Chinese restaurant on the Bund, costs over $600 per person. After he made a quick inquiry, he got this result. With such high spending, popping up rewards to get them is absolutely awesome. But just how many people did Lin Kui invite to this birthday? He had previously given Lin Kui more than 100,000 by buying him another fruit family bucket and a necklace. If it was going to be her birthday, the spectacle certainly couldn't be made too shabby. But if you go over the 100,000 000 number. It's a loss. As a junior lickable object, you can get up to 100,000 back for spending money on Lin Koi. If you spend more than that, you're losing money. Things like birthdays don't seem to come apart. When he thought about it, he instantly felt that it was good that he didn't get the catering rights for Lin Kui's birthday. If too many people attend and make it too grand, then the more you spend the more you lose. Being a lickspittle is fine. Losing money is not. However, there was another question he was very curious about. Who celebrated this birthday of Lin Kui's? With the popularity and acting style of this schoolgirl, if he were to say that it was his birthday, then Zhang Che wouldn't believe it. Only, it was obvious that such a question could not be asked directly to Lin Kui. Should I ask Li Ling? She must know. Zhang Che had this thought together, but immediately dismissed it. Whoever celebrated Lin Kui's birthday didn't seem to have anything to do with him. It didn't affect him in any way. You could have been rewarded for hosting the birthday, but if it was a losing proposition, the benefit of the doubt would have been lost. So what I should do is merely take this opportunity to continue to pop rewards. As for the rest, what do I care? He was wide awake when he heard another yin and yang from Zhou Chu from the side. I'm talking to you. What are you doing? Are you trying to figure out how to lick schoolgirl Lin again? Zhang Che came back to his senses and looked over blankly. Just now, Sister Lin invited me to her birthday party. You guys talked to me? What's up? So lost in thought that he really didn't hear anyone talking to him. However, when he said this, it caused Zhao Qingzhong and Zhou Chu to jump up at the same time. What? Schoolgirl Lin is having a birthday? These two looked at him with anticipation. Forget what we told you for now. What did schoolmarm Lin tell you? Can we go together? It was Lin Kui's birthday. They wanted to go. Zhang Che, looking at the eyes of the two of them as if they were children looking at candies. Zhang Che kind of felt unable to refuse. But unfortunately, Lin Kui didn't say he should bring his roommate. Sorry, can't. He could only shake his head, shattering the illusions of these two. Chapter 30, just want to explode the reward. On weekends, the night is Lin Kui's birthday party. In the girls' dormitory, Li Ling and the girls were waiting for this moment with great anticipation. Kui, you invited Zhang Che, right? What did he say? He's gotten you so many things before, and on a big day like your birthday, he doesn't have to behave himself? Lin Kui nodded with a smile, told him. As for the rest, it's hard to say. That's what she said, but she was actually looking forward to it. However, at the same time, she was really a bit apprehensive in her mood because Zhang Che's reaction was completely different from what she thought. Li Ling frowned at that. No, he didn't take the initiative to show something? The other two roommates chimed in. The birthday party hasn't even started yet, so what's the point? Of course I'm saving this to give us a big surprise for Koi when the time comes. Now it does seem as if that is the only possibility. Probably. Lin Kui responded and asked rhetorically. Has he contacted you? Li Ling was stunned. You mean Zhang Che? No. Frozen for a moment, she reacted instantly. Yeah, I can't believe he hasn't contacted us at all. Hey. Sun Yunjie and a bunch of other people have contacted us and asked us a lot of things in various side conversations. The only one who didn't was Zhang Che. I almost thought you didn't invite him. Doesn't he care at all who you've invited and who celebrated your birthday? Everyone who wants to pursue Lin Kui should first be sure of one thing, and that is that he or she has countless love rivals. If one wants to do something for Koi and Koi doesn't need it, there's only one possibility. That is, someone is already doing it for him. It's like delivering breakfast. The reason other people no longer have breakfast to deliver is because the track has been monopolized by Zhang Che. And now the matter of giving Lin Kui a birthday has likewise been short-circuited. Normally, then, he should be asking around about who this person is and should be wondering how to compete with him. That's what the others did. Regarding the aspects of Lin Kui's birthday party, there have been countless people who have inquired about it countless times. As Lin Kui's closest roommates, Li Ling and the three of them are the go-to source for news about Lin Kui. Everyone who wanted to get news about Lin Kui indirectly went through them. However, Zhang Che had never contacted them since the beginning. Out of all of Lin Kui's suitors, no one had ever been like this to him. That's right, in Lin Kui's mind, his status had risen to that of a suitor. In their first meeting, when he tied Lin Kui's shoelace, Lin Kui was thinking that he had the potential to become a dog licker. After delivering breakfast to Lin Kui every day, he officially becomes a dog licker. The pre-military training fruit family bucket plus necklace slammed down and upgraded to suitor level. But this suitor was completely unintelligible to Lin Kui, so it confused her a bit. Zhang Che didn't realize that he had simply wanted to be a licking dog, but he had confused Lin Kui. The last time he visited a fruit brand experience store, the experience of swiping the rewards made him feel twice as good even now when he thinks about it. Now that he'd been given the opportunity to do so again, All he could think about was replicating that feeling one more time. He was also beautifully waiting for this day, and had been impatient for a long time. It could be said that he was looking forward to Lin Kuyi's birthday more than even Lin Kuyi. I just had lunch at noon, and as soon as I had time I immediately sent a message over to Lin Kuyi. Sister, do you have time now? Let's go shopping at the IFC center together. This time he didn't have any extra nonsense to lay out, and went straight to the point of issuing an invitation. He believed that Lin Kuyi felt able to guess what his purpose was and would definitely not refuse. Otherwise, how could Lin Kuyi be so powerful? He had guessed correctly. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Kuyi couldn't help but be flooded with a wide smile as soon as she received his message. Seeing this, Li Ling immediately pursued. What's wrong? Lin Kuyi shook her phone around and laughed. Zhang Che asked me to go shopping at the IFC. Li Ling instantly became excited. He's buying you a gift. Kuyi? Then hurry up and say yes to him. This time you don't have to agonize over what to wear at night. IFC Center is the most luxurious shopping center in Magic City? Not to say there is no one. At least one. On a day like this, invited by such a tycoon to visit such a place. What else could it be because of? Without the need for Li Ling to say anything, Lin Kuyi had already replied quickly. Yeah, it just so happens that Ling and I would like to go shopping to see what else we need to buy for tonight's birthday party. Zhang Che, then we'll still meet you at the school gates. After the appointment, he climbed up and was leaving. Zhao Qingjiang saw this and inquired. Didn't you just go back to the dormitory? Where are you going again? Zhang Che casually responded. I'm going shopping with senior sister Lin. Do you want to join me? Zhou Chu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Shopping my ass off? Isn't it just going to spend money on kneeling to the Lin schoolgirl again? Last time I spent $70,000 to $80,000 on someone, and I didn't get any ass benefits. So how much are you going to spend this time? Zhang Che looked at him with a hefty smile. I have money. I'm happy when I spend it. Today is Sister Lin's birthday. How can the flowers not be less than last time? What makes this kid so rich? All this time Zhou Chu could not figure out this problem. The thought of this heart is suffocating. Lick it. Just lick it you. You're nothing with this money. Zhou Chu gritted his teeth and said, do you know who is celebrating Lin Kuyi's birthday today? It's Wang Junquan. Do you know who Wang Junquan is? He's the son of a man whose family has hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, and he comes to school in a Porsche 911. You are not just a little bit of money. With me you drag the 2,580,000. Compared with others you are no ass. Now the whole school knows that Wang Junquan spent $180,000 to charter a restaurant on the Bund for schoolmarm Lin's birthday. He's the man of the forest school's birthday. You'll just have to shove your ass even if you add more truth. 180,000? From Zhou Chu's passionate output, Zhang Che captured the keywords he cared most about in the first place. That's how much it cost to pack the restaurant. Thanks to the fact that he wasn't the one organizing this birthday party. Otherwise, he'd lose a lot of money on that alone. Celebrating the fact that there were other wrongdoers before his brain began to process the rest. Wang Junquan? Worth a few $100 million? Driving a Porsche 911? Now if Zhou Chu didn't say anything, he really didn't know this information. Although he was Lin Kuyi's licking dog, he really didn't care what suitors Lin Kuyi had. Just know a Sun Yunjia. It's still a person who takes the initiative to come up. I don't know. Compared to this Wang Junquan what level Sun Yunjia belongs to, who will automatically withdraw. It's true that things about I'm Koi can be spread around casually. It seems that this Wang Junquan is really not a simple character. However, Zhang Che didn't care at all. I'm just happy to shove my ass. That's what I figure when I'm a dog licker. What's the problem? The unsavory sentence directly choked Zhou Chu. Then he hummed a little tune and headed out the door. As long as it didn't affect his ability to pop rewards. Who was this Wang Junquan and what was his situation with Lin Kuyi? What did it matter to him? Chapter 31, Brush Rewards and Luxury. Lin Kuyi was never one to keep people waiting, and Zhang Che saw her not long after he arrived at the school entrance. Along with her came her loyal BFF and best helper, Li Ling. To date, she had never engaged in any activity with any man alone. No matter what you do or who you're with, there's always someone with you. And that person, for the most part, is Li Ling. This had two advantages. The first of which was that it allowed Li Ling to act as an aide and say things on her behalf that she was not fit to utter. Just like the last time we went to the fruit experience store and lassoed Zhang Che. And what's more, it's a way of telling other people that it's not a date. That it's not that kind of relationship. The fact that she's still so popular and has so many suitors who go out of their way has a lot to do with it. Even a beautiful woman who travels alone with a different man in 3 days is a bad image, isn't it? Seeing the two of them come out, Zhang Che once again greeted them in greeting. Hokage. Lin Kuyi smiled sweetly. I've kept you waiting, Zhang Che. Zhang Che shook his head. No way. I actually just arrived. The two of them exchanged pleasantries, and Li Ling smiled cheekily and got straight to the point. Schoolmate, today is our Kuyi's birthday. What are you going to give Kuyi later? Lin Kuyi lightly hit Li Ling and snapped. Go, don't talk nonsense. This is a show? Got to, so let's get started. On such a special day, of course I want schoolteacher to dress up beautifully. It just so happens that I want to go shopping for some clothes. After all, I'm going to attend my senior sister's birthday party, so I can't afford to lose her face. If senior sister doesn't mind, let's take a look together then and buy some together if there's anything suitable. Zhang Che perked up and got into the swing of things, looking at Lin Kuyi with anticipation. Lin Kuyi waved her hand. Zhang Che, you don't have to be like this. Actually, I just wanted to have a simple birthday and get together with you fine folks for a little chat. I'm happy enough that you came to my birthday party. She spoke with affection and looked like she was having an equally great day. Gift giving is a must, and so is politeness. Naturally, Li Ling didn't let them dwell on the matter and changed the subject at the right time. Zhang Che, speaking of which, I can't say you're dressed shabbily, but it's still really average. You're so posh. It doesn't seem to fit your style to dress so plain, does it? Regarding this question, Li Ling was genuinely a bit curious despite her interruption. Zhang Che then used the same trick he used to fool his three roommates and spread his hands helplessly. My dad kept a tight rein on me growing up, not letting me spend money and not giving much in the way of pocket money. If it weren't for the fact that I've now run away to the Magic City for college, with the mountains high and the emperor far away, I wouldn't really be able to spend as much as I want. I still ask my mom quietly for my allowance. This reason was so brilliantly concocted that Lin Kuyi and Li Ling were immediately convinced. Li Ling even couldn't help but secretly lament like Zhou Chu. Hey, loving mothers have more children. Apparently, his dad was right. The three chatted about parental discipline along the way, and a taxi soon brought them to the IFC Center in Lujiazui. It is home to a variety of luxury brands from all over the world and claims to offer an aristocratic consumer experience. It was only when I came to the entrance that I saw the LV store on my left-hand side. Just go ahead and check here. When the car stopped at the main entrance of the mall, Zhang Che stopped the conversation and directly proposed to Lin Kuyi and Li Ling. The two of them of course had no problem with it. What else could do LV have a problem with? They were still nominally accompanying him. Only, once they stepped through the door of the store, the shopper had just greeted them. Li Ling had then cheered and rushed over to a new black dress. Koi, come and see. This suits you so well. The shopper lady immediately went over to make the introduction. This is our LV seasonal new model. Using. She spoke too professionally, and Zhang Che couldn't quite understand, and was completely uncertain. But clothes-off fashion Zhang Che although he did not understand, but the price tag he was able to read. The sale price of this dress is 23,600. This is going to Lin Kuyi. That's 100,000 cashback in hand. Sure enough, swiping rewards still had to come to this kind of luxury spot, and as he casually looked around, almost everything in here was in 5 figures. Sister, I also think it's quite suitable for you. Go and give it a try. Zhang Che decisively followed the concurrence, and also took the initiative to let the shopper lady take the dress down. Lin Kuyi acted a little embarrassed and half-heartedly followed the shopping guide lady into the fitting room. Soon, she came out after changing her clothes. Standing in front of the mirror and turning in place, she asked, Zhang Che, Ling Ling, what do you think? Li Ling was the first to rush over, pulling her hand and yelling, Koi, it really fits so well. Zhang Che fell a few steps behind and directly said to the shopping guide lady, hello, sweep the code to buy the bill. In order to pop more rewards, it is inevitable that you can't pick them all and then pay for them. You still have to separate them one by one. Otherwise, you might have to lose money. Not to mention popping rewards. Lin Kuyi and Li Ling were chattering away, as if they hadn't noticed Zhang Che's side at all. Wait for the guide to bill successfully and the reward to arrive. Only then did he pick out a bag that fit his aesthetic and hand it over. Sister, take this bag and try again. Li Ling took the initiative to take it and help stuff it to Lin Kuyi. By the way, he also praised him. Zhang Che, you also have a good eye. This bag really goes well with this dress. Lin Kuyi took the bag, spun around again, and asked, really? While the two were talking about matching, Zhang Che had already pulled out his cell phone again to look at the shopper. I'll take this one too. Scan the code for the check. 22,700. He settled the bill on his side. Then Lin Kuyi and Li Ling smiled at each other. However, Li Ling stared at Lin Kuyi for a while with one hand on her chin. It does go well together, but it always feels like it's almost something else. Zhang Che took the initiative to chime in. Shoes. Li Ling clapped her hands when she heard it. Yes, yes, yes. This would be perfect with a pair of high heels. Only a few minutes after entering the store, Zhang Che had already swiped out more than $40,000, proving the spending power. The shopper wasted no time and immediately brought a pair of high heels when she heard their conversation. This is also our most popular new model of the season at LV. Zhang Che took a look at the price. 10,500. This can be had. He nodded at once. Not bad for a guide. His eyes are just professional. Hokage, change your shoes too and then see the effect. The shopper lady revealed a bright and generous smile when she heard him say that. Sir, you flatter me. It's mainly because your companion is beautiful. Just like a clothes rack. She looks good in everything, she said, squatting down to personally help Lin Kui change her shoes. Then, he stepped back and said no more, letting Lin Kui and Li Ling feel for themselves. When Zhang Che saw Lin Kui looking left and right, his meaning was already obvious as he smiled once again and then said, check out. Chapter 32, the school beauty is not calm either. Dress, bag, heels, spent out a total of 56,803 installments for a total of 300,000 cashback plus 30,000 base rewards. Zhang Che was still not satisfied with this, and neither was Lin Kui. After all, the last time I bought fruit were more than 70,000. Today is a birthday cannot be less than this number, right? All knowing that this was not his upper limit, how could Lin Kui be so easily satisfied? As for Zhang Che, he came here with the mindset of blowing up the rewards, so he couldn't earn less than he did last time, right? Thanks, we'd better look at the others. After clicking a few pictures in the mirror, Lin Kui changed out of all of this. The tone of the expression sounded like, well, it wasn't going to be bought. Dresses aren't suitable for all times. Why don't you come back to jeans? School marm? Zhang Che cooperated and greeted Lin Kui at the jeans counter, turning his head to look at Li Ling. Sister Li Ling, I realized that you have a really good eye too. Pick one for your sister. Li Ling stepped forward with an air of responsibility. Don't worry, leave this kind of thing to me. A pair of slim jeans, 13,300, and a silk shirt, 13,800, 14,700 for the boots and 38,500 for the long parka. Another dress down. All the cost has reached 137,100. Zhang Che burst to earn 700,000 cashback plus 70,000 basic rewards. After costs, the profit was $632,900. With a silent reckoning, Lin Kui felt that it was almost time, although Zhang Che's bravado was far beyond her imagination, making her glean that much. But this is also the case. The more we should pay attention to a long time, there is really no need to have to glean enough at one time. She then exclaimed as an afterthought, yikes, how did it turn out to be us watching all the time? She was embarrassed and apologized to Zhang Che. I'm sorry Zhang Che, women just have no resistance when they see beautiful clothes. Look at me. I was so busy trying on clothes on my own that I forgot all about the fact that I came with you today to pick out clothes, she said and ran to the men's clothing area, picking out one for Zhang Che very carefully. Zhang Che, how about you try this set? Zhang Che had never really worn such expensive clothes, and it was also the first time he had tried luxury goods. Aside from exploding rewards from Lin Kui, this was likewise something he was very much looking forward to. I believe in my senior sister's vision. You can't go wrong with the one you picked. He also did not nonsense. The resultant clothes in the shopper miss lead down the fitting room. 10,800 work pants. 10,800 crew neck t-shirt. 25,400 jacket. 12,000 sneakers. With Lin Kui and Li Ling's reference, Zhang Che also bought himself 2 sets of clothes. It all adds up to 100,500, which is a bit cheaper than Lin Kui's. After deducting your own spending, the earned rewards become 532,400. This result can only be described as poor, but it's still just the beginning, so there's no rush. Returning to the fitting room, Zhang Che pondered over changing his clothes. Outside, Lin Kui and Li Ling came together and whispered, Kui, I've been keeping an eye on Zhang Che. He's been checking out or not blinking an eye. Lin Kui laughed. Whether he blinked or not, let's just leave it at that this time. By the way, do you have a fancy? You pick one too. I'll take it as I want it and give it to you after Zhang Che buys it for me. The two sisters exchanged words with great understanding, and when Zhang Che came out of the fitting room, he saw Lin Kui trying on another small bag. He didn't realize that it was picked by Li Ling to get him to settle the bill in the name of what Lin Kui wanted. Of course, even if we knew that, it certainly wouldn't matter. Directly bought to Li Ling, he is not happy. The relationship between the two did not reach this point, and cannot burst the reward. It's really impossible to find a reason to pay for Li Ling. Going through Lin Kui's hands was different. He could explode into rewards. This he was happy to do. Hello, please wrap it up for me. And that bag, check it out too. The bag that Li Ling chose was priced at 2,100, which was just $600 cheaper than the one Lin Kui chose. Several guides were on hand to pack up all the purchases. Also, there were some giveaways of makeup and such. Sir, here's the small ticket. Please keep it. We've packed all your purchases for you and have already opened our LV membership for you. This purchase counts as points, so you can keep an eye on it, the shopper said as she handed over the large bag. At this time, Lin Kui let out a gasp. Yeah, schoolboy, you bought all the ones I just tried? The guide didn't even realize that she was acting, smiling with a smile and confirming with her. Yes ma'am, this gentleman bought all the ones you tried. You're blessed to have a good-looking friend who's so nice to you. More than 200,000 sales. So the shopper girl is also in a very beautiful mood, giving Zhang Che an assist. She could naturally tell that Zhang Che and Lin Kui were not a couple. Otherwise, to come shopping would not bring Li Ling such a light bulb as not. This, Zhang Che, there's really no need for this. Lin Kui was at a loss for words as she waved her hand with Zhang Che repeatedly. Zhang Che carried all the bags in his hands and said with a smile, School sister, today is your birthday. Although you're the biggest on your birthday, but now please listen to my arrangement. Senior sister, Li Ling also followed and helped on the side. That's right, Kui, you're still polite with Zhang Che? If you're going to be any more outgoing, you're going to break Zhang Che's heart. Only then did Lin Kui hesitantly express her acceptance. Alright then, I'll let you break the bank. Zhang Che shook his head. This is nothing, he said and continued to greet the two women. Come on, let's go back inside. When he said that, Lin Kui and Li Ling both froze for a moment. More than $100,000 of LV has made Lin Kui satisfied. She has decided to see the good. Think it is time to go back. As a result, Zhang Che said he still had to stroll. Zhang Che, is there anything else you want to buy? Zhang Che smiled when he nodded. It's rare to come here. Dior and Chanel have to be visited, right? I've heard that these are the three giants of the luxury industry. We can't favor one over the other. We should take care of them all. Lin Kui and Li Ling were dumbfounded. No, words can still be said like that? Hearing him indicate this, Lin Kui's little heart couldn't help but thump. If she really went to Dior and Chanel, she was afraid that it would be impossible for her to come out empty-handed, and Zhang Che would definitely buy her something again. If this family buys another 100,000 or so, wouldn't she have to glean almost $400,000 from Zhang Che's hands today? Even though she has been holding a beautiful murderer for many years and has set up countless suitors, such an experience is unprecedented. For once, she wasn't calm, and actually felt a little nervous, her mouth drying up. Chapter 33, wouldn't it be nice to keep it simple? Entering the Dior boutique is almost a replica of being at LV. The difference was that both Lin Kui and Li Ling were not acting as relaxed. Before it was all about taking the initiative in choosing, but now it was all about Zhang Che stuffing her. Zhang Che, you've already bought a lot. There's really no need. When Lin Kui politely declined again, she was no longer acting, but really felt that it was already too much, even though she's played a lot of sets and spent countless kaiju dollars. However, she had never really seen one like Zhang Che who took the initiative to load into a set like this. After so many years of playing sets and fishing for countless kaiju, this is also the first time that I have encountered Zhang Che who spends money like water. It had broken her record. She had never gotten this much from a man before. Hokage, I've just said that. Even though it's your birthday and you're the oldest, listen to me now. Although he was acting as a licking dog, at this time, Zhang Che was taking out an unquestionable attitude and was very domineering, and I've already checked out, so I can't say I'm returning it, right? Although he was still Lin Kui trying one thing and checking out one thing, the two women had been silently calculating it. On this trip, all the things he bought for Lin Kui added up to a total of 158,000, counting another knitwear for Li Ling and Lin Kui's name as well. It's exactly $180,000. Spending that much money is a total of 8 items, which means 8 separate payments. A total of $800,000 in cashback and $80,000 in base incentives netted $700,000 in profit. Of course Zhang Che didn't stay idle and spend $175,000 on himself as well. Deduct that and you still make $525,000. Together with LV's 642,400, the reward has been swiped to 167,400. Broke $1 million. Cool. His heart was blossoming, but it was getting more and more difficult for Lin Kui and Li Ling to see. It's always seemed like the more money he spends the happier he is. What's with this man like there's no ceiling? How rich is he? Li Ling is also not calm. She is just following the rubbing. A bag plus a knit sweater is also worth more than 40,000 000 yuan. Lin Kui frowned. Ling Ling, do you think he would not be doing it on purpose to prove it to me? A question mark popped up on Li Ling's head. Ha? She froze for a moment and asked. Prove what? Lin Kui lowered his voice and said. If I tell him in advance, today is my birthday, then I'm sure he's going to want to celebrate my birthday. But I chose Wang Junquan, who chartered Jingxiu Bun for me for $180. 000. Do you think it could be that he's trying to prove to me that he's better than Wang Junquan and more willing to spend money for me than Wang Junquan? Li Ling nodded her head once she heard that. When you say it like that, I also think it's possible. If he likes you so much, then he definitely doesn't want to lose to someone else. It must be disconcerting to know that another man celebrated your birthday and spent $180. 000 in such a big way. Since it's defiant, we definitely have to find a way to get it back. Lin Kui continued. That's what I think. If you simply wanted to buy me a birthday present, you wouldn't have to buy so much at all, she said and mused for a moment. Then added, find a chance later, and you can just try it out for me. While the two were talking about this, Zhang Che had already gotten everything done and walked over with a large bag. Hokage, I've kept you waiting. Let's go. Chanel is next. Though he had said before that he would shop the luxury trio, but now that they heard him say Chanel, Lin Kui and Li Ling both still couldn't hold back a shortness of breath. In the Chanel store, the shop assistant saw them carrying full of LV and Dior, which did not know that it was a big customer arrived. Welcome to Chanel. Sir, you can start by placing what you have in your hands. Bringing Zhang Che and the others to put down the things in their hands first, the shopper then asked directly, Sir, what do you want to start looking at? Zhang Che smiled at the shopper guide and gestured towards Lin Kui's side. Hello, please pick out 2 outfits for this companion of mine. The shopper immediately returned an even brighter smile before making a pleased gesture towards Lin Kui. Ma'am, please follow me. Lin Kui went off to try on clothes, and Li Ling caught the opportunity and started asking questions. Zhang Che, do you know Wang Junquan? Wang Junquan? This person he didn't know before, but now he had recognized him, listening to the Zhou division. So he nodded. Aha. I think it says his family is worth hundreds of millions of dollars and he comes to school in a Porsche 911. By the way, he made this schoolmate's birthday party, and it's rumored that it cost $180,000 to charter the restaurant. Li Ling also nodded, confirming that all these rumors were true. He's the one who's chasing them most aggressively out of all of Koi's suitors. Actually, Koi really didn't want to make such a big deal out of a birthday, but it couldn't be helped. The hospitality was overwhelming. Zhang Che nodded again. Understood. Li Ling. No. Why is your reaction so flat when you hear this? What the hell is understanding? Seeing that he was completely just an unconcerned attitude, not the least bit of jealousy, Li Ling gave the whole won't understand the hell you do. Li Ling breathlessly then asked. That's Kuyi's strongest suitor. Don't you care at all? By this time, Lin Kui had already walked out of the fitting room. Zhang Che looked at her with a sincere face. I don't care about anything else as long as my senior sister is happy. If she thinks she's happiest having this Wang Junquan spend her birthday, then let Wang Junquan spend it for her. If senior sister feels it's appropriate, I give my blessing if she chooses to be with Wang Junquan. In the future, no matter what my senior sister chooses, what I do to her now, I will still do to her in the future. Zhang Che's words had an element of acting, but the last sentence was definitely from the heart. Unless you can't pop the rewards anymore, the sky is the limit and the sea will never change. Li Ling, should I say you use your emotions to the fullest? Li Ling felt like she was all messed up. What are you talking about? Don't you want to go fight with Wang Junquan? He chartered a restaurant but it only cost him $180,000. You've spent over $300,000 on Kui now. Zhang Che looked at Li Ling whose mouth was twitching at the corners and felt tired in his heart. What the hell? I really just wanna pop the rewards. I don't think money should be used to measure these things. I'm only spending so much money on my senior sister because I want to make her happy, not because I want to compare myself to others or prove anything. I'm a man who is easily satisfied, and I feel good enough as it is. If I had to choose, I'd like to stay like this for the rest of my life. There was nothing he could do but to then continue to act. Although he was very helpless in his heart, he still made this speech sound and very dog-licking. It was just that when he finished, he couldn't help but sigh darkly. It's clear that Lin Kui keeps latching onto him, and he keeps licking Lin Kui. So it's simple and all will be happy. Why do you have to mix in something inexplicable here to complicate things? Chapter 34, like going to a wholesale market. Changing Zhang Che to try on the clothes, Li Ling hurriedly relayed what he had just said to Lin Kui in its entirety. Koi, you are not seeing it. He looked at you with a light in his eyes when he said those words. Even his micro-expressions were not spared by Li Ling. So brash, yet so easily satisfied. Lin Kuyi's heart also rippled after learning that he actually thought this way. LV plus Dior, Zhang Che has already spent over $300,000 on her. That's a figure that even the middle-aged Mediterranean men who want to bag her haven't dared to offer in a month. And just before Zhang Che went to try on the clothes, the Chanel that the shopper lady had picked out for her had all finished checking out, together with a pair of pants and a pair of shoes she had chosen for Li Ling as well. The total value came to $210,000. All totaled, it's already over $500,000. If you count the $70,000 or so for the fruit you bought earlier and the Tiffany's necklace, the amount of money Zhang Che had spent on her had exceeded $600,000, nearly reaching $700,000. And all told, the time she had known Zhang Che hadn't even been a month. In this, Zhang Che also closed military training for 2 weeks. She fell silent at the thought, her psyche suffering a great shock. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Li Ling pursued, Kui, so what do you think? Lin Kui froze. What, how do you think? She was completely unresponsive and didn't know what Li Ling was asking. Just what does it think of Zhang Che? Li Ling then pressed, do you like him? He doesn't want anything from you but to see you happy. So what about you to him? She was confused by the question. I don't know. In the beginning, she was treating Zhang Che as a licking dog. After realizing that Zhang Che, a licking dog, was still powerful, he treated him as a kaiju. Now it turns out that this kaiju was stronger than she thought and more generous than any man she's ever known. She really didn't know what she should take Zhang Che for. As a suitor? As a spare tire? Or just boyfriend? She had never thought about it before. And now that she had to face it at first glance, she was completely confused. Why? It doesn't really matter. Li Ling shrugged. Anyway, Zhang Che likes you so much. No matter what you think, he will always treat you like this. Then you don't have to agonize at all. Just do whatever makes you happy. It doesn't even matter if it's simply using him as an ATM. He's happy to anyway. Lin Kui felt as if it was the same thing. So why bother thinking about it so much? She banished all the complicated thoughts from her mind just in time to see Zhang Che walk out of the fitting room. I don't know if it's because fashion is something that women's is just more expensive than men's. Or did you just pick the cheaper one simply because of aesthetics? Anyway, here at Chanel, after spending $210,000 on Lin Kui, the ones Zhang Che bought himself didn't add up to $200,000. The good news is that more is spent, more is earned. This time, 10 items were selected for Lin Kui, each worth over $10,000, and the cashback dried up to $1 million, plus the $100,000 base incentive. That's $1 million total, taking out over $400,000 in expenses and adding in the front-end incentives netted nearly $8 million in cash. And, of course, so many clothes. It's a blast. Zhang Che, who was in a great mood, couldn't help but want to let out a long roar to the sky. But the excitement was only suppressed for the sake of avoiding being taken for a psychopath. Is there anything else you'd like to see, sister? Walking out of Chanel, he was still a bit unfulfilled. The first time he felt that shopping turned out to be so cool. Lin Kui was also heart-pounding, but when she heard him ask this, she shook her head repeatedly. No more, no more. Zhang Che, let's go back. It's all too much to carry already. After buying so many things from the 3 stores, Zhang Che, Lin Kui and Li Ning were all carrying a full load. You can barely carry all the stuff, and the heavy weight hurts your hands. Good thing too, Zhang Che didn't get greedy anymore after thinking about it. Then let's go back. Anyway, as long as we guarded the gold mine that was Lin Kui, there would still be plenty of opportunities in the future. So there was no need to be too hasty. Walking out the front door of the mall, he directly beckoned a cab that was parked in front of the entrance waiting for passengers. Master, open the trunk. We're going to HU. Shopping bags filled the trunk, front and back of the cab. The taxi driver looked dumbfounded. Are all students so rich nowadays? Not only was the brother dumbfounded, but all the way back to the school, everyone who saw them was dumbfounded without fail. Lin Kui, who was already the most talked about presence, once again looked so dazzling. So much LV, Dior, and Chanel that it stared down everyone in their dorm, including the other 2 roommates. Kui, did Zhang Che buy all these for you? All kinds of things. How much did Zhang Che spend on you? Sour. Really sour. Everyone has a birthday, but not everyone receives so many birthday gifts. The situation in the boys' dormitory was similar. As soon as Zhang Che went back, not to mention his roommates, even those in the next dormitory came together. Asterisk. Are you treating a luxury store like a wholesale market? It's not going to happen without $200,000 or $300,000, is it? $200,000 or $300,000? Hearing this number, Zhou Chu only felt his brain explode with a loud bang. Going to buy a dress to spend $200,000 to $300,000. Although he had known for a long time that Zhang Che, the licking dog, was rich, but this, still, was more than he could have imagined. All were shocked at his largesse, and he had more than that to offer today. In addition to the cash prizes, the dog-licking value, and the equivalent of picking up so many luxuries for nothing, after a round of shopping, together with the dog-licking times he had accumulated earlier, he had already gained 4 more chances for the lottery. He ignored his startled roommate and walked into the bathroom to use the toilet, pulling up the system interface in the process. System, draw. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn the Van Cleef & Arpels 4-leaf clover stud earrings. Van Cleef & Arpels 4 Leaves Lucky Alhambra Collection 18K Yellow Gold Carnelian Earrings. Market reference price, $36,800. *******, and women's jewelry again. Seeing such a result, Zhang Che was once again depressed. The number of raffle drawings accumulated during military training resulted in the drawing of women's jewelry. Until now, the only thing that suited himself was still that Breguet watch. Can't I get another one I can use? Spitting in indignation, he proceeded to smoke. Congratulations to the host, a bottle of 82 Lafite. Zhang Che. No, it's 2025, and this 82 Lafite is still available? It's all about getting laughed at for pretending with this stuff now. Okay, then again, that's kind of what he could use. It's a good result, too. Go on. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn a bottle of Chanel No. 5 perfume. Perfume? Chanel? I just got the back from Chanel. Not the makeup counter though. Forget it. Destroy it. He had lost hope, and breathlessly murmured continue. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn a car lottery card. Car raffle card. With this card, you can raffle off a car. Cars? When he heard this keyword, he was instantly as excited as if he had been hit with chicken blood again. Chapter 35, just picked up a car. Cars are a man's romance, and who hasn't wished for a racy ride? What with the jewelry and perfume? Zhang Che wasn't interested at all, but as soon as he talked about the car, he was instantly not sleepy. The one called Wang Junquan, who drives a Porsche 911. Zhou Chu said it as if that was his father. If you draw a Ferrari Lamborghini yourself, the 911 is nothing. The car lottery card arrived, and in a hurry, he opened the system space to take a closer look, only to see a detailed description on it. Level, elementary. The probability of winning a top luxury car, e.g., Bugatti, Rolls-Royce, is 1%. Probability of winning a super luxury car, e.g., Ferrari, Lamborghini 4%. The probability of winning a premium luxury car, e.g., Mercedes Maybach class, Bentley, is 10%. The probability of drawing a generic luxury car, e.g., BBA 78S, is 15%. The probability of drawing an entry-level luxury car, e.g., BBA 34C, is 40%. The probability of drawing an economy car, such as the 3 big moms on the road, is 30%. Seeing such a description, Zhang Che's heart instantly turned half cold, feeling very unpromising. Bugatti, Ferrari, and Lamborghini he wanted, but the odds were so low that it only added up to 5%. This has the highest probability of actually being a starter luxury car, by 34C, if I'm not mistaken. That would mean the BMW 3 Series, Audi A4 and Mercedes-Benz C-Class. As far as the average person is concerned, this level is actually pretty good. However, when he took a look at this description, Zhang Che felt that it would be better not to draw this level if he did. It depends on the character. Zhang Che dwelled on it for a moment, and with a clench of his teeth, he silently recited it again. Use the car draw card. At the whim of his heart, the lottery drawer on the system interface reappeared, and various brands and models of automobiles flashed dazzlingly. Ferrari Purosang, Ferrari 296, Lamborghini Rivuelto. The flash of supercars kept picking at his nerves, making Zhang Che tense up. 3, 2, 1. The result is revealed. Congratulations to the host, who drew the Geely Star Wish 2025 up 410 km Explore Plus Edition, with license plate. The purchase contract and other related purchase procedures have been put into the system space. You can now pick up the car at the designated 4S store. Zhang Che. The corners of his mouth twitched and a mouthful of old blood nearly gushed out. My Lamborghini. My Ferrari. Am I a bit too bad of a person? Geely Wish. What the hell is that? He couldn't help but pull out his cell phone and Googled it specifically. With that, he let out a long breath. You might as well just give me a Geely Panda. Well, at least it's a new energy vehicle, environmentally friendly. As for the supercar, we'll just have to see if we get a chance to draw another car raffle card next time. If I can't, after I swipe enough rewards, man, I'll go buy it myself. All that said, It's really just a piss. When Zhang Che washed his hands and walked out of the bathroom, his roommates were still marveling around his pile of clothes and shoes. Zhang Che, did you really buy 200,000 to 300,000 dollars for these clothes and pants? In the face of such an inquiry, he did not pretend to be a man of honor, but merely smiled and responded perfunctorily. Pretty much. Zhao Qingjiang immediately pursued. You bought $200,000 to $300,000 for yourself. What about the one you bought for schoolgirl Lin? Li Yale let out a long sigh. According to his usual style, there will definitely only be more. There was a flush of huffing and puffing, and the crowd was speechless. 200,000 or 300,000 times 2. That's somewhere between 400,000 and 600,000. In many people's perception, the scenario of spending so much money in one breath, that is buying a house. Well, it's not really much of a fuss. Zhang Che put away his clothes, pants, shoes, and whatever else, and casually changed into one to wear, looked at the time and was ready to go ahead and pick up the car. It is said that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Zhang Che this dress down, not to say that it is a makeover, but it is also a bright spot. The main thing is that the designs of these luxury brands are really nothing to write home about, and picking the right one for you does stand out. Zhao Cheng heatedly all froze for a moment, feeling more and more like he was being thrown away. Couldn't help but secretly shake his head and let out a bitter laugh. Seeing that Zhang Che was about to go out again, he hurriedly asked, "Where are you going again? It's still early for schoolgirl Lin's birthday party, right?" Zhang Che didn't stop his footsteps and casually responded, "I ordered a car earlier and now I have to pick it up first. When we pick up the car, we should be there in just the right amount of time straight away." After he finished his words, his person was already gone. Zhao Cheng heatedly felt that he was hallucinating. What did he just say? Li Yale had been completely numb. He said he had ordered a car and was going to pick it up. The entire dormitory fell into a silence so deep that you could hear a pin drop. Is this vindictive spending so fierce? Buying a dress is hundreds of thousands of dollars. So what would a car be like? In the numb speculation of his roommates, Zhang Che took a taxi to the Geely 4S store in the purchase contract. "Hello, I've come to pick up my car. Hello, could you please give me your ID?" With the help of the staff, he soon found the beige Geely Star Wish that belonged to him. The car was briefly inspected to make sure there were no problems and then signed. In fact, it is to see if there is no obvious bump these. If the naked eye cannot see the problem that he cannot find. He doesn't know anything about cars, and it's the first time he's touched one since he left riding school, but it was usually not a problem, and he didn't take it to heart. "Thanks." With a thank you, he placed the paper temporary license plates on the bottom of the front and rear windows one after the other and drove away from the 4S store. It was at this time that the cell phone rang. Pulling it out, it was Li Ling calling. "Zhang Che, where are you now? Do you want to come over with us?" Although it was Lin Kui who had a birthday, Li Ling was also in a very beautiful mood today. After following Zhang Che and Lin Kui out on a trip, she could have mixed up a gorgeous outfit, LV bags, Dior knitwear, Chanel pants and shoes, all adding up to almost $100,000. If Lin Kui was able to suffer him as a kaiju, her benefits would definitely not be less in the future. Therefore, she felt that it was also very necessary for her to pay more attention to Zhang Che before she could do so. Thinking of this, she then called Zhang Che and asked him to go to Lin Kui's birthday party with her. "I'm at the 4S. Just picked up a car," Zhang Che answered. "I'm going to go straight over there. What's the situation on your side? Where's sister?" Zhang Che, this without saying a word, also bought a car? Li Ling was startled, then felt there was no need to make a fuss. After all, what's a car for someone who can spend over $1 million on a dress? "Then you come and pick us up," she immediately said. "Wang Junquan has agreed to pick up Kui, but his Porsche 911 only has 2 seats. It's safe to assume it's going to be with Wang Junquan, so we'll have to figure out how to get there on our own. I was going to ask if you wanted to take a cab there with us. Now that you've bought a car, that's even better. Why don't you come over and pick us up?" As Lin Kui's good best friend, she was not polite to Zhang Che at all. Chapter 36, What's Wrong with Supercars? The goddess picks another man's supercar while the lickspittle still has to pick up his BFF. Such a fact. It has to be said that lickspittles are really miserable. However, Zhang Che still didn't hesitate for a second. After all, you have to play the whole show. Having just picked up his car and driven a car other than a coach for the first time, he's still pretty excited and wants to drive it all the way more. The 4S store where he picked up the car is not far from the school, and it only took more than 10 minutes to drive the car directly to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. "I'm already there." Parking the car, he sent a message to Li Ling. Within a few minutes, all the people in their dormitory came down, including Lin Kui. He hurriedly got out of the car to greet Lin Kui. "Yeah, are you still there? Seen your sister?" When Lin Kui saw him get out of the car, he was first stunned, then subconsciously responded, Wang Junquan, he hasn't arrived yet. I'm waiting for him. Zhang Che, is this your car? In the dormitory, after Li Ling staggered about him going to pick up his car, they were all guessing what car he would buy as well. What Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche? They almost all guessed. The only thing I didn't guess was that it would actually be one of these. Li Ling was dumbfounded, circling the car and dropping her jaw in shock. Zhang Che, is this the car you're buying? Zhang Che shrugged his shoulders and asked rhetorically. What's the problem? There are bigger problems, okay? Li Ling spat breathlessly. You're so rich. I thought you'd buy a sports car too. The sports car. Zhang Che really wants it too. The problem is that the face is black. What can you do without this character? All he could do was give a fake wave of his hand. Hey, it's not driving anything. It's still environmentally friendly. Is that really true? Li Ling expressed her skepticism, and her eyes met Lin Kuyi's, both seeing the other's doubts. She came over to Lin Kuyi's ear and quietly muttered, Kuyi, he didn't buy all the money for clothes and didn't have money for a car, did he? If you ask me, instead of buying a car like this, it would be better not to buy it. It's too much of a drop in the bucket. Other people, Wang Junquan, drives a Porsche 911, and Sun Yunja also drives a BMW X5. For what he's got, a small domestic car, I bet it's no more than 100,000 bucks. They simply despise such small cars and the people who drive them. Lin Kui frowned. I don't think so. I've heard that you have to order in advance to buy a car, and it's not usually possible to say you can pick up a car the same day you go. He should have ordered this car days ago, before he bought us clothes then. It can't be about money. This schoolgirl is also dying to figure out why Zhang Che, who is obviously so rich, would want to buy such a car, which is really a drop in the bucket. Seeing the two women whispering on the side and looking at his car with their brows furrowed and their faces darkened, Zhang Che couldn't help but laugh dumbly. At this time, Lin Kui had already changed into the clothes he had just bought for him, wearing LV dresses, stepping on Chanel heels and carrying Dior clutches. Even Li Ling's outfit, he clearly remembered that he had just bought it for Lin Kui. When he was still a bit confused about this, he didn't realize that the two women had already disliked his car. He also just spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, and now it's just that the car didn't live up to their expectations and immediately collapsed. I'm so meh, but it's none of my business if you guys are happy or not. Dude just likes it. Although he was most looking forward to the Ferrari Lamborghini, it was a good drive. On second thought, as a licking dog, driving a supercar is not in line with the persona. It was good to be disliked. If Lin Kui could continue to go back to the high cool and indifferent mode in the future, it would be easy for him to pop up rewards. Don't get into all that nonsense, as well as interfering with his ability to play the game. Just when the atmosphere was a bit delicate, a roaring engine sound came. Boom boom dash. The sound came from far away, and with it a tie-red Porsche 911 pulled up. I have to say, the car is handsome for real and the engine roars nicely. It's just that the guy driving it is a bit of a runt in terms of looks. This is Wang Junquan? Zhang Che looked at the country-faced boy who came down from the car and was a little shorter than him, and was kinda curious about him. Opening the door and getting out of the car, the guy tried hard to look dashing, but nay, at best, they can only be described as decent looking, and they really don't perform the kind of effect that they do in idol dramas. Koi, I'm coming. Wang Junquan got out of the car and smiled at Lin Kui before saying, let's go. I've made all the arrangements. Lin Kui smiled at him and nodded before introducing him. Junquan, this is my friend Zhang Che. I invited him today as well. He's here to pick up Ling Ling and the girls, so it's a good time to go over there together. Wang Junquan sized up Zhang Che and grinned jokingly. You're Zhang Che, huh? He said as his eyes looked towards Zhang Che's car, his gaze turning from playful to disdainful. So this is your car, huh? It's kinda cute. Obviously, as Lin Kuyi's newest lickspill, Wang Junquan was aware of Zhang Che's existence. However, he didn't put Zhang Che in his eyes at all. How could a cockney with hundreds of millions of dollars in family assets and a Porsche 911 look a licking dog in the eye? Isn't a being like a lickspill in charge of taking over the women they get tired of playing with? When I heard about Zhang Che, he didn't care at all. Now that I look at it, I care even less. What kind of car do you drive that I can look you in the eye? It's about time. So let's go. Wang Junquan pulled open the passenger door and let Lin Kui get in. Then he turned back to Zhang Che. I hope you can see my taillights. Lin Kui got into Wang Junquan's Porsche 911. Although Li Ling resented it, she could only get into Zhang Che's cart with the other two roommates. She sat in the passenger seat and the other two in the back. Boom boom dash. Wang Junquan was in the front, and even intentionally stepped on the gas pedal a few times with an empty foot, taunting Zhang Che with the sound of the roaring car engine. Li Ling gloated on the side. Despised. aren't you? Who made you buy just such a car? She said and urged Zhang Che. Hurry up you, or else you really can't even see the taillights of other people's cars. Zhang Che smiled faintly, not bothering to talk nonsense with Li Ling, and followed up without slowing down, mainlining a subdued and calm manner. If he really wanted to race, of course his small car couldn't outrun someone else's 911. Wang Junquan also really wanted to dump him so that he couldn't even see the tail lights of the car. The problem is, this is the Magic City, and it's already rush hour. Not to mention you have a 3.0T Porsche that doesn't seem to have much more horsepower, even if you drive the V16 plus triple motor. Displacement 8.3L combined 1,800 horsepower Bugatti. At this point, it's not like you have to be honestly stuck in traffic downtown. Therefore, Wang Junquan has this heart, but the actual situation simply does not allow it. It was hard to get a little distance and a red light came back. Zhang Che didn't exert any force at all, although it was also true that there was no force available, and easily kept following him. The two cars drove towards the Bund one after the other, and just when they were still 3 to 5 kilometers away from the Bund, Wang Junquan in the front was stopped by the traffic police. Chapter 37, a supercar is no good either. Wang Junquan blew up the streets all the way, and the sound was loud wherever the car drove. Zhang Che followed behind, and all the way Li Ling was chattering non-stop. Zhang Che, look at other people's Porsche 911s, how high the turnout is. I'm really not talking about you. You're not that bad off. Why did you buy such a car? Haven't you ever thought about putting this car of yours next to a Porsche 911 and how Koi would choose? Anyone would pick a Porsche 911, right? How good you were this afternoon. Why did you fall off the wagon at such a crucial time? Li Ling looked at his attitude as if he was mourning his misfortune and was angry at him. He concentrated on driving, having a go at picking up the slack. Yes. As he was responding, he saw Wang Junquan in front of him pulling over at the direction of the traffic police. Li Ling's little mouth that had been bearing all the time finally stopped at this time and said in shock, "What's wrong?" A small head in the back peeked out the front. "Is it blocking a DUI?" The other immediately dismissed it. "No way. It's just about dinner time. Isn't it a little early to be blocking DUIs?" Zhang Che followed closely behind and also parked his car on the side of the road. Routine checkups it. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the traffic police checking Wang Junquan's license and driver's license and let him out of the car. He shut up right away and turned. Better get out of the car and check it out. In the Porsche car in front, Lin Kui was also confused and followed Wang Junquan out of the car. Zhang Che and their car of 4 people came together just in time to hear the traffic police make a punishment to Wang Junquan. "Your car has out-of-state license plates, and you can't drive here at this time of day. According to the traffic restrictions, we found out that you are already a multiple violation of the limit. You are now assessed a doubled penalty of a $400 fine and 6 points. Hearing these words, everyone finally understood what was going on. Big cities like the imperial capital of Magic City have corresponding driving restrictions because of the large number of people in cars. If you violate the limit, it's usually a 200 fine and 3 points. For a cocky guy like Wang Junquan who drives a Porsche 911, a $200 fine is naturally as good as no punishment at all. How could he care about that amount of money? So, he never took the so-called restrictions seriously. It's just a shame that he has the money to not care about that fine. But again, he only has 12 points on his license. The words of the traffic police didn't stop when Wang Junquan looked embarrassed. You've already had 9 points on your license before, and now you've got 6 more, and you've already gone through 12 points in the demerit cycle. So we're going to hold your license now and ask you to come to a designated location within 15 days. Wang Junquan had no temper at all and could only hang his head in shame. Yes, I know. The traffic cop took his license away. You can't drive anymore now that your license has been suspended. Would you be better off having your partner take the car away? Or just call a tow truck? Li Ling in the back was still a bit dazed and asked stupidly, "Wang Junquan, why can't he drive now?" Zhang Che was speechless in his heart, but he could only take out his dog-licking attitude to explain. He's got all his points. His license is suspended. And if he drives again, that's driving without a license. That's a potential detention if you're caught driving without a license. Li Ling was shocked again when she heard this. Then what are the two Kuyis going to do now? Zhang Che, how many points do you have left on your license? She was worried that Zhang Che's points would not be enough to be deducted as well, and 2 cars and a line of people would be left on the road. She was so startled that she drew the attention of the traffic police. The traffic police looked at Zhang Che's car and shouted, "It's rush hour. Don't park on the side of the road. Drive away." Zhang Che immediately responded, "Officer, we're all in this together." Right away. Hearing him say that he was with Wang Junquan Lin Koi, the traffic police did not say more and continued to go on duty. Li Ling was still a bit dumbfounded. "Zhang Che, why didn't the traffic police let you go?" Zhang Che pointed to the temporary license plate placed in the lower right corner of the front window. Sister Li Ling, this is my Shanghai license plate. The restriction is on foreign license plates, so of course he won't be fined. The expressions of the group of people were immediately a bit subtle, and they carefully looked at Zhang Che's license plate with wide eyes. Even Lin Kui didn't hold back from coming to the back to take a few more glances. They hadn't cared before, and one of them had felt that he had fallen off the wagon. As a result, which thought, this walk on the road, this small broken car is actually better than the supercar. Dude, this Porsche 911 of yours isn't working either. Zhang Che followed Wang Juinchuan's tone just now and asked after him after a flirtatious tone. So what are you going to do now? Do you want a different schoolmate to drive you? Or do you want to call a tow truck? Wang Junquan was silent, and after half a second Lin Kui waved his hand repeatedly. No, Junquan. Or we might as well call a tow truck. I have a driver's license, but I'm just an arborist, and I haven't touched a car since I got out of driving school. I wouldn't dare drive now with all the cars on the road. Besides, your car is so nice. If you bump into it, even if you don't care, it hurts me. She was completely saying nice things, and she was also actively looking for a step down for Wang Junquan. It is because of the heartache of the car, afraid of bumping into the bump. Wang Junquan did not want her to drive, so he did not pick up Zhang Che's stance. Now the guy went down the slope and immediately answered, "That's the only way it can be done." Zhang Che skimmed his mouth with a look of contempt. Dislike was written all over his face, but he didn't proceed to make a mocking remark. Li Ling went over and took Lin Kui's arm. Kui, what about us? Shall we go over there first, or wait for you to join us? Lin Kui was also in trouble, not knowing what to do for a while. She was the main character of the birthday party. Whether it was Li Ling and the girls or anyone else, arriving first could only wait for her. By this time, quite a few people should have arrived and were waiting for her to greet them. But it takes time to call a tow truck, so you can't just leave Wang Junquan here to deal with it on his own. Can you? Today in birthday party, but people spent $180,000 to charter a venue for her. They are still a car to come. Is a companion, which if the Wang Junquan left behind, that can be too much to say. Even if you've crossed the river, you don't have to be like this. Even if you do not consider the morality, conscience, politeness and so on these aspects of the factor, but also have to consider their own image reputation is not. Just when she couldn't decide, Zhang Che stepped forward. Hokage, I think it's better to do it this way. You first accompany Wang Junquan here to deal with the problem. I'll send senior sister Li Ling and the girls over first. It's not far from the Bund anymore, so I'm afraid it'll be about the same time by the time I get back in time to pick you guys up. It's not easy even to get a cab at this hour, so it's more convenient for me to pick you up. Lin Kui hesitated for a moment and quickly nodded in agreement. Well then, that's as good as it gets. She even smiled and apologized to Zhang Che after she finished. Zhang Che, I'm troubling you. Zhang Che's car is a 5-seater, and it's still no problem to squeeze 3 people in the back. But the problem now was that there were 6 of them, so it would have to be 2 trips. Anyway, this was still Zhang Che's own idea. So that's it. Chapter 38, Get me a license plate. Lin Kui decided to come down. So Zhang Che first sent her 2 roommates to the Jingxiu Bund restaurant. As for Li Ling, she chose to come down and stay with Lin Kui. Zhang Che had to come back to pick up a trip anyway, and the car was already big enough to sit in anyway. Besides, there's no such thing as a light bulb at this point, and there's nothing wrong with staying. When Zhang Che came back again, the tow truck had just towed away Wang Juinchuan's Porsche 911. At this time this was simply very depressed, with a disheveled face. I was trying to play hard to get, but I didn't think I could get hit in the face with such a small, crappy car in a Porsche 911. With everything taken care of, Li Ling flew into the passenger side with nimble hands and feet, leaving the backspace for Lin Kui and Wang Junquan. In response, Zhang Che did not have the slightest bit of displeasure at all, as if he did not notice anything special about this at all, only to turn back and flirt again as Wang Junquan got into the car with his seatbelt fastened. Man, commiserations huh? Haven't had a ride this cheap, have you? He actually said this because he couldn't stand to see Wang Junquan looking like he was tugging at his feet. But to Lin Kui and Li Ling, he was just being jealous. Wang Junquan was getting annoyed, but when he heard him being so gloomy, he didn't choke with him. Instead, he clasped his hands and said, "How did you get your license plate? Help me get one too, for whatever price you want. To drive in this part of the Magic City, it's really inconvenient to not have a local license plate." But unfortunately, even though his family's assets were still several $100 million, he couldn't get a Magic City license plate. Mordor is limited to license plates, and you have to meet the requirements to bid on a license plate in the first place. Even if the conditions are met, the winning rate can't be high, let alone if he doesn't meet the conditions at all. Therefore, there is really nothing he can do. He bought this Porsche 911 before he can only put the household in the province of Su. And you don't have a license plate and you want to drive a supercar to play hard to get girls. However, Zhang Che similarly did not meet the conditions but was able to get the license plate. So it could only be that he had some special means or channel. He was actually not wrong at all for guessing so. Except that this channel of Zhang Che's was the system. I'm not that powerful. Zhang Che directly denied it. But to the others it looked like a refusal. Li Ling gave him a blank look. This kind of time when you can pretend in a big way you actually don't pretend at all? You say you don't have the power. So where did you get this license plate? Li Ling said and even picked up the license plate directly under the window to look at it. Following up with a curious inquiry. Zhang Che, is this your license plate number? Zhang Che shook his head. No, this is a temporary license plate. The official license plate doesn't have the same number as this. After explaining, he casually floored then proceeded to flub. Actually, I rented this car, so naturally the license plate has nothing to do with me. This sounds reasonable. And it's true that there are a lot of people renting more cars or renting license plates in cities like the Magic City Empire that have limited license plates. Oh, Wang Junquan was just about to respond when Lin Kui also felt like it was the time for a sudden realization. Li Ling, however, opened the glove box in the passenger seat and took out the big book and license that was placed inside in a document bag. Liar, doesn't it say your name? The lie was revealed in an instant. But Zhang Che didn't feel embarrassed at all. I'm not trying to be polite in my refusal. Watch your eyes. Lin Kui in the back row secretly hummed softly and couldn't help but laugh in the back of her mind. He must be jealous. Li Ling slammed in another blank stare. Very generous at the expense of others. Since you have a way to get a license plate for Magic City, then help Wang Junquan get one for him. People have said the price is whatever you want. It's not like they want you for nothing. With those words, Zhang Che couldn't help but return a blank stare. Why do you suppose he said the price was whatever he wanted? Do you think the license plates in Mordor are so easy to get? You tell him to get me one too. For whatever price he wants. Li Ling froze. She didn't really understand the license plate or anything. It feels like it sounds like it's hard to get, even if you're willing to spend a lot of money. She couldn't help but follow up with. So where did you get this license plate? Zhang Che didn't answer and directly drove the car into the parking lot, smoothly changing the topic. Here we are. With an attitude like that, it's clear that he's not willing to say much. He couldn't really explain this, and there was no need to explain it at all. So, simply keep your mouth shut and look evasive. Instead, Wang Junquan understood this. Who would make a big deal out of this kind of thing? Even when Zhang Che rejected him without hesitation, he took it for granted. This really wasn't something that could be solved by spending money. What was his relationship with Zhang Che? And why should Zhang Che help him? When Zhang Che and the others arrived, quite a few people invited by Lin Kui had already arrived. Seeing Lin Kui actually getting off a small tram instead of Wang Junquan's racy Porsche 911, many uninformed people are confused about such a situation. Especially seeing that even Wang Junquan actually got off this little tram. Kagome. This group of people swarmed around Lin Kui, chattering and talking, and clustered into the Jingxiu Bund. Zhang Che fell behind and casually called out the system interface that had just rang with a reward alert to take a look. Offering to make 2 pickup runs was the right choice, and it was not ruled a success and rewarded again. Just when he was having a good time, a white BMW X5 stopped at the side and a familiar figure came down from the car. It was Sun Yun Cheol, the Lim Koi suitor who had treated him as a love rival. Is this your car? The Sun Yunja also looked interested when he saw his auspicious star wishes and gave the same evaluation as Wang Junquan. It's kinda cute. The difference was that Wang Junquan said this as pure mockery, while Sun Yunja was pure flirting. I'm a dog licker. Doesn't that just fit me? Zhang Che was unimpressed and turned to ask. Speaking of which, why did you come on your own? And why don't you go pick up your schoolmates and the girls? Sun Yunja smiled a more or less bitter smile. This time the one who gave Ken his birthday was him, Wang Junquan, and he was driving a Porsche 911. It's the lowest trim level Porsche 911, and it doesn't even have an option. But it's still a Porsche 911. It's a supercar. With Kagome's personality, she'll definitely only get into his car today. Then I'll only be able to pick up Li Ling and the girls if I go over there. So what am I doing? This kind of thing was something he could never accept. Yet Zhang Che did it without any mental burden. Not only did Zhang Che go and pick up Li Ling and the girls, but he also picked up Wang Junquan. Speaking of which, that kid drives a Porsche yanking $2.5 million, and he can't look at anything below a supercar. But how did he and can just get out of your car? What the hell is going on here? Sun Yunja was similarly confused and couldn't figure it out at all. He was not surprised that Zhang Che would be their driver. In his opinion, Zhang Che's actions were just so unbelievable. However, It can be very surprising that a person with high eyes like Wang Junquan doesn't meet in a Porsche to sit in a car like Zheng Che's. Chapter 39, Can't Have Your Cake and Eat It Too. Zheng Che also did not hide. Will Wang Junquan because the violation of the limit too much? The points are not enough to deduct the matter. Sun Yunjie immediately laughed out loud, laughing with a relief that simply could not stop. Ha ha ha. 6 points on your license despite having only 3 points left. Ha ha ha. License impounded, can only call a tow truck to come and tow the car back. Looking at him with tears in his eyes on the verge of laughing, Zheng Che was speechless. Needless to say, this guy should have suffered a loss at the hands of Sun Yunjie. He drove a BMW X5, which should have been despised by Wang Junquan's Porsche 911. After all, the BBA is recognized as the representative of luxury cars in the widest perception, and Porsche is firmly at the head of the BBA. Many celebrity families just recognize Porsche and can't even look at a BBA driver. Not to mention, Wang Junquan, this is still known as the king of Porsche 911. Damn, why didn't I think of this before? If I had been made to realize that, how could I have let him get cocky in front of me? When Sun Yunjie said this, it further solidified Zheng Che's speculation. Put anywhere else, the BMW X5 can't compare to the Porsche 911 in any way, but if you put it in Magic City, a BMW X5 with a Shanghai license plate and a Porsche 911 with a foreign license plate, that's still a bit of a statement about the weight of that. Speaking of which, I have a question. Zheng Che looked curiously at Sun Yunjie, who couldn't stop smiling. Since you guys have already broken heads, how come no one has automatically quit? Before, Sun Yunjie treated him as a love rival, but once he came, he simply and roughly wanted to compare family strength. This kind of thing, is it hard to believe that he hasn't done it to Wang Junquan? Or is it that the losers are not happy either and still continue to stalk? It's not the resignation of losing, it's the fact that neither one of us has split the difference. Sun Yunjie sighed, helpless. Just because that kid has a few $100 million in assets at home doesn't mean it's a few $100 million for him to spend. Plus, he's from a small city in the north, and his family doesn't have any properties in Mordor. My family doesn't have a few $100 million, but I'm a native of Mordor. He doesn't even have a qualification to buy a house in Magic City right now, while I have 3 suites in my name. All things considered, both he and I feel that no one is worse than anyone else. And Kagome, probably for the same reason. So she never made a choice. Magic City, which is the most prosperous city in the country. The paper-drinking, colorful, magical city of 10 miles. If given the choice, I believe no one would give up the Magic City for a smaller city. Of course, the several $100 million in assets of Wang Junquan's family is definitely no small temptation. But there are 3 suites in the name of Sun Yunjie. Conditions are not bad at all. There is also the advantage of the Magic City people. Hearing Sun Yunjie say this, Zheng Che was already able to appreciate Lin Kui's entanglement. Even if he had encountered such a problem, he would have been equally hesitant to make a choice. Zheng Che was even able to guess that if it was possible, Lin Kui would want to pick a Magic City one with several $100 million in assets. Nah, you can't have it both ways. It's not like Koi isn't trying, and Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjie are already the best she can pick right now. It wasn't as if there weren't other rich people at HU, but the other rich weren't interested in her. With no options left in the school, she could only look outside the school, always searching for a better option. Unfortunately, however, no better young talent was met outside of school. The only people she meets are middle-aged and older people who want to adopt her, all with big bellies and Mediterranean haircuts kind of thing. Although she hadn't suffered many setbacks along the way, Lin Kui was in no hurry. She's only celebrating her 21st birthday today and still has years of great youth to choose from. In the end, it's a matter of fate if you get to choose the one you want. Splitting up the second generation. Ha, Zheng Che teased, then patted Sun Yunjie's shoulder. Cheer up, that guy does yank like 250, and I'd rather push your ass than him. Compared to these two people, Zheng Che still had a better view of Sun Yunjie. Sun Yunjie, however, had a black line on his head as he looked at him and sighed again. Hey, yet I have a feeling now that it will be you who will ultimately have the last laugh. You were able to get a Shanghai license, and with that ability you've already surpassed Sun Yunjie and me. Zheng Che shrugged. Nerves. You are the one who didn't see the look of disgust that Li Ling and Sister Lin looked at my car when I went to pick them up. This will get into their eyes? He paused, then added, also, I'm really not interested in your love affairs. You guys have your love triangle, leave me out of it. He all but hated to swear that he really just wanted to be a lickspittle, so I can't really see through you. So what exactly is this you're doing to Kagome? Performance art? Sun Yunjie felt that he wasn't telling lies, but the more so the more puzzling his behavior became. That's my attitude, believe it or not. Anyway, he said, not bothering to dwell on it, and changed the subject. Let's go. Everyone else is going in. The two walked into the restaurant together before he spoke again as if he had just remembered something. Then again, by the way, did you just say that 911 of Wonju Inchuans is the lowest trim level? How much does that cost? Sun Yunja's expression instantly became very disdainful again, and he vigorously skimmed his mouth. It's the lowest rated, which is commonly known as the beggar's version. The beggar's version, and I specifically went to check it out. 2025 Carrera 3.0T with 3.0L and 394 horsepower. The official guide price of this car is $1,468,000, and I still have $830,000 on the bare bones of this X5. For the vast majority of people, there is no way to tell from the exterior whether a car is high or low end. If Sun Yunja didn't say anything, Zheng Che would never have known this. Still, that's really not cheap at $1,468 million. And even the beggar's version is already impressive. And Sun Yunja was still babbling about it. You know, it's the various kits that are the essence of the 911. You should have heard how eye candy Porsche is. Not only is the brand arrogant, but all those people who work at Porsche act as if the Porsche is owned by their family. Wang Junquan shows a beggar's version, but also completely without options. When buying a car, God knows how many blank stares. To buy it even against the blank stares of being despised and discriminated against is to say that rich people have faith and don't care about that. After Sun Yunja finished spitting, the two of them with Zheng Che had already walked into the restaurant. At this time, the restaurant had already clamored into an incomparable buzz. For Lin Kuyi's birthday this time, she invited all of their classmates, and then some other friends who were relatively close, as well as a lickspit like Zheng Che who was on top of his game, and a more powerful suitor like Sun Yunja. All the ones she thought were worth inviting had already been invited. Chapter 40, Licking the Dog Table. As the main character of the birthday party, Lin Kuyi is the hostess of the moment. She greeted the crowd warmly and from time to time took birthday gifts from her classmates and friends. Li Ling and two other roommates acted as assistants, helping her with storage of gifts and other such chores. As the caterer of this birthday party, Wang Junquan also assumed the posture of a male host and followed Lin Kuyi to greet everyone. It really did look like a couple, or even a husband and wife. Koi is already hooking up with Wang Junquan, right? Look at the two of them being so in tune. Throwing $180,000 for a birthday. I wouldn't be able to handle it, not to mention the fact that the man, Wang Junquan, still drives a Porsche. But I heard that Wang Junquan and Ken both came in a small tram today, and the one driving seems to be Koi's licking dog, Zhang Chiol. In the eyes of many people, Lin Kuyi and Wang Junquan have just become a couple. This infuriated Sun Yunja enough. Damn, what makes these people think so? Just because the one who gave Ken a birthday this year is this kid Wang Junquan? Naya, last year it was my birthday for Koi. Why didn't they say anything? Zhang Che hurriedly patted his shoulder. Calm down, calm down. You said that was last year. This year people are the men. It's not surprising that it would come up. You shouldn't have come to this if you felt like you couldn't take it. Wang Junquan spent so much money on Lin Kuyi's birthday, and deliberately creating that perception was part of the purpose itself. Having not fought for the right to organize, Zhang Che felt that Sun Yunja should not have appeared. The guy, however, grunted and said, "How can that be? How can I miss Kan's birthday? Zhang Che, dude, that's actually kind of dog-licking." Amidst Sun Yunja's indignation, all the people invited by Lin Kuyi arrived one after another. Zhang Che roughly estimated that there were at least 100 or so people. At 600 per person in this restaurant, that's 60,000 for a meal for 100 people. When you look at it this way, $180,000 for the whole restaurant seems like a pretty affordable price. Most of Lin Kuyi's classmates and friends knew each other, and in twos and threes, they looked for familiar ones to sit at the same table. Zhang Che was a bit more miserable, and apart from Li Ling and the others, the only one he could be considered to know was Sun Yunja, and this guy is in a similar situation to him. The most awkward thing about eating a banquet is this kind of scene. No one knows anyone knows where to do. Thankfully, Sun Yunja is one of Lin Kuyi's strongest suitors. As for him, he's Lin Kuyi's #1 dog licker. Even if he was busy, Lin Kuyi couldn't possibly neglect the two of them. Yunja, Zhang Che, you guys sit down as well. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Kuyi personally welcomed the two to the main table and greeted them as they sat down together. As the absolute protagonist of the day, she naturally took the main seat, while Wang Junquan rightfully sat to her left. Sun Yunja was not willing to show weakness and sat straight to Lin Kuyi's right. Zhang Che didn't want to jostle for position and deliberately slowed down by 2 beats. He waited until almost everyone else had recognized their places before he walked over to Sun Yunja's side and sat down. And on his side was Li Ling. Lin Kuyi's 3 roommates were plugged away, each responsible for greeting the people around them. Other than them, all the others at the table were men. Is this hardly a dog-licking table? Zhang Che was shocked. He felt that the other boys at the table should all be Lin Kuyi's adoring suitors as well. Though he was not like these men, he licked so much that he was afraid to be as good as he was in the eyes of others. I used to hear about people getting married and setting up ex-boyfriend/ex-girlfriend tables. I didn't realize you could have a dog-licking table for a birthday now. Though others besides him were certainly reluctant to admit they were lickspittles. Everyone sat down, and soon all the good wine and food was served. Lin Kuyi stood up with his glass raised and began to speak with ease. Fellow students and friends, those sitting here today are my brothers and sisters. It's my birthday and I'm happy. And I'm even happier that you guys are here for my birthday. I would also like to give a special thanks to Wang Junquan, who took the trouble to prepare my birthday party. I'll spare you the redundancy. Everyone eat and drink well. I wish I could spend every birthday from now on with you guys. Cheers. Everyone was very facetious and all stood up with their glasses and responded loudly. Cheers. After Lin Kuyi finished sitting down, Wang Junquan stood up right after him. Excuse me for a moment. I'd like to take this day to say a few words. First of all, of course, I want to wish Koi a happy birthday, and I wish Koi every year. Koi just said he wanted to thank me for planning his birthday, but that's actually not necessary at all. This year, every year, and every year after that, I'll plan Kagom's birthday. Like Koi just said, you're all Koi's friends, and no one is allowed to be absent at that time. The others hooted and hollered, and likewise gave him face. After all, eating people's mouths is short. While many people think that he and Lin Kuyi have become a couple, well, we'll be sure not to miss it. Happy birthday, cheers. The louder the voices echoing and shouting in approval from the scene, the uglier the faces of those boys at Zhang Che's table became. He was the only one at a large table who was following along. However, Li Ling and the girls were instead placing odd eyes on him. It felt as if it was his reaction that was strange, and Sun Yunja's and their reactions that were normal. What are you looking at me for? Zhang Che sat down and casually asked Li Ling on the side. Big brother, you have a good heart. Li Ling nibbled on his ear. Wang Junquan said he'll plan a birthday party for Kuyi every year from now on. One could say that we're all friends and he's excluding himself as a friend. What does that mean, don't you understand? Who could not understand this? That's why Sun Yunja and the others are so upset. But what did this have to do with Zhang Che? He didn't mind what Wang Junquan said at all. I see. Isn't Wang Junquan presenting himself as schoolmate's boyfriend? With a smile, he then said, I see that my senior sister is quite happy right now, so I'm happy too. It doesn't matter what Wang Junquan wants to express. I still say that I'm happy when my senior sister is happy. Li Ling was once again stunned. Although it wasn't the first time she had heard Zhang Che say something like this, she was still dumbfounded once again. No, do you really love so selflessly? Is it really true that there are people in this world who are so rich, so arrogant, and who love so much without asking for anything in return? Such an existence, which feels unreal even in an idle drama, actually exists in reality? She couldn't help but be moved by Zhang Che. At that moment, he saw Sun Yunja stand up as well. Fellow students, friends, brothers and sisters, my name is Sun Yunja. I believe that basically everyone here knows me as well. I'd like to take this opportunity to say a few words. Everyone here did know him, so as soon as he stood up everyone's expressions were a little odd. This is where the jealousy starts. Chapter 41, Don't Want to Fall in Love During College. With everyone watching, Sun Yunja spoke eloquently. First of all, of course, I still want to wish Kagome a happy birthday, and I wish Kagome to be happy every day for as long as she lives. With that, he pulled a beautiful box out of his pocket. I don't know what's inside, but at a glance, I know it's worth a lot is all. Koi, it's for you. He handed the gift over, and Lin Kuyi didn't make a fuss with him, reaching out to take it. Thanks. With a smile and a nod, he said aloud then, those here are the people Kuyi cares about the most. Since it's all been agreed upon, we'll have to celebrate Kagome's birthday together every year from now on. So here's my formal invitation to everyone. On this day next year, everyone will come to the birthday party I'm throwing for Kagome, and no one will be absent. Everyone was stunned for a moment when they heard him say that. I knew you guys were jealous of each other, but I didn't realize you were so tit for tat. Many people thought Lin Kuyi and Wang Junquan were already a couple, so they just echoed Wang Junquan's call. What kind of reaction should people give when he pulls a stunt like that at this point? Good. In the end, it was Zhang Che who was the first to stand up for him, echoing the call. With Zhang Che taking the lead, the others followed suit, sort of not letting the atmosphere get cold. Otherwise, he was afraid that it would all be a bit hard to get off the stage. But this in turn caused Li Ling to give him a blank look. No buddy, do you really think you're here to get along? Sun Yunja's words caused Wang Junquan's face to darken as well. What did his words mean Sun Yunja could understand? And what did Sun Yunja mean he naturally understood? Seeing the two people look at each other are bursting out of the sparks. Who is not convinced, who is afraid that they can fight. Li Ling saw the situation and hurriedly stood up to round off the situation. Anyway, everyone wishes Kui a happy birthday. Greeting everyone, she toasted Lin Kui before she changed the subject. It's Kagom's birthday. The most important thing is to have fun. So everyone get as high as you can. There is a piano and sound equipment on site. So all talented students are welcome to show off their talents. No sooner had she finished her sentence than one of the boys across the room stood up. Just let me play a song as a way of sending my best wishes to Kui. The boy, with an air of poise, sat down at the piano and played with ease and freedom. The whole restaurant was filled with the pleasant sound of the piano, and the atmosphere was on a high. Zhang Che knew nothing about music, and had absolutely no idea what piece was being played, let alone whether it was good or not. But looking at the boy, the level shouldn't be low. Among Lin Kui's suitors, he would be one of the more talented ones, but his family is not that luxurious. Unfortunately, it was clear what Lin Kui wanted. If a rich man was talented, then Lin Kui would be very satisfied. But he only has talent but not enough money. Then Lin Kui can only express regret with him. Someone started it off and the whole birthday party came to life. The restaurant was all wrapped up, and everyone there was very relaxed as they were all classmates and alumni. Piano players, singers of various songs, stand-up comedians telling jokes, or just plain upstarts. After a few glasses of wine, in the alcohol fueled by that is no concern. The birthday party was brought to a climax by the activity of all of you. Zhang Che buried his head in the dry rice, and did not forget to give a good shout even after eating a full meal, and was also really happy. A couple hours passed after this, and a lot of people were pretty much drunk and tired of tossing and turning. More importantly, it's getting late. While the atmosphere slowly cooled down, Wang Junquan beckoned the staff to push up a huge multi-tiered cake. How can you have a birthday without a cake? Koi, make a wish. The one who celebrated Lin Kui's birthday today was still him, Wang Junquan. After all, even if Sun Yunjie and the others were no longer upset, they could only cooperate with him at times like this. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. All of them sang the birthday song together, and during the song Lin Kui put her hands together and made a silent wish. When she opened her eyes, Wang Junquan greeted the crowd. Come on, let's all help Koi blow out the candles. The cake was too big, and the candles were filled with 21 candles, so it was really hard to blow them out just by Lin Kui. Who dash? Li Ling and the rest of the girls followed to help, and together they blew out the candles. At this time, Wang Junquan took out a box from his pocket and opened it, and inside was a flowing gemstone ring. At the same time he got down on one knee in a very standard proposal pose. Kagome, I love you. I've been hopelessly in love with you from the first moment I saw you. Kui, I want to be good to you for the rest of my life. Give me a chance to take care of you for the rest of your life. Accept me and be my girlfriend. The confession came out of nowhere, but it felt reasonable. Wang Junquan spent so much money and effort to celebrate Lin Kui's birthday, surely hoping to take her down in the process. If you're so intent on doing nothing, are you doing it to pop rewards just like Zhang Che? Promise him. These people on the scene, they didn't know if they were moved by Wang Junquan or if they had agreed in advance to act as an atmosphere group. Anyway, several people took the lead and shouted, and then more and more people followed. Everyone looked at Lin Kui, wondering what she would choose. They all look like a couple already. She's not going to say no, is she? As people watched, Lin Kui was silent for a moment, his eyes looking over Zhang Che, over Sun Yunjie and the others. The corners of Zhang Che's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he hurriedly took the opportunity to wipe his mouth to cover it up. No, what are you looking at us for at this hour? She's showing hesitation. But is there hesitation for so many people? When Zhang Che couldn't help but secretly spit out the words, Lin Kui had already spoken softly. Junquan, I won't deny that I have a crush on you, but I can't promise you that. Thank you for throwing this birthday party for me. I had a great time. Really, but I don't want to be in a relationship while I'm in college, so I hope you'll understand me. Surprisingly, he was still rejected, and Wang Junquan immediately looked disheartened. What with not wanting to be in a relationship during college? That's a bit of a bull **** reason too. Wang Junquan also understood that this was just a pretext for Lin Kui. In reality, Lin Kui still couldn't make up her mind about picking one of their suitors. He had prepared so much and was originally bound to succeed, thinking that he could definitely succeed, paying but not getting a return, but also in front of so many people were rejected. Wang Junquan is a little anxious. Kui, are you really not going to think about it? I've already done so much for you. Before he could finish his words, Sun Yunjie, who had long been upset with him for a long time, stood out again. Wang Junquan, can't you hear that Kui has already rejected you? What do you mean by that? You spent $180,000 on Koi's birthday and Koi has to be your girlfriend? What do you take Kui for? You're insulting Kagome if you think that. These words cannot be said to be ruthless. Completely blocked Wang Junquan. So that Wang Junquan no longer have nothing to say. Chapter 42, you guys take my car and go back. The whole of Shanghai knows that Wang Junquan spent $180,000 to charter a restaurant for Lin Kui's birthday. Lin Kui accepts his arrangement, but does not accept his confession. This is the kind of thing that would have been very unkind and indefensible. And now, Sun Yunja stepped forward, and with a few words completely dispelled the situation. After all you've done to Kan, did Kagome force you to do it? You wouldn't have thrown a birthday party for Kagome. What's the big deal? It's not even that Koi asked you to do it. How many times has Koi refused you? You're the one who had to do it for Koi. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people to do it for Kagome. You want Koi after spending $180,000? You treat Koi like a maid. If you're not convinced, I'll give you back the $180,000 and you don't show up in front of Kan from now on. With those words, Zhang Che couldn't help but applaud him. Although it was Wang Junquan who celebrated Lin Kui's birthday today, giving Wang Junquan a day out of the limelight. Accordingly, Sun Yunja was holding back for a day, but at the end of this, he was the one who managed to pull one back. In fact, whether it was for Wang Junquan or Sun Yunja, $180,000 wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount all the same. There is a return that will feel that the money spent worthwhile. Nothing to gain. Then the money can be equivalent to a waste of money. Then, naturally, it would still feel heartbreaking, too. But even if he is heartbroken, Wang Junquan doesn't have the face to ask for it back. For one thing, he really can't pull this face. And for another, he is still not dead to Lin Kui. If he really wanted Sun Yunja to make up for his loss, he wouldn't be able to hang out at HU in the future, much less show up in front of Lin Kui. Sun Yunja, what are you daring to come and lecture me? He stood up at that moment. Don't you throw dip on me? Is that what I meant? Since Kagome doesn't want a relationship right now, I can wait. I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. Trying to play mind games with me. You're worthy. Seeing the two of them passionately sparring, Zhang Che stood in awe of Lin Kui. Not to mention the fact that the two strongest and most powerful suitors still have no regrets about him after a glorious birthday. Nothing is promised. Nothing is given. And all the benefits are taken. It's amazing how something that could have started a storm can dissipate without doing anything. Hi. Really hi. Junquan, thank you for understanding me. Lin Kui looked at Wang Junquan with tears in her eyes and expressed her gratitude in a trembling voice. Then he looked at Sun Yunja. Yunja, thank you for being so kind to me all this time as well. All of you stop. I know you're all the best people for me, and I'm the one who's sorry. She spoke with such affection that this was going to make her cry. So what else could Wang Junquan and Sun Yunja say? Li Ling stepped forward at the right time. Okay, let's not talk about that. It's time to scratch the cake. Everyone hurry up or the dormitory will be closed. Wang Junquan and Sun Yunja stopped talking, and the scene gradually returned to the atmosphere. After the cake was divided, this birthday party today was considered to have officially come to an end. There weren't any nightclubs scheduled, and so far Lin Kui had never stayed off campus. That is, no man has ever been given a chance. Lin Kui knew better than anyone else what exactly one should do in order to get what they were after. Thank you, guys. Thank you, and take care on the road. Lin Kui had drunk a lot of wine. Her face was red and she stood at the door with Wang Junquan to send everyone away. In the end, only the two of them, the three Li Ling, and Zhang Che and Sun Yunja were left. Li Ling packed the gifts that others had given Lin Kui in a big bag. 3 whole big bags of so many. She and her 2 other roommates brought all the gifts to the door in one big bag, panting and asking questions. Koi, we're the only ones left. How are we going to get back? Now there were a total of them, but with 2 cars, it was actually enough. The best arrangement, of course, was for Lin Kui to go back in Sun Yunja's BMW X5. He's got a big car and he can fit so many gifts in it. But Sun Yunja's car was definitely not happy to give Wang Junquan a ride, and Wang Junquan definitely didn't care to sit in it. In today's situation, Lin Kui couldn't have left Wang Junquan halfway across the country no matter what. Isn't it the same as unloading on someone after their birthday? So, today was the day to give enough emotional value to Wang Junquan no matter what. In that case, having Lin Kui ride in Sun Yunja's BMW X5 wouldn't work. In that case, it would have to be Zhang Che's little trolley. That brings us back to the previous problem. His car couldn't fit everyone including Wang Junquan, Li Ling and the girls. Splitting up 2 roommates to ride in Sun Yunja's BMW X5. Can Sun Yunja be happy with that? He could be based on the same reason. So he was rushing straight to the restaurant. Otherwise there would be nothing for Zhang Che to do when he went to pick up the people. It's a bit of a bad idea. And both Zhang Che and Yunjia have been drinking. Lin Kui also had a bit of a headache. The driver had been drinking, not to mention that this was not far from the school. It's not practical to make 2 trips like you did before you came here. Otherwise, it's a cab ride. Hokage, I think it's better to do it this way. She was about to suggest taking a taxi when Zhang Che interrupted her with a voice. I see that senior sister Li Ling hasn't been drinking today, so why don't I let senior sister Li Ling drive my car? Wang Junquan, you guys take my car and go back. I'll stay and figure it out on my own, he said and looked at Lin Kuyi's pile of gifts. These gift bags are already tied and won't get lost. If you trust me, senior sister, I'll send you to the dormitory. That was indeed a good idea. And everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it. They could go straight back and not have to get so tired of carrying presents. It couldn't be better. As for how Zhang Che was going to go back and how he was going to get so many gifts, that was not something they should worry about. I came in on that one today, so I didn't drink. Li Ling rubbed her hands together with gusto. You're willing to give me the car to drive? She likewise took her driver's license right after her high school exams, but hasn't touched a car again until now. Now that she could touch the steering wheel again, she was still very much looking forward to it. Zhang Che laughed. What kind of relationship do we have? What kind of relationship do you have with your senior sister that I can be unwilling? He very generously stated. Drive it as you like. I'll take care of it if it gets wrecked, as long as the people are okay. After saying that, he just handed over the car keys. Good. Then it's decided. Li Ling beautifully immediately went to park and drive. Meanwhile, Lin Kui gave him a coquettish glance. Zhang Che, what are you talking about? What do you mean if I trust you? How can I not trust you? It wouldn't be quite right to pass it on to you if it wasn't a birthday present from someone else. Otherwise, it's not a problem to give it all to you. It was true. Lin Kui said it with sincerity. After all, adding up all of these was not as good as the ones that Zhang Che had bought for her. It's going to be a switch, and she's the one who's going to make the blood money. Zhang Che smiled in response. Senior sister, I was just joking with you, not that I thought you would suspect me. As the two spoke, Li Ling had also already neatly driven the car over. Their other 2 roommates nimbly got into the back row, leaving only one empty seat. Wang Junquan had no choice but to sit in the co-pilot seat, and did not even have a chance to mix in a squeeze. When they left this time, a system prompt immediately rang in the head of Zhang Che, who was waving his hand behind his back. Hey, dog-licking behavior ruled successful again, and the rewards are back. The decision, indeed, was not a mistake. Zhang Che couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. It seemed like he was getting more and more talented at being a licking dog as well. How many people must be brought to tears by telling them that they don't even ride in their own car themselves, giving it up to goddesses and other men. Chapter 43, A Day of Great Harvest. Watching Lin Kui and the others drive off in their own cars in a desperate manner, Zhang Che turned his head to look at Sun Yunjia. Are you going back to school? For others this question is nonsense. Where else would a person go if they didn't go back to school? But people, Sun Yunjia is a local. A local with 3 sweets in his name may not have to go back to school to live. As soon as Sun Yunjia heard him ask that, he jumped up. Asterisk. You gave the car to that Wang Junquan kid, but you're playing with the idea of letting me send you back? He was very upset and felt that Zhang Che was on Wang Junquan's side. Isn't this on the way? Zhang Che shrugged. And I'm not giving the car to Wang Junquan. I'm solving your goddess's problem. Okay? All the same, I'm thinking of you. Sun Yunjia frowned and questioned. How so? Zhang Che then said. Think about it. If we were to let Wang Junquan and senior sister Lin take a taxi, it's late at night for this lone man and woman, and they've both had a lot to drink. If they go around the corner to a hotel, at that point I'll just have to push his Wang Junquan's ass. Where are you going to cry? Sun Yunjia was stunned. This sounded somewhat reasonable. If Zhang Che didn't develop his style, then Wang Junquan and Lin Kui would inevitably have to be alone. This was not something he was happy about in any case. Come on, count your blessings, he said, pulling out his cell phone. Then we'll go back to school together. But wait for me to call a valet first. Today, Lin Kuyi's birthday. He was happy and suffocated, and likewise did not drink much. Drinking doesn't drive. Driving doesn't drink. Now, in this situation, it is natural that you can only get a chauffeur. After placing the order, the valet boy arrived soon after on a small folding e-bike. The two of them put Lin Kuyi's pile of gifts in the car before getting into the back. Speaking of which, Zhang Che was already the image of a tycoon in the eyes of others. But in fact, it was his first time in a BMW and his first time in a limousine. There were relatively few cars at night, and the car sped along, quickly returning to the school. Sun Yunjia really didn't want to see Wang Junquan, and once he arrived at the school he flashed away by himself. leaving Zhang Che alone. As a licking dog, Zhang Che still had to take these 3 big bags of gifts to the dormitory floor. You got Lin Keyi's birthday present back for her. Dog licking behavior ruled successful. Received $10,000 in cash and 100 points in dog licking value. This is the kind of thing I'm happy to do. So please do give a little more. Zhang Che was instantly energized when he heard the system prompt and felt a lot more powerful. When he arrived at the dormitory floor carrying these gifts, he only saw Li Ling and their 2 other roommates. Where's sister? He casually inquired, instantly causing the other 2 to blush. Li Ling is not shy at all. This is not a little time from the dormitory locked door. Kui and Wang Junquan went to walk around, she said, and also relieved Zhang Che. Don't think too much about it. It's just simply to talk and express your gratitude to Wang Junquan. Think more? Even if the 2 rolled together in the grove, Zhang Che wouldn't think much of it. There was no change in his mood at all when he heard it. Just an O. Then he pulled out the Cartier blue balloon watch that he had won in the first lottery and handed it to Li Ling. It's a birthday present for Kagong, so pass it on for me. Seeing the Cartier Laguna pouch, Li Ling knew it certainly wasn't cheap either, but wasn't shocked by it. She was shocked that Zhang Che had bought so many things for Lin Kui in the afternoon, and actually had a birthday gift? Didn't you get your birthday present? She said, picking up her bag and then also spinning around. I even borrowed a set from Kui specifically. Isn't this a birthday present? It's mall shopping, not a birthday present. If that's a birthday present, can we pop another gold coin? Zhang Che casually responded and shoved the Cartier to Li Ling while retrieving his car keys. I'll leave the rest to you guys, huh? Bye. With everything taken care of, Zhang Che turned around with a yawn and left. With the reward in hand, this would be nothing for him to hold on to. When he returned to his dorm, all 3 of his roommates were still playing games. Seeing him come back was also an instant boost of energy, asking, how was it? Did you have a good time at schoolgirl Lin's birthday party? Zhang Che nodded. It was a lot of fun. Good food and drink. Very lively and rowdy. Very cool. Zhou Chu bristled with disdain. Pretend. Keep pretending. You think we don't know anything? Wang Junquan was there to confess his love to schoolgirl Lin. And you lickspittle can still laugh? These words caused Zhang Che to be startled. You know all of this? Li Yale explained to him. School forums and circles of friends, and even groups of classmates, have long been posted. Not bad for the information age. This spreads just as fast. It's just that Wang Juinchuan's confession went viral. Didn't his rejection go viral? To say that the only ones who would feel unhappy about this birthday party today would be Wang Junquan, Sun Yunjia, and the other suitors. They are all lost because of jealousy and begging. As for the people who didn't really have any thoughts about Lin Kui and were purely there for the birthday party, it was true that they all had a great time. To say that the happiest among them was of course Zhang Che. He had exploded so many rewards for Lin Kui's second birthday that he now hated for Lin Kui to have a birthday every day. Why can't I laugh when Wang Junquan confessed his love to Lin Kui? Even going to their wedding would have been fun for me. Zhang Che had only finished saying this when the dormitory lights went out. He then stopped talking, pulled out his cell phone to use as a flashlight, and went to the bathroom to wash up. It's been a bumper day, and with the cashback and rewards we just got for the watches we gave away, we've swiped up to almost 2 million. At this point, he hadn't forgotten to say hello 3 times a day like his routine. Senior sister, you've had a busy day today and you've had a lot to drink. Take an early rest. Good night. After Lin Kui received his message, the entire dormitory was still lit with table lamps and cool lamps. It was the most glamorous and satisfying birthday she had ever had. Wang Junquan chartered a restaurant for him at a cost of 180,000, and the video photos of the birthday party scene have spread throughout the school. She also received a lot of expensive gifts and is picking out to have pictures taken and sent to her friends in a little yellow book. However, there is a lot of skill involved in how to send it. Make it visible to all and send out gifts from regular classmates and friends. Like Sun Yunjia, these suitors sent, of course, to send a special with the appropriate text to express gratitude. But well, such a circle of friends is only visible to the other person. After sending them one by one, only Zhang Che was left in the end, just in time to receive a greeting message from Zhang Che. Sure enough, when it comes to giving gifts, it's still Zhang Che. At this time, what was placed on Lin Kui's hand was the very same watch that Zhang Che had asked Li Ling to pass on. Lin Kui had already taken a picture and sent the little yellow book, but did not state that it was given to her by Zhang Che. She was joyful, holding her cell phone and chatting with Zhang Che. Chapter 44 Participation in Associations. The next day, Zhang Che climbed up early in the morning but was yawning. Last night, Lin Kui dragged him into a conversation that lasted until the early hours of the morning. This schoolgirl spoke to him from the heart, and it could be called a long and heartfelt conversation, but he actually knew very well that this was part of the setup. Lin Kuei said that she just regarded Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia and the others as friends, but many times they were too generous. Said she often gets confused too and would wonder what kind of love she should pursue, even openly admitting that he's actually a bit materialistic and wants the glitz and glamour. And I hope he doesn't mind and doesn't look down on her for it, and so on and so forth. In short, it's like being happy and still in a good mood all day and then spilling your guts out on the strength of your drink. I didn't forget to add at the end that these are words I've only ever said to you, and in Zhang Che's opinion, the vast majority of these words should indeed be from her heart. But in some key places, that's not the case at all. It has been said that the most brilliant lie is a 10% falsehood sandwiched within a 90% truth. The most brilliant ruse, then, is a 10% ruse sandwiched inside a 90% sincerity. The same words. Lin Kuei was afraid that she had told Sun Yunjia and Wang Junquan with all the suitors. To be precise, it would have been to speak to a suitor she found worthy and whose strength was recognized by her. If Zhang Che was really her suitor and liked her, then I'm afraid he would have to be fooled into a cloud. Unfortunately, Zhang Che really only wanted to pop the rewards. He didn't feel happy to hear Lin Kuei say that these words were only for him. He was bracing himself to cope, having long since thrown up and bemoaned when he could go to bed. All he had was resentment for Lin Kuei's special treatment. The only consolation was that the chaperone was also judged successful by the system, earning another 10,000 bucks and 100 dog-licking value. Washing out, he felt just a little better and hit the ground running. At this time, Li Yalei asked, Zhang Che, what are your plans? Zhang Che, huh? I'm going to bring breakfast to Sister Lin. I do this every day and you're asking? Li Yalei rolled his eyes. You also know you're like this every day, so what else could I be asking? I mean, there are no classes this morning. What are your plans? The school club is recruiting right now. Do you want to come along? Zhang Che nodded his head repeatedly upon hearing this. Go, must go. He had long ago set himself the goal of eating well and enjoying life. Joining a club to try something I hadn't tried before was also an early plan. Before that, there was freshman education and military training, so I couldn't think about it that much. Now that college life is on track and clubs are recruiting, how can you miss it? Of course, the rewards can't be missed, otherwise where would you get the money to enjoy life? He immediately followed. You guys go eat breakfast first, and then I'll come back to meet up with you guys after I've delivered breakfast to Senior Sister Lin. With that he ran out without further delay. He still can't forget Sister Lin's breakfast. Zhou Chu bristled and turned to ask Zhao Qingzhong, Brother Qingzhong, which club do you want to join? I'll join you. You have to pay dues to join a club, and some clubs require you to buy the appropriate props yourself. As long as you follow closely in the footsteps of Zhao Qingzhong, then you don't have to pay all this money out of your own pocket. Li Yalei knew exactly what he was playing at and casually inquired. Then what if you don't like what Zhao Cheng heatedly wants to join? Zhou Chu shrugged his shoulders. I also have nothing to like. Originally can go but not go. As if to accompany Qingzhong brother. Li Yalei couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You're awesome. Obviously. He's having a bargain, then he's willing to participate, and would rather not participate if it costs him money. Nowadays, in almost all universities, there are all kinds of clubs. Some of these clubs are public service oriented, such as various volunteer services and environmental protection related ones. Others are of the learning variety, like English corners and various book clubs. When Zhang Che finished delivering breakfast and rushed back to join them, they were chatting furiously regarding these. Zhao Qingjiang casually asked, Zhang Che, what type of club do you want to join? Zhang Che hemmed and hawed. Forget about the studying type. I'm not really that good at studying as a person. As of right now, I'd like to include developing personal interests. As for exactly which ones to join, it's better to go ahead and check them out. He wanted to play and enjoy himself now, so he just wanted to fulfill that first. After trying all the ones you're interested in, maybe you'll continue to broaden your ideas and volunteer like that too. Which ones? Is there more than one you want to join? As soon as Zhou Chu heard him say this, he skimmed his lips again. You are really greedy. Adding too much can you take care of you? Zhang Che lazily ignored him. That's not for you to worry about. The campus activities official site, by this time, is filled with tents. Various clubs are selling their propaganda and shouting slogans to attract the attention of freshmen. As soon as you get close, someone will immediately come up and shove a flyer over first without saying a word. Class, is the ping pong club interested? Debate club? Students interested in debate come and find out more. The Literary Society welcomes all those who enjoy literature. All the way over. Zhang Che's footsteps didn't even stop, and he was already holding a bunch of flyers in his hands. He's not interested in ball sports, literature, music, etc., etc., etc. For the time being, after declining the invitation to find out more, he wandered onward. Then there was an outdoor sports association in sight. Outdoor sports? This one's good. He was instantly energized and greeted Li Yale. Quickly look over there. Li Yale looked over in the direction he said. And then there was a gasp. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is too pretty. Not inferior to schoolgirl Lin at all. Especially with those long legs. It's just great. Zhang Che, huh? What the are you talking about? What did I show you? Zhang Che froze before realizing that there was a long-legged beauty surrounded by a crowd at the location of the Outdoor Sports Association's publicity office. Because it was packed with people, he didn't realize the existence of this beautiful woman just now. Just saw it, the promotional signs hanging high. And now because the crowd moved, it made Li Yale notice the presence of the long-legged beauty first. Just thought, it was this long-legged beauty he was letting look at. But it had to be said that this beautiful woman was indeed very pretty. Especially with a pair of long legs that attracted extra attention. After realizing this, he couldn't take his eyes off of it, leaving any outdoor sports behind for a while. Just as he was marveling over it and watching in awe, a system alert suddenly rang out. Lickable object detected. Parenting guide task issued. Recognize lickable object. Chapter 45, It's all about the people. Zhang Che was already interested in outdoor sports, and he found a gold mine. So how could he let it go? Let's go check it out. He greeted them and charged ahead of them. Looking that excited, Li Yale was confused. I go. Aren't you the licking dog of schoolgirl Lin? Why are you so excited? It's true that Zhang Che is Lin Kuyi's lickspittle, but as of today, he will also be a dog licker for this long-legged beauty. From the day he bound the system on the opening day of the school year until now, he had been looking for a lickable object other than Lin Kui. Lin Koi, as a primary lickable object, has limited rewards per pop, and the maximum cashback is only 100k. And a supercar can easily be hundreds of millions of dollars. A set of mansions in Magic City can easily be hundreds of millions of dollars. At this rate, when are we going to get to drive a supercar and live in a grand mansion? If quality doesn't work, then quantity will have to make up for it. 1 lick is $100. 000. 10 licks, that's $100 million. With this mindset, he was taking advantage of the new student education and military training during this time, and almost turned over the American Academy. As a result, one doesn't matter. She couldn't help but be disappointed to think that the 4 years of college weren't just going to be spent guarding Lin Kui and licking him alone. I didn't expect to come to the club today and have an immediate surprise. It's true that this man has to look beyond the horizon. All day long, he just hangs out at the Academy of Fine Arts. And Lin Kui is the face of the Academy of Fine Arts. So how can there be any other goddesses to dig up? But the Academy of Fine Arts, however, is just one of the colleges at HU. If you look at the whole school, there's still someone who can match Lin Kui. The beautiful woman in front of her, who was surrounded by a group of old colorful batch, was very tall, taller than some of the boys. She wore tight gray gym shorts that showed off her long legs without reservation. Wheat-colored skin, thighs looked even a little thick and muscular. But the legs are really perfectly shaped, and no one is made to look bad, whether it's a somewhat chunky thigh or a muscular line. Instead, it's full of power, a very wild kind of feeling. What pencil legs, chopstick legs. In front of this heel Zhang Che said only this is his favorite long legs. If such long, toned legs were wrapped around my waist, I can't even begin to imagine how good it could be. While her long legs were incredibly eye-catching, her ass was equally perky and moist under the tight gym shorts. On top, she wore a tight athletic t-shirt with canopies and a high single ponytail still tied with a hair tie. Very sporty and gallant feeling. In front of her was a climbing wall, almost as high as 10 meters in fear. She still had a safety harness on her and was going on and on about the Outdoor Sports Association and about rock climbing. Every now and then, a little demonstration in person. Just look at all the old colorful grunts with their harumphs coming out of their mouths. The vast majority of these people were not here for the Climbing and Outdoor Sports Association, but simply to see her. Especially when she performed a rock climbing demonstration and climbed up the wall. Zhang Che could even hear the sound of swallowing saliva. Where were these guys looking at rock climbing? All of them were looking at her long legs and ass. I have a bold idea. Good chance. Another day of loving sports. Brothers come to learn rock climbing too? Li Yale's eyes were similarly full of appreciation. And the closer he got the more he was stunned. Schoolgirl Lin is characterized by her purity, winning at being pure and lustful. And this one is full of wild, long legs that are second to none. And spring is even better. It's quite surprising that there's actually someone else from our HU who can compete with Schoolgirl Lin. Li Yale sked. And his words only fell to the side when Zhou Chu's humming sound came from the side. Who says there's only one schoolgirl, isn't there? Schoolgirl Lin is a schoolgirl. But isn't Schoolgirl Su a schoolgirl? For your information, her name is Sumo, and she's the face of the finance school. Zhou Chu looked like a Jianghu Baishao Shang. As if there was no gossip in this school that he didn't know. Zhang Che couldn't help but praise him. giving him an unstinting thumbs up. Mr. Joe, I admire people like you, though no one is good enough for it, I guess, but you know all the school girls like the back of your hand. Joe Chu's face reddened at that. I'll be damned. At least I'm not going to lick it. He glared at Zhang Che in shame. What? It's not enough to lick schoolmarm Lin, but you want to go and lick schoolmarm Su? Zhang Che indifferently stated. What's wrong with that? It's just an extra cost, let alone adding one more. What's the harm in adding 10 more? He said, looking at Joe Chu with anticipation, and then asked, are the facades of the other colleges this beautiful? There are 8 academic departments at HU, containing 51 faculties and departments. That's 51 lickable objects if every faculty's facade was this pretty. If you can give away 51 breakfasts a day, that's $510,000 in revenue. Just thinking about it made him excited about it. However, unfortunately, Joe Chu directly despised him. Are you crazy, you? What are you thinking? You can't pick this level of beauty in a million miles. How can there be so many? That's true. Zhang Che also knew that he was too greedy. Now or don't expect too much. First grasp the moment is the king. Turning to him, he then asked, are you guys interested in the outdoors? And would you like to sign up together? Zhao Cheng heatedly still stared straight at this long-legged beauty called Sumo, and said dully, let's get to know each other first. Obviously, even if they didn't want to join, they couldn't afford to leave here. Anyone who encounters a beauty of this caliber would want to look at her a few more times. Zhang Che was no exception, and it could be considered a 2-for-1 deal for him. He was first interested in this outdoor sports association before he found a new lickable object. That way, then he could do what he liked while licking this sumo burst reward. 2 without delay, 2 things together. Perfect. Students who want to learn about the Outdoor Sports Association should come this way, and those who want to try rock climbing should line up this way. The social workers at the site worked hard to maintain order, and kept greeting people and publicizing various things. Outdoor sports is a very broad concept, so there are many sub-associations under the association, and rock climbing is just one of them. Also being advertised to freshmen are camping, orienteering, rollerblading, hiking, scuba diving and more. Only, because of Sumo's presence, all the boys were the most eager to try rock climbing first at this time, while other sub-associations are closed. The line here at Climbing Rock is long. It was already crowded, and a lot of the boys went up and then dawdled and didn't want to come down. Zhang Che was a bit anxious to complete the task issued by Identity, the task of recognizing lickable objects. But in this situation, there is no hurry at all. Come on, I'd better go ahead and apply for membership. It's not like I'm just coming here anyway. When I join the club, will I have a chance to meet her? Thinking of this, he decided not to wait in line foolishly, but to choose a club first, so as not to waste time. Chapter 46, Be My Personal Trainer. After spending the morning, Zhang Che joined more than 10 clubs, but anyone who was interested submitted an application for membership. It did seem a bit greedy. Even if he did nothing but participate in club activities for a day, he couldn't take care of so much. However, many of these clubs don't have attendance requirements within them. There are just going to be a lot of people in school who are interested in a certain club and want to try it. However, there are various reasons why it is not possible to actively participate in club activities. It is because of these considerations that most associations are loosely managed. Even for those with attendance requirements, the conditions are not harsh and can easily be met. Of course, the nature of active participation in the same club is certainly different from frequent absences. You're going to stay out of the club, and even if you don't get removed, you're still going to be an inconsequential peripheral member. If you are really into something, you still have to be active when you join a club to fit in. By the time Zhang Che was done with all of this, the entire campus activity plaza no longer had many people. By lunchtime, they were all running off to eat, and those who had classes in the afternoon still had to go to class. When he returned to the Outdoor Sports Association again, the people who had clustered over at the climbing club had also left reluctantly. Suemo sat in front of the climbing wall, tired out, a sweat is wiping. This morning's harvest that is quite big. The old colorful lot who had just lined up for the rock climbing experience all wailed and submitted their applications for membership. It doesn't matter whether you like rock climbing or not, if you can see sumo climbing every day. Isn't it pretty cool? Inside all the clubs, Sumo's efficiency in pulling in new people was definitely number one on the cliff. Zhang Che walked over and handed over a bottle of mineral water. Here you go, schoolmarm, Evian. Suemo froze for a moment when he saw this mineral water that was rumored to be from the French Alps, then looked at Zhang Che. There aren't many people at school who have the luxury of drinking a glass of water. Looking at Zhang Che again, he was also unfamiliar and didn't know him at all, so he immediately took him as someone who came to offer his services because of his lust. No, she was just about to refuse when Zhang Che had already smiled and spoke first. Sister, get acquainted. My name is Zhang Che, a freshman who just joined the outdoor society. There were just too many people in line, so I went to see the other clubs before I came over. I've come over to see you now, actually, to inquire about some related matters. As soon as he heard that he was here for counseling, Suemo swallowed back the words he was about to refuse. In fact, she herself knows very well that just now so many people are really rushing to rock climbing, rushing to the Outdoor Sports Association. But the society specifically set her up with the intention of attracting people to join. Her job today was to provide counseling help to the new students, and she had to deal with it even if she knew the other person was drunk. Thanks. She turned her refusal into a thank you and took a sip of water before she went on to speak again. My name is Suemo. If you can actively participate in club activities in the future, you can definitely see me more often. When you're actually in the club, feel free to ask me anything you want advice on. I'm not just active in the climbing club though, it's just one of the outdoor sports sub-associations I've joined. When she said those words, the system's beep had already sounded in Zhang Che's head. Mission accomplished. Receive $10,000 in cash and 100 points in dog-licking value. The reward had arrived, making Zhang Che smile a few points wider. However, he continued to communicate with Suemo with a straight face. That's quite a coincidence then. Sister, I've also joined several sub-associations at the same time. In addition to rock climbing, there's mountaineering and rappelling, and I'm signed up for all of them. That would be a lot of trouble for senior sister, so please take care of me in the future. Aside from wanting to lick Suemo to explode the rewards, Zhang Che himself was indeed really interested in these. So, telling Suemo now that he wanted to consult him wasn't all an excuse. Sister, I'd like to ask first, what kind of equipment do I need to buy to participate in all these activities? How do clubs usually organize their activities? And do you need to find a professional coach to learn it yourself? Zhang Che asked a lot of questions related to these sports and club activities. Suemo could also see that he was genuinely interested in these, rather than using them to approach her. Therefore, the response to him was heartfelt. There's a list of information on the club's schedule of events, as well as equipment that needs to be purchased. Have you joined the club group yet? Just go ahead and download it if you add it, or have an administrator send you a copy. As for the professional skills aspect, the club definitely has organized teaching and practice, but only if you don't simply just want to have fun and have higher aspirations. Then the club may not be able to satisfy you, and it may indeed be better to hire a professional coach for one-on-one instruction. University clubs, themselves, are self-organized by students and are part of after-school life. Since we're talking about a hobby, it certainly doesn't compare to a professional one. After joining a club, the club will certainly teach accordingly, but this teaching is to face all the members of the community. There are too many people to be able to take care of, not to mention the teaching attitude is also a problem. To put it bluntly, clubs prefer people with the same hobbies, skills, to hang out together. Zhang Che had just come down from a circle of understanding and also realized that there were some clubs that required a corresponding foundation if they wanted to apply for membership. That said, these societies may be willing to help you advance, but it may not be objectively possible to teach a white person from scratch. In that case, Zhang Che asked many more questions, and all of them were solved by Suemo. Not only club activities and sports related are figured out. At the same time, it was also learned that Suemo was likewise a member of the Mountaineering and Velocipede Sub-Association. In addition to rock climbing, she also specializes in longboard rappelling. As for mountaineering, she is working towards becoming a national-level mountaineer. In the standards for mountaineers, there are 4 levels. They are national-level sportsman, sportswoman, first-class athlete and second-class athlete. There was originally a Division III athlete rating, but that has been eliminated. As a woman, the criterion for becoming a level 2 athlete is to summit a separate mountain in the country at an altitude of more than 7,000 meters. Mountaineering, longboard speedway. Just thinking about it, Zhang Che felt that this was very exciting. It's definitely fun, and it would be even better if you could do it while licking the sumo burst reward. After thinking about it, he then said, "Senior sister, I have an unkind request. Can I ask you to be my personal trainer? I can pay you, and you can just train me at your convenience or lead me in training. I'm responsible for providing all the gear you need to use, and I'll give you another $1,000 per class. What do you think?" Hearing him say this, Suemo was stunned and then fell into silence. Chapter 47, The Crossing of Two Schoolgirls. Suemo is indeed very good at mountaineering, rock climbing, and longboarding speedway, but it's really only at the level of an enthusiast. In the amateur team, she is already very good, but the gap is not small to compare with the professional. 1,000 a session is enough to hire the most professional personal trainer, but Zhang Che, however, hired her at such a price, and there was talk of bagging the gear needed. This made her suspect that Zhang Che had ulterior motives for doing things this way, and was afraid that he was indeed still aiming at her. But even so, she hesitated, hesitant to say yes or not. Playing the outdoors is a money-burning endeavor, and money is what she's missing right now. Take the fact that she's always wanted to challenge mountains at altitudes above 7,000 meters and become a second-class mountaineer. Professional pre-mountaineering training costs money, travel and accommodation costs money, and hiring a guide company costs money as well. After this week we will have a long vacation, and the mountaineering club had a schedule of activities, but it was because she hadn't saved up enough money that she was still hesitant to participate, and the community kept pushing her to sign up. If he agreed to Zhang Che, then if he could earn a few $1,000s in the next few days, the money problem should be solved. But the question is, do we have to agree to this kind of unsuspiciousness when we all know he's drunk? Suemo dwelled on it for a while, but finally the idea of making money prevailed. Campuses are still hothouses, and many people are still unable to comprehend how cruel the real world is, and don't yet realize how important money is. And she's had a very clear understanding of that since she's been outdoors. Without money, that's really nothing. It was a bit of a bummer, but I had to give in for the money. With a mental sigh, she asked, "How do you want to learn?" After a pause, she felt as if she hadn't expressed herself clearly and went on to explain. "I mean, do you have to learn it every day? Or once every few days? How many hours of study are planned for a week?" The meaning is clearly expressed. If Zhang Che had come for her as a person, he would not be willing to learn again if he found that he could not achieve his goal. Or maybe it's just a couple weeks to learn a class period like this. That $1,000 a lesson, which is a high price. But it doesn't help her substantially, so she might as well not say yes. When these words were said, Zhang Che knew that she had moved on. If he proposes this, then of course he has ulterior motives. But it wasn't for her as a person, as Sumo thought. His mind wasn't that complex, he just wanted to pop the rewards. The reason for the high price of $1,000 a class was carefully considered. First of all, it can't be too little, otherwise Suemo won't be moved and it won't be beneficial for him to explode the rewards. If it's $100 a class, that's a guaranteed meal. Of course, it cannot be too high. Open too high systems certainly do not recognize. Suemo have to be scared. Will only be counterproductive. The price of 1,000 is just right. And the 10x cashback is 10,000, which is also enough to make Suemo move. As for the specific study schedule, he certainly hates to come in for 10 lessons every day. Just enough to brush up on the cashback. "Sister, I really want to learn mountaineering, rock climbing and rappelling. So if you have time, I have no problem learning from you, practicing after you every day," he said sincerely, and after some thought offered again. "How about this? Let's start by agreeing that a session is 1 hour and billing is done daily. If it's less than an hour, more than 30 minutes counts as one class period, and less than 30 minutes accounts for half a class period. Whether you teach me directly to me or let me train with you counts. Let's start with a 3-month period, and after 3 months we'll see what happens and decide whether we want to continue." When he said that, all of Sumo's concerns were dispelled. That's going to be 1,000 a day, which is 30,000 a month, or 90,000 total for 3 months. That's basically enough money to launch her towards being a national level 2 mountaineer. If you have more than one class per day, then you can earn even more. And if it was a daily settlement, there was no fear that Zhang Che was cheating her. Even if Zhang Che was really a liar, all she had paid for was just an hour or two. In the club, as a senior she would have acted as some sort of mentor to the newcomers, and this was nothing at all. Good. She immediately stopped hesitating and nodded her head in agreement. Having achieved his goal, Zhang Che smiled even wider and immediately pulled out his cell phone. "Elder sister. Ah no. From now on you are my master. I'd better call you master. Master, let's add a message and you can contact me anytime when you have time. And of course, only if I don't have class." Zhang Che had to go to class, and Suemo likewise had to go to class, which was not something to worry about at all. It's college now. It's not like high school. It's definitely possible to carve out an hour or two a day if you want to. The two people added messages and wrote down their phone numbers separately before Zhang Che went on to speak again. "Master, so when do we start?" "Master?" Strictly speaking, this was still Sumo's first time taking an apprentice, and it felt quite subtle to hear him call it that. It's kind of weird, but rewarding. There's still some chores to take care of for today's club recruitment, so wait for tomorrow, either in the morning or in the evening. We'll be in touch ahead of time to determine our respective times. Zhang Che nodded. Good. When he finished, he waved his hand and excused himself. "Master, I have a class this afternoon, so I'll go ahead and go to class. So I'll see you tomorrow." Suemo also waved her hand with him to say goodbye, looking at his back a little dazed. She needed money badly. and then Zhang Che, who she never knew and never had any contact with before, came to spend money on her. In her mind, it was no different than coming to give her money. She felt that Zhang Che had come at her people, but after some exchanges, Zhang Che had behaved in a polite and courteous manner. Honestly, because she always felt that Zhang Che did not have good intentions towards her. She did not have a good impression of Zhang Che, but getting along she didn't feel that Zhang Che was annoying, and originally planned to bite the bullet and endure it for the sake of money. Now that I look at it, it seems completely unnecessary. It made her even feel as if she was overthinking things, but there's no reason for that. What kind of trainer can't be found for $1,000 a lesson? Why does it have to be her? Just as she was a bit confused, a member of the community came over to joke. Sumo, what are you chatting with Zhang Che so happily that you've added a message? So many people just lined up to add your message. How come they're impressed with this Zhang Che? Sumo didn't answer, but looked at this community member and asked rhetorically, you know him? This member of the community shrugged. Don't really know them, but I've heard of them. He's a freshman at the Academy of Fine Arts. Lin Kuyi's newest dog licker, and all kinds of dog-licking behavior is known to no one at the Academy of Fine Arts. When Sumo heard this, he was dumbfounded. As the school flower that was on par with herself, of course she knew Lin Kuyi. Only, the two have always been beautiful in their own way and have not crossed paths in any way. But now, Lin Kuyi's licking dog had become her disciple, which was a bit subtle. If that was the case, then could Zhang Che still be coming for her? Once again, Sumo felt that maybe he had really misunderstood. Chapter 48, what are your plans for the long vacation? Taking classes in college is nothing like high school, which is doubly refreshing for all freshmen. No matter what it is, being in the budding stage is always fun. During these days, almost all the students are looking forward to each class. Of course, on top of the classes, and just as much for everyone to look forward to, is the long vacation that will soon be upon us. Zhang Che, what are your arrangements? Do you want to go out together for a long vacation? Zhao Chang heatedly sent out an invitation towards Zhang Che with anticipation, hoping to be able to pair up together. He had invited Li Yale before, but he was turned down by Li Yale. Zhang Che didn't directly refuse, but pulled out his cell phone. I didn't even think of it until you said this, he said, and immediately sent a message to Lin Kui. Sister, what are your arrangements for the long vacation? Lin Kui instantly replied to the message, just as fast as he replied to Lin Kui's message. Ling Wei, along with a few other students from our class, are meeting together to climb Manhwa. Zhang Che, what are your arrangements? Is it your first time in Mordor? Are you planning to take advantage of your vacation to have a good time in Mordor first? It is indeed the idea of many new students to take advantage of their vacation to have fun in the Magic City and get familiar with the city. However, it wasn't Zhang Che's idea. According to his thoughts, of course he wished to be with Lin Kui. It wasn't to go out with Lin Kui, but to pay for her. However, it was a pity that Lin Kui so was already signaling that she had no intention of joining him. On his own words, it did seem like there was no need to run too far. In addition to the Magic City can play, there are also Jiangsu and Zhejiang areas he has not been to, but also very close to very worthwhile to play a little. However, it would be better to forget about it with Zhao Qingzhong and the others. He was about to refuse, when Zhao Qingzhong had already taken the first step and asked, what did schoolgirl Lin say? You want to join him? Without even having to look, Zhao Qingzhong knew that he was sending a message to Lin Kui. They're going to climb Mount Hua. Zhang Che answered and shook his head. I don't want to join them, but let's forget about it. When you go out in a group, you have to accommodate each other in less than one way, which may make it hard for him to have fun. After all, he wasn't too bad about the idea of building as hard as he could. Even though Zhao Cheng heatedly presented himself as a rich man from time to time, he couldn't keep up with his spending. That's one aspect. And then there's the fact that it's not that he's not willing to accommodate others. He's just not willing to accommodate the Cho Chen. He got his money easy and didn't mind letting people take advantage of him. But the paradox is that people who are willing to give advantage won't want to take advantage of him. Like Li Yale. Zhou Chu was dead set on taking advantage of him, and he was reluctant to do so. Li Yale was pretty much based on the same reason, which is why he declined Zhao Qingzhong's invitation. It's better to be alone. Eat what you want and stay wherever you want. After a mouthful of rejections, he sent over a message to Lin Kui once again. Sister, so have you made all the arrangements for food and lodging? Have the tickets been booked yet? Since they couldn't go together to pay for the entire trip, Zhang Che still wanted to make a little bit of money if he could. But unfortunately, Lin Kui didn't even give him that chance. Aha! It's all been arranged. It's a uniform arrangement. There was absolutely no room for his own play. He could only state, that's good. School teacher, feel free to contact me if you need anything. I wish you a safe journey and a good time. School teacher, Trying to pop rewards from Lin Kui this long vacation is no longer possible, and I wonder what the situation is on Sumo's side. Even though he was going to start his training tomorrow, he was still a bit impatient to send a message to the same master. Do you have any plans for your long vacation? Sumo's speed of recovering the message was also very fast, and he immediately returned the message. I just don't know if it's also like Lin Kui who has different reply speeds for different people. I'm supposed to join the hiking club and go hiking. She answered the question and then proceeded to send a message asking about it. Is there something wrong with you? I'm afraid I don't have the time if you want to train during the long vacation. She had thought that the reason why Zhang Che had asked was because he wanted to find her for training. It's fine. I'm just asking. Zhang Che then said. Since it's an activity of the mountaineering club, then the food and accommodation travel must be arranged uniformly, right? When he heard Sumo say that, his heart was already half cold. The question all belonged to nonsense, and he had only just asked it and already knew the answer. Neither of the two lickable objects had much room for maneuvering, so it did seem that I would just have to give myself a vacation. Forget it, let's just focus on the present and not think so much. If you're going to be on vacation for the long holidays, then you need to catch up on these days even more. Anyway, now it's 2 licks at a time, which is a double bonus no matter how you do it. Good night, school teacher, and may tonight be a good night for you as well. Good night, master, and may tonight be a good night for you as well. Greetings 3 times a day. Straight copy and paste, just change the name. Then there's the 20,000 bucks in cash, and 200 points of dog licking value. Doubling the rewards made Zhang Che feel extraordinarily good as well. Counting this just arrived 200 points, plus yesterday's swipes and previous accumulations. The total dog licking value is nearly 4,000. It's still not much, but for the time being, it's a way to not feel hemmed in. Cybertherapy and sports have to continue to keep up, not to mention the need to expand again this time around. Mountaineering, rock climbing, rappelling. Find all 3 programs in the dog licking gym and spend 100 points on each to learn them. Outdoor sports are, essentially, physically demanding. Not only do you have to be physically fit, but you also need to have some strength. Therefore, Zhang Che lit up the dog licker gym again and spent 100 points of dog licker value for cyber fitness. Jogging is an aerobic exercise that works on cardio capacity, and you have to go through the gym to build strength. So much for the 700 dog licking value. Over the next period of time, the healing, sports and fitness plus the learning of the 3 sports will require 600 points per day. The dog licking value was now down to 3,000 or so points, only enough to last for 5 days. It still had to be licked more often, and if he also brought breakfast to Sumo every day, the fixed reward would be able to brush up to 400 points. He mulled these things over as he went to sleep, and slept until the great dawn. The next morning when he got up, the first thing he did was to greet Lin Kui and ask her what she wanted to eat. Then, copying the ask for good news, he also sent one to Sumo. Just as he wanted to ask Sumo what he wanted to eat and was planning to send breakfast to whoever Sumo was, the system alert rang out. Nurturing Guidelines task released. Host is requested to customize a recipe for Sumo through the dog licking retreat. Zhang Che, huh? So this cyber retreat has such a function? He hurriedly opened the dog licking base to take a look. Customizing a recipe similarly required 100 dog licking value, but it was exactly 2 and 2. It's just that he still felt a little heartbroken. Delivering a breakfast and having to customize a recipe. Being such a picky eater, he'd been bringing breakfast to Lin Kui for so long, but it had never been like this. Chapter 49, 2 breakfasts. After completing the guidance task issued by the system and seeing the customized recipe given to Sumo, Zhang Che instantly understood. No wonder it's customized. It's a professional athlete kind of nutritional meal. Not just breakfast, but all 3 meals a day. Breakfast is based on milk and eggs, as well as oatmeal with nuts and fresh fruit. Lunch was most hearty with steak, salmon, shrimp, broccoli, baby tomatoes, and brown rice quinoa. For dinner, it was chicken breast, beef and lamb, spinach, and cucumber with potatoes and sweet potatoes. Not all of them have to be picked, but the system uses these ingredients to provide different dishes to pick from, while ensuring nutritional intake. It is also tasty as well as personal taste. Zhang Che didn't care too much about this, and he could slowly learn it after placing it on the spend lick dog value to do it. After delivering breakfast to Lin Kui for such a long time, he had long ago learned a lot about breakfast. What made his eyes light up now was that the system gave recipes for 3 meals a day. So, does that mean you can deliver all 3 meals to Sumo? If that's the case, counting the 3 greetings per day, that's 4 fixed rewards per day. At the thought of it, he was looking forward to it, more or less looking excited. Flying out of the dormitory in a flash after washing up, he went to the nearby parking lot to find his little car. After getting into the car, take out the food box from the system space and put it in the car. It's still convenient to have a car, or at least it saves a lot of effort. Before, in order to seem reasonable, he had to carry his food box all the way to Lin Kui in their dormitory every day. Mind you, a breakfast for 4 with a nice solid wood food box is not a small portion. Now it's better. The car drives right under the dormitory building, and you can even get out without even getting out of the car. Of course, that's true, but that doesn't fit the lickspittle temperament. Hokage, I'm here. As usual, I messaged Lin Kui when I got downstairs. By the time Lin Kui came down, he had already taken the food box off the car and was standing by the side of the car waiting for Lin Kui. Senior sisters, you guys take your time to eat. I'll leave you alone then, ha. After handing the food box to Lin Kui, he didn't stay long. He still had to go to another dormitory building to deliver it to Sumo. As she watched him go away in the dust, Lin Kui frowned slightly. Ling Ling, do you have a feeling why Zhang Che is rushing around today? Li Ling froze for a moment, blinking her big eyes and said, yes. Her senses weren't as sharp as Lin Kui's. After all, Zhang Che wasn't her licking dog. Lin Kui, however, nodded. And I also saw that there was another breakfast in his car. Li Ling was shocked when she heard that. You mean, he's bringing breakfast to someone else besides you? That can't be right. He can still be as nice to someone else as he is to you? Lin Kui couldn't believe it either, much less wanted to, but there was just a very bad feeling. Seeing her like this, Li Ling couldn't help but follow suit and frown with a grave expression. If that's true, who could that woman be? Is Zhang Che still delivering breakfast to someone else? And to which woman? These issues are stated as if they have nothing to do with them. Lin Kui thought so, yet still felt very, very upset. Zhang Che, this licking dog could be too high quality. She had just gotten a taste of the sweetness. She didn't want to be snatched away just like that. Everything is still up in the air, but it shouldn't be me being paranoid. She took a deep breath and said, anyway, let's just observe and see what's going on. On the other side, Zhang Che hadn't realized it at all, as his joyful expression had already made Lin Kui feel something was wrong. This is also mainly because, from the beginning, he never wanted to hide anything. It's just delivering breakfast. It's not cheating. What's there to hide? He's just Lin Kui's licking dog. All unilateral payment. You wanna care what I do after licking you? Just take what's given to you and don't get involved in anything else. With this mindset, Zhang Che had long since left Lin Kui behind when he arrived at Sumo's dormitory floor. He joyfully picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Sumo. Master, I'm downstairs with you and brought you breakfast. In the dormitory, Sumo was washing up and froze for a moment after receiving the news. After learning from the Outdoor Sports Association's people that he was Lin Kui's dog licker, Sumo even inquired about it. Only then did he realize that he was indeed licking his chops, thundering about delivering breakfast to Lin Kui's dormitory of 1 every day. It's not enough to send it to Lin Kui, but why is it being sent to my head? This question made Sumo unable to figure it out, but he didn't care and made a refusal without hesitation. No, thanks. I've been working on my stamina and doing strength-related training. It's not casual eating. Rejecting it, Sumo still explained, and for her to say so Zhang Che was already not surprised at all. If not, how could the system let him customize the recipes? Zhang Che smiled, still using the same trick he used to attract Lin Kui before. Sending photos. Ha ha. Master, if that's the case you'll be more than welcome to take the breakfast I brought you. You see. Seeing the photo he sent over, Sumo stared blankly, no longer able to say no, but instead also swallowed his saliva. The high-protein, high dietary fiber foods in the photo not only fit her needs perfectly, also, it looks incredibly delicious and appetizing. To get in shape and build strength, in addition to hard training, a scientific diet itself is crucial. However, nutritious food is not as expensive as a cafeteria, and it is inconvenient to buy it and make it yourself. She usually just buys a breakfast maker from the internet and makes her own light meals in her dorm. With all the hassle, and the dislike of my roommates not to mention, the results can only be described as poor. And now that Zhang Che had sent it, it was exactly what she had dreamed of. What made you think to bring me a nutritious breakfast? The question was indeed the one she wanted to ask, but the fact that it was asked actually meant that there was no more denial. Zhang Che knew it was stable, so he proceeded to fool around. Aren't we going to start training today? I've read all the information in the group and know that building fitness and strength is necessary. So, it was a matter of getting a professional to customize a recipe. I'm the one who delivers breakfast to one of our senior sisters in the beauty school every day, so I'll just stop by and deliver one to you as well. Master. Once Sumo heard him explain this way, he didn't suspect anything else. Instead, he sighed in his heart that it was good to have money, and what he could not get for himself, he could get in a minute. Okay then, thanks. Suemo didn't make any more pretense and promised to quickly wash up and go downstairs. She even had a feeling that she was afraid that she had dipped into Lin Kuyi's favor. If it wasn't for this new apprentice who brought breakfast to Lin Kuyi every day, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to enjoy this kind of benefit. This would really help solve a big problem if Zhang Che brought himself breakfast like this every day. Thinking about it, she immediately couldn't help but laugh at herself again for being really greedy. It's good enough to dabble in one meal, but I can't believe I'm thinking of eating it every day. Chapter 50, Joy for some, Sorrow for others. In the grove, Zhang Che and Suemo sat opposite each other on a small stone table, eating breakfast together. Speaking of which, he's almost been giving Lin Kuyi breakfast for a month now. Yet, the two have never had breakfast together yet. Even the time he went to the fruit experience store, it was just him watching Lin Kuyi and the girls eat from a dormitory. Now, this was the first time he had ever had breakfast with a girl, and he did this on purpose. In fact, to be able to make Suemo accept it better, stopped by and made an extra serving to go along with it. At this stage, it's definitely more palatable than having one made specifically and then being watched and eaten. For Suemo, such an experience was also a first. Passers-by saw the two of them and reacted with more surprise than surprise. As a highly regarded schoolgirl, she knew exactly what kind of furor this could cause. However, she had never cared about that. It was all about business anyway. She gave herself an excuse before opening her mouth to ask, Zhang Che, mountaineering, rock climbing, and longboarding speedway, which one are you going to start with first? Regarding this issue, Zhang Che had really thought about it. If you're learning, it's better to start with the connected ones. I don't seem to have a choice in actually attempting this but to rock climb. He felt a little sorry for the way he looked. Whether it's hiking or rappelling, I'm sure I won't be able to make it this long vacation, right? Climbing a mountain is something you need to start preparing for a long time in advance, especially for an inexperienced novice like him. It's almost time for a long vacation, so how can we possibly make it without a few days? The same goes for rappelling, which doesn't mean you can just go find a mountain and get on it right away if you want to. They are all still students and can only take advantage of long vacations if they want to go hiking. Speedway can be played on weekdays, but there is no suitable place for Speedway in Mordor. You have to go to Suzhou and Hangzhou area. The most convenient is rock climbing. There is a climbing wall in the school, not to mention that there are a lot of climbing halls in Magic City. Not to mention weekends and vacations. Go after a day of classes here and there. That's what I thought. Suemo nodded. This club activity is going to challenge high mountain peaks, which is completely inappropriate for you novices. Honestly, you look a little weak to me. Whatever it is that I want to try, I see a great need to get in shape first. This was the big truth, and Zhang Che nodded in recognition. Although jogging training has begun through the dog-licking gym, working out is not something that can be done overnight after all. Even if you can get a 10x effect, it really doesn't last very long. So his current body can only be said to have changed a bit from what it was before already, but it's still far from good. As for the power, that's even more so. Master, then what do you think of this? After thinking about it, Zhang Che proposed again. Every morning from now on, I'll do cardio, strength, balance, flexibility, and other such exercises with you. What do you think of the afternoon when we are specifically learning about skills related to mountaineering, rock climbing, and rappelling? If that's the case, that's going to be at least 2 classes a day, which represents is $2,000 in revenue. This made Suemo simply unable to refuse, and she also felt that it was indeed a more reasonable arrangement. Reasonable was quite reasonable, but this could actually already be said to be bitter to Zhang Che. Originally, he didn't even need to work out in person. Just tapping the system interface would achieve the desired effect. It was actually quite redundant to personally practice after Suemo. Of course, this was also the reason why the system was able to determine that his hiring Suemo as a personal trainer was dog-licking behavior. You don't have to do this at all, yet you still spend a lot of money on this. What else could it be if not a lick? Fortunately, Zhang Che wasn't someone who liked to stay in bed, although training in person was tiring. Yet, it can also be a completely different life experience, especially with such a big beautiful woman along for the ride. The mood would be much better. Also, the more time you spend in contact, the more chances you have of popping extra rewards. For example, during his first strength training session, he casually gave Sumo an annual card. A lot of training is still best done in a gym with specialized equipment. Suemo has not been able to directly do the annual card. Sometimes really have no choice but to find a way to rub it in. And this, in turn, gave Zhang Che the opportunity to explode the rewards. Once he thought that he did have such a need, Suemo could only choose to silently accept it once again. Anyway, he had gotten enough from Zhang Che, and it wasn't as bad as this annual gym card. Just because she said that she had to gain muscle and strengthen her strength recently, Zhang Che could be in charge of 3 meals a day. She felt embarrassed, but Zhang Che said that she was the master, and that the disciple should do all this. She had never thought that being a master for someone could have such perks. However, every time Zhang Che was overjoyed, really happy from the bottom of his heart. She really couldn't figure out what the hell Zhang Che was thinking. How could she be so happy despite rushing to give her something? She couldn't figure it out, and neither could many of her classmates. How did she, the school girl, suddenly get so close to a lickspittle? In other people's eyes, these two people were getting tired of going out early and coming home late every day. Said they were in a club and trained together, but there were so many people in the athletic association, and she had joined the club not a day or two ago. Which of the boys in the whole association didn't want to train with her? But who did she pay attention to? It hadn't even been 2 days, and the entire outdoor sports association was already in an uproar, spreading directly throughout the school. Suemo, who was already in the midst of gossip, was feeling happy and excited. Having agreed to end the teaching fees on a daily basis, Zhang Che really didn't procrastinate at all. The first day was 2 hours in the morning and afternoon for a total of $2,000, and the second day was 2 hours each for a total of $4,000. It was all transferred directly to her as soon as teaching ended that afternoon. Other than having tuition to charge, everything else is still at no cost to you. She was happy, and Zhang Che was even happier. After all, 3 meals a day is 3 rewards, and the longer you train and study in the morning and evening, the more cashback you can take. Behind the $2,000 given to Suemo, he made $20,000 in cashback. $40,000, that's $40,000. He even thought it wasn't enough and wondered if he could just pull the class to 10 hours on the weekends. On both of their sides, they were all happy again. The only person who was upset was Lin Kui. Although Zhang Che didn't forget about her and still greeted her 3 times a day, morning, noon and night, and brought her breakfast every day. The attitude was also very licky as always. Yet, it is limited to that. It wouldn't have been a big deal. And Lin Kui didn't like licking dogs pestering him for nothing. But when she noticed that Zhang Che was still serving breakfast to someone, and that person was actually Suemo, the school beauty who was on par with her, especially after hearing the whispers about the two, it's a complete non-starter. This caused her to develop an unprecedented sense of crisis, and she began to worry if Zhang Che, the dog licker, would be snatched away by Suemo. The thought of it made her feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 51, We Can't Let This Dog Licker Get Away. At first, when Lin Kui noticed that Zhang Che was still serving breakfast to others, Li Ling was still a little less than convinced. But it turned out that this didn't even require them to investigate. The rumors of Zhang Che and Sumo's affair had already spread. It's now completely certain that Zhang Che has indeed been delivering breakfast to Suemo. And it's not just breakfast, it's 3 meals a day. A lot of students have already bumped into it, and some have even taken pictures, which can be seen in the school forums. In the girls' dormitory, Li Ling and the girls had also felt that this matter was tricky. Now Zhang Che and that Suemo woman are out in pairs every day, almost getting tired of each other except for their respective classes. Kui, what the hell is going on here? Why is Zhang Che doing this? Li Ling and the girls couldn't figure it out, and Lin Kui couldn't figure it out even more. How does a lickspittle who is so generous and completely unapologetic about himself suddenly go and lick someone else? She couldn't help but frown. How did he meet that woman? Li Ling then said. It was said that Zhang Che joined the Outdoor Sports Association, thus meeting Suemo. Some people say they train together, and some people have bumped into them running together in the morning. Sumo's explanation to the public was that Zhang Che had recognized her as his master, so training with her every day. She teaches Zhang Che about mountaineering, rock climbing and also rappelling related knowledge. As reasonable as that sounds, everyone feels it's not that simple. Lin Kui sneered at that. Things certainly can't be that simple. With all the people in the outdoor association, how does she take other boys as disciples? How come she doesn't go out with other boys? Li Ling thought deeply and lowered her voice. Kui, do you think Zhang Che is being targeted by that Suemo? I also heard that Zhang Che had gotten Suemo an annual gym card, and it seems like he spent several $1,000s on it as well. A few $1,000s was nothing. After all, the money that Zhang Che had spent on Lin Kui was about $1 million by now. This, however, was what gave Lin Kui a serious sense of crisis. Although it didn't seem like Zhang Che's attitude towards her had changed in any way. Perhaps it was because it hadn't been long since he had known Suemo. Who knows what will happen in the future? What if he really stops licking her and goes to lick Suemo instead? Lin Kui really didn't care about things like licking dogs. She was never short of licking dogs. The problem was that Zhang Che, this licking dog, was too hoity-toity and generous, and she hadn't even explored Zhang Che's upper limit yet. If Zhang Che is snatched away, who is going to buy her a dress that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars? No, I have to do something. If that woman Suemo finds out that Zhang Che is rich and generous, There's absolutely no way she'll let Zhang Che go. Putting herself in her shoes, she didn't think anyone would be unmoved by such a gold mine of a building. Li Ling nodded her head repeatedly. If Zhang Che was snatched away, it wouldn't do her any good. She lowered her voice a bit more and said, Ku-ee, I think it's very necessary for you to test Zhang Che further. Put more signals out to him. Gotta keep him thinking about it so he can get away from you more and more. There was no need for Li Ling to go into detail about these things. Lin Kui was absolutely perfect at pinning down men. Otherwise, it would be impossible for those people, Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia, to be eaten to death by her. For Zhang Che, she barely even bothered to do anything, as it was Zhang Che who had rushed to deliver it since the beginning. It was precisely because of this that she hadn't even bothered to think carefully about how she was going to hold Zhang Che. There is no need for that at all to be able to accomplish the goal already, so why bother to think about it in detail, now that a sudden sense of crisis has arisen? It's only after thinking about it that I suddenly realized that the situation is a little different. It didn't matter if it was Wang Junquan, Sun Yunjia or anyone else, suitor or dog licker, all of them, with a clear desire to get something out of her. Humble lickspittle, wanting a yes from her, like Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia, are trying to be her boyfriend. Even if this goal can't be accomplished overnight, you want to be able to draw closer together even further. They both want that they have a unique place in her heart. As long as there is a thought, then it is good to hold it, as long as it feels that this thought is fulfilled. But what about Zhang Che? Apart from the message he sent at the beginning in which he was hinting that he liked her, he didn't make any demands on her. It really is all about just selling the lick and not asking for anything in return at all. Before she was feeling like this was saving her time and effort. At this point it did feel a little tricky again. If Zhang Che was so unrequited, then she wouldn't know what to do to hold Zhang Che. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm the one who's being taken by him? Lin Kui couldn't help but smile bitterly, but it made Li Ling startled. You mean this is actually all deliberate on Zhang Che's part? The other two roommates chattered and analyzed at once, both feeling as if it wasn't out of the question. It's all too soon to tell. Lin Kui shook her head. Whether the current situation is that Zhang Che will be snatched by Sumo, or everything is Zhang Che's means, none of this, really, matters. What was important she didn't say explicitly because it was clear to everyone. Even if Zhang Che was holding her back, then she wouldn't just draw a line with Zhang Che and never talk to each other again because of that. Joke, that quality of dog licking, that big of a gold mine, and you're going to give it up because of that? It's nothing more than playing tricks on each other, and at the end of the day, it's all about who's more skillful. It wasn't as if she hadn't encountered such a situation before. Even then she wasn't scared. Not to mention the fact that there was no telling what was going on right now. It's a little early to say anything, until I go and try and test him first. Lin Kui pulled out her cell phone and sent a message over to Zhang Che. Zhang Che, do you have time this afternoon? People haven't eaten seafood for a long time. The message was followed by an adorable crying emoji. Previously, she had waited for Zhang Che to lick her, but it turned out that the two of them hadn't crossed paths in the past 2 days other than delivering breakfast. She hadn't thought of it as a big deal, and it was necessary to chill out after spending so much money on Zhang Che for his birthday earlier. Now the situation, of course, is to take the initiative. At this time, however, Zhang Che was drawing the lottery. He accumulated another lottery opportunity from Sumo's body and immediately opened the system interface. However, a result was obtained that made his heart beat faster and faster. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn a housing lottery card. Housing sampling card. With this card, you can select a housing unit for sampling. Drawing card level, beginner. The probability of drawing a home of $200 million or more is 1%. The probability of drawing a home of $100 million or more is 4%. The probability of drawing a home over $50 million is 25%. The probability of winning a drawing for a home over $10 million is 40%. The probability of drawing a home under $10 million is 30%. That's a probability that's rather similar to an automobile lottery card. It's just that it's worth a lot more than a car. It was while he was looking at the residential draw card with excitement that Lin Kui sent a message. At this time, he hadn't even forgotten his awareness of being a licking dog. Immediately returned the message in seconds. Good ack. Just as I want to eat seafood. And please, senior sister, see where it's more appropriate for us to eat, and I'll pick you up then. I look forward to having dinner with my schoolmate. At the end, it didn't forget to add another emoji. Chapter 52, An Outbreak of Character. Zhang Che's reply to Lin Kui was as lickspittle as ever. Not a single fault to pick out. However, this is purely a professional instinct. He stared at the residential draw card, his mind not shifting for a second since the beginning. Dude's getting a house too? And it's still a Magic City house. His heart was pounding, more nervous than the last time he smoked an automobile. After all, As far as automobiles are concerned, the ones that are over $10 million are already the luxury cars of luxury cars, and there are not many of them in the world. Any Lamborghini Ferrari would basically be afraid to sell for that kind of price. Even Rolls-Royce is only that expensive for some special models. Inside the production cars, the most expensive Mirage has a manufacturer's guide price of $9.86 million, and the most expensive Cullinan is $7.45 million, and $10+ million homes are all over the Magic City. Drawing for cars of the class of Rolls-Royce and Bugatti already has only a 1% chance. Instead, you can now smoke a house for $10 million or more to $50 million or less, but the probability is the highest 40%. In a small city like Zhang Che's hometown, more than $10 million is already an absolute mansion. But this is the Magic City, where prices are more than one level higher, and a house of more than $10 million is really nothing. It's been very nice to have a house in the Magic City, though, but since there's such a chance, it's better for me to win a big one. So let my character explode for once. Zhang Che couldn't wait to beg the gods for some time, and clenched his teeth once with unprecedented apprehension. System, use the residential draw card. The raffle opens, and various house types spin rapidly on the shaker's interface. 3, 2, 1. End of draw. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn a 1,200 SQ. Foot. Residence in high-tech North Bund. The purchase contract and other relevant documents have been sent to the system space. Please go to the house with the relevant materials. The property fee of this residence has been paid. Utilities and housekeeping services are fully inclusive, so please feel free to move in with peace of mind. High-tech North Bund? Hearing this name, Zhang Che was confused. He hadn't heard of it before at all. So, is this house good or bad? He's been to the Bund. Isn't the North Bund similar to the Bund? It's not the difference between a wife and an old woman, is it? He was completely confused, but since it was as big as 1,200 square feet, the grade shouldn't be too low. Once the results were in, he clicked on the details again to see the breakdown. Then, all at once, he drew a breath, and his whole face reddened. Over 200 million? Only in the detailed introduction. The reference price given by the system was clearly written, 204 million. That 1% chance really did hit me. Zhang Che was so excited that he couldn't help but want to roar wildly, his entire being overwhelmed by the surprise. A mansion worth over $200 million actually belongs to him now. You know, even a fraction of $4 million is already enough to buy a house that can be called a mansion in their hometown. It was hard to hold down the excitement in his heart, and he couldn't wait to take possession of the house. It's just that time doesn't seem to be on its side, and at this hour the human staff is afraid that they've all gotten off work. Better make it early tomorrow. Good things come in small packages. He persuaded himself to turn his attention away, his focus falling on the message Lin Kui had sent him. Eating seafood, that's not bad. He immediately sent a message over to Lin Kui. Senior sister, do you have an eye on where we're going to eat? How are you getting ready? Is it okay if I pick you up now? He had long pondered to eat all the food in the Magic City, and if he was busy exploding rewards from Sumo these days he would have started to take action long ago. Lin Kui took the initiative to make it better. Going by herself, that was spending, plus her schoolgirl that was making money. In the future, this kind of meal can be arranged more often. However, he didn't forget about Sumo's side, and sent over a nutritious dinner before he went to pick up Lin Kui. Master, I brought you dinner. I have a date, so I won't be eating with you today, haha. Sumo didn't think much about it and nodded, and then saw Zhang Che shove the food box to her before immediately running away with his ass on the ground. This side of the reward has already been in hand. There is a higher income waiting for him. Cannot be ass. The small beige tram weaved through the campus and soon arrived under Lin Kui's dormitory building. Zhang Che was subconsciously picking up his cell phone to send a message over when he saw Lin Kui already waiting downstairs. She's actually waiting for me? Seeing this scene, Zhang Che was shocked and couldn't even help but rub his eyes. It was important to realize that although Lin Kui had never kept him waiting either, no matter how the appointment was made, he had always been the one to arrive first before. With the realization that as a licking dog he couldn't keep the goddess waiting, he also all but sent messages to Lin Kui when people arrived. But this time, Lin Kui actually came downstairs early to wait for him. He wasn't wrong. The one at the door of the dormitory wearing a little Chanel chambray dress and carrying a handbag with both hands on her heels was Lin Kui. Lin Kui herself was extremely pretty, and with this kind of dress standing there, it was just like a shot from an idol drama. Not to mention the guys, even the girls in the building were stunned. Lin Kui's outfit is so beautiful, it goes so well with her. That's Chanel. It's tens of thousands of dollars. Who is this waiting for? Schoolgirl Lin is actually waiting for someone? Hasn't it always been someone else waiting for her? I'm afraid it's another appointment with Wang Junquan to go somewhere. I want to be able to ride a Porsche 911 also dressed up. In the midst of all the buzz, Wang Junquan's Porsche 911 didn't arrive, and Zhang Che's little trolley pulled up next to Lin Kui. Sister, sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Kui's eyes had flashed brightly when she saw his car from afar. When his car stopped, he even spread a smile and opened the door to get into the passenger side. No, I just got down here too. With a look of utter disinterest, she waved her little fist and shouted, let's go. Go. So this schoolmate has such a cute side? Damn, that's kinda hard to top. Go. Zhang Che secretly sighed. Surely a demonic spirit, and then shouted in agreement. By the time his cart left the girls' dormitory, the people behind him were looking but dumbfounded. The person schoolgirl Lin is waiting for is actually Zhang Che? Did you guys see the way schoolgirl Lin's eyebrows were raised? What the hell is going on here? Schoolgirl Lin is so happy to ride a small tram when she doesn't sit in a Porsche 911? To everyone's amazement, the car had gone absolutely nowhere. Zhang Che drove his car out of the school, and Lin Kui, who was talking to the co-pilot, said, Senior sister, why don't you turn on the navigation? I just looked at that restaurant you were talking about and I still have to navigate to find it. He wasn't familiar with Mordor, after all, and couldn't go anywhere away from navigation. Aha, I'll get it for you in a minute. Lin Kui immediately nodded and pulled out her cell phone about to navigate. At this time, the cell phone that Zhang Che placed on the cell phone holder was ringing, and the caller ID was an unfamiliar number. He didn't care, and answered directly on speakerphone because he was driving. Hello, his cell phone connected to the car, and a middle-aged man's voice came straight from the car stereo. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Che? Zhang Che answered. I'm Zhang Che, may I ask who you are? The voice on the other side of the phone became even more attentive after ascertaining his identifying information. Mr. Zhang Che, hello there. I'm Feng Wentao, the property manager of High-Tech North Bund. I took the liberty of calling you to inform you that the home you purchased from us is ready for closing. Hearing this, the co-pilot Lin Kui was dumbfounded and instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 53, let's go to the repossession first. Lin Kui sat in the passenger seat, holding her cell phone and tinkering with the navigation with her head down. When she heard Zhang Che's cell phone call, she subconsciously looked up and didn't care. I just didn't expect such a bombastic message to come over the phone. Zhang Che actually bought a house in Magic City? High-Tech North Bund? The words of the real estate manager named Feng Wentao were like a thunderbolt that directly blew Lin Kui's brain down. How is that possible? Feeling incredulous, she forgot to set her navigation and froze as she listened to Zhang Che on the phone. She didn't understand the license plates in Magic City, but she knew the houses in Magic City. Her dream is to be able to settle down in the Magic City and be able to enjoy life in this colorful city. From the moment she came to Magic City, she was incredibly eager to own a house in Magic City. So she is well aware of what the Mordor's purchase restrictions are, where the best houses are, and how much the average price is per square foot. But at the same time, she knew very well that as far as an ordinary person was concerned, it was difficult as hell to realize such a dream. This has absolutely nothing to do with effort or not. Many people work hard for a year without eating or drinking is not even enough to buy a square foot in Mordor. There are a lot of things that you weren't born with. Then it's unlikely that you'll ever be born with in this life. More fortunately, she's just like any other person. She's a woman, and a very pretty one at that. You don't have a choice in reincarnation, but you do have a choice in the kind of person you want to marry. She can choose again with her overpowering looks and live the life she wants. But there is also only one chance like this, and it is basically a drop in the bucket, so you have to be careful. She had a lot of dog licking, tugged at a lot of suitors, and coaxed a lot of stupid, moneyed men as if they were kiddies, but she had never had any intimate contact with any man, and had always kept a deliberate distance, because she knows exactly what her capital is and knows how to defend her worth. A beautiful woman with a messy private life is definitely not the same in the eyes of others as a beautiful woman who keeps to herself, especially not among those she was trying to find, those who could make her dreams come true. It turned out that she was completely right in thinking that Sun Yunjia, Wang Junquan and these people could be eaten to death by her, and there was this factor. Unfortunately, none of them were up to her standards yet. Although both Wang Junkai and Sun Yunjia are already powerful enough to be the other half of many girls' dreams, but she still felt that with her looks and talent, she deserved better. She is moved by the 3 suites in Sun Yunjia's name, but Sun Yunjia's family is not rich enough, and the vast majority of their assets are houses. Wang Junquan's family has hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, but it's in a small northern city, and that's not where she wants to live. Neither one she was too happy with, but for the time being there was no better option but to hang on to them and use them as backups. She rode a donkey to find a horse, and there was no telling when she would find it, and sometimes it was quite urgent when she thought about it. After all, the best years of a beautiful woman are only a few. Time is a knife that kills. What if you blink and your years are gone and you still can't find someone you're happy with? And now it seemed that she felt that the heavens had finally favored her. Within a group of suitors that she wasn't happy with, Zhang Che actually killed it as a licking dog. Magic City limits license plates. And while many eligible people can't get a shot at a license plate, Zhang Che is able to get one easily. The Magic City's houses are restricted. And he likewise doesn't meet the restriction, but buys a house all the same. And it's still the beach North Bund. While Zhang Che didn't know what kind of place this was, Lin Kui knew this very well. When it comes to luxury homes in the Magic City, many people have heard of Tangchengipin, Kofko 1, Sandalwood Palace and so on. These are, of course, luxury homes, but they are all properties that were built a decade or two ago, or even earlier, and are already considered old. High-tech North Bund, on the other hand, has only recently opened and just started delivering new homes, the hottest in the Magic City right now. That's why this property is so famous. It's said that all the rich people in Magic City are looking at the property. That was why Lin Kui knew so well. She also heard that none of the houses in this development are counted by the square foot. They are directly sold by the set and support private customization. As for the price, it's easily tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. Even if he was confident enough in himself, in the goals set by Lin Kui, he had never dared to think of reaching this level. And Zhang Che, a licking dog who was obedient to her but was at risk of being snatched away, could actually buy a house in such a neighborhood? She couldn't believe it. She was so shocked she lost her ability to think. As for Zhang Che, he also froze for a moment when he received the call. Originally he could not wait to go to take possession of the house, but then he thought that it was the end of the day and was afraid that he could only catch up tomorrow. I didn't realize that this so-called property manager had actually called at this point in time. Oh, I know. Thanks, he answered. And Feng Wentao then said, Mr. Zhang, then when do you think you'll be free to come over? Of course he wanted it to be as fast as possible, and had been impatient for a long time. He just looked at Lin Kui on the passenger side and couldn't help but hesitate a little. Any time? When he asked this, Feng Wentao on the other side of the phone answered yes in a loud voice. Of course, I am ready to serve you at any time. Feel free to let me know whenever it's convenient for you. That's a pretty sweet service. Then, looks like I was overthinking it just now. Zhang Che thought so or casually asked, isn't it already off duty, even now? As a result, Feng Wentao smiled and then said, of course, Mr. Zhang Che, we're not like civil servants. The time you're free is our office hours. That was said as if it meant something. Zhang Che hadn't been treated like this yet, so he couldn't help but froze a bit again. At this time, Lin Kui pressed the excitement in his heart had opened his mouth. Then we'll come over now, she answered and looked at Zhang Che, saying, the other manager has personally called, so let's just go over and collect the room first. It doesn't seem like much of a problem to delay something like eating. Furthermore, if Lin Kui had said so, then there was even less of a problem. As for the fact that he had bought a house, there was no need to hide it since she knew about it. Letting her know further about her strength and lassoing herself might even be more unconcerned. It's also good for popping rewards for yourself later. After thinking about it, Zhang Che instead felt the need to appropriately show Lin Kui his financial power. Only when the schoolgirl is free to spend her own money can she get more cash back. He couldn't wait to see his mansion in the first place, and then he thought about that factor. Immediately, he also said, Manager Feng, then if there is no problem, we will come over now. Lin Kui's sudden opening did not make Feng Wentao feel surprised. Receiving his confirmation he hurriedly answered and said, no problem. Of course no problem. I am waiting for your arrival. Chapter 54, I want to be with you. Zhang Che and Lin Kui were supposed to go to a restaurant. As a result, the destination was immediately shifted before the navigation could even be turned on. And this high-tech North Bund exactly how to go. He likewise does not know. I'll navigate you right away. Lin Kui's face was covered in a thick blush, and he looked happier than even he was as he danced around when he spoke. Zhang Che, you actually just bought a house in Magic City, hey? You're too good. Lin Kui's heart was pounding, and at this moment, she wanted to see what Zhang Che's house was really like. If it's really that fabled mansion, if it's really tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars, then, exactly what kind of house it will be determines how she treats Zhang Che. That's why she didn't care so much just now, and went ahead and said she'd take possession of the house now. She was afraid that if she missed it, she wouldn't be able to find another opportunity to go forward and verify it. She was now glad that she had asked Zhang Che to go to dinner today, if not for the fact that the property manager happened to call over. Then, she was afraid that she would be kept in the dark by Zhang Che, having no way of knowing that Zhang Che had already bought a house in Magic City. After all, Zhang Che is generous but at the same time low-key, not showing off at all. Just look at the car. If you don't know that Zhang Che has already bought a house in high-tech North Bund, then you are not keeping the gold mountain without knowing it. Zhang Che didn't know that her mental activities were so rich right now. Seeing her with little stars in her eyes, she smiled and said, "Talk about awesome. It's just that I thought that since I came to Mordor for college, I should stay and develop in the future as well. In that case, it's easier to buy a house." It was a pretentious thing to say, but it wasn't that Zhang Che was insisting on pretending. It was mainly to give Lin Kui a reasonable explanation. His mouth was coping with Lin Kui, and all his thoughts were on the house. What is this house that one's character has drawn? After spending a short period of time, Zhang Che finally drove his car to the gate of high-tech North Bund under the guidance of the navigation. At this time, Feng Wentao had already been waiting for them at the entrance. Along with Feng Wentao, there was also the property manager of the neighborhood, a lady wearing black-framed glasses by the name of Jiang Ying. Both men were a bit dumbfounded to see his little tram drive up and couldn't help but look at each other. Zhang Che stopped the car and rolled down the window to open his mouth first. "Hello, is this Manager Feng?" The voice on the phone was that of a middle-aged male, and now here were two people, a man and a woman. That shouldn't be misrecognized. Feng Wentao also heard his voice and was startled for a moment. "Mr. Zhang Che, is it really you? I have to say, you really have a low profile with this car, and it's even more special in our neighborhood." Feng Wentao's words made even Zhang Che feel speechless. Presumably, as far as he could remember, no one lived in a mansion but drove a car like this. Zhang Che was unimpressed and said lightly, "I'm a more environmentally friendly person, and I also like to pursue new and emerging things." Feng Wentao also realized that it was a bit inappropriate to say that after he finished his words, and quickly nodded his head in agreement. Yes. New energy vehicles are all the rage now, and many residents in our neighborhood have switched to new energy vehicles. In response, he hurriedly changed the subject. "Mr. Zhang Che, let me introduce you. This is Jiang Ying, the property manager of our district. It's up to the two of us to check you in today while we give you a closer look at our neighborhood and your house. There are only 3 buildings in high-tech North Bund, and Zhang Che's house is located on the 18th floor of Building 1. Well, the entire 18th floor is his. 1,200 square feet with a total of 6 bedroom, 3 bath, 8 bath layout." Zhang Che first parked his car and then quickly went upstairs after Jiang Ying's attentive introduction and Feng Wentao's complimentary remarks. The moment the door was opened and the moment he stepped into the house, Lin Kui was instantly stunned. The style of this house is simple yet luxurious, with traditional Chinese elements embellished everywhere under the modern intelligence. The facility is aesthetically decorated with high-end furniture and appliances. Everything you need is available. This is the master bedroom. From the neighborhood to this house itself, Jiang Ying continued to tell Zhang Che about the layout, functions, etc., of the house. This was in addition to the introduction, but also brought Zhang Che for acceptance. The large 1,200 square foot house with all the functional areas gung-ho corner down froze and took over an hour to see, and by this time, Lin Kui was numb. It was only now that she had finally seen what a real mansion was. As for Zhang Che, he was actually similar to her, but he acted breezily and did not react in any particular way at all. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, I looked down at the city, at the Huangpu River, and at the Oriental Pearl Tower in the distance. In fact, Zhang Che also couldn't wait to raise his voice to the sky to express the excitement in his heart. It just seemed like too much of a fall from grace for his own pushiness, so he had to hold back. Until, with all the processes out of the way, the group returned to the living room. "Mr. Zhang Che, we built this house exactly as you requested. Now that the house has been viewed, if there are no problems please sign above to confirm." After the house had been viewed, Jiang Ying and Feng Wentao had also finished introducing all that should be introduced. All that remains is to go through the final paperwork and complete the docking. After confirming that everything was in order, Zhang Che signed all the documents that needed to be signed. At the same time, he received the real estate license with his name on it from Feng Wentao's hand. From now on, the house belongs to him completely. "Mr. Zhang Che, all the formalities have been completed, so we won't bother you anymore. The information about you and your girlfriend has been entered into the property system. You can always call us if you need anything in the future." Jiang Ying packed up all the documents neatly and left with Feng Wentao before saying goodbye. "Thank you, guys, please." Zhang Che politely sent the two out the door. When he came back, he saw Lin Kui holding the purchase contract in one hand and the real estate certificate in the other, with an unusually wonderful expression. 204 million? Zhang Che, you actually spent $204 million on this house? She had already known that the house here was not cheap, and she had already felt shocked just listening to Jiang Ying and Feng Wentao's introduction. But she also didn't expect the value of the house to be $204 million, which once again exceeded her imagination. This is not a purchase. The fact is that Zhang Che's character broke out and drew it. But there's no way to explain such things. And there's no need to. He just smiled and responded bashfully. Aha. Lin Kui put down the purchase contract and real estate license, and then looked at him again. His eyes became very hot. Zhang Che. Lin Kui cried out in a sticky voice, lightly biting her lips as she moved towards Zhang Che and leaned into his arms. Zhang Che, huh? He only felt a fragrant breeze coming through his nose, and his body as well as his nerves tightened. Zhang Che, I want to be with you. Lin Kui's lotus root-like jade arms encircled his neck, and his entire body hung on his body. Zhang Che, huh? He was dumbfounded. What was this? Chapter 55. Fortunately, you can still continue to explode rewards. Hanging such a big fragrant beauty on his body made Zhang Che's heart go wild, and he was feeling a little dry in the mouth, especially since Lin Kui was still writhing around in his arms. Who could stand that? This softness, this feeling, made his whole body soft in only one place hard. Hokage, calm down. You must be calm. You're a goddess and I'm just a lickspittle. It's not right for us to be like this. Lin Kui's hand around his neck, however, did not let go, but instead pouted rather grudgingly. Zhang Che, you're laughing at me, aren't you? Is my performance bad in your eyes? She now sort of understood that Zhang Che was not some licking dog that could be at her mercy. Can a man of this caliber be held by her? As for whether or not Zhang Che was holding her back, this no longer mattered. She didn't care at all. The large 200 square foot, $204 million mansion has sunk her straight away. She only wanted to be Zhang Che's woman now, and only wanted to stay in this big flat building. Other than that, she didn't care. Although this came a bit suddenly, not to mention that Zhang Che was a bit confused. Even she, herself, hadn't thought to offer herself until an hour or so ago. But she'd been searching for so long, fishing for so many kaiju, just looking for a chance like this. Now that this opportunity was close at hand, how could she possibly hesitate? She had always known that there was only one chance. And now, she chose stud. Zhang Che, I know I'm greedy and materialistic, but please believe me, I just want to live a good and privileged life. I'm not just any woman. From now on I'll follow you with all my heart and cut myself off from all other men. If I've wronged you in any way, you can kick me out anytime you want and I'll have absolutely no complaints. This time, Lin Kui pulled out her heart and lungs, and there was no acting at all. She's very good at playing tricks, and she's played tricks with all men before. And now, offer sincerity. Zhang Che understood her and knew very well that she was such a person. Now that she's been allowed to make a choice, she can die if she can be materially satisfied. The problem was that from the beginning, all Zhang Che had wanted was to explode the rewards from her, but he hadn't thought of exploding her as a person. Being a lickspill yourself, you can get rewards from the goddess. Is this even a reward if you have sex with a woman and the licking dog has put the goddess to sleep? The doubt had only just risen, making him a little uneasy again in the midst of his distraction. After revealing her heart, Lin Kui had already closed her eyes and stood on her tiptoes, kissing towards him with her beak. The two mouths were soft and smooth when they touched. Boom! Zhang Che only felt that his brain exploded all of a sudden, and then he lost his mind, lost his ability to think, and was left with only instinct. A long time later, a grumbling stomach growled, awakening the two men who were still mushy in the master bedroom. We haven't eaten yet. Zhang Che, who had a warm fragrance in his arms, touched his stomach, and his waking consciousness finally returned to his brain. Looking at the schoolgirl in his arms who still had a flushed face and was getting more and more beautiful beyond compare. Honestly, growing into adulthood is wonderful. It was especially fulfilling when the one nestled in one's arms and pampered was such a great beauty. But at the same time, his heart stuttered. Oh wow, it's over. I didn't hold it in the end. So, can this lickspittle still be a dog? Can the reward still pop? I don't know if I'm making or losing money by trading a dog-licking reward for such a big, petite beauty. I'm hungry too. Lin Kui was also a bit embarrassed, and then she remembered that the two had an appointment but they had come out to eat. Results available. It all happened so suddenly. Of course, she didn't regret it at all, and was even very accomplished all the same. The dream you've been looking forward to for so long has finally come true, and it's even better than you imagined. It's not all your fault. She nestled in Zhang Che's arms and pampered him, her jade fingers like green onions circling Zhang Che's chest. That's a good thing to leave out, isn't it? Zhang Che was speechless, but he was the one who was pushed back. Lin Kuyi's face turned even redder and she twisted around in his arms. I don't care. It's your fault anyway. Gee whiz. The leprechaun. Zhang Che took a deep breath and hurriedly begged for mercy. Okay, it's all my fault. Don't squirm. If you squirm anymore you'll really just go hungry tonight. There's nothing in the house yet. So let's get up and go get cleaned up. Go out to dinner then come back with some shopping. Lin Kuei instantly became excited. And no longer play with him? Brush climbed up and directly dragged his hand. Yes, 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 yes. We've only just moved in and we've got to go shopping for all the necessities. It's dark now. So get up. You can't dawdle any longer. Zhang Che was speechless as he looked at her. It was clearly her who was just dawdling. Lin Kuei had already treated this place as if it was her home, treating herself as the mistress, still looking like a housekeeper, washing and rinsing and cleaning. As she washed, she kept calculating what she needed to buy, and enjoyed it, her whole body overflowing with happiness. Actually, Zhang Che could use the system to cook, but there was no way to explain this to Lin Kuei, so he could only give up. Just order a takeaway. There's really quite a lot to buy too. Seeing that Lin Kuei was so positive, he didn't want to throw cold water on Lin Kuei. The two went downstairs and drove out. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Lin Kuei was still jotting down things to buy on her cell phone notes for fear of forgetting. With her being so attentive, it saved Zhang Che from having to worry about himself. Moreover, it was the right time to take this opportunity to try and see if it was still possible to explode rewards from Lin Kuei after sleeping with him or not. Under lights as bright as day, the two soon arrived at the mall. After an early dinner, Lin Kuei eagerly dragged him to kill the supermarket. Don't you want seafood? Lin Kuei all looked a bit hyper, making Zhang Che unable to help but be a bit speechless. How can you be so hyper when you're obviously walking with a twist that doesn't come naturally, and cringing in pain every now and then? Ugh. Seafood can be eaten any day. Of course it's more important to stock the house with necessities now. Lin Kuei held his hand with her right hand and hugged his arm with her left hand as if she was pampered. He was half a length behind, almost half dragged forward by Lin Kuei. However, the meal, though simple, was a reassuring one, because right after he checked out, a familiar system alert followed. The host invites Lin Kuei to dinner. The dog-licking behavior is judged to be successful, obtaining 10,000 yuan in cash and 100 points of dog-licking value. The host spends $183 on a dinner treat and receives a 10x rebate, totaling $1,830. This more than $1,000 of return reality is not enough to see, but Zhang Che's mood is dialing the clouds to see the sun. Very comfortable. Fortunately, it was not like those heroes and heroines in history who accidentally folded on a beautiful woman. As long as you can still pop the rewards, nothing is a problem. It's only such a small amount of cash back for one meal, but it's not like it's time to go on another shopping spree. Chapter 56, Hubby, you're so nice. With Lin Kuei intimately dragging him, Zhang Che arrived at the supermarket. At this point in time, the number of people coming to the grocery store is quite large. Countless big old men. Seeing Lin Kuei that was stunning, looked at Zhang Che with envious eyes. This caused Zhang Che to actually feel a sense of accomplishment as well, and it was very pleasing to be looked at with such gazes. Lin Kuei himself had long since gotten used to this kind of gaze and was blissfully unconcerned. Honey, let's get the wash first. She pulled Zhang Che tightly. Even her name changed, and her voice was crispy. Speaking of which, the first time Zhang Che spent a large amount of money was when he went to buy living supplies on his first day of school, and now comes the same scene, but under completely different circumstances. Letting Zhang Che couldn't help but be happy. Last time it was just pure spending money and enjoying the thrill of waving money around. This time, not only can you continue to splurge, but you can pop the rewards at the same time. Double the pleasure. Electric toothbrushes, hair dryers, all sorts of hair and face washes, and another visit like the one before. Or are they all just picking the expensive ones to buy, like before, in addition to the regular ones, as well as what garbage cans, toilet paper, and so on that are needed around the house? Then there's that, and a whole bunch of skincare products for Lin Kuei. What Holly Ann? The mystery of the sea blue. Girlin. A buy is the whole family bucket. All kinds of categories to come on a share. These top skincare products are not cheap. A set of several thousand. To gather 10,000 just to brush a 100,000 rebate. Each brand comes on a set. That's $300,000. Bought a whole bunch of things in bits and pieces, and Zhang Che's car, which was already small, was stuffed to the brim all of a sudden. Lin Kuei's excitement has not diminished at all, and even holding a mop feels full of fulfillment. After all, it's a mop bought at the mansion you live in. Honey, I think we're done with what we need to buy. Let's go back. She was happy to say the least and pulled open the passenger door. Wait, better buy some clothes again. There's no clothes at home to change into right now. Zhang Che was similarly happy. He didn't want to let go of the opportunity, and when he caught it, he wanted to swipe the rewards. All this situation, Lin Kuei naturally do not pretend with him. Cheered and once again killed back to the mall. Straight to the LV. 3 sets of clothes down per person. Still paying for all the ones bought for Lin Kui separately like before. Spending out almost $500,000 while having over $1 million in cashback in the bank is another blowout. In the meantime, the dog-licking value is back to another wave of blood. With all the recent convalescence and exercise and fitness and learning to hike, climb and rappel, that's $600 a day in expenses. Honey, you're too good to me. Kiss. Back in the minivan again. Lin Kui put the shopping bags away and got into the passenger side, immediately climbing over to wrap her arms around him and kiss him. This is so obsessive that it makes Zhang Che feel like he has fallen into a gentle land, and he somewhat understands the feelings of those dim-witted kings in ancient times. However, he was now fighting from the bottom of his heart that this was really good. He'd wanted to burst rewards from Lin Kui before, never fantasizing about what was going to happen with him. Just now, Lin Kui had decisively pushed him away, and he felt like he had been caught in a beauty trap, and was worried that there would be no rewards to pop. As a result, the scene that had worried him did not appear. It's understandable when you think about it. And it's not like you're not a lickspittle after you get a lickspittle from a goddess. There are just as many humble lickspittles in love or marriage. Not all couples are reciprocal on both sides of the relationship. Of course, none of this matters. Importantly, he realized that after Lin Kui became his woman, it seemed to be even more convenient to pop up rewards. By having Lin Kui by his side, he could organize everything for her. With the ability to pop rewards anytime, anywhere, not only are there more opportunities, but it's also convenient. He hadn't realized this before, but now that he had reacted, he had instantly changed some of his previous notions. There was so much to buy that it took 2 people 2 trips to carry everything home. Zhang Che was feeling a bit tired and lay on the sofa lazily, but Lin Kui was happy to do so. Put toiletries, toilet paper, etc. in the bathroom, and put trash cans with trash bags over them in each space. Usually, people who live in such houses have special ants for this kind of work. However, for the time being, Zhang Che did not feel the need to find himself a nanny. Cleaning is done by a specialized housekeeping service that comes to your home on a regular basis, which is complementary to the system. It's usually just a matter of taking care of the little problems on your own, which makes it more livable. Moreover, it was obvious that Lin Kui really liked doing these things and enjoyed them completely. Perhaps it might be because it made her feel more like a hostess. After putting the newly purchased clothes and shoes into the check room as well, Lin Kui came over and directly straddled his body. Honey. She wrapped her arms around Zhang Che's and gave another sticky shout. Zhang Che answered, and she looked straight at him, followed by saying, I love you. Boom. This allowed Zhang Che, who was in the throes of blood and had tasted the sweetness. How could he hold on to it? And once again, heavenly thunder stirred up the earth's fire. 2 people went from the living room to the balcony, from the balcony to the kitchen, from the kitchen to the bedroom, from the bedroom to the bathroom. Finally, it rolled back into the bedroom. By the time Zhang Che was woken up by the biological clock, he couldn't help but yawn several times, feeling sleep deprived again, looking at Lin Kui again. This schoolgirl, on the other hand, was still asleep. He gingerly got up and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. For once, it's actually making breakfast by hand instead of clicking on the system interface. Got all the dishes and other kitchen restaurant supplies last night as well as the ingredients. Until now, he had delivered breakfast to Lin Kui dozens of times, and making it himself had long since become a non-issue. He was sitting intently when a pair of small hands encircled his waist from behind. Lin Kui's entire body was pressed against her back. Hubby, these things should have been left to me, so it's better for me to do it from now on. Before, she was content to accept the breakfast sent by Zhang Che, but now she felt that as Zhang Che's woman, she should be the one who had to make breakfast for him. But embarrassingly, she won't, so she'll just have to say later. It didn't matter if she didn't know how to do it now. She decided to learn it later. Letting Zhang Che take care of her like this again, she was already feeling his apprehension, completely lacking the peace of mind she had before. But if you don't make her breakfast, you're going to lose 10,000 bucks and 100 dog lickers a day. It's acceptable to have a few days where you can't swipe this reward for whatever reason. But how can you do it if you don't have it in the future? That's 300,000 in a month, and 3,000 points of dog licking value. Remembering this, he still had to coax Lin Kui. What should I or shouldn't I do? I love doing these things. I'll still do the cooking and stuff from now on, and you're in charge of dishes and cleaning. There's no rewards to pop for cleaning or anything, and these chores can be dumped out with no burden at all. Aha! Lin Kui nodded his head once he heard this and had no objections to it. She was also moved to tears. Honey, you're so nice. Chapter 57. Chang Che made breakfast for 3, in addition to him and Lin Kui. Naturally, he didn't forget the nutritious breakfast for Sumo. You can forget other things. How can you forget something like popping rewards? Lin Kui had long been aware of Sumo's existence, and it was because of this that a series of events yesterday had been triggered. Speaking of which, she was a bit thankful to Sumo now. If it wasn't for Sumo's existence, how would she have known that Zhang Che turned out to be hiding so deeply? 204 million mansion the center of the city's busy location pull open the curtains, can see the Huangpu River, see the Oriental Pearl Tower I just woke up and found myself lying in a luxurious bedroom, sleeping in an upscale, comfortable king-sized bed. All of this made her feel as if she was still in a dream. But now, seeing Zhang Che pack the nutritious breakfast given to Sumo, she still knowingly asked, "Honey, is this?" Zhang Che did not hide anything at all and directly explained, "Oh, this is to bring to my master." Master? This time, Lin Kui was really a bit dumbfounded. She knew that Zhang Che had joined the Outdoor Sports Association and was training under Sumo, but I haven't heard that Zhang Che also recognized Sumo as his master. What kind of game is this? I'm studying mountaineering, rock climbing and rappelling with Sumo from the finance department. Zhang Che told the story in its original form, and followed up with an inquiry at the end. Are you interested in any of this? Would you like to join us? His idea was simple. Outdoor sports all burn a lot of money, and if Corinne Koi burns a share of it, it's a popping profit. However, to Lin Kui, this was his honesty, was not hiding anything from Lin Kui. At the same time, it was also recognized by him, which is why he was willing to take himself. She'd seen a lot of bred canaries who were completely uninvolved in the lives of their golden masters. For Zhang Che, she was even prepared for this as well. As long as Zhang Che didn't leave her out in the cold, she could ignore everything else. But she didn't expect that Zhang Che would actually extend an invitation to her, and really had no reservations about her. To be. She hastily nodded her head in agreement and busily stated, "Whatever you do, I want to follow you." Zhang Che had given her such an opportunity, how could she not grasp it? Plus, outdoor sports like mountaineering, rock climbing, and rappelling are also a passion for many people today. Open the little yellow book and see. Sharing this kind of life cannot be too much. Very enviable. Even without considering Zhang Che's factor, this kind of life itself was what she aspired to. Good then. From now on, you'll follow me and learn from Sumo. When the time comes, whether it's hiking or rock climbing, rappelling or whatever, we'll all go together. Speaking of going to play, Lin Kui instantly thought of the upcoming long vacation. Previously, when Zhang Che asked her what arrangements she had turned Zhang Che down and had no intention of coming together. In fact, what she said about going to climb Manhwa with Li Ling and a few of her classmates was arranged by a suitor in her class. That suitor wasn't as bold as Zhang Che though, and wasn't even comparable to Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia, but being in the same class can help her a lot academically. This long vacation to climb Mount Huashan tour at the same time, in fact, is also a picking research. With such a layer of relationship in place, of course it was not good for her to let Zhang Che or Sun Yunjia or Wang Junquan follow them. But things were different now. Zhang Che was already her man, and everything else had to go to the side. Speaking of going to play, hubby, what are your long vacation plans? Just hanging out in Magic City? She immediately changed her mind and brought up the subject again. Planning and whatnot. Zhang Che hadn't really done it, but the odds were that this should be the case. So he nodded and said, "Pretty much. I didn't think too much about it." Lin Kui immediately looked at him pitifully. "Hubby, I'm sorry because the long vacation we went to climb Mount Hua was actually a subject group activity, and the group leader is still my suitor. That's why I didn't explain it to you at the time. Otherwise, why don't you come with us to Chang'an, and we'll climb Mount Hua together then?" Zhang Che knew exactly what Lin Kui was thinking before. Now that she was going to kick all the suitors out, the original concerns certainly didn't matter. The only thing she still had to worry about had been Zhang Che. When they went out for a long vacation, they naturally wanted to be with Zhang Che. After Zhang Che thought about it, this proposal seemed not bad. Mountaineering is not yet a condition, but climbing this no problem. Our country, so many famous mountains and rivers, so many beautiful scenery, do not go to see them all is not a pity. Fine and dandy, but is this convenient? Although his heart was moved, he hesitated. After all, there is still an element of picking and researching, not pure fun. Convenient, of course, big deal, we'll just pay for it ourselves. Lin Kui nodded her head repeatedly. What is said about picking up research is actually only a small part of it. Most of it is still playing. She said, also began to pout. Husband, you just as accompanied me to go together. Okay, this winding up. Zhang Che felt his bones crumble again. Well, I don't have any plans anyway. You send me all the information on your flights and hotels and I'll grab it and see if I can book the same. If you can't book the same flights and hotels, then you'll have to meet up at your destination, which can be much more troublesome. Okay, but I have to ask first. Lin Kui was a bit embarrassed. She didn't pay attention to this before because everything was taken care of for her. After determining to climb Mount Hua together for the long vacation, the two of them finished breakfast and drove back to school. Zhang Che directly sent Lin Kui to the dormitory floor. Lin Kui came over and kissed him before getting off. Mooah. Bye hubby. Unlike before, she didn't turn around and leave after getting off the car, but watched Zhang Che leave before going upstairs. Upon seeing this scene, the entire dormitory as well as the people coming and going once again dropped their jaws. Why did schoolgirl Lin come down from Zhang Che's car early in the morning? Normally, isn't Zhang Che the one who comes to bring breakfast to schoolgirl Lin in this situation? So where did they go and what happened between the two? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You guys must be overthinking it. Everyone guessed what was going on, but simply couldn't believe it. Lin Kui, who was in a very beautiful mood, completely failed to notice the whispers of others and returned to her dorm room humming a little song. Sisters, I'm home. She pushed the door open and shouted. Li Ling, who was brushing her teeth, rushed out with her toothbrush in her mouth, dragging her 3 times with her other 2 roommates. Kui, you're finally back. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you still up at night? Didn't you go to eat seafood with Zhang Che and want to test him? How come you're all out of people to try out? I called and messaged you last night and you didn't respond at all. Lin Kui laughed dryly twice. He. In that situation last night, how could she care about messaging Li Ling back? Chapter 58, Severance. Stayed out all night and came back with a change of clothes. It didn't take much thought to guess what had happened to Lin Kui. However, it was precisely because of this that Li Ling and the 3 of them were so shocked. They knew better than anyone that although Lin Kui fished for kaiju and raised licking dogs, she never let those men take advantage of the substance. It's always been a case of not seeing the rabbit in the hat and saving everything for a change of fortune. But now, all of a sudden, she's just giving everything away. So it's hard? Li Ling could only think of one possibility, and that was that she had gotten what she wanted, and that was why she chose to pike. But the question is, wasn't she there to test Zhang Che? So what the hell is this? Zhang Che actually met her requirements? Kui, Zhang Che he. Li Ling didn't say the latter words, but Lin Kui understood what she was trying to say. She didn't hide it either, nodding her head and smiling. That's right, Zhang Che is hiding even deeper than you and I thought. It's what you think. I'm with Zhang Che. Hearing her admit it in person, Li Ling's trio became more and more curious and came over to ask this and that in a chattering manner. Koi, what kind of situation is it? Tell us about it. Yeah, why did you give up your big move all of a sudden? What else is Zhang Che hiding? In response to the 3 roommates' questioning, Lin Kui still told the story as it was. However, some parts of the story are not too detailed. For example, it just says that Zhang Che bought a house, but not that it is worth $204 million. Just this roommates are already envious. If also said that the house is in high-tech North Bund with 1,200 square feet, then I guess it's not envy. It's going to turn into jealousy. For the other 2 roommates, Lin Kui felt that there was a need to hide it. As for Li Ling, Lin Kui had more ideas. Zhang Che's level was far beyond her imagination, and she was definitely not the only one who would miss such a man. In this world, there are many more women than her who can go out of their way, and I'm afraid that there will be all kinds of competition in the future. It's been put on TV shows that you have to have your own cronies and train your own staff if you want to play court. As a good BFF, Li Ling is a natural choice. Thoughts like these flashed through her mind, but they were still an afterthought. What she had to do now was to draw a line with all men except Zhang Che. After the curiosity of the 3 roommates was satisfied and the other 2 went out, Lin Kui grabbed Li Ling's hand. Ling, do you have any spare money on hand? Lend me some. Hearing her say she wanted to borrow money, Li Ling didn't hesitate for a second. How much do you want? Lin Kui then said. The more the merrier, she said, taking the initiative to explain. I'm with Zhang Che now. There's no need for me to play the setup like before. Wang Junquan spent $180,000 on my birthday, and I have to return that money to him. Otherwise this will look like I'm petty and will affect my image in Zhang Che's mind. Li Ling's eyes widened at the sound of it. Isn't it a sisterhood that needs to go this far? $180,000 isn't a small amount for them. But now Lin Kui is actually trying to come up with the money to pay back Wang Junquan. Just how powerful was this Zhang Che that he actually made Lin Kui do this? Thinking of her future plans, Lin Kui no longer hid it and directly took out the photos taken last night. This is the house Zhang Che just bought. Take a look. Li Ling took a look at it and even more so. Her pupils dilated dramatically and she drew a breath of cold air. High-tech North Bund? 1,200 square feet? She was confused. Kagome. Is this true? But don't think it's Zhang Che who set you up. Could he know someone over there so he lied to you? renting a car or house to cheat people. This kind of routine counts two scumbags but also tried it again and again. Li Ling felt unbelievable. It just felt like a lie. Lin Kui then laughed. We stayed overnight last night, and the property has entered my information into the system. Now, I'm a homeowner in high-tech North Bund. So how can this be false? And I just said that I followed Zhang Che to take possession of the house and saw the purchase contract and real estate license with my own eyes. Not only did she see it, she likewise took pictures of it. The jade finger slid the cell phone screen and showed both the real estate certificate and the purchase contract that had Zhang Che's name written on it to Li Ling. 204 million? Seeing this figure, Li Ling was all relieved. How much money did one have to afford such a mansion? It is no wonder that Lin Koi did not hesitate to directly pokies. Hand down, this is called a fast and accurate and ruthless. Who could stop this? It would only be the same in her place. She moved fiercely. Seeing her envious and complicated feelings, Lin Kui wrapped his arms around her. Ling Ling, we're good sisters. How can I forget you when I'm rich? There are some things you know yourself without my saying. If you are willing to go forward, we plot in detail. Now I have to come up with an attitude and kick out all the elements that would upset Zhang Che. Li Ling also understands this reasoning. Are Zhang Che's woman, this to still trolling Kai Zi entangled with other suitors? That would upset any man. And Zhang Che was definitely not happy. She then said, I do have some money left. I just don't know if it's enough for you. Lin Kui had planned ahead and smiled. If it's not enough, we'll just have to go and borrow more. The important thing is to get enough money together first. I have so many clothes and so many bags and lots of jewelry, so I'll take it and sell some of it and pay you back when the time comes. 180,000 is indeed not a small amount, but it is not too difficult for Lin Kui to put it together. For such a long time since school started, their breakfasts were delivered by Zhang Che, and Zhang Che had other lickspittles before he enrolled in school. You can save a fortune just on breakfast money, and there are often people eating. And then the red envelopes she received for various holidays and birthdays added up to quite a bit. After all, $100 or $10 kind of thing she couldn't afford to look at. Together with your own living expenses, you can also ask for a little more from your family, and then borrow a little to make up the $180,000. In fact, she was the one who was in a hurry to make a stand with Zhang Che, or else it wouldn't have been necessary to go through so much trouble at all. Buy some bags and clothes, jewelries will do the trick. It just takes time to sell used, and she is not going to put it off for another minute. This 180,000 yuan to get enough. She was on fire. The first time she asked Wang Junquan out, just in front of the school building, Kagome. Seeing Lin Kui come to him, Wang Junquan was instantly happy. What's the matter with you? Let's go over there and talk. There are fewer people there. He thought Lin Kui had come to him for something good. After all, there weren't many situations like this. How could he have thought that Lin Kui had come to find him to break off his relationship? Wang Junquan. Lin Kui directly shouted her full name. Thank you for always being so kind to me and taking such good care of me. But I figured out that we're not right for each other. And it's better if we don't see each other again. As soon as her words came out, Wang Junquan immediately turned pale and staggered twice, almost falling to the ground. Chapter 59, Unexpected and Unbelievable. Wang Junquan was struck by lightning and stared stupidly at Lin Kui, completely unable to react. Just a few days ago, he had just spent $180,000 to give Lin Kui a windy birthday. Obviously, that night, Lin Kui even poured out her heart and told him a lot of things from her heart. But how come? In a flash, it's so good to cut ties with him? His lips trembled, and it was several moments before he made a dry, hoarse sound. But, Koi, what's going on here? Why are you saying this? Lin Kui showed unprecedented sincerity. Sincerity without a hint of acting. Sincerity that was completely free of condescension. Wang Junquan, I'm sorry. I lied to you earlier when I told you I didn't want a relationship in college. I have a boyfriend and I don't want him to get the wrong idea. Lin Kui said and even bowed directly towards Wang Junquan. Then he took out his cell phone and transferred money to Wang Junquan. You spent $180,000 on my birthday before. I shouldn't have spent that money on you. Now I'm giving it back to you. We're clear from now on. And I hope you don't come back to haunt me. After transferring the money back to Wang Junquan, Lin Koi directly deleted friends to pull the black phone a dragon. Having done this, without hesitation, he turned and walked away with unparalleled determination. Wang Junquan only felt that the sky was collapsing, and he still couldn't come back to his senses even after Lin Kui had disappeared from sight. The same thing happened to Sun Yunja. Lin Koi returned the birthday gift he gave him, and then it was time to cut off communication and pull the plug on all contact information. Only, Sun Yunja did not act as out of sorts as Wang Junquan, but instead seemed to feel that everything was expected. Look at his expression. It's pained as well, but it's bashful. may I ask you who that man is? His voice was also a little dry and slightly shaky. Lin Kui didn't answer. He then said, it's Zhang Che, isn't it? After a pause, Lin Kui still nodded. Having gotten the answer, he didn't say anything more. This result was really guessed by him early on. Zhang Che he really couldn't understand. He had long expected this to happen. It's just that when it really comes down to it, it's more or less the same. Zhang Che, Zhang Che. Watching Lin Kui leave, he couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Che kept saying that he only wanted to be a licking dog, but Wang Junquan didn't doubt his words at all. Only if he thought so. Would Lin Kui think so? As long as Lin Kui was allowed to truly understand him, then such a thing could not be avoided at all. It also proved, in the end, to be just such a result. Point blank. On this side, Lin Kui is busy kicking out all the lickspittles and drawing a line in the sand with all the suitors. Once again a lesson to these people with the facts. Lick the dog until you end up with nothing. If you don't have a system on your side and no rewards to pop, then it's best to avoid licking dogs. Zhang Che himself didn't even think that he had not only earned money by being a dog licker, but he had actually earned people as well. He gave Sumo his breakfast and slipped back to the dormitory. By this time, the three roommates were getting ready to leave for class. Seeing him come back was all a jolt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You kid is finally back. Where were you last night? It's only been a short time since school started, and you're actually staying out at night. Zhou Chu was startled. And again, he was his usual gloomy self. Zhang Che climbed into bed and took down his tablet, responding casually. You're not even the head of the dormitory, so why do I need to report to you where I'm going? The dorms are occasionally checked, but it's not uncommon for students to spend the night out. This is not to say that Zhou Chu is not the head of the dormitory. Even if it is, the head of the dormitory actually cannot control. It happens even with dormitory captains. The disliked Zhou Chu was the one who shyly came over and sniffed close to him, then exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk, there is still a woman's scent on your body. You actually went to a room with a woman? When he said that, Li Yale and Zhao Qingzhong were also not calm and came over to sniff. Zhang Che was startled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you all sniffing at me for? Perverts are you guys? Li Yale and Zhao Qingzhong both ignored him and exchanged glances. It does have a fresh scent. A woman's scent, all right. Zhang Che, our dormitory room didn't expect that it was actually you kid who opened up first. Zhao Cheng heatedly put his arm around his shoulder with a teasing face. Quickly tell me who that woman is? You kid can without saying anything actually found a girlfriend. I thought you would only lick Lin's school flower. Zhou Chu's eyes were red with envy, and jealousy once again twisted him. With a grunt he said, you all know that he just licks schoolgirl Lin. What kind of girlfriend can he have? I'm guessing it's not to go whoring, right? Zhang Che, tell me honestly, are you so rich that you went to do great healthcare? Zhao Qingzhong's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked in a low voice, Zhang Che, how much is the big healthcare? He was figuring that it wouldn't be too easy to find a girlfriend in a short time, but he still had the money for great healthcare. Goddamn healthcare. You're the one whoring. Your whole family is whoring. Zhang Che slanted a glance at Zhou Chu and directly cursed. Li Yale believed that he wasn't this kind of person, but besides licking Lin Kui, he was also going to lick Sumo. In fact, it's true that it's impossible to have any girlfriends. So what the hell is going on here? Zhang Che, isn't this a woman's scent on you? Li Yale frowned. Although he was a virgin, it wasn't so bad that he couldn't even recognize the smell, right? It's a woman's scent all right, and it's Lin Senpai's scent. He doesn't hide it either. There's nothing to hide and it can't be hidden. I just didn't expect Lin Kui to marinate him in flavor. Obviously having taken a bath, he couldn't help but raise a hand to his body to sniff as well, but found nothing special. And by this time, the three roommates were dumbfounded. What? Schoolgirl Lin? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You kid slept with schoolgirl Lin? Zhou Chu jumped up at once. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you, a licking dog, still get into the bed of schoolmarm Lin? Zhao Qing heatedly also reddened his eyes. Fake. Definitely fake. You damn well don't brag here. I don't believe it. Zhang Che skimmed his mouth, not even bothering with them in the first place. But look at the way they reacted so much, as if they had their tails stepped on, and were dying to tear him apart. So it said, that's certainly not true. The truth is it wasn't me who put schoolgirl Lin to sleep. It was she who put me to sleep. When he said this, Zhou Chu and Zhao Qingzhong became even more disbelieving. Not to mention these two. This kind of words even Li Yale, the person who believed in him the most, found it absurd. You let's put gold on your own face. What are you still? Lin schoolgirl put you to sleep. You're just a licking dog. Wanting to sleep with schoolmarm Lin is tantamount to a pie in the sky. And you're still dreaming of something like schoolmarm Lin sleeping with you? Obviously not a before Lin Kui. Lin Kui didn't even remember there were such two people, but at this time, the two were completely blown up and incomparably ashamed, as if Lin Kui was their mother. Chapter 60, he's the only one who really understands me. Zhang Che was merely stating a fact, but he didn't expect to be able to make both Zhou Chu and Zhao Qingjiong so furious. Seeing that the two men looked as if they were going to fight him if he made any more false accusations, he felt funny and interesting. However, it didn't continue to tease these two any further for fear that they would really fight him. It's just a joke. Why are you so serious? He shrugged, taking his tablet and heading out the door first, rushing to class. Tablet. It's for taking notes. In the classroom, Zhou Chu and Zhao Chang heatedly looked at him, still a face of indignation. What joke is not good to open? You open this. You're not kidding. You're daydreaming. Li Yale was suspicious. Zhang Che just didn't seem like someone who would make such a joke. But it's also a bit too much of a stretch that Lin Kui slept with him or something. So what is the truth? It doesn't seem to matter. It's not just a matter of staying out all night and then coming back smelling like a woman. Though at this age, it's all blood and guts. And it's that kind of talk that comes especially strong. But no matter what the situation was, that was Zhang Che's privacy and there was no need to pay too much attention to it. Couldn't figure it out. And he didn't bother. Just when he'd forgotten all about it, the morning class finished. The students clattered to the outside. Zhou Chu and Zhao Chang heatedly still want to yin and yang Zhang Che a few sentences. At this time, the entrance to the school building was a commotion. Look, it's schoolgirl Lin. Is schoolgirl Lin coming to class too? She's so pretty. Every time I see schoolgirl Lin, I feel like I'm in love. Amidst the amazement of the students, they saw Lin Kui, who was waiting at the door. Eyes light up when she saw Zhang Che come out. Honey, she let out a cry and rushed over to him with open arms, pulling him forward after jumping headfirst into Zhang Che's arms. Without the slightest regard for the surrounding people's dumbfounded gazes, she intimately pulled Zhang Che's hand and chattered happily. The original noisy building was silent. Everyone stood in place as if they had seen a ghost. Zhou Chu and Zhao Qingjiong were so enraged that their bloodshot eyes almost fell to the ground. What did I just hear? Old husband? How is this possible? After a brief moment of silence, the students who saw the scene boiled over. Then the whole beauty school blew up. The face of the Academy of Fine Arts, the school flower of Shanghai University, Lin Kui, who has countless suitors but has remained single. She's actually in love, and she's actually calling a guy her husband so cloyingly? Everyone felt incredulous, everyone felt that it was impossible, and everyone felt very upset. Immediately after, everyone also heard the news that Lin Kui had severed her relationship with all her suitors such as Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia, even played the $180,000 that he spent on his birthday before to Wang Junquan. These news were like dropping a heavy bomb on the Academy of Fine Arts, on HU as a whole. When the whole campus was triggered, the person who started it all was oblivious and didn't care at all. After leaving the school building, Zhang Che and Lin Kui both got into the car. It was now lunchtime, and at this pace he should be accompanying Lin Kui to dinner. He could have picked a swanky restaurant, like the Bulgari kind that the celebrities in the little yellow book were so fond of. It's a great way to enjoy the flavor, pretend, and pop rewards at the same time. However, Sumo over there is also still waiting for his feeding. All licking cannot lose sight of the other. He could use the system to make nutritious meals, but he had to carry Lin Kui to do so. But now this schoolgirl was sitting in his car. After thinking about it, he decided to change his plan. So he asked, "Sister, do you have any gym clothes?" Lin Kui didn't even react at first hearing this question and just subconsciously nodded her head. "There is, but what is it for?" Zhang Che gave her a blank look. "Didn't you say you wanted to learn mountaineering, rock climbing, and rappelling with me? Come with me to study with Sumo at noon today. It's easier to change into gym clothes. It's okay if you don't have any. We're going to get them now. It's perfectly timed." Zhang Che was naturally inclined to go and buy it now. And with another opportunity to spend money for Lin Kui, he would be able to earn cash back again. Oh, Lin Kui, however, responded excitedly and then nodded vigorously. "Yes there is, and I've only just gotten my gym clothes, so it's not like I have to go buy them separately." This result instantly made Zhang Che quite disappointed. "It doesn't matter though, there's plenty of opportunities to buy all sorts of gear once you officially start playing these. Then I'll take you back to your dormitory while you change your clothes. I'm going to go change too while I make you guys a nutritious meal so you can work out more effectively." Lin Kui had known that he had already taken care of Sumo's 3 meals a day and didn't feel surprised about it. She had originally wanted to pretend she didn't know and didn't care about Zhang Che's affair with Sumo. But now that Zhang Che had let her get involved and was not hiding anything from her behind her back at all, she was naturally happy to do so. "Honey, hard work." Arriving at the dormitory building, she came over and kissed Zhang Che before getting off the bus. Again, It was still waiting for Zhang Che's car to leave before turning around and going upstairs. By this time, gossip scandals about them had been circulating for a long time. Many girls gathered around and curiously inquired, Kui, are you really with Zhang Che? Lin Kui gave these gossiping girls a blank look. You all saw it. How can it be fake? These girls didn't just see her getting off Zhang Che's car. They even saw her kissing Zhang Che in the car. The reason they asked was that they still felt completely ridiculous and outrageous about the whole thing. Koi, what's going on with you? You'd take a Porsche 911 over a miscellaneous car like this? What the hell does it say on the front of the car? What the hell is that? I've never even heard of it. Even if you don't choose a Porsche, at least choose a BMW X5. The person is at least a Mordor local with 3 suites in his name. Everyone couldn't understand how Lin Kui, who had obviously always been very shrewd, suddenly seemed to be blind. Lin Kui listened to the funny. What Porsche 911? What BMW X5 named 3 suites? What's all this? It doesn't even add up to a suite of rooms for Zhang Che, okay? Of course, she would never say such a thing. For one thing, Zhang Che himself kept a low profile, and she couldn't do any high-profile publicity for Zhang Che. Plus it doesn't do yourself any favors, does it? The more people knew about Zhang Che's hidden strength, it would only attract more competition. It's best just for now, to be bored and rich all by yourself. She said in all seriousness, what are you talking about? Do you choose your boyfriends like you do? It's true that Wang Junquan and Sun Yunja are both very good, but they don't understand me. Only Zhang Che really understands me. No matter what kind of car he drives, it's my true love. I decided on him for my whole life. It was a statement that blew everyone's mind. Damn, is this something she can say? I believe in love again. In the midst of everyone's dumbfounded stares, Lin Kui hummed softly in triumph. Besides, how can Zhang Che's car be considered a miscellaneous brand? It's a new domestic energy source that has now swept the globe. Okay, that's called Star Wish. It's a Geely car. Can I get lucky? Chapter 61, It Can Only Be Because of Love. Throughout the entire Academy of Fine Arts, throughout Shanghai University, there were countless girls who envied Lin Kui. Beautiful, countless suitors, Porsche 911 and BMW X5 randomly selected. Countless men rushed to trip up to lick. Glorious, held in the palm of her hand everywhere she goes. $180,000 for a birthday. But no one expected that between the Porsche and the BMW, she chose the Geely. Just because of this matter, many people specifically went online and searched for this car. Zhang Che. Geely couldn't have possibly imagined that their car would actually catch fire in Shanghai for such a reason, greatly increasing its popularity. Learn more and compare in more detail. Wang Juinchuan's Porsche 911 is almost over $1.5 million and Sun Yunja's BMW X5 is almost over $800,000. And this one of Zhang Che's is $98,800 for the top end. A lot of people didn't guess wrong. This thing is under $100K. However, Zhang Che has won a beautiful woman with such a small tram that costs less than $100,000. This made everyone incredibly surprised. Could it be that it was really for good luck? Is Lin Kui that environmentally friendly? Dead set on figuring out what's going on. The munchers can only chalk it up to being love. I was wrong. I really was. I used to think it was quite materialistic for schoolgirl Lin to hang on to so many people. I didn't realize that schoolgirl Lin could give up her Porsche 911 and BMW X5 for love. Several $100 million worth of Wang Junquan Lin schoolgirl is not moved. And Sun Yunja Lin schoolgirl who has 3 suites in Magic City is not moved. But your heart is moved because of Zhang Che. Who laughed at others before that Zhang Che is a licking dog? Damn. So delivering breakfast really works. Countless people were envious and jealous of Zhang Che, reviewing the fact that he had rated Lin Kui. Then to his surprise, he realized that he didn't seem to be doing anything special besides bringing Lin Kui breakfast every day. The difference compared to the other licking dogs who brought breakfast to Lin Kui was that he delivered it with his own hands. Supposedly, very tasty. Is it hard to believe that Zhang Che is actually a chef? Is it really true, as the saying goes, that in order to conquer a man's heart, you must first conquer his stomach? Many people who are not aware of the truth think they have caught some truth. In an instant, the number of cooks skyrocketed throughout HU, and breakfast delivery became a mainstream means of pursuit. Fooling Lin Kui into changing her clothes, Zhang Che left his back to the dormitory. It takes a while to fake making lunch, but you can't drive around all the time, and you don't want to sit in the car and dry out. So, slinking back to the dorms, ready to play the game to clear my stamina first. When he got back to his dorm, all 3 of his roommates were there, and all of them jumped when they saw him return. Nuts! You guys, you don't go to dinner and scare me here? He was taken aback and spat out an unkind remark. Zhao Cheng heatedly reddened his eyes and grabbed his arm with a death grip. Zhang Che, how the hell did you do that? Zhang Che deliberately played dumb and drew out his hand to ask rhetorically. What are you talking about? How did you do it? Zhao Cheng's heated voice was sharp. Ah, schoolgirl Lin, how did you do it? You're a licking dog. How can schoolgirl Lin really look at you? Although they were dead set against believing it, the fact that it was true had made it impossible for them to deceive themselves any longer. You don't say. I was wondering, Zhang Che said in a serious manner. I don't know why. I was in a daze and she slept with me. I still kind of regret it when I think about it. My first kiss. I was a virgin before, and all of it was taken away from me by her. In the eyes of Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu, this is called getting a bargain but still selling out. The two men were so angry that they wanted to spit out blood. They felt that Zhang Che was completely sticking it in his face. It was really shameless enough, but the truth was, Lin Kui was the one who had been taken down. So what could he do even if he was bragging now? Humph. Now you're smug, talking big here, but in reality you don't know how humble you are in front of Schoolmarm Lin. I see that Schoolmarm Lin completely can't stand your stalking, and Schoolmarm Lin slept with you, disgusting or not. Zhou Chu was indignant, his mouth chattering and non-stop, and Zhao Qingjiang also kept muttering. This time, both of them seemed to be so devastated that they are already nervous. Zhang Che couldn't help but skim his lips and said playfully, I say, what are you guys so excited about? Whether it was schoolgirl Lin who put me to sleep, or I stalked schoolgirl Lin, what does it have to do with you? Zhou Chu and Zhao Qing heatedly had nothing to say. They couldn't admit that this was purely because of jealousy overdose and straight-up distortion. Zhang Che, you're this. Li Yale gave him a thumbs up and heartfelt admiration. I'm actually curious about this, mostly because I want to learn the means from you. I want a girlfriend too, and I want to pick up a schoolgirl, but on second thought I kind of realized that I can't learn these tactics of yours. He let out a long sigh. I don't have that kind of money to buy clothes for girls. The amount of money that Zhang Che had spent on Lin Kui was quite a lot as far as he could see, and who knew how much could be unseen. He was earthly sober, and from the beginning he felt that Lin Kui was not a light. In this current situation, it could only be said that Zhang Che's segment was even higher than Lin Kui's. This was beyond his imagination, and the fact that Zhang Che had taken care of Lin Kui did surprise him. Therefore, it also followed with great concern about how Zhang Che did it. Only when he calmed down and thought about it, he realized that it was something he couldn't learn. He now kind of understood why Zhang Che had to lick Lin Kui when he was clearly not bad-looking and had money. Turns out, everything was under his control. While he marveled at Zhang Che, Zhou Chu and Zhao Qingjiang were unimpressed. Isn't he just buying a whole family bucket of fruits and some luxury clothes for schoolmarm Lin? What is this? Wang Junquan spent $180,000 on a birthday for schoolgirl Lin. Isn't that worth more than a fruit family bucket? He still drives a Porsche 911, and his family has several $100 million in assets. It's true that Zhang Che is also rich, but what's it compared to others? If schoolgirl Lin can chase after her if she buys some clothes, it's still his turn? So it can't be that at all. He definitely used other means. This is what makes Zhou Chu and Zhao Cheng heated the most indignation. To say that Zhang Che was rich, it didn't seem that rich, and was nothing at all among Lin Kui's suitors. If Lin Kui had been handled by Wang Junquan's son Yunjia, they would have nothing to say. But it turned out that Lin Kui had given up on two such males in favor of Zhang Che, who didn't stand out. Does that mean that Lin Kui doesn't actually value money and they actually have a chance? Zhang Che actually picked up the school flower, and also stayed out at night to directly eat her dry, which had already made Zhou Chu and Zhao Cheng heated with incomparable jealousy. When they felt that I'm okay, and as a result, this good thing favored Zhang Che, their hearts were completely unbalanced. Seeing that the two were crazy with jealousy, Zhang Che couldn't help but want to tease them. Since you guys don't think this is possible and that's not possible, there can only be one possibility. As soon as the two men heard this in unison, they asked, what might? Zhang Che spat out two words, love. Chapter 62, Climbing Manhwa together. Lin Kui chose love. So positive energy is to make everyone feel wrong. These days, love in college can't be that innocent. At least, that's how it is for a girl like Lin Kui. In addition to having rich kid suitors like Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia in school, outside of school, she'd been to a lot of events like business receptions and had seen way too much. But now through the red dust is to wash away the lead. Who would have thought? Damn. I would have gotten on if I had known it was like this. And it wouldn't have been cheap for that kid. Many people regret it and beat their chests. If Zhang Che was also a male, then everyone would have nothing to say. After all, you're rich and you're good. We really can't compare to you. We're convinced. But Zhang Che isn't. Then why you? We can't give you material things. Can't we give you love? In the dormitory, Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu were completely frantic. Wouldn't everything have been different if we could have been a little bolder that day? Admiring their frantic looks, Zhang Che leisurely finished clearing his game stamina. Checking the time, it was about time, so he jumped out of bed and headed out again. I'm going on a date with Sister Lin. Odds are I still won't be back to sleep tonight. Bye. This sentence made Zhou Chu and Zhao Qing heated another instant red temperature. He drove downstairs to the girls' dormitory again and felt that the people around him were looking at him a little differently. He was a bit puzzled, but didn't care and picked up his cell phone to send a message to Lin Kui. Hokage, I'm here, Lin Kui replied in seconds. Aha, I'll be right down. In less than 3 minutes, changed into yoga pants, put on a jacket over my sports underwear, and put on a baseball cap and a single ponytail. Lin Kui, who was completely different from before, appeared in Zhang Che's line of sight. Honey, let's go. Lin Kui got in the car sharply and fastened her seatbelt. Zhang Che's eyes looked a little hairy, and he who had just opened the door to a new world felt a little unable to hold on. You call this a sweatshirt? Lin Kui sensed the heat in his eyes and pouted towards him with a cheeky smile. It's a sweatshirt. Honey, am I sexy? Zhang Che put his hand out. Come on, you're really right if you want to put it that way. I'm not sure when it took off, but it does seem like a lot of women are using yoga pants as workout clothes these days. Frisbee, camping, biking, popular sports are different for every time of year. Only yoga pants are timeless. To which, as a man of course, is a delight. I dare you to wear them and I dare you to look at them. These yoga pants are really eye-catching and they do feel good to the touch. It's more than sexy, it's just sexy. We'd better get going. Don't let Suemo wait impatiently. Zhang Che withdrew his hand to start the car, and when the car drove smoothly Lin Kui held his hand and placed it on his lap. When you have a beautiful woman in the passenger seat, one-handed driving should be a skill that must be learned. He sent a message to Suemo in advance and rushed straight to the grove with Lin Kui. First, he gave the food box and placed it on the small stone table where they often sat, while introducing the two schoolgirls. Sister, this is my master, Suemo, from the finance department. Master, this is Lin Kui. She will be training with you and learning from you with me from now on. Both of them were schoolgirls, though they had never crossed paths before this. That is, they were aware of each other's existence. Now that they had met, they couldn't help but both take a look at each other, both feeling awestruck by it. Lin Kui's kind of pure desire was something Suemo didn't have, and Sumo's long legs made Lin Kui feel dizzy even when she looked at them. Hello. The two men nodded to each other and sat opposite each other. Zhang Che took out the nutritious meals from the food box and handed them to Suemo and Lin Kui respectively. Then, with anticipation, ask, Master, now that there's one more person learning, should I give you an extra tuition? He pays Sumo $1,000 for a class and gets $10,000 back. If in help Lin Kui pay $1,000 then it's another $10,000 cash back. As a result, Suemo was waving his hand once he heard it. No need. No need. It's not like Lin Kui's classmates are outsiders to you. I'm considered your personal trainer now, so of course I don't have a problem with you agreeing to let Lin Kui's classmates follow along. 1,000 is more than enough. Adding Lin Kui to the mix isn't a problem at all. And just like Lin Kui, it didn't look like she really wanted to learn anything from him, and was just here to play along with Zhang Che. Speaking of which, she was now confused when she saw Lin Kui being so close to Zhang Che. Earlier, when he heard that Zhang Che was Lin Kui's lickspill, he could feel everyone mentioning him with a face of contempt and scorn. But now within a few days, the whole school is already rumoring that Lin Kui has found true love. Gave up the Porsche 911 and BMW X5 for the Geely. This was something that made her feel confused as well. At this moment, seeing the two people so glued to each other, and it was all Lin Kui taking the initiative, she couldn't understand it more and more. She hadn't cared about these inability to understand. It wasn't like it had anything to do with her anyway, just a little worried all of a sudden. Feeling afflicted inside. Now that Zhang Che was with Lin Kui, would Lin Kui still allow him to bring him 3 meals a day in the future? Lin Kui is going to come and follow along to train and learn, so it looks like this teaching fee can still be earned. Only, how much more time could he have in his day to study without having to go on a date? Just as she was eating, she was out of her mind thinking about these things. Just across the room, Lin Kui wiped Zhang Che. Honey, why are you acting like a little kid? You're getting it all over your face. Zhang Che didn't care and let Lin Kui do what you wanted with an O. Suemo wanted to roll his eyes, feeling that these two were showing love in front of himself. A single dog. At the same time, she was more and more surprised. In her perception, Lin Kui didn't seem to be this kind of person who would be so gentle and considerate to men. Just as she was getting more and more confused, Lin Kui pulled out her cell phone. By the way, honey, I just asked Ling Ling and I'm sending you our flight information. Just see if you can still get a ticket. But don't sell them all out. This sounded confusing to Sumo, but Zhang Che quickly remembered. I had previously agreed to climb Mount Hua with Lin Kui. Now that Lin Kui's flight information was confirmed, it was indeed necessary to hurry up and book a ticket. Golden Week long vacation. Rare time to go out to play, people are running out. This ticket cannot be good. What flight? Seeing Zhang Che pull out his cell phone in a hurry, Sumo casually asked. Flight to Chang'an. We're going to climb Mount Hua on our long vacation. Zhang Che first answered, then casually asked, Master, what day are you leaving? Is the time set? Speaking of this, Sumo instantly became a bit frustrated and said resentfully, I'm not going. I didn't make it. Zhang Che froze upon hearing this, not understanding what this was all about. But if Sumo didn't make it in time to follow the club to the mountain, wouldn't he be able to act as his own money-swiping toolman? He took a little leap of faith and inquired, Master, if that's the case, do you want to climb Mount Hua with us? Chapter 63 Itinerary. For the arrangement of the long vacation, before Zhang Che appeared, Sumo thought about going to work. She wanted to hit the level 3 climber and both her body and wallet had to be prepared for that. She would like to go to the long vacation activities arranged by the mountaineering club so that she can accumulate experience and get more exercise. Nah, not enough money. When Zhang Che showed up, he worshipped her and hired her as a personal trainer every day, and the high cost of her lessons gave her hope again. Nah, time is not on its side after all. By the time she had earned some money from Zhang Che and felt that it was enough to make arrangements, she had already missed the enrollment time. After all, hiking is not a trip you can just take, and a lot of things need to be organized in advance. By the time she went to make sure she was going to sign up for it, it was too late. So, the opportunity for this workout was ultimately missed in this way. She was also very moved by Zhang Che's proposal to climb Mount Hua. It's okay, but, only, at the same time, there was still some hesitation. She joined the Outdoor Sports Association because of her interest in all things outdoors. The reason why I've chosen to major in mountaineering, rock climbing and longboard speedway now is just a combination of things. The reason for this is really money. These three are relatively frugal compared to other desired outdoor sports. In her scheming, it's a desire to make some success with these three sports and then find opportunities to try others. Climbing is not at all the same thing as hiking, but she enjoys it all the same. But go out for a hiking trip, that's a lot of money. What's the point of shocking a triple mountaineer if you're going to spend all your money on this? So, whether to save up or to go on a little trip left her torn. Seeing that she didn't outright refuse, but instead fell into hesitation, Zhang Che immediately saw an opportunity. Master, give me your ID number. You're my master, my coach, and of course I'm going to let you guide me along when I go climbing. Climbing a mountain is a first for me. Again, I don't know anything about it. Zhang Che first made an excuse, and then his words directly dispelled Sumo's doubts. Of course, it's not like I'm letting my master guide me for nothing. You were invited there by me, and I paid for everything. Room and board, you eat what I eat, and you live where I live. What do you think, master? Sumo felt that this was not appropriate, so that she was completely taking advantage of Zhang Che. Climbing Mount Hua is just a matter of climbing Mount Hua. You don't need any guidance. Just go online and look up a guide. She also knew that this was an excuse made by Zhang Che, but she did not want to refuse. She also likes to climb mountains and has not yet been to Mount Hua, so now that she can go there without spending any money, she is indeed very impressed. Actually, some of us in the Outdoor Sports Association's Mountaineering Club have organized to climb Mount Hua. After all, a lot of people join clubs just for fun, and hiking has exceeded the acceptable intensity for many. What she meant by this was that Zhang Che could actually follow the people from the club. However, at the bottom of her heart, she didn't want Zhang Che to choose this way, so her words were more or less fluttering. That's something to hang out with if we meet, but the schedule is something I like to organize myself. If he was participating in club activities, then the various trips must have been arranged in a uniform manner, which fell short of his requirements. He was now thinking of making money and enjoying life, and of course he had to organize everything himself in order to be free from constraints. Master, quickly give me your ID number, or else I'm afraid I'll really have to book a flight. Zhang Che prodded again, already looking anxious. Sumo glanced at Lin Kui and saw that the other party was just coming together at Zhang Che's side to watch Zhang Che booking the tickets and did not react in any other way. Okay then, although a little vain, I sent my ID number. Honey, can we still book tickets? Lin Kui tightly gripped Zhang Che's arm, more concerned about this issue. As for why Zhang Che had to call Sumo along, she didn't care and didn't think much about it at all. The way it was now, she was more than happy with it. Economy class is gone, but first class is still available, so it's not too late. Zhang Che opened the ticketing app and found Lin Kui's flight for them, as he was now. Not to mention that the economy class tickets were sold out. Even if there were still some left, it was not on his mind. When he saw that there were still tickets for first class, he breathed a sigh of relief and decisively booked tickets for himself and Sumo. Sister, give me your booking information as well. While there are still tickets in first class, I'll upgrade you as well. The only reason first class tickets are still available is because they are more expensive and many people can't afford to buy them. Lin Kui, their tickets were booked early. Then so temporary for the booking can save a lot of money. Now that Zhang Che could not only accompany her, but also upgrade her, how could she not be happy? Good honey, you're so sweet. She acted as if Sumo didn't exist and hugged Zhang Che and kissed him hard for a breath. Only then did she give Zhang Che her booking information. And your hotel information. Zhang Che blankly glanced at her and wiped the saliva from his cheeks. Sumo watched from the side, feeling like an outsider, and didn't dare to say anything. She's also been on quite a few airplanes, but honestly, it was the first time I'd ever flown first class. When Zhang Che booked the tickets, she received a confirmation message on her cell phone and looked at her heart with some small excitement. At the same time, I can't help but feel a little bit emotional again. It's really the people who are worse than the people who are worse than the people. Whenever she used to travel, she used to pay attention to all kinds of ticket information early in the morning. Even buying tickets, it's a matter of switching between different apps, to make sure the others will be cheaper. Sometimes, to save money one will forego the airplane and opt for the most common kind of train. Something like first class never crossed her mind. And now, Zhang Che booked it without blinking his eyes, and it was a full price ticket without any discount at all. $420 for a single person. Just the price of the airfare is enough to cover all the costs of going to Huashan and back, and it doesn't even have to be that much. And Zhang Che didn't care about it at all, not even blinking an eye. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth curved up even more when he booked the hotel, and that smile never stopped. She also didn't hold back and came closer to take a look, and saw that all Zhang Che was looking at were 5-star luxury hotels. And, still, the best suite inside a 5-star hotel. And, of course, the most expensive. Just this one. Zhang Che finally stopped at the booking screen of the Chang'an Ritz-Carlton Hotel, choosing a suite for 29,958 renminbi per night. This had already caused Sumo to be staggered again, but then he saw that Zhang Che must be the 3 rooms. Fill in the information about Zhang Che himself, Lin Kui and her respectively. 3 people, each in one of the hotel's most luxurious suites, adds up to almost $90,000 a night. This time, she was truly flustered. She used to go out and stay in youth hostels, the kind that cost a couple $dozen a bed. It was almost $30,000 a night for a hotel. She couldn't even think about it and refused in a hurry. Zhang Che, this is too expensive. You don't need to order this for me. Just get an economical one instead. Zhang Che, however, waved his hand very firmly. No, it's agreed that you'll live with whatever I live with. Joke's on you. That rebate for economy is only a couple bucks. Chapter 64, Traveling with the Schoolgirl. Airfare was booked. Hotel was booked. Everything was done. Zhang Che and Lin Kui packed their bags with gusto and headed straight to the airport after their last class. Both were very excited and overwhelmed with excitement. Coming to the Magic City to study in college is the first time Zhang Che has traveled far in his life. The trip to Chang'an, on the other hand, was the first time in my life that I went on a travel vacation. Chang'an is the ancient capital of the 13th dynasty, which has a special attraction to Zhang Che, who loves history and takes pride in it. And Manhwa and Sia that was also famous. He was equally eager. His excitement was pure joy to be able to go on a trip. As for Lin Kui, she was going out on every long vacation and had long been accustomed to this. Only, in the past, when I went out to play on the airplane, I also sat in economy class, either in the second class seat of the moving train. As for accommodations, they were all mainly general hotels, and that's if the paying lickspittles were more forthcoming. This time, for example, the original arrangement given by their subject group was the Express Hotel. 2 beds, 2 people to a room kind of thing. Now, Zhang Che directly upgraded his ticket to first class, and booked the most expensive suite, so that she can finally enjoy the experience of traveling as a VIP, and live the life of the rich and famous in her dreams. Instead, this fact made her feel happier than the trip itself. As for Sumo, who was closely following the two, she wasn't unhappy, she just had a very complicated mood. First class, almost $30,000 a night in a luxury suite. This kind of treatment she couldn't even think of before, and Zhang Che, this so-called disciple, offered it to her by finding a reason in faith. She ultimately did not argue with Zhang Che and accepted his arrangement. It looked like she couldn't say anything about Zhang Che, but she herself actually knew very well. It boils down to shedding denial. Who can say no when someone else invites them to do what they love to do with food and shelter? And with such specifications, she was looking forward to the trip as well, and she felt excited just thinking about the specifications for such a trip. However, there was still something unsettling in his heart, and he still felt that he shouldn't have accepted such a kind offer, and still wondered what exactly Zhang Che was scheming by treating her in such a manner that could be described as dog-licking behavior. To really say that it was just to learn mountaineering, rock climbing and rappelling from her, she was already in complete disbelief. To summarize, at this point, her mood could be described as bewildered yet happy. Honey, this way this way. A Dior-clad Lin Kui looked like a butterfly, rejoicing in the terminal. She was carrying a travel bag and pulled Zhang Che's hand as she walked towards the VIP channel with her eyebrows raised. This feeling of not having to wait in a long line is just too good to be true. She held her head high and looked at the long line on the side full of superiority. It's almost like we want to yell out and just tell everyone that we are VIPs. Lin Kui couldn't help but want to engage in contempt when he saw her acting like a proud peacock. However, in being watched by the countless tourists in line, she felt superior herself. How could this make her still despise Lin Kui? She could only despise herself, so she was also this vain. Vanity is not good, but the VIP treatment is really enjoyable. From the VIP channel, they went straight into the VIP waiting room. Inside this is a wide, comfortable couch with a variety of drinks and snacks, and you can also watch movies. Honey, do you want coffee or tea? Lin Kui beautifully made herself a cup of coffee and then asked Zhang Che. I'll have a cup of coffee too, he said and turned his head to look at Sumo. Master, what would you like to drink? Sumo smiled at her. I'll just do it myself. As a Lexpill, things like making coffee and tea were supposed to be the order of the day, volunteering to do it for the goddess. However, Lin Kui moved even faster than him and poured him coffee first. Sumo likewise didn't give him such a chance. Now this schoolgirl, how could she still be at peace with letting him serve? Zhang Che, would you like some fruit? After pouring himself a cup of coffee as well, Sumo even brought him a plate of fruit. Zhang Che, I'm the licking dog, but why do I feel like I'm the one being licked right now? Never mind, it's not always a reward, and since they're happy with it then I'll steal it. Eating fruits and drinking coffee. He saw that Lin Kui and Sumo were both taking pictures with great interest, so he also took two. Then, paired with the flight info, sent a friend post, travel light, all the way up. Once the circle of friends was sent out, it quickly attracted many netizens to like the comments. Asterisk. Zhang Che, you kid got rich sitting in first class in the VIP waiting room waiting for the plane. Zhang Che, there's a beautiful woman. Go get the contact information. Worthy of a VIP lounge. These two women are also too pretty. My favorite type. Laughing to death. A beauty of this caliber you actually let Zhang Che hit on her. Do you think they can pay attention to him? These comments are all out of the hands of Zhang Che's high school classmates. Their knowledge of Zhang Che was still stuck at the high school stage, and it was completely reasonable that they would make such a comment. Who would have thought that Zhang Che could change so much in this short period of time? He took off straight away. In junior high and high school, students are still talking about him stealing pictures of beautiful women, and are even betting on whether he dares to hit on them. Then, neatly posting comments egging him on as he hitched a ride. His roommates, college classmates, and club groups were the ones who blew up. Asterisk. How come there's still schoolgirls who? This is Zhao Cheng heated. Zhang Che, you kid can do it. The two major school beauties have been abducted by you. This is Li Yale. Zhang Che had actually plucked Lin Kui, the school flower, without any warning, leaving everyone still unable to accept it until now. People were still indignant about this, but it turned out that they saw again that there was even Sumo hanging out with them. Although everyone knew before that Zhang Che had been licking Sumo, but the goddess is going to play licking dog. This kind of existence only need to be responsible for spending money on the line. When can it be the turn to follow along? Really, if you can go on a trip with the schoolgirl, there will be more people willing to do the licking. It's just a trip together. It doesn't mean anything can happen. What's all the fuss about? Zhang Che, you're just stinking showing off that you flew first class and can wait in the VIP lounge, aren't you? Needless to say, the one who commented 2 times in a row was Zhou Chu. Seeing that Zhang Che was actually with the 2 major schoolgirls, he was instantly nonplussed again. They knew that Zhang Che and Lin Kui were going to climb Manhwa, which had already made him envious. Which thought? There was actually Sumo who gave him another blow. I'd love to climb Manhwa with the schoolgirl. He couldn't help but curse, followed by a long sigh as his psyche became even more unbalanced. He can't even go to climb Manhwa because he doesn't have the financial means to do so. Not to mention going with the schoolgirl. Even if the schoolgirl was willing to go with him, he didn't have the ability. Chapter 65, Pretending or Inexperienced. Zhang Che didn't often post friend circles before. In his network of people, his circle of friends has a very average attention span. This was the first time he had triggered the circle of friends, and it was very rewarding to watch the comments from various students. No wonder many people like all kinds of sunshine. The original feeling of pretending is really quite cool. Looking at the clatter of comments, he had a go at picking out some replies. Didn't care for the mocking, sour ones. Senior sister. What's the situation on senior sister Li Ling's and their side right now? He returned another comment. Idly concerned about Lin Kuyi's 3 roommates. Lin Kuyi was supposed to be with the entire subject group, but he ended up upgrading Lin Kuyi's cabin and snatched the person up. Ling just messaged me. They're still in line for security, Lin Kuyi said and leaned in, showing him the picture that Li Ling had just sent her, only to see a long queue in the security channel. Their entire subject group is crowded in the queue. Their expression looks a bit lifeless. Suemo sat on the opposite side of the table and smiled comfortably. Everywhere is crowded when the long vacation arrives. And the airport was especially crowded today, and they had to wait. Happiness is all about comparison. The longer Li Ling and the girls wait in line, the more superior Suemo and Lin Kui feel. It's a good thing we don't have to wait in line. Sumo, you have my husband to thank for this. Lin Kui smiled cheekily and gave Zhang Che a kiss on the cheek, looking proud of him. This made even Zhang Che feel a bit dazed. He remembered that in the beginning, Lin Kui was very cold and proud, and did not give him a good face at all. It turned out to be so obsessive and so proactive now, so capable of giving emotional value, that it made him feel like all his previous memories were false. That's true. Suemo recognized Lin Kuyi's words and nodded at Zhang Che to express his gratitude very sincerely. Zhang Che, I really thank you for letting me enjoy a super high treatment. She didn't dwell on it now. Since she had accepted everything Zhang Che had offered, she shouldn't be pretentious. Having come all this way, Zhang Che is a master of no small amount of money. These ones that stagger you are nothing to Zhang Che, so what's the point of being polite to him? As for whether he has other plans, it's just a matter of soldiering on. Master, you're my master. There's no need to thank you. Zhang Che waved his big hand in a very bold and dashing manner. This was also the truth. Even if he wanted to thank, then it was him who should thank Suemo, as well as Lin Kui. For $7,420 in airfare X2, the rebate is $75. For 20 by 2, over $150K. Nearly $30, 000 for a room X2 and a straight up swipe and pop cashback pop for $200, 000, and that's just for one night. Instead of booking a room for a long vacation in one fell swoop, he planned to take it one night at a time in order to swipe the rebate. This seems a little less reasonable after all. It's easier to book it all at once, in case it gets booked the next day. His explanation for this was that it was more flexible to book rooms based on the tour program. Chang'an City is so big, to climb Manhwa is to go to the Weinan. Booked in a place to live rather inconvenient. As for the question of whether the room would be booked, he had been a little worried before, but on second thought, if you have money, you're still afraid of not being able to book a hotel? It's true that Golden Week is crowded, but you should still be able to find a room at a luxury hotel. Flirting with Suemo, Zhang Che's gaze was again on Lin Kuyi's cell phone. I only saw that this schoolgirl was gorgeous and was sharing the plan of this trip on the little yellow book. It's not just the airfare and the hotel information that's out there. It's him, too. Even rated and wrote tips for this VIP waiting room. Since Soha Zhang Chiol, Lin Kui has not been at all like the other green tea and fishing girls, posting photos without him at all. On the contrary, there is absolutely no trace of avoidance. Not only every time you send a small yellow book to send a circle of friends have Zhang Che, and it's all about the love. However, at this time, Zhang Che's focus was entirely on the hotel information in Lin Kuyi's 9-panel picture. He just posted a friend circle with just the boarding pass in this VIP lounge and a shot of the 2 schoolgirls. It didn't occur to me at all that the hotel information could be shared out together. He was really still inexperienced in the matter of pretending. I can't even post a friend circle well myself. And then I look at Lin Kui. That's a set. It's too late to delete and repost it now that so many people have commented. Whether you make it up now or wait until the hotel, it will look too deliberate and low. Better to pay attention next time and keep a low profile again. He was just thinking about it when his cell phone kept ringing. When he raised his hand, it turned out to be a high school group of classmates, and a whole bunch of people were frantically at ing him. Zhang Che, come out and tell me if you've hitched a ride yet? I bet he didn't dare. Add another one. If Zhang Che goes and picks up a girl, bet on whether he can successfully ask for the contact information of 2 beautiful women. Zhang Che, man up. I'm betting you're going to hit on me. Brothers, go on, don't ever wimp out. Seeing these chats, Zhang Che was speechless. It's a long vacation, so they're all bored, aren't they? Seeing his speechless expression, Lin Kui came over to take a look and couldn't help but laugh playfully. Honey, then take a picture to prove it so they can see if you dare, she said, and even took the initiative to greet. Sumo, you also come over and sit like this for a bit. Zhang Chei's classmates are saying that he doesn't dare to hit on the two of us, so we'll prove it to him. It wasn't just trying to get Zhang Chei to act tough in front of his classmates. After taking such a big advantage of myself, this favor has to be done. Okay. She smiled and sat over, coiling those big, proud legs. The couch in this waiting room was spacious, though it was a bit cramped with these three people sitting together. Lin Kui then pressed herself tightly against Zhang Chei, her entire body nestled in his arms, between Zhang Chei and Sumo. On the other hand, there was still a certain distance. Husband, I'll do it. Husband, I'll do it. Lin Kui smiled cheekily and took Zhang Chei's cell phone, pouting and kissing on Zhang Chei's face as Sumo made a V sign. Click. The photo was taken and Lin Kui posted it directly to Zhang Chei's high school group. This one photo went down and instantly blew up the entire group of classmates. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is actually Zhang Chei's chick? We're too shallow. We're still betting on whether or not Zhang Chei dares to pick up a girl when he's got the pretty girl all picked up. It's only been a month or so since this started, and Zhang Chei actually picked up this level of beauty, and it's actually two of them? Go on. What two? Can't you see it's only the innocent model one? It's enough to be envied, alright. Zhang Chei, come out and tell me how your kid did it? After the classmate group blew up, Zhang Chei's private messages also blew up, and many male classmates sent messages to inquire with him about the situation. One by one, they all want to learn a few tricks from him. Chapter 66, Emotional Value Given in Full. The matter of Sumo going on a trip with Zhang Chei was spreading like wildfire in HU. A photo of Lin Kui has even made all the high school classmates boil. Righteous father, allow me to address you as righteous father. For the sake of 3 years of schoolmates, please do teach me. Zhang Chei, quickly tell me, how did you pick up a beauty of this caliber? Coach, I want to learn how to pick up girls from you. Seeing this densely packed message, Lin Kui giggled, and even Sumo was deeply amused. She loved to play, and Zhang Chei let her. How is that not a pretense? And a very pretentious one at that. Instead of replying to the messages one by one for Zhang Chei, Lin Kui directly sent voice replies to the group of classmates. Hello everyone. I'm Zhang Chei's girlfriend Lin Kui, also from HU's Academy of Fine Arts, a junior this year. I see that many people are interested in the question of how Zhang Chei chased me, and they all want to learn from Zhang Chei. Unfortunately, there's not really much he can teach you about that, because it wasn't him who chased me. In fact, it was me who stalked and chased him. I was volunteering on the first day of school and I had my eye on him the first time I saw him. With her words, Sumo, who was back on the opposite side of the sofa, looked at her with a playful expression. The whole of Hudong knew that Zhang Chei was just one of her lickspittles in the beginning. If it was someone who was stalking, it was Zhang Chei. So much so that the entire HUU couldn't figure out why she would choose Zhang Chei in a fire. As a result, these words were now said in a way that really helped Zhang Chei to support the scene and give it enough emotional value. Her condescension had been heard of before by Sumo. After all, they were both schoolgirls and had not been compared to each other. However, in front of Zhang Chei, there was no hint of condescension, and he was simply too good-natured and clingy. She was actually able to do this for Zhang Chei. What kind of magic did Zhang Chei cast on her? While Sumo looked at Lin Kui with interest, Zhang Chei's high school classmates were getting more and more boisterous and in full shock. Asterisk 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 schoolgirls backwards? Not only is Missy pretty, like a big star, but her voice is also very nice. I feel like I've taken a blitz. What does he, Zhang Chei, have? I'm not convinced. Zhang Chei, hurry back to your hometown and take a look. Your family's ancestral tomb is smoking. I don't believe you. You must have said that on purpose. Ooh, I'm envious even if I said that on purpose. I also want a girlfriend who is so pretty and so proud of her boyfriend. Gentlemen, don't get busy crying. There's more for you to envy. As far as I know, Zhang Chei's family's condition is only average, so he shouldn't be able to afford to fly first class. So, this is most likely a soft meal for him. Look at Missy all dressed in Dior. At first glance, she is a rich white woman. So pretty, and rich, and still ing chasing? Is this even possible? All the students were dumbfounded and envious of Zhang Chei to the point that they couldn't help but yell at him. Lin Kui smiled at the replies, but her beautiful eyes were secretly pleased. Judging from the reactions of these students, none of them knew that Zhang Chei was actually rich, and they were all being kept tightly under wraps. Until now, she was the only one who knew what a treasure Zhang Chei was. After she teased Zhang Chei about these high school friends for a while, the staff came over and reminded them in a soft voice. Sir, ma'am, you are cleared for boarding. Zhang Chei nodded and answered, thank you. Then he stood up and stretched. greeting Lin Kui and Su Mo. Let's go. Soon we'll be in Chang'an. Priority boarding for first-class passengers. When they got on the plane, they curiously poked around the first-class layout and pounded the seats for a while after. It was only later that there was a clamor and the economy-class passengers boarded. Ling Ling and the girls boarded the plane. I'll go check it out. Lin Kui squeezed out while the people in the economy class were still seated. Li Ling and the girls also chose their seats further forward, and it didn't take much effort to complete the rendezvous. This time, their group numbered as many as 12, with a 50-50 split between men and women. A whole dormitory of them came, plus 2 other girls. The one in charge of leading the team was Shinwei, who licked her the most aggressively in the class. Kagome. Shinwei greeted her excitedly as soon as he saw her. I was just asking Li Ling about it. Wondering what's going on your end. If you've boarded yet. I saw your friend's circle post about the hotel, and when I looked at it, it didn't seem too far from us. That's good, and it'll be easy to get in touch when the time comes. In the past, in order for Shinwei to help himself with group work and so on, she also gives the other person appropriate emotional value and a sweet date every now and then. But now, she'd rather do everything herself than that. She couldn't let Zhang Che feel any discomfort, or she might not be able to grasp it herself. Shinwei, thanks for always taking such good care of me, but as I told you before, I have a boyfriend now. You might as well call me by my full name. I'm afraid my boyfriend will get the wrong idea. Shinwei felt like his heart had been stabbed in the heart, and to this day he still felt unable to accept this fact. Okay, classmate Lin Kui, I'll remember. Enduring his heart like a knife, he still squeezed out a bitter smile and promised from the goodness of his heart. Lin Kui didn't pay any more attention to him, but took Li Ling's hand. Ling Ling, Zhang Che has booked 3 suites, so you guys can come stay with us then. Before she could finish her sentence, the stewardess had already come over to remind her. Passengers, the plane will be taking off soon. Please return to your seats. There was no more time to elaborate for the moment, so she could only turn and say, that's it, we'll talk about it when we get off the plane. With that, she too walked quickly back to the first-class cabin. Shinwei looked at her disappearing back for a long time, unable to return to his senses. Her companions on the side couldn't help but sigh and pat her shoulder for comfort. Dude, think about it, people fly first class and economy class, separated by a single curtain, can feel like 2 worlds. Shinwei still feels a bit unconvinced and is still unwilling to die. First-class fares aren't outrageously expensive with discounts. In the case of the flight they took, the economy class ticket cost less than $600 when they bought it. First class, the price is just over $1,600. He bit a bullet and could still afford it, too, and he felt that since Lin Kui was able to choose Zhang Che, it wasn't money that Lin Kui was looking at. As long as love remains just love, one definitely has a chance. However, Lin Kui had left him behind when he turned back to the first-class cabin. Joyfully sitting down and fastening his seatbelt, he leaned towards Zhang Che who was flipping through a magazine. Honey, what are you looking at? Zhang Che flipped through the magazine. It's not like the phone is in flight mode, so just take a look. Aha, Lin Kui responded. I just told Ling Ling to let them stay with us when we get off the plane. Zhang Che didn't have a problem with this. You can just arrange your room. Chapter 67, not at all aggrieved. It takes 2 hours 40 minutes to fly from Mordor to Chang'an. This is not a long time, but having to squeeze into a cramped economy class seat all the time isn't really very pleasant. In comparison, first class is really expensive for a reason. Not only do you get better service and better airplane meals, what's more, there's much more seat space and the ability to move around a lot more. Things like first class vary from airplane to airplane and airline to airline. This trip of Zhang Che's and theirs couldn't be compared to that kind of air hotel in the legend, and it wasn't even a separate space. But the good thing is that the seats can be almost flattened, and reclining is much more comfortable. Laying around with Lin Kui in a mushy way and watching movies, it also felt like time was flying by. It didn't seem to take long for an alert to come over the radio that the plane was about to land. The plane landed smoothly and first-class passengers were still given priority. Zhang Che walked into the terminal building first, found a seat and waited for a while before waiting for Li Ling and the girls. From afar, when he saw the 2 big schoolgirls, Lin Kui and Su Mo, following Zhang Che left and right, Shinwei's face turned green. Lin Kui chose him, and Shinwei had nothing to say, but he had Lin Kui, and he actually went to pester Su Mo, which made him feel bad for Lin Kui. I'll be damned. What a dog licker. That's a scumbag. That's all his tactics. He's just using dog licking as a behavior to hide the scumbag nature. Shinwei's eyes reddened, but he didn't bother to fight with Zhang Che, and even hid his hostility completely. He wasn't afraid of Zhang Che. He didn't want to embarrass Lin Kui. Still far away, he had adjusted his emotions. Lin Kui students, how are you going to get to the hotel? Do you need me to call you a car? This was said in a calm and peaceful manner, but Zhang Che felt the aura of being a kindred spirit from his body. The difference is that his own lickspittle was just trying to pop some rewards and ended up going straight to bed. And this one in front of me. I don't know what I can get actually so licked. No, we have our own arrangements. Thanks. Lin Kui bluntly rejected him before greeting his 3 roommates. Ling, Zhang Che has arranged for a business car to pick up the plane, so it's just right for the 3 of you to come with us. The 7-seat business car was just big enough to carry the 6 of them, excluding the driver. Shinwei nodded at the sight. Alright then, I'll send you the next itinerary. Student Lin Kui. If you need any help just tell me and I'll make the arrangements, he said and also looked at Zhang Che. Brother, take care of student Lin Kui. Please, Zhang Che. Dude, honestly, do you have a hang-up too? How about we exchange tips on popping rewards? He really wanted to communicate with this dude, but Lin Kui took his hand and left, not giving him that chance. Shinwei silently watched them leave until reminded by his other companions. Come on, let's find out where the subway should be. By the time they found the subway, Zhang Che and the others had also gotten into the business car that had come to pick them up and went straight to the hotel. Lin Kui's 3 roommates sat in the last row, chattering excitedly along the way. Koi, can we really stay at the Ritz-Carlton with you guys? It was a 5-star luxury hotel, and they hadn't stayed there before. Not to mention, it's the most luxurious suite inside a luxury hotel. Nearly $30,000 a night. Zhang Che booked 3 suites, and the extra one is for you guys. Who made you my good sisters? Lin Kui said smugly, but this suite originally only had 1 bed, so only 2 people could stay. The good thing about booking that one under my name is that you can get an extra bed, and I've asked the hotel to add one. The room is for you. It's just that you'll have to commiserate and squeeze in. Lin Kui herself, of course, was in a room with Zhang Che. When Zhang Che first arranged the itinerary, she felt that Sumo and the 3 of them booking 3 rooms was redundant. Even if it's not bad, there's no need to build it isn't. And the reason why Zhang Che did this was of course to burst the rewards. A room each for Lin Kui and Sumo will earn 200,000 plus 20,000 in cash. Subtract the bonus of 90,000 for expenses and you have 130,000 left. By not giving Lin Kui a separate room, it looks like he is saving almost 30,000, but in reality, it is a huge loss of $80,000. But the reward is there and the room is really redundant. So what to do? Zhang Che then snubbed Lin Kui. Sister Li Ling and the others are your good sisters. Take care of them as well. But when Lin Kui heard this, she directly hugged him and kissed him several times. Honey, you're too good to me. I'll behave myself from now on. The rooms were all booked, and since they were empty anyway, it would really be better for Lin Kui to take them and pretend. For the sake of the goddess, paying to book a room for the goddess's roommate is not an act of dog licking. It's just a shame that there's no added bonus to this one. It's not aggravating. Not at all. The 3 of them, Li Ling, spoke in unison and joyfully then said, this is also thanks to our Zhang Xiao. In their place, Zhang Che was directly promoted to Zhang Xiao. It made it feel awkward and waved his hand. But don't. You guys might as well call me Hokage, or else just call me by my first name. Anything less or less. I'm getting goosebumps. Li Ling and the girls immediately laughed. Alright, we all know that you're low-key, senior brother. The 3 of them really didn't feel aggrieved at all, and didn't find it difficult at all to squeeze in. Jokes aside, the legendary spellbinding celebrities don't even feel aggrieved when 7 people take turns wearing a pair of stockings. Now what's the point of having to stay in a $30,000 a night luxury suite just to have 2 of them squeezed in? For girls, especially between girlfriends, it would have been usual to sleep together in a crowded room for anything. An opportunity like this may come once in a lifetime. Can we still give it up just because of that? And it's a suite, with a big, comfy couch. Even if you don't like to sleep crammed in with people, you can still sleep on the couch. Those spellbound celebrities are willing to just go in and make a card in order to scrape together the money to book a room in a luxury hotel. This suite that Zhang Che had booked was of a higher grade, and it was really livable. So how could there be any aggravation? All they had now was uncontrollable excitement. Talking and laughing along the way, Li Ling's trio was unusually active, and they were so enthusiastic about Zhang Che that they were completely holding him up. No matter what he says, he can respond to the extension and definitely not talk the day away. And definitely not letting any of his words fall to the ground. Sumo sat in the passenger seat, picking up his cell phone from time to time to take a look. She didn't know Li Ling and the others, and at this time, when she saw them holding Zhang Che in high esteem, she was even more unable to intervene. She had goosebumps from hearing that. In her opinion, Li Ling and the girls were so mealy-mouthed in their praise of Zheng Che. The driver was a middle-aged man who looked in the rearview mirror frequently along the way. Seeing Zheng Che surrounded by several girls, these girls were still so enthusiastic. He didn't feel carnal, just envious. Damn. What man wouldn't want that kind of treatment? It was the first time in his little life that he had seen that a girl could be so enthusiastic about a boy. Chapter 68, Can't Sleep. Amidst the giddiness of Lin Kui and the others, the driver quickly sent Zhang Che and the others to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Zhang Che brought 5 pretty girls to check in, looking at everyone in the hotel. As the school flower of HU, Lin Kui and Su Mo were existences that could stun people wherever they went. Even Li Ling could be called a beauty when carried out alone. Lin Kui's other 2 roommates, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, have always had a low presence though, but it's also entirely due to the fact that the people around her are so dazzling, and not really bad looking, but it is such 5 youthful and beautiful girls, actually all around a boy. This who cannot stare. The receptionist lady looked at this line of people walking over, and looking at Zhang Che who was walking at the front was also filled with bravado. She blinked her big eyes at Zhang Che, but she didn't forget her duties. Hello, welcome to the Ritz-Carlton. May I ask if you are checking in? Zhang Che nodded. Hello, we booked a room online, he said and handed over his ID card, and Lin Kui and the others hurriedly pulled out their ID cards as well. Since only 2 people can stay in a room, there was still a variation when filling out the information. Zhang Che and Lin Kui shared a room, and Su Mo was in fact living alone by herself. However, she also filled in Zhao Xiaolan in her room registration, leaving Li Ling and Feng Qi. The rooms are registered and it's up to them what they want to do with them. But to log in 3 people directly in one room, that's not going to work. It's beyond the check-in criteria. After realizing that Zhang Che had booked the best suite in the hotel, the front desk lady looked at the group of people with some relief. It was as if it suddenly dawned on him how he could be surrounded by 5 girls like that. Soon the formalities were all completed and the staff took them to their rooms. All 3 suites are on the 28th floor and not too far away, making it easy to cross over. Wow, what a great room. Lin Kui cheered as soon as she stepped into the room, pulling her cell phone out of her bag at the first opportunity. Trying here, touching there. The first thing was to visit the whole suite, not even the bathroom. And the same scene happened in the other 2 suites as well. Li Ling's trio had been very agitated along the way, and this moment was finally a complete outburst. This room is also too big. The bed is already big enough to sleep the 3 of us. Not bad for nearly 30,000 a night in a room that is, in a word, extravagant. This would make me do anything if I could have this for the rest of my life. You think you're kagome, and you want this for the rest of your life. It's good enough to be able to dip your toe in the water like this once. While that's true, what if I want to be able to get my hands on it a few more times in the future? The 3 roommates couldn't stop chattering and the excitement simply wouldn't hold down. On the other hand, Sumo's reaction was not as exaggerated though. Along the way, it even felt like Li Ling and the girls were acting a bit too much. But upon stepping into the room, the heart was just as unsettled, and just as quite agitated. She was also enjoying herself and feeling emotional at the same time. She has been working hard to earn money for the outdoor sports she loves. In order to be able to put a label on herself, she chose the sport of mountaineering and wanted to hit the level 2 mountaineer. But still, it never materialized because I didn't save enough money. As for Zhang Che, he spent so much money on a one-night hotel stay. This night, staying in such a luxurious room, she was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Eventually climbing to his feet, he walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows and silently watched the night view of the strange city. At this time, Li Ling and the 3 of them were still chattering away, still in a continuous state of excitement. In Zhang Che's room with them, Lin Kui went headfirst into Zhang Che's arms after taking the pictures. Honey, am I like Grandma Lu in the Grand View Garden? Don't you dare laugh at me. It's the first time I've stayed in such a luxurious hotel. Zhang Che himself was not the same, but his mindset was ultimately different, so he didn't show it. It's actually my first time. He smiled in response and embraced Lin Kui on the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, with a beautiful woman in his arms. He looked down at the night view of Chang'an City. Not to mention, it's a really refreshing feeling. Lin Kui lay in his arms, looking at him with big bright eyes, then kissed him. After a while, the delicate schoolgirl got up and gave him a wink, squatting at the heel of the sofa. Ding dong. The cell phone placed on the armrest of the sofa rang with a message notification, and Zhang Che casually picked it up and looked at it. Sister Li Ling sent you a message. Lin Kui, oh. She swallowed and slurred. They haven't rested yet? What did she say? Zhang Che was now aware of her cell phone's password, but he still directly handed it to her. It's better if you see for yourself. Well, that doesn't hurt much. Lin Kui took the phone and unlocked it to read the message as she did so. It took 10 or 20 seconds before he said, what about our schedule for tomorrow? They came here to climb Manhwa, but they had plenty of time for a whole long vacation. All came to Chang'an, and surely not just to climb Mount Hua. Zhang Che was half lying on the sofa, his head leaning against his arm in incomparable comfort. I feel that instead of rushing and running straight to Mount Hua, I can first visit the terracotta warriors. Mount Hua is farther away, so it's better to arrange it at the end. When we get back from Mount Hua, we'll go back after a day's rest. Lin Kui had no problem with this and listened to all of his arrangements. Aha! She answered twice, while messaging Li Ling back. Waiting to get the message back, she just put the phone down. As a result, Li Ling's message was sent again. This guy, there's something that can't wait until morning. She picked up her cell phone again and spat out a comment before replying directly by voice. My sister, interrupting someone's intimacy is punishable by lightning. Anything tomorrow? Busy. Zhang Che. Men will talk to each other in a very revealing, meat and potatoes way. Now it seems that girls seem to be the same, and innocent models like Lin Kui are no exception. Looking at Lin Kui, who had buried her head and stopped paying attention to her best friend, Zhang Che always felt a sense of guilt. She was too pure and fresh to be desecrated, and she was desecrating her. And Lin Kui was not only pure, but also lustful at the same time, which in turn made Zhang Che tend to get hot and bothered. It just keeps swinging between crime and indulgence, and it feels amazing. On the other side, the three Li Ling people were wide-eyed. They came with a subject matter group and had a mission even though they were traveling for the purpose, only than following the group to do market research. They were of course more happy to follow Zhang Che and the others for fun, but Lin Kui is already determined to leave the team. The three of them to follow the fear of running away also cannot be justified. While mentally wrestling with this point, he wanted to discuss with Lin Kui exactly how he wanted to arrange it. Results. Being adults, how could they not know what was going on? Come on. Sleep sleep sleep. Tomorrow. Although their mouths were saying so, the three who were already unable to sleep were even more unable to sleep now. Chapter 69, The Sex Change is the Bottom Man. On the first day of a long vacation, one is in Chang'an. Just waking up, Zhang Che had just opened his eyes when he saw Lin Kui's brightly shining eyes. Good morning, husband. The schoolgirl's sister had a happy face and sent up a good morning kiss as she greeted her. Morning. Zhang Che yawned and climbed up. Should we go down for breakfast or have it brought to the room? Lin Kui, who was still naked himself, immediately brought his clothes and handed them to him, helping him put them on. Well, better send it to the room. Anyway, our suite living room is big enough. Call Ling Ling and the girls over to eat with us. The suite included double breakfast, and the hotel did all the dog-licking work to make him less of a reward. The breakfast delivery bit is a temporary thing, but you can continue to brush up on it when you go back from your long vacation. The regular source of incentives to say hello 3 times a day, morning, noon and night, has been more than just long vacations nullified. Ever since Lin Kui had offered himself directly, he'd gone to sleep and woke up hugging each other every day. This re-greeting is no longer a dog-licking behavior and the system will not give a reward. Not to mention, it was often like just now, when Lin Kui greeted her first. After getting dressed and washing up, Zhang Che sent a message to Su Mo, and Lin Kui notified Li Ling and the girls. By the time the 4 girls had also packed up and come over together, it was just as well that the hotel had brought in breakfast. Breakfast at the hotel is hearty, with a variety of pasta dishes with Chang'an specialties, as well as waffles and various other Western meals. As someone who aspires to eat everything in the world, the first thing to do is, of course, to try the local flavors. As for the pastry, just ordered some as a garnish. If you want to eat Western food, it's not too late to savor it when you go abroad later. The biangbiang noodles are served with meat buns, and I don't care if they are authentic or not. I'll just eat them first. It's just as well. And it's also a good way to compare how the hotels is different from other places. Just as well, we can write about where the best ones are in the little yellow book. Lin Kui smiled cheekily in agreement, still thinking about continuing to post travel notes. Good morning. When Li Ling and the girls came in, they were all originally still a little shriveled up. This whiff of food was instantly a wake-up call. Enjoy your meal everyone. Just let us know if you need anything else. Room service brought in breakfast and then smiled as they were about to exit. There's really a need. Zhang Che obediently said, please help us renew our room for another day. I'll go down later to pay the bill. The staff member nodded repeatedly. Yes, we'll get that for you. Just go ahead and confirm it later. On the side, Li Ling, the 3 of them, and Su Mo. Once they heard that he had renewed his room there was another burst of excitement. Although it had long been guessed that since Zhang Che had booked a room of this level, he definitely wouldn't be staying for just one night. But you can't help but feel excited when you're sure you'll be able to go on to experience such a luxurious suite. Renewal of the room was successful. Zhang Che was happy, and his mood was just as excited for a few minutes. This regular rewards of delivering breakfast and saying hello 3 times a day have stopped working, so I'll have to find a replacement from another source in a hurry. Waiting for the housing bill to be paid will net you another $130,000, which makes up for coming back a little bit. Seeing him with this usual, the more money he spends the brighter his smile. Li Ling, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, couldn't help but tease. Zhang Che, what good thing did you encounter that you're so happy about? Zhao Xiaolan squeezed her eyes and swept her ambiguous eyes over Zhang Che and Lin Kui. What else could be good this early in the morning but us koi? Look at the two of them, so refreshed and radiant, or else they say love nourishes people. Feng Qi also joked along. It's quite nourishing. You can't even care about replying to the messages we get. Last night, Lin Kui that was really bold and spoke without fear, only to be brought up at this time, especially with a not-so-familiar sumo on the side. It still made her feel a little embarrassed, a blush creeping up to her ears. Li Ling laughed and deliberately asked, Kui, so what exactly were you up to last night? The 4 people over here made a mess, and over there Suemo looked on and once again felt a bit dumbfounded. There is no shortage of underheads in the OTAs who always like to make dirty remarks in front of the girls. She was disgusted every time it happened, and she really didn't have a good feeling about those boys at all. But I didn't realize that the situation was now reversed and turned into a couple of girls cracking up. This breakfast was almost all eaten in the midst of Lin Kui and the 4 of them playing around. Zhang Che didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it and was enjoying himself. After all, even if it was just a yellowish accent, Li Ling and the girls were actually providing him with emotional value. Even in the yellow paragraph, the one who took advantage of the situation was him. And it wasn't just Lin Kui who was taken advantage of. Ling Ling, that's just you being wrong. How can you ask that? It's hard to believe you want to try it too? In front of them, the more they talked, the more revealing they became. And Suemo felt that she really couldn't listen to them anymore. At this instant, Suemo was really feeling that they were afraid that they really didn't mind Zhang Che taking advantage of them. Well, she looked for a chance to get the attention, then opened her mouth to ask, Zhang Che, where are we going first today? To see the terracotta warriors? It was only after breakfast was finished and it was time to get down to business that Li Ling and the girls stopped frolicking. As soon as I heard the key word terracotta warriors, I immediately seconded the motion. It's good to go to the terracotta warriors, and our group's plan is to go to the terracotta warriors first. If you guys are going too, we'll just happen to be on our way, and we can even visit the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang together when we get there. The girls had been torn about whether to leave the team or not. This would be the best of both worlds if everyone had the same destination, wouldn't it? Lin Kui also felt that this arrangement was the best and took Zhang Che's arm to confirm. Honey, just decide to go see the terracotta warriors first, okay? Zhang Che readily accepted the good advice. Yeah, that's what I thought, he said and mused. I was wondering how we were going to get there. How about getting a rental car? There are so many attractions worth visiting in Chang'an, like the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, which is quite far away. Although you can take the bus and the tourist line, it's still easier to drive yourself. On the other hand, he wondered if he could pop some more rewards along the way. Renting a car is a great idea. Suemo nodded in agreement, but then proceeded to add a sentence. But there are 6 of us, so I'm afraid we'll still have to rent a business car if we want to. If you're only renting one car, that's definitely the only way to arrange it. But why rent just one? Renting one for Suemo and another for Lin Kui. It's not like you can swipe a double reward again. I don't think the business car is too good. Or get a better one. One can't fit us so we can rent 2. Zhang Che said and asked Suemo. Master, are you good at driving? Although Li Ling they all have a driver's license, but driving mileage is basically 0. Only when there are fewer cars and fewer people dare to drive. To rent 2 cars, that would require 2 drivers, and the only one he could count on was Suemo. Suemo smiled sweetly, very confidently then said, of course I can. I often do chauffeuring okay. Chapter 70, you can lick better than I can. Determining that he was going to rent a car for the trip, Zhang Che immediately pulled out his phone and opened the app. Skip right over the economy and comfort models and go for the most expensive luxury model. Tap on the subpage and pull to the very end to find the most expensive model, the Bentley Flying Spur. The price of renting this car for a day is $4,000. There are actually sports cars available for rent on the app that are a bit more expensive. It was only then that he casually shouted, yeah, so Ferraris can be rented. Suemo on the side immediately spoke out to stop it. But don't. We're out to have fun. And while supercars are a blast, the ride is a really bad experience. If this goes on for a long time, you'll be left to suffer. And how can you play? Lin Kui also nodded her head and followed suit. Hubby, let's rent something more comfortable. both goddesses were against it. So even if they rented it, there was no reward to be had. And to rent a sports car, you'd need 3 drivers. Li Ling and the girls didn't even dare to drive a normal car, and to let them drive a supercar was obviously difficult for them as well. I'm just more curious about the fact that the original supercar can be rented so easily. Zheng Che laughed. Actually, I also think it's a bit ostentatious to come out and rent a supercar for a trip. He said this with his mouth, but in his heart he was silently weeping. Looking at Sumo's reaction, he was afraid that he had also sat in a Ferrari. Otherwise, where would he have gotten the right experience? Lin Kuei, needless to say, before choosing his Geely, Wang Juinchuan's Porsche 911 that was at his beck and call. And the best car he'd been in so far was still Sun Yunja's BMW X5. Not one person in the room would believe that. After choosing the 4000 Bentley Flying Spur, the old rule is that the order is still placed in the name of Sumo and Lin Kui. After successful payment, 10,000 by 2 cash and 100 by 2 dog-licking value basic rewards arrived with it. Then, there's the 10x rebate of 4000 by 2. A whole 80,000 pieces, which was already quite a lot. Zheng Che instantly raised his eyebrows. The guy from the rental car company will bring the car straight to the hotel. So let's go down there. Go. Downstairs, there's a renewal procedure to be determined. Or just to put it mildly, it's the fact that there's still $130,000 in free rooms to be claimed. The rental car company was quick on their end to take care of the chores. Over there, the car was delivered. Looking at the 2 identical black Bentleys parked at the entrance, Li Ling's trio all felt like they were walking with the wind. Staying in luxury hotels and getting in and out of luxury cars. This travel experience is really unprecedented. After posting it to my friends last night, the number of likes directly broke the previous record. As a matter of fact, Zheng Che wasn't the only one who made the past social circle blow up. The 3 of them, Li Ling, and even Lin Kui and Sumo, were in almost the same situation. And it likewise greatly satisfies their vanity to feel the thrill of pretending. I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep, so much so that I woke up a little shriveled up. In large part, that's why. And now the experience continues. The 6 people got into 2 cars, with Zheng Che and Lin Kui and Li Ling in the front. Sumo carried Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi and followed closely behind. When we arrived at the parking lot of the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor, when we saw such a car, staff thought that some VIP had come, commanded to park the car, and saw that it was actually handsome men and women coming out of the car. Moreover, it was a configuration of 1 man and 5 women, and the eyes were glazed over, equally dumbfounded. There were also Shenwei and the others who had arrived first and were waiting for them. Shenwei also confirmed Lin Kui's schedule with Li Ling early in the morning. Knowing that they were also coming to the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor today, they happened to be on their way, and immediately said that they would wait for them. Because of this, Shenwei and his party knew that Zheng Che had rented a car, but no one expected him to rent a Bentley for all his car rentals. Sorry to keep you waiting. After getting off the bus, the first ones to run over were Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi. The 2 saw envy on the faces of these panelists. The look in the eyes of those 2 girls in particular made them extraordinarily accomplished. Because of the parking, Zheng Che landed at the very back. Lin Kui naturally waited for him to join him, and Sumo, who knew him because of so many people, likewise waited for him. In other people's eyes, this was 2 big beauties not moving an inch, making Shenwei's eyes that complicated. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zheng Che also greeted Shenwei and his party. Unlike Zhao Xiaolan and the others, he really felt quite embarrassed to keep people waiting. Not to pretend. And just as he had always waited for Lin Kui and Sumo without complaint, so did Shenwei. No, we just got here too. Shenwei, wearing a small vest and a DSLR camera with a long lens around his neck, does look like a leader. Zheng Che and Lin Kui walked at the front, and he always kept a distance not too close to Lin Kui. Keep greeting the crowd and getting everything organized at the same time. He was also like a tour guide, gushing out introductions to Lin Kui, as well as everyone else. He was able to tell the whole story about the first emperor of Qin and the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, both the official history and the wild history of Qin Shi Huang. All kinds of related anecdotes are even more readily available. The whole of the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum, that's as good as it gets. Guides of a lesser standard are afraid to be inferior to him. Zheng Che couldn't help but be a bit curious. Brother, have you been here before? Instead, Shenwei shook his head in denial and unintentionally glanced at Lin Kui. No, it's just that I did a little homework specifically for this visit. I'm sorry, this is really awesome. Wait, this kid took my reward. Zheng Che had just lamented in his heart when he instantly reacted. The goddess is going out to travel. With the goddess to do the strategy that are the basic qualities of being a licking dog. All can travel with the goddess, then of course must act as the goddess of the most intimate guide. If he had done that, then ironically the system alert would have sounded by now. Careless. This kid has a higher segment than me and can lick better than me. There is a need to review. These days surrounded by beautiful women are still being held up, as if a little floating. It used to be that he was all about the rewards and holding on to the realization that he was helping to push people's asses. And now, such a person has become Shinwei. Brother, although your awareness is also high, I'm not a vegetarian either. He decided to retrieve the scene. How could he let Shinwei alone take all the rewards? Brothers, I heard from my sister that you guys came here this time, mainly for research and picking. It doesn't bother you guys if I cross the line like this, does it? Deciding to fight Shinwei, Zhang Che asked tentatively. Of course it doesn't matter. Shinwei waved his hand repeatedly. The so-called market research is actually to look at the current fashion trends. We can take care of all these things. You don't have to worry about Lin Kui's classmates. As soon as Zhang Che heard this, he hurriedly said, then I'm really sorry for troubling you. He said with a deliberate pause. Then with a big wave of his hand he stated, tell you what, in order to thank you for taking care of your schoolmates, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. If the schedule can be taken care of in the next few days, I'll cover all 3 of your meals. Inviting Lin Kui to dinner is a reward that can be popped, and bringing Shinwei and others can cost more and earn more cash back. After Zhang Che finished speaking, he gave Shinwei a provocative look. Dude's not so bad, right? Speaking of which, is there a reward for this guy licking so much or not? How it felt like while he could lick as well. He didn't lick with such pleasure at all like he did. Chapter 71, Must Buy a Camera. After a deep review, Zhang Che once again corrected his attitude. Though the credo set for myself is to enjoy life, but the premise of enjoying life is based on the foundation of being a good-licking dog. You can't put the cart before the horse. Granted, it's a long vacation and a trip out, but it's not like that conflicts with being a good-licking dog popping rewards. With the only 2 lickable objects currently around, it's perfectly possible to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It's a great way to have fun and pop the rewards at the same time. Sister and master, drink water. Under Shinwei's influence, Zhang Che became attentive once again. Immediately after seeing Pit 1, a case of mineral water was moved. First, he handed it to Lin Kui and Sumo, and then he also graciously greeted the others. Thirsty, aren't you? Everyone come and drink water. Come on, share it all, or this won't carry well. Together with Lin Kui and her group, it was now a group of 14 people. So, Zhang Che directly bought a case of 24 bottles. There were no rewards for the others, but that didn't matter. It was only a few dollars for a case of mineral water. Host gives mineral water to Lin Kui. Dog licking behavior ruled successful. Receive $10,000 in cash and 100 points in dog licking value. The mineral water sent by the host is worth $6 and receives a guaranteed rebate of $1,000. Host gives mineral water to Sumo. Dog licking behavior ruled successful. Receive $10,000 in cash and 100 points in dog licking value. The mineral water sent by the host is worth $6 and receives a guaranteed rebate of $1,000. Even though Zhang Che had already picked the expensive ones to buy, the price ceiling of mineral water on the market was here. So, cashback can only eat a bailout. But even so, just 1 rebate is enough to cover the cost, and there's absolutely no need to be stingy. Listening to the familiar system prompts coming from his head made him find his way back to his home turf as well. Honey, you're so sweet. Lin Kui took the water he handed her, not caring that she was surrounded by people in a crowded state, and kissed him on the cheek with her beak. It made him feel as if he had heard the sound of breaking glass. Thanks. The others were not unkind and went to fetch water. The remaining bottles were also divided by the 3 Li Ling and put into their bags. Zhang Che, we have a bag, so we'll take these waters for now. And you can come and get them from me if you want to drink them. Zhang Che naturally had no problem with this and nodded his head in agreement. Well then, good work guys. Li Ling laughed. What's this? It's just 2 or 3 bottles of water. Sumo couldn't help but smile after unscrewing the water and taking a sip. Generally, this is a job that belongs to the boys. Several of Shinwei's people wanted to take the initiative to take on this responsibility now, but it turned out that they were given a head start. Looking at this situation, when Shinwei and a few of their boys finished drinking the water in their hands, they were afraid that they would be too embarrassed to come to them for it. Now this line, it looks pretty marvelous. Shinwei is Lin Kui's lickspill, and everyone in the group looks up to him. As for Li Ling and the others, the more they looked like Zhang Che's licking dogs. As for Zhang Che himself, although he couldn't figure out what was going on, he could indeed be described as her and Lin Kui's licking dog. Hydrated and took a short break, Lin Kui took Zhang Che's arm and then greeted, "Hubby, let's go. Let's go check out Pit 2 Pit 3 again." According to Shinwei, the Terracotta Warriors pit was excavated in a total of 4. However, Pit 4 only had backfilled dirt and no figurines buried in it. It was probably because of the peasant revolt at the end of the Qin dynasty, which interrupted the construction of the Yellow Tomb. Of the 3 pits with terracotta warriors, the largest is Pit 1. In the last century, the then president of France visited the terracotta warriors and praised them as the 8th wonder of the world. Later on, both the officials and Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum brought this to great publicity. Zhang Che thought that it was not necessary. Why did it have to be recognized by foreigners to feel that it was really powerful? The mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin covers a large area and the whole scenic area is huge. But in reality, the terracotta warriors are a must-see and the best part of the whole scenic area. The rest is unexcavated and undeveloped, and is the equivalent of strolling around the grave of Qin Shi Huang. However, Zhang Che and the others were all here for the first time, plus the crowd was lively. A group of people listened to Shen Wei continue to quote the scriptures while explaining, joked and joked and joked. Every now and then, they even stopped to take a picture of an interesting scene and were all enjoying themselves. Lin Kui students. The scenery here is nice and out of the picture. Let me take a picture of you. On top of doubling as a tour guide, Shen Wei was also a guest photographer for Lin Kui along the way. It's just that Lin Kui keeps holding Zhang Che's hand, and every now and then she has to take a picture with him too. So, to be precise, Shen Wei was actually the photographer for both of them. How is that not an ass push? Even Suemo couldn't help but take the initiative to ask for his help in taking a few pictures. Since the year I got a camera, getting out and taking pictures has been an essential part of the process. Until now, many scenic spots still have pits that help with photo ops. Zhang Che took a lot of pictures himself, but with his cell phone. Instead, Shen Wei was holding a professional DSLR camera along with a professional lens. Not only is the equipment professional, but his photography is equally excellent. Even Zhang Che had to admit that the pictures he took were really good. Whether you use it to post to your friends or to social networks such as Little Yellow Book, it's a huge plus. Damn. Another round won by this guy. Others, not to mention, are not system-approved lickables after all. But for something like taking pictures of Lin Kui and Suemo, I should do it myself anyways. Careless. Zhang Che reviewed again. Things like cameras were hardly ever in his life. With the popularity of cell phones and the rapid development of mobile photography, cameras have only survived in the professional world. The field of life, pretty much, has been killed by cell phones. Many people used to take a digital camera with them when they went out, but now they only need to take their cell phones. It was also for this reason that Zhang Che never thought of getting a camera. After realizing this and deliberately observing, I realized that there were actually quite a few tourists with cameras hanging around their necks. One looks like a professional, and I don't know if they really are. It looks so much like that anyway. It's very pretentious. That said, they studied design and more or less had something to do with photography. It was also specifically mentioned during the freshman orientation week when the seniors introduced the major. They visual communication design, which actually still involves a photography class as well. As he was thinking of this, Sumo's side had already taken the picture. Seeing him in a daze, he casually asked, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly launch into a daze?" He clasped his hands and rubbed his chin. "We'll get a camera when we get back downtown. We have to get a camera. I'm going to learn it later anyway, so there's no harm in getting a head start and playing with it. And this thing can be used to pretend and pop rewards. Let's not talk about giving Suemo and Lin Kui the chance to be the accompanying photographer. Wouldn't it be a chance to pop the reward to give them one directly?" Suemo couldn't help but laugh when she heard him say that. Why is this like a child? Is this even strong? Although Shen Wei is indeed a lick, who would think that Shen Wei could be his enemy and need to fight with Shen Wei? Chapter 72, Pretending is the first need. Along the same route as the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, there are 2 other scenic spots, Mount Li and Huachangong, which are also famous. Inside the Huaqing Palace there is a Huaqing Pond, the legendary bathing place of Yang Guifei. It's just a pitfall. In fact, it's completely unwatchable, and all those who have seen it have cried out that they've been duped. But even so, in the spirit of coming all the way here, many people still stop by. Zhang Che and the others were no exception. By the time the group returned to the city after touring the scenic spots booked for the day, it wasn't too late. Zhang Che had his heart set on getting a camera, so it was the perfect time to get things done. When they went, they didn't go on a different path from Shen Wei's group, and it was the same when they came back. The difference was that this time there was one more person in each of the 2 cars. In addition to Li Ling and the girls, 2 other girls also hitched a ride with them. Why squeeze into a bus or tour bus when you can have a Bentley to ride in? "Koi, can we join you?" When the 2 came over arm in arm, pleading with Lin Kui with anticipation, Lin Kui looked at Zhang Che. "Your schoolmates and my schoolmates, so that's certainly no problem." Zhang Che naturally had the attitude that as long as it had something to do with Lin Kui, then it wasn't a problem. He smiled warmly. Besides, I have to take you guys to dinner. We were supposed to be together. While thinking about buying a camera, he didn't forget the promise he made at the beginning. I had planned to go straight to the hotel when I got back from the viewpoint. It was just a little early. Also, Shinwei and the others were still behind. So there's no rush and you can go ahead and get rid of the camera thing. Now they were 2 cars and 8 people, going from 1 man and 5 women to 1 man and 7 women. In fact, barring that, there was room for 1 more person in both cars, and those boys were pretty ticked off. It's just that no one had the good sense to move further into the car in the face of such a situation. Come on, it's just us 6 bachelors left. Seeing that the sisters had all followed Zhang Che and ran away, the group could only sigh. As a matter of fact, they all had some grievances against Zhang Che and Lin Kui. On the one hand, there is more or less an imbalance in their hearts, and on the other hand, this has indeed caused them some inconvenience. Obviously Lin Kui is also a member of the group and has homework and assignments, but she doesn't need to participate. Why? It was just that Shinwei, the leader, was happy to do so, so what else could they say? In addition to the contact down to feel Zhang Che people actually quite good, but also to invite dinner, that little complaint evaporated. It's not that big of a deal, and it does get fixed over a meal. What do you guys think Zhang Che will treat us to? He looks rich to me. The class shouldn't be low. Nonsense. Is this worthy of Lin Kui's image if he eats too poorly? Anyway, I won't be polite to him no matter what he invites me to eat. How can I pass up this chance to rip off the big boys? Shinwei, I suggest you turn your grief into strength and eat him poorly. Just as these male classmates of Lin Kui were looking forward to today's dinner. On the other hand, Zhang Che had already driven his car to Leica's Chang'an flagship store according to the navigation. 2 Bentley neatly parked in front of the door, with a combination of 1 man and 7 women turnover rate that is called a high. Zhang Che, the camera you're buying is a Leica? Seeing that little red Coke logo, Suemo realized that what he was looking at was actually a Leica. Leica cameras, once beyond compare. Even the Joes, when they released the Fruit 4, said it was beautiful like an old Leica camera. Only, it has been the tears of old times. Since digital cameras killed off film cameras, Leica has not been immune to feeling the pain from the times. If it's for professional photography, then Leica cameras are obviously not recommended. It's not strong and it's dead expensive. However, Zhang Che doesn't need professional photography. While their visual communication program does dabble in photography, it's not very demanding. It's good enough for everyday shooting and to blow off steam. And the marker board loves Leica's style of imaging. It was expensive and very capable of having a pretentious effect, which was why Zhang Che chose it. Try this one first, and if you're not happy with it, buy something else, Zhang Che casually said, crossing into the Leica flagship store first. A group of 8 people walked in so volubly that it startled the store clerk. Hello, what can I do for you? The clerk froze for a moment and rushed to greet him with an inquiry. Hello, I'd like to see the camera. The clerk was a bit confused. In all the time he had worked here, he hadn't seen anyone with 7 girls come to buy a camera. These 2 in the front are really pretty. So innocent, these long legs against all odds. Ahem, please follow me. Noticing that he was a bit out of line, the clerk coughed dryly and hastened to get to work. After the store clerk's gushing introduction, Zhang Che finally chose Leica's flagship model currently on sale. M11, black painted version. He chose this one. That is, of course, because it is the most expensive. Priced at $72,000. How does it feel? He held it in his hand and played with it for a bit before handing it to Lin Kui and Suemo to look at. Both women were intrigued and came together to rummage around. The appearance is nothing to sneeze at. It's really beautiful. But how is this different from other cameras? It doesn't seem to auto-zoom? Suemo and Lin Kui both blinked their beautiful eyes and looked at him with a look of incredulity. How dare you believe that in 2025, a camera that sells for $72,000 can't even autofocus? And it's a side-by-side camera. How else can you say it's sentimental? Zhang Che smiled and directly told the clerk. This is it. Bring me 3 units. Seeing the shocked expressions of the 2 beauties, the store clerk felt a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to tell them about Leica's specialties, Zhang Che had already pulled out his cell phone to check out. The clerk was a little confused again for a moment. Zhang Che wants to buy, he can understand. Our coming to the store must be knowledgeable about the product. One might even say that it was specifically rushed. Only, what the hell are you doing buying 3 at the same time? Am I hearing this wrong? Or can I buy a camera for collector use, viewing, and cloth teaching as well? I said give me 3. Zhang Che confirmed once again, and then completed the payment in the store clerk's still confused reaction. 172,000. 3 is 216,000. This time Zhang Che didn't deliberately separate the payments because the delivery wasn't to a single person and it didn't affect getting double rewards. Sister, this is for you. Master, this is for you. After paying the bill and receiving the brand new unopened camera from the clerk, he shoved it into Lin Kui and Sumo's hands. That's when the clerk realized why he was buying 3 units in one go. The 3 of them, Li Ling, had already seen this kind of behavior from him a long time ago. The other 2 girls were seeing it for the first time, and their eyes were wider than the clerk's. He spent over $200,000 on 3 cameras? Isn't that car of his? I think it's called some kind of Geely Star Wish. Less than $100. 000? What kind of consumerism is this? The 2 girls were completely messed up. Li Ling gave them a blank look and said with a lot of knowledge, "What's this? You 2 keep looking." The 2 girls once again looked at Zhang Che, only to see him pick up another shot and look at it. The camera still's got to come with a lens to work. This is pretty good too. Give me 3 of those too. It's like a double O lens, so it's better to have another DSLR lens. And 3, of course. The 2 girls were completely numb when they saw that these camera lenses, too, were not at all cheaper than the camera itself. Chapter 73 Rewards and Life Balance. Host gives camera to Lin Kui. Dog licking behavior judged successful. The price of the camera is 72,000 with a cap of 100,000 cashback plus 10,000 base rewards. In the end 2 cameras were given away for only 38,000 by 2. If you deduct Zhang Che's own camera money, that's more like 4,000 left. Actually, cheaper cameras are still available in this Leica store. There's a versatile digital camera that retails for 13,800, which is almost just enough to blow the rebate. Only, he was simply oblivious to it, and hadn't given the slightest thought to making that choice. While it is important to brush up on your rewards, you should not compromise your quality of life by doing so. Just like being a cow or a horse is about wanting to live your life well. You can't give your life away just to be a cow or a horse. When rewards and life conflict, he prefers to find a balance between the 2. Or, perhaps, make up for it in some other way. Camera aside, he picked 2 more lenses, one of Leica's AA lenses, the 71,300, and a DSLR lens, the 70,080. The price isn't too far off from the camera proper, and the final math comes out to be about the same. A small profit. If it ended like that, it would basically be the equivalent of coming here and picking out 3 cameras and 6 lenses for nothing. But there's more to a camera than just the lens. Pick something else, or this camera won't be easy to carry, isn't it? Zhang Che's face was covered in his trademark bright smile, making everyone feel his bottom. Hokage, Kui, can you see what else you want? This camera bag is just fine. Which color do you like? At this time, Suemo was also already in a state of confusion. Lin Kui was already accustomed to it and picked it out directly without any pretense at all. Hubby, Ling, what do you think of this color? She just wanted to live this kind of life and felt that Zhang Che could provide her with such a life. That's why the pokies were chosen. Today it really is just like the dream, and of course there is nothing but fun and enjoyment. What with the Oberworth customized camera bag? Zhang Che really didn't understand it, but he was happy with the price. Individually it's 6,500. 10 times cashback, that's 65,000 x 2. Then there's 750 apiece for wristbands and 3,000 for cases. No need to deliberately separate payments either. The rebate is 100,000 by 2 after you've scraped together 10,000 plus. After more than $300,000 in the bank, it was finally time for him to find the balance between popping rewards and quality of life again. Do you guys want to see anything else? He said this as if he still had a bit more to say. Only the line didn't say anything. Li Ling and the girls had their eyes on Lin Kui and Suemo. They all knew very well that this was not said to them. In the past, the 3 of them, Li Ling, had also often acted as Lin Kui's assistants, helping to set up her kaiju. Now Lin Kui has stopped doing that, and there is no longer any need for them to be assisting. There was no need for a setup at all, and Zhang Che had already bought everything he could in this store. More than 200,000 x 3 was spent without blinking an eye, causing Suemo to not even return to his senses until now. Who said Zhang Che didn't have any money? Those 2 other girls watched the whole thing that was so thrilling that they couldn't help but mutter quietly. The whole of Shanghai is laughing at Zhang Chul for just opening a geyser, and lamenting that Kui is choosing love. Our team leader, Xin Wei, is a firm believer in this, but someone who can spend over $600,000 on a camera at the drop of a hat could care less about a Porsche 911? As for the BMW X5, that's enough to buy one, isn't it? Even if it's love, it's obviously a rich man's love, alright. In the midst of these 2 girls' shock-filled exchanges, Lin Kui took Zhang Che's arm. Honey, I've already bought what I need to buy, so if there's anything I've missed, let's talk about it later. It's about time. Shinwei and the others should be back as well. Let's go eat first. As the group left amidst the compliments of the store clerk, the system prompt in Zhang Chei's mind once again rang out. The host has accumulated a full 10 dog-licking behaviors judged successful and has been awarded one random reward opportunity. Is it drawn? Since the discovery of Sumo, the second lickable object, the speed of obtaining lottery chances had also doubled. Unless there was something special, he just drew his picks by hand when he heard the system prompt. Dozens of draws over such a long period of time are in order. However, except for a lucky draw of a mansion worth $204 million, the others are mostly jewelry. All sorts of messy ones that he couldn't use. And he didn't have that many excuses for wanting to give them to Lin Kui and Sumo. So, it's all just thrown in the system space to keep for backup. Now that he had been given the chance to draw the prize again, he also reflexively mumbled in his mind, "Draw. 3, 2, 1. The result is revealed. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn a reservation-free membership card. Reservationless membership card. With this card, the host can freely access all membership venues anytime, anywhere and enjoy services that require reservations. Each time you use this card, you need to consume the corresponding dog-licking value. This, then, is the equivalent of a universal membership card. It's also reservation-free, which is really nice. Finally drawing a more special reward again, and it was pretty good looking." Zhang Chei was very satisfied. Returning to the parking space and placing the large bag in the car first, Zhang Chei turned his head to ask Li Ling. "Sister Li Ling, what did Shinwei and the others say?" Li Ling had just finished contacting that side and immediately said, "They came back as well and went to the hotel to clean up a bit. They told me to ask you where you want to go for dinner, and to go straight there once they've finalized the location." "Where is this meal going to go?" Chang'an was new to all of them. "That is, just look online at them all and recommend any you think are good," Zhang Chei said as he pulled out his cell phone and added while looking at it. "Today it's me treating everyone to dinner, to thank Shinwei and the others for taking care of schoolmates. It can't be too shabby. So, please do choose toward the expensive end of the spectrum, folks." If it was placed before, even Sumo would definitely weigh the price. But now, even the two girls who have just met Zhang Chei are not polite with him, and they are really looking for the expensive ones. Jokes aside, spending over $600,000 on a sudden urge to buy a camera. What's the point of hesitating? He said he'd go for the more expensive option. So what's the point of being polite? It's not often that you get this opportunity to eat a big meal. Hey, I found one. This one is called Hidden Treasure Pavilion. Shangtang style. This restaurant is like a palace. Very luxurious. Looking at the description it says it's over 700 per person. Definitely not cheap. It's just that it needs to be booked in advance. Zhang Chei came over after hearing the shouts and looked at it feeling really good. Hidden Treasure, Suzhang State Banquet. The name sounds awesome. If you guys don't have any other comments either go here. Lin Kui was quite happy with this as well. Just a little hesitant. Honey, but the description said this one requires a reservation in advance. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Chei said suavely, "It doesn't matter. I'll take care of it. I just want a reservation-free membership card. And this is where it comes in handy." Chapter 74, Love for Nima Twist. Hidden Treasure? How does that name sound like a restaurant? The truth is actually pretty much the same. It's not just a mere restaurant. After sending the location to Shinwei and the others, Zhang Chei and his group drove here first. This unsurprising-looking building has 5 floors, with the lower 4 floors being an art gallery. The name, Hidden Treasure, is derived from this. Only the 5th floor is a restaurant. So there is a suffix after the name, Suzhang Banquet. Suzhang is the location of the location. The state banquet means the state banquet level. The moment you hear it, you can let people know that it is a high-end banquet place. The most luxurious part of the restaurant is the state banquet hall, which requires reservations and does not receive casual guests. "Good afternoon, ma'am. And may I ask if you have an appointment?" Zhang Chei they watched the exhibition with interest for a while, and when Shinwei they arrived as soon as they went upstairs the waiter welcomed them. Zhang Chei nodded. "Hello, my last name is Zhang." The waiter confirmed this with the tool in his hand and immediately made the gesture of please. "Mr. Zhang, please follow me." The well-trained waiters respectfully invited them into the state banquet hall and immediately opened an attentive reception. This so-called state banquet hall is so golden and splendid that it looks like an ancient palace. Can't say it's like that. People are directly modeled after the palace to decorate. The center wall is even decorated with dragon chairs. Only, pulling the barrier, it looks like it's something you can only see from a distance but not sit on and try. There was only one big round table in the whole hall, and it was very loose for the 14 of them to sit down. From the moment they entered, all of them were surveying it with interest, and from time to time, They let out a gasp. Both marveled at how luxurious and unique the restaurant was, as well as how capable Zhang Che was. After coming to this unfamiliar Chang'an, this kind of restaurant that needs to be booked several days in advance can actually be handled in a lighthearted manner. Lin Kui looked at him with her beautiful eyes turning into starry eyes. It was a worshipful expression of pride. Even Shinwei and the others were curious and couldn't help but express their questions. Zhang Che, we looked when we came over, and this restaurant requires a reservation in advance. Did you book ahead before you even got here? In fact, Zhang Che was using the reservation-free membership card he had just drawn, and it cost 10 points of dog-licking value, which entitles you to this reservation-free deal. However, Zhang Che definitely wouldn't say any of this, so he just smiled faintly. Pretty much. I did decide to take you guys to dinner when I got here. This was said in an obviously perfunctory manner, causing Li Ling and the girls to resist rolling their eyes at him. Well, these things don't matter. Everyone feel free to order whatever you want to eat or drink. Zhang Che changed the topic and was the first to pick up the menu while greeting everyone. This seemed to Li Ling and the girls that he just didn't want to talk much about these things and was keeping a low profile. By this time, everyone's stomachs were indeed hungry, and they couldn't care less about anything else when it came to food. Zhang Che, then we're not polite, haha. He's a big dog, and you're being polite to him? Anyway, thanks in advance for the hospitality, and thanks to Lin Kuyi's classmates as well. The group was laughing and joking and ordered a large table of food very nonchalantly indeed. The cuisine of this restaurant is a combination of regional specialties of Chang'an and elements of the Shangtang culture. In addition to classic Shanxi dishes like gourd chicken and chrysanthemum fish, there are many high-end creative dishes like sea cucumber and abalone. When the dishes are all on the table, the presentation is even more national banquet level. Surrounded by Tang Dynasty palace elements, the tableware is likewise extremely elaborate. It was an eye-opening experience for everyone, including Zhang Che. Everyone else was experiencing such a lavish banquet for the first time, and he was no exception. In this day and age where 3 meals a day are friend-zoned first, the first thing to do at that point in the day is of course to take pictures. He wasn't exempt, and while filming, he also communicated with Su Mo and Lin Kui on his left and right. After all, at this point in time, everyone in the high school group was still buzzing about how exactly he had picked up Lin Kui. This would have sent a few pictures out and boiled these students for a while longer. When everyone has gotten their pictures taken, their friends' circle little yellow books have been posted, and they're done pretending. It was at this time that Zhang Che stood up. All of us here are classmates and brothers, so don't be polite to me, and I won't be polite to you. Anyway, just thank you for taking care of your schoolmates. Now without further ado, let's get right to it. And everyone eat and drink well. Order more if you don't have enough food. Ask for more if you don't have enough wine. And make sure you enjoy yourself. He earned a hearty roar of approval after this. They were all young people who would have been quite nice to get along with, and it was easy to get acquainted. Besides, if people are short on food, they have invited this kind of banquet, so they have to give face, don't they? Good. Everyone responded in unison. Only Shinwei's expression was a little less natural, because just across from him, Zhang Che finished talking and sat down. Joyfully Lin Kui came over to Manhwa a bit. Such an extravagant meal, but Zhang Che had invited it for her. It's so luxurious and sumptuous. We'll have to spend thousands of dollars on a meal like this, right? Several thousand? Didn't you read the introduction that this restaurant costs 700 per person, and that's already 800 for the 14 of us? Okay, we've ordered quite a few more wines, and none of them are cheap. They're 15 or 16,000 anyhow. Asterisk 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 asterisk, then I'm going to have to take a couple more bites and a couple more drinks. These students couldn't help but talk about it while they were feasting. Looking across the street, Zhang Che was talking and laughing with Lin Kui and the girls, teasing a few girls and not noticing this side. This large round table is indeed a bit big. The distance between the face-to-face is not short, and whispering is not afraid of Zhang Che hearing them. Zhang Che is still so bold in his actions, but how come I heard that he doesn't seem to be very rich either? That's compared to the kind of Wang Junquan who was worth several $100 million, and the kind of Sun Yunjia who was a native of the Magic City. That's dirt compared to us. He's just a little bit better than us. Why didn't Lin Kui pick Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia to pick him? Shinwei just adjusted his mood, heard this and said, "You know nothing. Between this is love." Just rubbed the car and went with Zhang Che and the others to the Leica flagship store. Those two girls couldn't tense up. Love Nima's twisted love. Remembering that Shinwei usually took care of them as well, the two women looked at each other and let out a long sigh. Shinwei, I advise you to stop using love as an excuse to hold on to those unrealistic thoughts. I don't dare to say what it's like between Kui and Zhang Che, but you all definitely underestimated Zhang Che. In terms of being rich, I think that if you add up Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia, I'm afraid that they can't even compare to Zhang Che. The moment these words came out, The few people who had been hotly discussing the matter were suddenly unable to make a sound with their mouths wide open. The whole of Hoodoo was laughing. People Wang Junquan drove a Porsche 911, Sun Yunjia drove a BMW X5, and Zhang Che just drive a geezer. As a result, you're now saying that those who drive Geely have more money than those who drive Porsche and BMW combined? Chapter 75, Bah, Scum. Saying that Zhang Che was richer than Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia combined was something that Shinwei and the others simply didn't believe. You're rich enough to be a lickspittle? You're so rich you drive a Geely? It could be that Zhang Che eventually hugged a beautiful woman, making people all very indignant. So many people are more than willing to laugh at him and belittle him. It could also be because, only if Zhang Che really wasn't that rich, would they feel like they still had a chance. However, after the two girls colorfully retold what had just happened at the Leica flagship store, all of them were silenced by especially Shinwei. Spend over $600,000 on 3 sets of cameras, one for each of the 3 of them? Cough cough cough. After the story was heard, some people were choking, and the coughing resounded throughout the state banquet hall. Zhang Che's and their gazes were also attracted, but they didn't care. After realizing that she was just choking, Lin Kui and the girls pulled her back to continue talking and laughing in a happy manner. Certain that the two girls weren't lying, the group fell silent. A moment of silence passed before he resumed munching. If that's the case, spending 10,000 plus on a dinner for us is really nothing. People stay in a suite for nearly 30,000. What do they care about that? That said, it should have been thought of a long time ago. Can someone who lives in a suite for 30,000 plus be the only one who can afford a Geely? It's rumored that his car is less than 100,000, and the 3 suites combined are 90,000 a night. The group of people realized it afterward and couldn't help but feel a succession of emotions after discovering the truth of the matter. Then, raised his glass towards Shinwei. Old Shin, forget it, you really can't argue with this. Here's a toast to you. Get drunk tonight and wake up a man again tomorrow. Shinwei at this time is indeed also hit. Originally all the faith in a moment of smoke dissipated. When Lin Kui was dangling a Porsche 911 and a BMW X5, he could only silently help Lin Kui with her homework. It was hard to think that if Lin Kui was willing to choose Yuri, then he could fight for it himself. As it turned out, this one in a Geely was actually pretending to be a pig in a poke and was stronger than a Porsche and a BMW combined. How can this be fun? His heart was dead, yet he still felt indignant. If Zhang Che is really that rich, then he really is a complete scum. Shinwei's eyes were red and his face reddened, and he didn't know if it was because of the alcohol or the shame. The so-called dog licking is just a means for him to get close to Lin Kui. Even if that's not enough, he already has Lin Kui, yet he's still playing the same trick on Sumo. What is this? If being a dog licker was really just a means for Zhang Che to pick up girls, then he was picking up Sumo. Moreover, it was still soaking in front of Lin Kui. Upon realizing this side, the group was once again silent and couldn't help but look across the room. He saw Zhang Che add a shrimp to Lin Kui, and then Lin Kui took a bite and directly contained his chopsticks. Li Ling, who was on the side, said something, and a few people burst out laughing again. Sumo was laughing along, just always feeling a bit soulful. Zhang Che turned around and also gave Sumo dishes, but this time, he used public chopsticks instead. But even so, it made Shinwei look angry. Bah, scum. I also don't know if Sumo has realized that this is his tactic. I'm worried that even Lin Kui hasn't realized it yet. So, you want to remind them? After a few more mutterings, the two girls sighed again. Shinwei, I don't advise you to do that. It's better to forget it. These two girls were thinking that both Lin Kui and Sumo were not oil lamps, and no one was stupid. Can they not realize what Shinwei and the others can realize? Except that it didn't really matter in the face of such a multi-moneyed, brash, not so good-looking being. If it were up to you, you would have pretended not to realize it even if you did. How can Shinwei be sure that Lin Kui and Sumo are not like this now? People were accepting all this tacitly, and you have to go and break the window paper. Isn't that asking for trouble? They were also thinking about Shinwei. However, Shinwei was preoccupied and did not respond. After a moment's pause instead, he stood up and raised his wine glass towards Zhang Che. Zhang Che, thank you for your hospitality today. I'll toast you with this cup. No one knew what he was planning to do, and the others, fearing that he would lose control, hastened to follow suit. Zhang Che, this meal has made us all feel good. It's time to properly toast you. By this time everyone's stomachs were pretty much filled, and the atmosphere was buzzing with toasts, and no longer chatting about each other, privately exchanging pleasantries. They all became very animated. As the host, Zhang Che treated his guests thoroughly and meticulously, and Lin Kui followed him with the same enthusiasm. This even made everyone, including Shinwei, Feel flattered. Lin Kui had been the indifferent and high-cooled schoolgirl before with Zhang Che, and it was actually the same with these classmates. How could they imagine that this schoolgirl could actually smile so charmingly and be so enthusiastic as well? With this enthusiasm on their part, the atmosphere became even more heated. There was a good deal of pushing and drinking and mingling, and it was only when everyone had enjoyed themselves that they realized it was getting late. They were all full and ready to withdraw. Zhang Che went over and settled the bill. This meal cost a total of $24,350. Over 10,000 of that was spent on food and the rest was all alcoholic beverages, as well as a percentage service fee. He actually doesn't understand. You open a restaurant here. I come to eat, you serve me rightfully. I didn't spend a lot of money on food and drinks, so why is there an extra service charge? The flight attendants on other airplanes have such good service, and they don't add a service charge. He was quite unable to figure it out, but the whole industry was like that, and it was useless for him to be unhappy alone, so he still had to give it. The consolation is that this money is spent immediately, followed by double rewards and cashback. Inviting Lin Kui to dinner counts as one share, and Sumo as another, netting nearly $200,000. Okay, let's go. Listening to the prompts coming from the system, Zhang Che no longer thought about those some not, and once again, he was happy. After he subconsciously greeted him, he realized that no one answered. Lin Kui didn't see it, neither did Sumo. Only Li Ling and the others were waiting for him in front. What's going on here? Where's sister and my master? Li Ling looked at him and hesitated. That, Zhang Che. Shinwei said he had something to say to Kui and Sumo. They went down first. With this reaction, Li Ling was afraid that he thought he would be upset, but the fact that he doesn't take it seriously at all isn't a thing in itself. Oh, that's right. Let's go too then. Say yes. Oh, you're still driving the car later, he said and shoved the car keys to Li Ling. By this time the traffic and crowds were already less, so Li Ling dared to drive, and he was able to be lazy and have a little drink. He kinda likes to drink a little bit, but it's kinda inconvenient that he can't drive when he's drinking. It seems that training a driver is still necessary, and Li Ling is great. It's just that Li Ling's driving skills are really average right now, and she still needs to find more opportunities to practice for her. Chapter 76, I'm so wronged. After eating and drinking, Zhang Che went forward to settle the bill. As the hostess, Lin Kui did not stick to him at this time, but deliberately fell back to greet others. Keep an eye on them all, huh? Don't leave anything behind. Whose coat is it? Did you pick up the cell phone you just charged? She waited until everyone had taken a few steps out first to make sure they hadn't left anything behind before she followed. This meal had directly subverted her image in the eyes of these classmates, especially for Shinwei and the boys. Perhaps even the most haughty goddesses actually have a warm and gentle side, just not in their display. If it wasn't for Zhang Che, they were afraid that they would never be able to see this side of Lin Kui. However, this was making Shinwei more and more stuck in his throat. He just now, in fact, wanted to take advantage of the wine to question whether Zhang Che was a scumbag and who exactly he liked. Why pester Sumo when you have Lin Kui? Unfortunately, he never got the chance after the others deliberately pulled the mood up. Now that his anger had passed, he also felt that confronting Zhang Che was not a good approach and was not appropriate. But once he saw this side of Lin Kui that could be described as gentle and virtuous, he was very much breaking his defenses again. How can such a good woman be cheated by a scumbag? If you want to slag such a good woman, are you still a human being? You've got such a good woman. Aren't you satisfied? He also deliberately took a few steps behind, and with a deep breath he met them. Mr. Lin Kui, I have something I want to say to you. Lin Kui, huh? Although she didn't know what he wanted to say, Lin Kui looked at him and nodded. He had already briefly laid out his attitude before, and if he still didn't die, it was indeed necessary, then, to cut him off completely, lest he should come back to haunt him. What no one expected was that Shinwei turned his head to look at Sumo again. Sumo-san, please come here too. Sumo, huh? Because she didn't know anyone else well, she was waiting for Zhang Che. As a result, I didn't expect that Shinwei would actually bring himself along when he wanted to talk to Lin Kui. Me? She pointed to her agape nose in confirmation. Only after getting Shinwei's confirmation did she indicate headlong. Okay then, we'll go down first. When Zhang Che finished checking out and followed Li Ling and the others who were waiting for him down, Shinwei had already finished talking to the two schoolgirls. Honey, Lin Kui cried out greasily and came over to hug his arm again. Zhang Che then pinched her face before asking Shinwei, how are you going to get back to the hotel? The subway buses should all be stopped at this time of day. Have you called a cab yet? It was not close to the hotel where Shinwei and the others were staying, and a taxi would cost a lot of money. It can't be helped though. It's the only option when all public transportation stops. If it's expensive, then it's expensive. I've had dinner for over 20 $000. What's wrong with a little extra fare? If you can't, just split it evenly. It's supposed to be AA anyway. Be careful on the road. Only after seeing the 8 of them leave in 2 vehicles did Zhang Che yawn. Come on, let's go back too. He seemed to have forgotten that Shinwei had spoken to Lin Kui Sumo, but it was Li Ling who was very gossipy about it. Kui, what did Shinwei just approach you guys about? Lin Kui instantly bristled with a look of displeasure. Don't mention it, probably drunk and mad. He told Sumo and I that he would reveal the true colors of Hokage to us, so that we could see that Hokage doesn't fall for it. We have sternly reprimanded him for meddling and will not give him another chance for such nonsense in the future. Zhang Che, he hadn't intended to ask much about it. He really didn't put much stock in such things, but he was curious now. What is my true nature? And why don't I know it? I'm so dedicated to being a lickspill. What else could be true? What's my true colors? What's the point of falling for me? He looked a little aggravated with that tone and expression. Lin Kui smiled cheekily and rubbed up against him. Hubby, Shinwei said that you're actually a big slag. Saying you're nice to me and Sumo is your way of confusing us. You're just eating out of the bowl and watching the pot. And you'll never be satisfied with philandering and promiscuity. He also said that we're the only ones who will get hurt at this rate, and that you won't be responsible for us. Lin Kui talked about it like it was some kind of joke, and the 3 of them, Li Ling, really did follow with a petulant laugh. Indeed, like it was very funny. Only Sumo already had complicated thoughts, and looking at Lin Kui and the girls at this time was even more complicated. Zhang Che, as the rightful owner, he was dumbfounded and deeply aggrieved. Heaven and earth. He really just wanted to be a lickspill and pop some rewards to enjoy life. Licking Lin Kui while also licking Sumo was just to get an extra reward. He never had another thought other than popping rewards. Lin Kui had even teamed up with Li Ling to set him up before in order to get favors out of him. He's a mainstay of sincerity from start to finish, and doesn't cross the line in the slightest. This current situation was also all brought about by Lin Kui's initiative. It wasn't that the veteran driver was driving a new car again. It was that he, the newbie, was being dragged into it. And the car is an automatic. No, I should say it's on autopilot. I'm so wronged me. I never meant to slag you guys. Zhang Che sighed depressingly, trying to explain as if he was powerless to explain. Come on, whatever they say, let's go back too. Seeing that he was speechless, Lin Kui wrapped both hands around his waist in a coaxing manner. Okay, honey, don't be mad. I don't care what anyone says. You're my kissing husband no matter what. Shinwei won't even have a chance in the future. I don't care what he has to say, but don't even think about coming back to talk nonsense to me. Li Ling and the girls followed and helped, one sentence after the other. Zhang Che, you're right. Let them say whatever they want. Don't care. If people don't know you, can we not know you? They're just jealous. It was thanks to Shinwei that they had already gone ahead. Otherwise, when he saw such a scene, he would only be so angry that he would want to vomit blood. Even Sumo, however, couldn't help but shake his head. Let's go back too, because he had to drive. Sumo didn't drink, and his brain was still very clear at this time as well. The situation on their side remained the same. It was still her driving Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi. On the other side, the driver was changed to Li Ling. Sister Li Ling, don't worry about being bold. You know you're driving a Bentley now. A normal car would deliberately keep its distance when it sees you. Zhang Che was encouraging Li Ling and planning to start training her to be an exclusive driver. To his surprise and amazement, the system prompt rang out again. The host has been a chauffeur for Lin Kui for a day, and the dog-licking behavior is judged successful. Receive $10,000 in cash and 100 points in dog-licking value. The host saddled up to accompany Lin Kui for a day's tour, and the dog-licking behavior was judged successful. Receive $10,000 in cash and 100 points in dog-licking value. The host saddled up to accompany Sumo for a day's tour, and the dog-licking behavior was judged successful. Receive $10,000 in cash and 100 points in dog-licking value. Chapter 77, You'd better think of me as a scummy guy. The unexpected 3 consecutive rewards really made Zhang Che feel surprised. This shows that the right attitude was indeed right today. Otherwise, this reward for nothing would probably be missed. The system is still quite humane. And today, after driving all day with Lin Kui in the car, he needs to give rewards. Then, there is no reward taken away because this last trip was driven by Li Ling. After all, he couldn't drive because he had been drinking, and the drinking was for Lin Kui, which made perfect sense emotionally. It was a little bit of a shame that Sumo was also being used as a driver. If Sumo was also in their car, then they would have gotten another basic bonus. Sure enough, it was necessary to let Li Ling practice her driving. Even when Li Ling wasn't secure, It was best to have both Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi follow. The reward gave him a frown and a good mood, and with that on his plate, he did his best to guide Li Ling along the way. Soon, it was back to the Ritz-Carlton. The car is parked in the hotel parking lot. If you want to return the car, someone from the rental company will pick it up themselves in the morning. If you're renewing your lease, it's just a matter of doing it on your phone. Zhang Che and the others were definitely going to renew their rent, and the reason why they didn't rent it for a few days in one go was also still to brush up on their rewards. Kagome. Good night, Zhang Che. Good night. Upstairs, the three Li Ling, already yawning, greeted and went back to their rooms. After playing all day, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi were really tired, and both of them had been drinking, so they were already sleepy. Aha, good night. Zhang Che and Lin Kui both answered and then were ready to greet Su Mo as well. Su Mo, however, was the first to say, Zhang Che, I have something I want to say to you. She was a bit distracted tonight, and Zhang Che had long since realized it. Since he said so, Zhang Che definitely wouldn't refuse. Pulling out his room card and opening the door, he smiled with a nod. Yeah, come in and talk. Lin Kui closed the door behind her. You guys chat. I'll go take a shower first. Zhang Che and Su Mo came to the floor-to-ceiling window and sat opposite each other. Zhang Che picked up the kettle and poured her a cup of water. It's not good to drink either coffee or tea in the evening. It's better to drink plain water. Su Mo answered softly. Thank you. Then he glanced at the mesmerizing night scenery of Chang'an City before turning his head to lock eyes with Zhang Che. She looked like she was pondering for a moment, and Zhang Che was in no hurry, quietly waiting for her to speak. After a long time, she finally managed to ask, Zhang Che, it might be a bit presumptuous of me to say this, and I don't know if it's appropriate, but I'm really confused right now, totally confused. That's why I was apprehensive and felt the need to speak up before I did. What exactly are your plans for me? Or what do you want from me? Don't say anything like I'm your master. It doesn't even make sense. Just last night, she had mixed thoughts and a lot of emotions. She spends the vast majority of her time working around the world for the outdoor sports she loves. Wanted to challenge mountaineering second-class athletes. Again because of money until now not realized. As for Zhang Che, the money for one night's hotel stay was enough for her to achieve her goal. That's nothing. Today, they actually gave her a camera straight out of the box, totaling over $200,000. If she had that kind of money, she would be perfectly free to play more of her favorite outdoor sports. For example, paragliding, skydiving, scuba diving, surfing, take mountaineering again. Give her so much money she could be plotting to summit Everest. But what's happening now is that she's carrying more than $200,000 worth of cameras and lenses while struggling for money. Could such a fact keep her from going into a trance? That's over $200,000. Not $200,000. Not to mention the fact that all along, Zhang Che had been finding all sorts of excuses to send her things. Masters or personal trainers have long since moved far beyond that. It's just that she's really short on money and her training really needs nutritional meals to go along with it. Still didn't have a firm refusal, though it didn't feel quite right, I guess. As a result, it's now blown up big time, and the figure of over $200,000 has her completely flustered. Hearing her ask this, Zhang Che also had a bit of a headache. The previous lim koi was a green tea. Varian didn't have to think about that at all. Whatever was given to her, she took it for granted. Or even, come forward to set yourself up. But Su Mo is different. She doesn't fish for kaiju or keep licking dogs, and has never thought of spending a man's money. If one isn't too into the outdoors and too obsessed with that, then, even the $1,000 for the class and 3 meals a day, she probably wouldn't accept. If this doesn't take care of her, how are we going to pop rewards from her later? But what's it going to take to fix her? Zhang Che flew his brains around, his mouth pulling at her. What do you think I'm scheming about you? Su Mo blankly glanced at him. Why do I need to ask you if I know? Both of them were a bit silent after that comment and took a sip of water at the same time. After a pause, Su Mo continued. At first, I thought you were coming for me as a person. That Shinwei guy said you're a scumbag and that you're being nice to me and Lin Kui just to chase us. I actually thought the same thing at first, and I thought it deeply. It's just that all this contact over the days. You've been really good to me though, ridiculously good. And yet I don't get half the sense from you that you're chasing me. My woman's sixth sense is telling me that you're not an asshole either and aren't coveting me for anything. But the more you do it instead, the stranger it gets. You're neither after me, nor do you have any ill will towards me. So why are you being so nice to me? Zhang Che didn't need to guess to know that Shinwei's terminology was definitely dog-licking. It's just that neither Lin Kui nor Su Mo is good at saying this word to him directly. That's why dog-licking is described as, well, good for them. To summarize, What Sumo can't understand right now is, licking dogs are still fantasizing about taking over. But Zhang Che is so licked yet he doesn't figure anything out. Why on earth? I can actually understand if you're really a scumbag, Sumo said with a bitter smile and shook his head again. But from what I've seen, your relationship with Lin Kui was also initiated by Lin Kui, right? So I'm genuinely confused. What is it that you want to get out of this? What Zhang Che wanted, that was of course the system reward. The reason for this is simple, not complicated at all. It just can't be explained. After pondering this for a while, he could only say, "Oh master, why do you have to think about what I want to get? As you said, I mean no harm and am not coveting anything from you. Then why are you focusing on me instead of yourself? Why don't you think more about what you can get than what I can get?" Lin Kui was silent for a while. It wasn't that she actually hadn't thought about this. This is because it feels too unsettled in the heart because it's thought that way. Otherwise, why think so much? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Zhang Che then said, "Otherwise, you're better off treating me as a scumbag. I'm just eating out of the bowl and watching the pot, just trying to plot against you. So it's only natural to be nice to you. And it's not too much to ask to be nice to you. And you, on the other hand, could have just as easily not let me get away with it and enjoyed me being nice to you again. Don't get psycho yet. I'm a scumbag and you're doing the equivalent of doing God's work for him." Chapter 78 Actually, I'm sick. Suemo looked at Zhang Che, very speechless. Here's someone else who openly admits he's a scumbag and then lets the other guy sanction him? You're willing to go to such lengths to be a lickspittle, aren't you? But that still doesn't solve your problem. Why on earth would you want to be a lickspittle when you're so rich, and go out of your way to be one? Looking at her with such an expression, still not being able to let go of her feelings, Zhang Che almost cried. It really is true that when you don't have money you hate women for being tacky, and when you have money you hate women for being tacky. I lick you, you make money, I make money. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Why does this Suemo have to insist on dwelling on these? Just think of me as having a special fetish. Zhang Che sighed and stood up to look at the lights outside the window. I wasn't raised to be such a big spender and a money spender. I actually hadn't been anywhere or played anything until I got to college. Life was actually pretty plain. He had no choice but to once again trot out the line about his father disciplining him too hard to spend money. It's probably just a quirk that's developed because it's been repressed for so long in the past. I was obsessed with revenge spending and couldn't stop obsessing about it. I'm spending money on you and Kagome-senpai to give me more of a thrill of revenge spending. And the reason why it's you two is really just because you're both pretty. While it's true that I really and truly just simply enjoy the thrill of such vindictive consumption. I am a man after all. Zhang Che racked his brain and finally found a statement that he thought was very reasonable. He could only fool around so hard. And if it didn't work there was really nothing else he could do. Sister, am I being perverted like this? He turned his head over and looked at Suemo and smiled bitterly, trying to act out an I'm sick and I'm pathetic look. Sumo, this long-legged schoolgirl's brain went into a state of downtime. And all that? But it does sound as if there is some truth to it. Because it is too repressed thus leading to psychological distortion and thus vindictive behavior. Don't have too many examples of this in real life. Hokage, you simply can't bear to really psychologically distort me. Can you? Being nice to you guys and being a lickspittle for you is the only way I can relieve my mental stress. Pitifully giving Sumo a moral abduction so that Sumo can't refuse himself as a licking dog. Then he proceeded to sigh. Hey, how can I put it? I actually do count myself as a scumbag. I as a man of normal orientation. A man of blood. You who have chosen to be so pretty that you are recognized as schoolgirls, in addition to satisfying the psychology of revenge spending. At the same time, it can't be said that there's no scheming, or else Koi-senpai and I wouldn't be in the situation we're in now. I just don't initiate, but I don't reject either. Sister, you should have heard of the 3 no's principle, right? The 3 non-principles of scum: no initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. In fact, Zhang Che really didn't think that much about it, but he just suddenly thought of this and added it. For the last 18 years of his life has been all about studying and exams. Every day is pretty much a two-way street between school and home. Those women who went to junior colleges, some of them are said to have had their babies in the toilet. He hadn't even dared to think about a relationship, and hadn't been alone with anyone of the opposite sex. It's such an innocent little boy that it would be difficult for him to really be a scumbag. Now all of this, and the ability to do all of this, is because the system gives so much that it's exempted. He really just wanted to pop the rewards, all for the sake of popping the rewards. His mind really wasn't that complicated. Sister, as a favor to me, just accept my kindness to you in peace and don't dwell on this. Now that we've all got that out of the way, the ghost of the proverbial illustration is harmless. As long as you don't initiate, I can't really slag you, and you don't have to worry about getting hurt at all. And my twisted psyche gets a chance to express itself. and you get to realize your dream. Two birds with one stone. After he pulled out his heart and soul, he made a plea. This was all to fool Suemo, to allay her concerns. And he himself was so humble in trying to find reasons, not to mention reasons, to get his goddess to accept his spending money for her. That, in and of itself, is pretty much dog-licking, isn't it? The host racked his brain just to be able to get Sumo to let him continue to be a lickspittle. And the lickspittle behavior was judged successful. Received $10,000 in cash and 100 points in dog-licking value. The system prompt suddenly rang out, which was moving the system. Zhang Che was deeply relieved and instantly felt that everything was worth it. I don't know if Suemo will accept this rhetoric and if he can fool her. By this time, Lin Kui had already finished her shower and walked out wearing a bathrobe and wiping her hair. She was already innocent looking, and at this time there was really a feeling of innocence out of hibiscus. When Suemo looked at her, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. When I see her. Are you guys done talking? Zhang Che didn't even know if this was the end of the conversation. And anyway, he couldn't talk anymore if he continued. Think about it, master. He said one last thing to Sumo and then quickly went to get the hairdryer. Sister, let me blow dry your hair. He found an excuse to take the opportunity to run away, ending the conversation in the process and ending the dilemma at hand. Aha! Suemo nodded at Lin Kui and stood up after him. Sorry to bother you. It's getting late, so I'll head back. Good night. Suemo excused himself and left, but his expression and eyes were all still very complicated looking, as if he still had something to say. Zhang Che couldn't help but feel a pang of happiness. I'm such a little wit. If Lin Kui didn't come out, if he didn't find a reason to escape, he might still be tortured. Hubby, what did Suemo say to you? Why does it seem so serious? Zhang Che brought out the hairdryer, and she couldn't help but ask curiously. She asked me why I was being so nice to her and what my intentions were with her. Zhang Che didn't hide anything, and while blow-drying her hair, he completely repeated Sumo's question. When he finished, he followed with a sigh. Hokage, you should have felt the same way with her before. Right? I give you money, but never ask for anything. Actually, yeah, it's this revenge spending mentality that's going on, and I'm just simply enjoying the feeling of spending. Racking his brain to find an excuse for his behavior, the more Zhang Che thought about it, the more he felt that it was a brilliant reason. In the future, no matter how much licking is done, it can be explained by psychological problems. He immediately took this out to snub Lin Kui, and heard Lin Kui's heartache. As soon as her hair was blow-dried, she immediately turned her head over and hugged him, kissing him on the cheek so hard she was in tears. Honey, hard work. Uncle is also too harsh. It must have been very painful for you in the past. Luckily it doesn't matter anymore. Honey, as long as you're happy, I'll support you in whatever you do. Seeing Lin Kui react like this, Zhang Che couldn't help but cry and laugh. And at this time, the system prompt was once again ringing out. The host blew dry Lin Kui's hair, and the dog-licking behavior was judged successful. Received $10,000 in cash and 100 points in dog-licking value. Zhang Che was dumbfounded and surprised. That counts? Then wouldn't you have missed out on several rewards in your time? Chapter 79. Who could refuse such a good thing? There was also a reward for blow-drying Lin Kui's hair, which Zhang Che hadn't really expected and was confused for a moment. But on second thought, when he first met with Lin Kui, the system had guided him to tie Lin Kui's shoes. With that comparison, it seems to make sense. It's just that this actually doesn't have quests posted for guidance. Is that unkind, or is it a part of the nurturing program? It seems you can't really be careless when you're a lickspittle. You have to look at the little things in life. As a qualified lickspittle, you can't be like a dead fish, flipping a bit before you know how to move. That being said, it is true that I have been neglecting myself by focusing only on pleasure. Ever since he rolled with Lin Kui, the other party had almost always taken care of him in all sorts of trivialities of life these days. Not to mention washing and scrubbing the floors, tidying up and cleaning, but also bathing him and rubbing his back, tongues, pushes, feet, all kinds of fancy softening hardware, being served so comfortably. He was simply oblivious. How could he think about that? It's true. A gentle land is a hero's mound. Zhang Che secretly let out a long sigh, but he couldn't continue to fall like this. It was not known whether the words just spoken had succeeded in fooling Suemo or not. If this long-legged schoolgirl takes the bull by the horns and stands firm, well, until we think of something else, the popping reward is still only up to Lin Kui. It would be unforgivable to miss out on a reward that was within reach in this situation. Suemo acted torn but didn't return the camera, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? He was a bit out of his mind thinking about this, and when he came back to his senses he had already been pulled into the room by Lin Kui. Sister, what are you? Oh. Hubby, you used to be so repressed. I'm going to soothe your wounds. Zhang Che. Actually, that's what I said. Your contrast is indeed a bit big, sister. This if a video is leaked is bound to be hot all over the network. Sister, you can't knock me down like that. I'm not going to indulge in your tenderness anymore. Of course, we still aim to find a balance between being a lickspittle popping rewards and enjoying life. In that case, it's better to enjoy the wave first. While Zhang Che was thinking, turning in 100 directions, and having various ups and downs, Suemo once again lost sleep. She realized that she had believed all of the bull **** that Zhang Che had told her, believing that Zhang Che has a mental disorder. He also believes that accepting his kindness is instead helping him. Agree with Zhang Che that since Zhang Che is a scumbag, she's sanctioning scumbags by taking all the benefits but not giving any at all. And the reason why she believed and agreed was not because she was persuaded by how reasonable Zhang Che's words were. In fact, just simply because her subconscious wanted to believe so. A night in a hotel is nearly 30,000 and a camera with 2 lenses is over $200,000. She was indeed intimidated and felt it was inappropriate to accept such kindness. But it's more or less a mouthful. It's a mouthful, but it's more like a reason to be honest with yourself. After realizing this, Suemo couldn't even help but despise himself. This, however, no longer changes what is really going on deep down inside. There was no way. Zhang Che really gave too much. If you have usually checked the enforcement information, you will find that there are a lot of people who have been a scoundrel being publicized in various ways. But what they owe is really only a few $1,000s. If one has followed the court information of criminal cases, one will realize that what puts a lot of people in jail may be a few $100s. Take the most common burglary. As long as the theft amounts to $1,000-$3,000, it is considered a large amount. The quantum of the sentence is 3 years or less. How many people are willing to take risks for money? But even if they go to drug trafficking to make $200,000 is actually not easy. And that's already a crime enough to shoot if you get caught. And now Suemo was facing a situation where Zhang Che had casually given her so much. And that's not all. And it's still just the beginning. She really just gets something for nothing. It costs her nothing. And it's more beautiful than pie in the sky. How many people could turn down such a good thing? If Zhang Che puts a price tag on everything, requiring her to give her body and such, then she wouldn't even look at it more than once. Not to mention $200,000, even if it was $2 million. It wasn't as if she hadn't encountered people like this before. The problem was that Zhang Che was truly and completely harmless, and really and completely had no designs on her. With that as a basis, that statement, which clearly felt like bull *******, convinced her. She actually still struggles with it and still feels inappropriate or even despises herself for being a dominant person. But regardless, the body is just honest. When they got up the next morning, they once again gathered in Zhang Che's room for breakfast. When she arrived with a yawn, Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi had already arrived first. These three didn't sleep well yesterday either. And that was purely due to too much excitement. And after accepting this openly, all that was left was to be cool, and sleep that was extraordinarily sweet. She was the only one who remained sleep-deprived because she thought too much. Lin Kui knew why she hadn't slept well and greeted her with a smile. Good morning, hurry up and come to breakfast. It's all ready for you. Sumo shot up and walked over to sit down, thanked him first, and then asked as he ate his breakfast. Where are we going today? Datong Hibiscus Garden, Datong Nocturnal City, History Museum, Bell Tower and Drum Tower, Ming City Wall. In the next 3 days, Zhang Che and the others carried their newly purchased Leica cameras with their feet all over Chang'an City. A variety of delicious snacks such as meat buns, mutton buns, noodles and pants noodles in the morning, and a variety of delicacies from the mountains and the sea in the afternoon. Play and eat all over Chang'an. Even the legendary Crappy Goon Big Wild Goose Pagoda was visited and paid extra to climb to the top. Ever since that day when he tried to expose Zhang Che's true colors in a thankless manner, he ended up being angrily disliked by Lin Kui and Suemo, Xinwei, as well as the subject group he led. Never met up with Zhang Che and the others again. On the contrary, Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi didn't forget that they still had tasks on them and would go to meet up with the group if needed. It's just that, whether it's to do market research or to go on a photo shoot, you'll be back as soon as it's over. After all, there are Bentleys to ride in, suites of nearly 30,000 to stay in, and all sorts of delicious food to eat openly. Also, AA is not required. It kept everyone entertained. Lin Kui took a bunch of pictures and came back every night to update the little yellow book. Not only sunshine, all kinds of beautiful scenery and food, right tips and right experience, even the tools she uses to take pictures. That's part of her tan. After all, it's a Leica. I can guess that the feedback on the content was great by the way she was so excited and smiling every time. As for Zhang Che, he was similarly happy. Every day to renew the room, renew the car, saddle up to accompany the tour of all sorts of messy counting down. The reward can really not less explosive. People have fun and make a lot of money. So, shouldn't we set off towards Manhwa tomorrow? With 3 days left in the long vacation, the set goal was already down to the last stop, the destination they had run to in the first place. Chapter 80, Next Stop, Manhwa. Everyone had a great time in the city of Chang'an and were extra excited for the last stop at Manhwa. Even Sumo was no exception. After realizing that I'm just tongue-tied, the two little people in my brain pulling back and forth just end up getting annoyed with myself. Then, she simply didn't think about anything and let it all go, so that all of a sudden the thoughts are clear and you sleep, eat, play and have a good time. Girls, get ready, we're off. After Zhang Che shouted, he also went back to his bedroom to change into a set of clothes and a pair of shoes suitable for hiking. When he came out again, he saw Lin Kui, Sumo, Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan, and Feng Qi. The 5 youthful and beautiful college girls have different styles, but they are all in yoga pants. All set? He didn't resist confirming them after scanning them one by one. It's all set. Sumo picked up her duffel bag. I bought some high-calorie foods, like Snickers. Things like water are sold along the way, so it's not like you have to prepare it in advance, and it saves you from carrying it badly. Zhang Che nodded. You guys are really wearing yoga pants as sweatpants. While Sumo was pouring out the things in his bag, Li Ling's trio didn't pay attention to this side. He really couldn't hold back and came close to Lin Kui to pinch the schoolgirl's arse. Because yoga pants are really nice. They show off your body but also are really easy to move in and comfortable to wear. Li Ling smiled cheekily and spun around in front of Zhang Che. How's that? Is that good? Zhang Che, it does look pretty good. Zhao Xiaolan followed suit and spun around, then crossed her arms and pouted her buttocks, playfully following the question. Zhang Che, which of the 3 of us has the best ass? Zhang Che, this one. All warped. Zhao Xiaolan gave him a blank look. You don't offend anyone. Feng Qi laughed and patted Zhao Xiaolan. Don't tease schoolmate. Be careful of Kui for schoolmate. Li Ling grabbed Zhang Che's hand and slapped Zhao Xiaolan's ass in one go. And compare us. Look at the panty marks showing when you bend over. Zhao Xiaolan cared little about being slapped and cared more about what Li Ling said about the situation. Upon hearing this he quickly bent down to take another closer look. Really? I'm wearing ultra-thin ones. Feng Qi bent over and pouted her buttocks in the same way. Ling, Kui, you guys help me out too. Do I have marks on mine? Zhang Che, sisters, you really don't treat me as an outsider. Brother, how come I get some urges even when I see panty marks under my yoga pants? Is this some new sexual fetish being developed? Ahem. He coughed dryly. Ladies, want to get ready again? If you don't need it, we'll be on our way. Once again he renewed the 2 rented Bentleys, and the 6 men still drove straight to Manhwa. As for the room, he likewise did not return it. On the one hand, it is convenient to put the luggage. On the other hand, I have to stay one more night when I come back from Huashan. Besides, they weren't leaving early in the morning, so it was a little more convenient to keep the room. As long as he could find a reason to pop the rewards, he was surely happy to do so. No one stayed tonight and renewed the room, which is a waste of almost $90,000. This kind of thing doesn't exist with him. Although, Sumo was quite distressed about it. The most classic way to climb Mount Hua is to climb at night. We leave at 9 p.m. that night and arrive at the East Peak after 5 to 7 hours, just in time to watch the sunrise. Starting from the Yuquanyuan at the foot of the mountain, it passes through Woliguan, Mounty Cave, 1,000-foot block, 100-foot gorge, and Laojun Plow Gully. It reaches the North Peak first, then passes through the Tsanglong Ridge and the Golden Lock Pass, and finally reaches the East Peak. There are a lot of people climbing Mount Hua at night every day, and now that it's still a vacation, it's even more crowded. It was already dark, but the whole Yuchuan courtyard was as noisy as a downtown. It was past 9 o'clock, and Zhang Che was preparing to leave when they finally saw Shenwei and his party again. Since the ancient Huashan road, all said at the same time to climb Huashan if indeed easy to meet. Although Shenwei looked somewhat reluctant, he had to accept this fact. Zhang Che saw them first and took the initiative to greet them. Yo, what a coincidence. You guys are also here to climb Mount Hua today? Zhang Che, it's you guys, what a coincidence. Aha. Hello again. The others were all very enthusiastic and greeted Zhang Che and the others as well. Only Shenwei remained indignant and cursed in his heart. Yuck! Scumbag! He was very upset. He had clearly done it for the good of Lin Kui and Sumo, and he had clearly exposed Zhang Che's true colors. But why? Lin Kui and Sumo were the ones who both sprayed him and blamed him for being nosy. It directly caused Lin Kui to stop even paying attention to him, not to mention not giving him a good face, but completely ignoring him outright. Zhang Che actually took the initiative to greet him, and in his opinion, this was completely provoking him. Even if you see through my true colors, so what? What can you do about it? Seeing how his expression was cloudy and hostile towards himself, Zhang Che guessed a generalization. Originally, Zhang Che thought that this was a rival who could lick it better than even himself, and was a bit impressed by him, but I didn't think that he would roll over for such a reason. Not all people in deep water need rescuing. How do you know people aren't enjoying themselves? Now it's good. You don't even get to lick it. Zhang Che didn't have a problem with him, but since he had such an attitude, Zhang Che certainly didn't bother with him. Master, school sister, it's almost time. Let's set off as well. Why don't you two give me your bags and I'll carry them? Zhang Che couldn't help but directly take Lin Kui and Sumo's bags. There wasn't really much in the bag. It wasn't heavy. With Sumo to challenge mountaineering secondary athlete's physique, carrying such a bag to climb a Huashan is not at all a matter. However, he had snatched the bag, so he didn't say anything more. There are so many people here. It's not appropriate to fight over it. She just said, well, you can give it to me when you're tired. Zhang Che nodded and smiled. Let's go. You guys go up. Climbing MT. Hua is still very challenging and the 5 to 7 hour journey is tiring just walking, let alone climbing. If it was placed in the past, Zhang Che would not necessarily be confident that he could climb to the top of the mountain. After all, the results of the system's evaluation, but he was due to a long-term lack of exercise thus leading to a weak physique. But now, things are different. Ever since turning on his dog-licking base and realizing this, he's been exercising his body with cyber sports. It's been over a month now with 10x daily results. Simply and roughly come to understand that is already the equivalent of someone receiving the best guided training workouts for 10 months. Combined with the assistance of the dog licker sanitarium, he was now long out of the realm of weakness. This is something Lin Kui feels most deeply. It's not strong enough yet either, I guess, but it's certainly not a problem to climb a Huashan. Seeing Zhang Che and the others walking ahead, Xinwei hurriedly greeted his fellow people to follow. Looking at Zhang Che, his eyes were envious and his heart was chagrined. Something like backpacking for Lin Kui should have been done by him. Chapter 81, Summiting Manhwa. In addition to cyber therapy and cyber exercise, cyber fitness Zhang Che, which is also 10 times more effective, has also begun. Only the time is still short. Fitness this is not really any significant effect. He now goes into the dog-licking base every night before he goes to sleep to get all the various arrangements he needs to learn in place. In addition to hiking, rock climbing and rappelling, I also took up photography again because I bought a camera. These skills are learned with the same 10x effect, and one lesson at the dog-licking base is equivalent to 10 lessons for others. And, still, the most professional kind. Therefore, now Zhang Che could be said to have a basic grasp of mountain climbing and mountaineering. It was just that he hadn't forgotten that Sumo was still nominally his personal trainer and his master. He also needed to use this as an excuse to lick Sumo, so that Sumo could accept it with peace of mind. So the choice was made to hide it and not show it. The road ahead of Mount Hua is relatively flat, but no one should rush. Climbing is all about the tortoise rule, which is about maintaining an even pace and keeping a tight rein on your heart rate. Don't exceed a heart rate of 180 per minute minus your age. Their group, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, walked at the front. Sumo walked in the center. Then Li Ling and Lin Kui. Zhang Che stayed at the end, and at the back were Xinwei and the girls. After taking so many benefits for nothing, this personal trainer of his own finally came in handy. Sumo was especially energized. As we climbed, we explained the knowledge and emphasized the precautions. Take small steps uphill, with all your feet braced on the ground. If you can't, you can buy a hiking pole at the supply point, and using a hiking pole will take the pressure off your knees. When he was in the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor, Xinwei guest tour guide was a lightweight. If Zhang Che hadn't stepped in, Sumo would definitely be the one doing this job right now. I just don't know if he can be as professional as Sumo in this mountain climbing thing. Anyway, at this time, he was listening to Sumo, belonging to the dabbling tour guide. At first, no one realized what it meant to have to climb to the top of the mountain. Many of them were still fast on their feet, and some even trotted and frolicked around. When we got to the supply point, drinking water and nibbling on cucumbers didn't even seem like a climb. It seemed like an outing. Slowly, things are different. The further up the road you went, the less laughter there was, the heavier the breathing of those around you became, and the wailing could begin to be heard. Although Sumo said to land on the ground with all the palms of the feet, Mount Hua is famous for its danger, and some of the steps are not so wide at all. How's it going? Okay? On the stairs, Zhang Che, who was walking at the end, supported Lin Kui's waist. Or take a break. Upon reaching a countertop, Lin Kui gasped for breath. It's time to take a break. I can't. Li Ling leaned her hands on her knees and looked at Zhang Che and Suemo with nothing but admiration. How are you two so strong? We're all exhausted. And you two are actually so relaxed. Zhang Che pulled out water from his bag and handed it to Lin Kui and Suemo. That's because you guys lack exercise. Sister Suemo is from the Outdoor Sports Association. She is a professional. Why else do you think I worship her? Suemo took a sip of the water and followed. You guys really need to strengthen your exercise, she said looking to Li Ling. Don't get on your hands and knees like that or sit down. If you can't stand, lean against a tree or a wall and we'll rest for 10 minutes before we continue. When she said this, several of them at the back, Xinwei, had already sat on their asses. This was a bit awkward, but Suemo wasn't talking to them, so he pretended not to hear, walking and stopping along the way, and eventually even holding each other up. Zhang Che, pull me. Aside from Lin Kui, even the three of them, Li Ling, reached out to Zhang Che for help from time to time, who made him physically fit. Even Li Ling and the girls were happy to ask for help from him. However, in Sumo's opinion, this was entirely because they didn't mind letting Zhang Che take advantage and eat tofu, but the back is still following Xinwei and the others. They didn't ask for help from Xinwei. Of course, it could also be said that Xinwei and the others were exhausted themselves. How could they care about the others? It was gratifying to see that, tired as they were, they all insisted on climbing to the top of the mountain. It's simply not enough to give up halfway through this journey. Finally up, when they reached the top of the east peak, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It felt like I was going to collapse from exhaustion, but there was also a sense of accomplishment, and it was a great feeling, too. It's after 4. Sunrise will be soon. Let's hurry up and get a good spot recognized. Suemo looked at the time and had already looked around for a suitable location. Honey, I'm cold. Lin Kui hugged Zhang Che tightly. Didn't they say there was a place to rent coats? At this time, Zhang Che was enjoying the joy brought about by the system prompt. The host saddled up and assisted Lin Kui to climb Manhwa, and the dog-licking behavior was judged successful. Received $10,000 in cash and 100 points in dog-licking value. The host saddled up to assist Suemo to climb Manhwa. Sure enough, the active backpack and taking care of it along the way was the right thing to do, and the reward arrived as soon as we reached the top. Zhang Che was in a joyful state, and when he heard Lin Kui say cold he immediately backhanded her and hugged her. I see it, right up ahead. Master, you take school sister Xiaolan and school sister Chi-Chi to find a spot first. We'll go rent coats and come right over to meet you. He made the arrangements, embraced Lin Kui and took Li Ling with him, and immediately squeezed towards the place where the coats were rented. Renting coats for Lin Kui and Suemo could be another bonus. First, he handed one to Lin Kui and Li Ling so that they could wrap it up first. Then he stuffed 3 more pieces to Li Ling. Senior sister Li Ling, you bring them to Suemo and the others first. Don't let them get cold. Finally, he also looked at Xinwei and the others who followed behind. It's all together. So count your share on me. Renting a coat for $80 and his cashback can eat a guarantee, for a total of 2,000. All 14 people combined. That's only $120, which is nothing. Honey, Lin Kui, however, was not too happy. Draped in her coat and nestled in his arms muttered, her disgruntled eyes looking at Xinwei. It's okay. They're all your classmates. They usually take care of you. Zhang Che coaxed her, then paid directly. This scene made Xinwei break his defenses and couldn't help but want to vomit blood. The others were not polite with Zhang Che. They had eaten dinner for more than 20,000. So what was this? Thank you, Zhang Che, and thank you, Mr. Lin Kui. They all accepted Zhang Che's kindness with a cheeky grin, and even casually slipped one to Xinwei. Zhang Che smiled, and after a few polite words with them went back to find Suemo and the girls. Suemo had already found a good spot. Zhang Che, sit over here. Li Ling gave up the very center seat, allowing Zhang Che to embrace Lin Kui and sit down first. Suemo and the 4 of them, like a semicircle, surrounded Zhang Che and Lin Kui. Honey, is it cold? Your hands are a little cold. Oh. Zhang Che wrapped his coat around him and hugged Lin Kui tightly, who in turn covered both of them with his coat. Saying that, she pushed Zhang Che's big hand into her arms. Zhang Che, this is really warm and still soft. Chapter 82, want to see more of the scenery. The climb was tiring, but the feeling of getting to the top was awesome. No matter how much you screamed during the climb, the moment you reach the top it's all worth it. According to the sign at the foot of the mountain, sunrise on Mt. Huashan is almost 6:24 today. Zhang Che and the others took advantage of this time to briefly sleep for a while and woke up 10 minutes early and on time. Dawn broke and everyone came to their senses. All awake? The sun will be out soon. Suemo was like a scrupulous leader. checking everyone's status and worrying about anyone who might have overslept. This is something you'd hate to smack yourself in the face if you missed it. Hubby, look, the sun is vaguely visible already. When a reddish haze appeared on the sky, Lin Kui was instantly refreshed. And at this time, both of Zhang Chei's hands were still covered in her arms. When a round of red sun leaps out of the skyline, gradually coloring the sky red, the sea of clouds seems to be gilded with gold. Like a beautiful painting unfolding, the dreamlike beauty mesmerized everyone. Zhang Chei coiled his thunder and watched the sky and the mountain peaks mirror each other, and was mesmerized in such a beautiful scenery. It's beautiful. Lin Kui also sighed dully, then quickly grabbed her camera to snap a picture. Then, the side of his head kissed Zhang Chei for a long wet kiss. Kissing in a breathtakingly beautiful scene makes this all seem incredibly romantic. Li Ling looked at the two and smiled, borrowing Sumo's camera and coming over to snap a picture of them as well. By this time, most people were so engrossed in the beauty of the sunrise that no one was paying attention to what anyone else was doing. There were actually quite a few men and women like Zhang Chei and Lin Kui who had nibbled on each other. Only Shenwei, who was not far from them, watched this scene with his heart dripping blood. Honey, I love you. It was only after a while that Lin Kui separated from him, murmuring a growl as she continued to nestle in his arms to watch the sunrise. Under the coat, still covering his hand. Isn't it beautiful? Zhang Chei smiled and inquired. And Lin Kui instantly nodded her head repeatedly. It's so beautiful. I love it so much. At this moment, Zhang Chei's heart was surging, and he had never been more mesmerized by such a beautiful view. Although I have long thought of saying that I want to enjoy the beauty of the world, it was only in this moment that I really felt the expectation. What is the sunrise like elsewhere? How would it be different from Manhwa? If you guys like it, we'll go to more sunrises sometime. Zhang Chei was not only saying this to Lin Kui, but also to Sumo. Li Ling and the girls were unable to pop their rewards, but he wouldn't mind if there was still a chance to hang out together like this. Well, I've heard that the sunrise on Mount Tai is equally beautiful. Lin Kui agreed repeatedly, and Li Ling and the girls were also looking forward to it very much. And Yellow Mountain, I've always longed for it too. It would be great if we could get a chance to go together. A few girls chatted away, each one of them as heartfelt as Zhang Chei. If you want to talk about mountains, then of course the 5 mountains are the most famous. As the saying goes, you can't return from the 5 mountains without seeing the mountains. But then there's Huangshan Mountain. Standing on the treacherous Huangshan Mountain and seeing such a beautiful sunrise made Zhang Chei more excited about the other mountains as well. The group chatted animatedly as they continued to enjoy the sunrise, until the sunlight became blinding. It was a satisfying climb. Zhang Chei withdrew his hand first and helped Lin Kui organize her clothes before the two of them stood up. He raised his hand and sniffed. It seems to smell like milk. Lin Kui instantly whacked him a few times and pouted. Bad you. Don't say it. Zhang Chei heatedly laughed and stopped teasing her. Let's go ahead and return the coats. How is everyone feeling? Should we go catch up on some sleep? There is the East Peak Hotel right at the top of this East Peak, which provides food and lodging. It's just a bit more expensive and it's a multi-room bed. Everyone had stayed up all night to climb up here and just slept for a little while before sunrise. If Lin Kui and Sumo wanted to take a break, the reward would be in their hands. However, after all, they were all still young for their own sake, and they were actually all glowing at the moment. No need, right? You can't sleep well in this environment on the mountain, so why don't you have a good time and go back to the hotel before you sleep? I just took a nap. I'm not sleepy for a while. All have so expressed and agreed. We watched the sunrise from the East Peak, and there was also the second most dangerous Harrier's tumble in Huashan to experience. The Harrier flip goes down to the chess pavilion. From the East Peak Road to the South Peak, there is also the most treacherous and well-known long hollow trail for thrill seekers. This is also an experience you can't miss when you're in Huashan. From the South Peak to the West Peak and from the West Peak to the Middle Peak. After spending most of the day, Zhang Chei and the others toured Manhwa all at once, experiencing everything they could. Finally, it's back to the West Peak from the Middle Peak and straight down by cable car. After arriving, the counterparts had been left with only 6 of them again, and separated from Shinwei and the others halfway through. By the time they drove back downtown, it was just about time for dinner. Finished the day with a nice rich meal directly at the Ritz-Carlton. One last night, and we're going back tomorrow. Hubby, Chang'an is really nice. I'm a bit sad to leave it. Zhang Chei yawned. Then come back the next time you have the chance. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. He was feeling a little sleepy and was wondering if he should rest on that. At this time, Li Ling and Zhao Xiaolan Fengqi knocked on the door. Zhang Chei, Kui, it's still early. Let's go swimming. The hotel pool seems nice. Speaking of which, we've been staying here for a couple days now, but we're froze and haven't had a proper experience of this hotel yet. Lin Kui was immediately very heartened to hear this. These can also be the material for sending out small pornographic books. That's a great offer, you guys. I'd like to swim too. She spoke with gusto and looked at Zhang Che, but Zhang Che waved his hand repeatedly. You guys go ahead. I'll pass on the fun. Li Ling was disappointed when she heard this. Zhang Che, you're the one we're most looking forward to. It's not appropriate for you to spoil the fun like this. Zhang Che rolled his eyes and cursed with a laugh. Go. You guys did sleep in the car all the way back. I haven't gotten any rest until now. Besides, I can't swim. Just a few doggy paddles. I don't want to go and embarrass myself. Li Ling and the girls, however, did not let him go and directly grabbed his arm. What does it matter if you can't swim? We can teach you. With so many of our beautiful women in bathing suits for you to look at. What's your hesitation? It's not like you're so sleepy that you have to rest, so you might as well hang out with us more. We can let you pick out our bathing suits later. Oh, we'll wear whatever you pick out for us. I'll be damned. I can't believe I'm using a beauty queen. Zhang Che rolled his eyes. You guys are asking me to pick it out for you, and I still have to check out for you. Wait, check out? Thinking of this, Zhang Che was instantly energized. This is going to be 2 more rewards to buy Lin Kui and Su Mo a swimsuit. This one can be had. By the time he suddenly realized this, Li Ling and the girls had already dragged him out directly without a word. Chapter 83, Eye Candy and Rewards. Li Ling tugged on Zhang Che's right hand and Zhao Xiaolan tugged on Zhang Che's left hand. There was also Feng Qi, pushing Zhang Che's back from behind. Okay, I'll go with you guys. Okay, let me go. I can walk by myself. Realizing that this was another reward to pop. Where was his reluctance? He was simply more positive than anyone else. But no matter what he said, Li Ling and the girls didn't let go. It was as if they were afraid. If they let go, he would run away. I'm not a husky. You guys still really I scattered Noah? While the 3 of them, Li Ling, were bantering with him, Lin Kui called Su Mo and called him to join her. Su Mo had likewise driven all the way back and hadn't rested yet. But the thing that made Zhang Che happy was that she still came with gusto, and didn't undercut her with this reward. Come on, let's go bathing suit shopping. When Su Mo came out, Lin Kui took Su Mo's hand and followed behind Zhang Che and the others very closely. After this period of contact, the two were already well acquainted. In the eyes of others who were curious and envious, Zhang Che arrived at the swimsuit store as if he was being escorted to the execution ground. Only then did the 3 Li Lings let go of him. We agreed to let you pick out our swimsuits. Here, take your pick. Before Su Mo knew what was going on, Zhang Che had already stuffed a swimsuit in her hand. Su Mo froze for a moment, and Lin Kui smiled and explained to her. This is the condition that Ling Ling and the girls dragged Zhang Che along hard. Never mind them. Go ahead and try to see how it goes. Bathing suits, that's all they are. Zhang Che just roughly scanned through it and then picked 2 models for each of the 5 of them. The brand of swimwear sold here is Sicily. See the translation of the Chinese called Sicily. It was his first time with swimwear and the first time he knew about the brand. As for what class this brand belongs to, that's completely unknown. He didn't have a choice anyway, so he didn't care. He cares about the price, which is related to how much cashback he can swipe. When it came to picking, he moved quickly though. Still, there was actually some screening done. First of all, the one piece that is definitely not considered. Even though swimsuits are actually just that, a 3-pointed one is certainly more eye-catching than a one-piece. As for how sexy it really is to wear, that really has little to do with the swimsuit itself, and is mostly about the body. And whether it was Lin Kui or Su Mo, as well as Li Ling, all of them still had a good figure. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, on the other hand, are comparatively weaker, with even smaller breasts. After deciding on the style to choose, the next step is to look at the price. The most expensive of these swimsuits is $1,380 a set, full wrap around halter style. Then there's the 1080 style, which has a bigger opening and you can see half the ball. Based on the principle of balancing eye candy and cashback swiping, Zhang Che picked one of each style for Lin Kui and the girls. As for himself, it would be too easy for a big man to choose swim trunks. Just pick a favorite color. The host bought a swimsuit for Lin Kui. The host bought Sumo a bathing suit. Listening to the system's prompt of obtaining a reward, Zhang Che also walked into the locker room. By the time he changed into his swim trunks and came out, Lin Kui and the girls were already looking in the mirror and clicking pictures. 2 different styles of swimsuits. Out of the 5 people, only Su Mo chose the one that was a bit more conservative in comparison. Even so, she felt a little embarrassed looking at Zhang Che. I don't know if it was because she wasn't used to wearing a swimsuit or because the swimsuit was picked out for her by Zhang Che. As soon as she came out, she tried to return the other set to the clerk. Excuse me, please put that away. I'll take this one. Even Lin Kui and the girls were surprised that Zhang Che had given them 2 choices and was asking them to choose between them. As a result, the clerk smiled but said, Hello ma'am, this gentleman has also paid for this swimsuit. Meeting the gazes of the 5 women, Zhang Che smiled and shrugged his shoulders. It's not like you can only wear it today. You can still go swimming and wear it later. Since I'm going to buy it, surely I can't settle for less, can I? This set of swimsuits more than $1,000. Sumo or Li Ling, they also usually wear clothes are not so expensive. Of course, the ones that rubbed off on Lin Kui don't count. That being said, they had long since become accustomed to Zhang Che's generosity by now and didn't care at all. Isn't 10 sets for 5 people just over $10? 000? That's not even enough money for a meal. Zhang Che, I have to say that your vision is really good. The swimsuits you picked out for us all fit pretty well. Nice. We are all very happy with it. Kudos to you. Li Ling and the girls quickly focused on their swimsuits, posing confidently to show off their bodies. At the same time, it also gave its attention to Zhang Che. Zhang Che, not only do you have a good eye, your body is also very good. If we hadn't dragged you out for a swim today, we wouldn't have even realized it. Gee, is this all about being skinny in your clothes and neat in your clothes? Wow. It seems like there are still abs. Let me touch it, Kui, you don't care, right? Li Ling and the girl smiled cheekily as they surrounded Zhang Che and sized him up, and as they spoke, they were already moving up and down towards him. Not to mention, Zhang Che's current figure wasn't really bad. After all, it had been such a long time of cyber healing and exercise that it had reached an excellent level in every way. Only following Sumo's fitness as well as Seb's fitness didn't last long, so the muscles weren't well developed. He didn't want to be a muscle man per se, and would have been satisfied with just a little more pronounced musculature than he had now. Honestly, he's in what should be described as a beautiful body, but still slightly out of shape. Understandably a very good base, definitely a super male model base, but there is room for improvement. This reaction of Li Ling and the girls was more or less an exaggeration. Before Zhang Che could react, he was attacked. Her stomach, chest, and arms were all groped several times by the giggling Li Ling trio. Even the ass was pinched twice. I'm being molested? I'm a big man who was actually molested. Zhang Che was a bit confused and didn't even know what reaction to give for a while. At this time, Lin Kui had already hugged him and blocked him in front of him, still going to pickpocket Li Ling and the girls. Go, 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 you little perverts. No taking advantage of my husband. Li Ling and the girls didn't think so, and hemmed and hawed as they continued to close in. Kaya, don't be so stingy. That's right. What does it matter if you give us a touch? It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. We're good sisters. What's wrong with craving your boyfriend's body? Lin Kui made a face at them, pulled Zhang Che and ran. Hubby, let's go. Ignore these female perverts. Lin Kui pulled Zhang Che and ran out, and Li Ling and the girls wailed and chased after them. Only Sumo was left speechless as she watched the clerk as well as the other customers in the swimsuit store shocked into a frenzy. She understood the reaction of these people. This kind of formation wasn't really something that could be seen so easily. Chapter 84, Swimming Together. The pool at the Ritz-Carlton. Chang'an is 18 meters long and 8 meters wide, with a depth of between 1.4 and 1.6 meters. The water is clear and at the right temperature. There are beds for lounging by the pool and a jacuzzi that looks like a spa. It was the first time that Zhang Che stayed in a 5-star luxury hotel, and naturally, it was also the first time that he experienced the hotel's swimming pool. So it just simply feels great and overall spacious. As for how it compares to other hotels, that's a total lost cause. The swimming pool was an extra charge, but Zhang Che and the others were exempted from the ticket. After all, it's still nearly $30. 000 a night for a Suite X3 stay until now anyway. He was now a SVIP at the hotel and the hotel gave this to him as a VIP benefit. Although Zhang Che would rather not have such a benefit, after all, it cost him 2 rewards. But the problem is that people are free of charge, so you can't be dead set on paying, can you? Arriving at the edge of the pool, Zhang Che was still excitedly surveying the environment when he was pushed down by Li Ling. Put, Zhang Che, who had fallen into the water, stood up and splashed water on Li Ling on the shore. Plotting to kill, are you? Li Ling smiled cheekily and crossed her arms in a very proud manner. Not to mention that the water here is only 1.6 meters deep. Even if it could really drown, it's not going to happen with me around, she said, diving head first into the pool and showing off her skills as she swam around the pool. What butterfly breaststroke freestyle! Through and through. Not only do they swim well, but they swim beautifully, so much like a mermaid. Asterisk. You're actually that good? Zhang Che was impressed with Li Ling, making Li Ling even more pleased. Or do you think? Lin Kui also got into the water and splashed Li Ling without a good grace. Don't fool around with your tail. Rolling her eyes, Lin Kui followed before explaining to Zhang Che again. Honey, she took swimming in gym class. Even if you take swimming lessons, to be able to swim this far then you must have worked hard. Li Ling's swimming is truly amazing, and Lin Kui and Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi are likewise not bad. The ones who pulled the crotch the most were actually Zhang Che and Su Mo, who had the strongest physique. I've been running up the hill as much as I can. Swimming is really bad. Su Mo was a bit embarrassed. As a sports school girl, she didn't expect to be compared in the sport of swimming. Zhang Che was even worse than her, only with thicker skin. To say that Zhang Che's swim was a dog paddle would be a bit of an exaggeration, but it actually wasn't much better. Before this he had only swum a couple of wild swims in the reservoir, which was totally wild. LOL. Lin Kui and the girls looked straight up happy. Even Su Mo could not help but laugh. They were not so embarrassed. What are you laughing at? I told you I'd doggy paddle. Zhang Che glared at the 5 women without any good humor. And what he got in return was the 5 women laughing more and more openly. In all the time we've been together, he's never been shy. And the more money he spends the bigger his smile gets. It was also the first time they had ever seen him suffer. Honey, it's okay. Lin Kui swam over and hugged Zhang Che and kissed him. Let Ling Ling teach you. We were actually taught by her. Li Ling followed suit and swam over, full of promises. That goes without saying. I'm up for this kind of thing, and it's been agreed upon before. There will certainly be many more opportunities to swim in the future. And now there are ready-made coaches. Zhang Che is also happy to learn a little. He looked at Li Ling with anticipation. What do we start with? Li Ling thought for a moment. You've got a bit of a base, but you're a bit wild with it. So I guess it's better to start with the basics of hitting the water. Li Ling said, holding out her hand. There's no pontoon here either, so just let me assist you. Grab my arm. First, he let Zhang Che grab the arm and propped him up to keep him afloat. Li Ling continued. Now straighten your legs and hit the water alternately. Use your hips to power up and your toes to snap inward. While pointing out Zhang Che's movements, Li Ling led him to swim forward. When you get good at this, the next step is to bury your head in the water and exhale while practicing your breath change. Then, it was time to hold Li Ling with one hand and hit her legs sideways to practice her balance in the water. Zhang Che was actually quite fond of swimming, or else he wouldn't have run to the reservoir for a wild swim. Under Li Ling's guidance, he learned by heart and had a lot of fun. While he was practicing and concentrating, Li Ling, who was acting as his human floating board, stopped, and he directly crashed into Li Ling's arms. Soft, the instant he felt the touch, he hastily took 2 steps back. Sister, you're my coach now, can't you focus a little? He couldn't help but spit and followed Li Ling's gaze. Even Lin Kui and the girls had found a big, inflatable, transparent ball from somewhere. The 4 were having a great time tossing the ball around and grabbing it. Zhang Che, let's go too. Li Ling was so excited that she tugged him and swam that way. Zhang Che was speechless. What about the promise to teach me about pools? How long has it been? Li Ling smiled cheekily. Let's go play for a while first, just as a break. And besides, it's not like we're just going to swim this one time. And it's not like I'm just going to teach you for one day. We can still go swimming whenever we go back too. I'll always be your swim coach whenever you want. Well, that's not so bad. Li Ling wanted to play with Lin Kui and the others, and Zhang Che didn't spoil her fun. The thing about swimming is that it doesn't seem to be something you can learn all at once. In that case, when is learning not learning? We're coming too. Li Ling gleefully brought Zhang Che to join in. Then, Su Mo realized that the atmosphere of this simple game instantly became different because of Zhang Che's addition. Lin Kui, as well as Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, were all fleshly happier and more interested. Also, more relaxed. As a new addition, it was Li Ling's responsibility to come and grab it, and in whose hands it was grabbed then it was replaced. Honey, catch. Whether it was Lin Kui or Zhao Xiaolan or Feng Qi, they were throwing the ball towards Zhang Che's side whenever they had the chance. And Li Ling didn't care. She directly swam over and pounced on Zhang Che's body. This is true of Li Ling, Lin Kui, and Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi. Lin Kui being Zhang Che's girlfriend aside, Li Ling and the 3 of them also didn't care at all that Zhang Che was a boy. The situation escalates and starts with 2 people as well as more people grabbing it together. The 3 of them, even like octopuses, directly hugged Zhang Che. This is swimming loaded with bathing suits casually touching, that is skin to skin. And Li Ling and the girls and Zhang Che were not only touching, but also dragging and pulling, directly hugging Zhang Che and hanging onto him. All kinds of posting, all kinds of rubbing, all kinds of picking. Even though they had noticed it long ago, Li Ling and the girls didn't care at all about being taken advantage of by Zhang Che. Looking at the fiery scene, Su Mo still felt subtle. This was basically Li Ling and the girls taking the initiative to send tofu to Zhang Che and feeding it directly into Zhang Che's mouth. On the contrary, Zhang Che didn't have any behavior that crossed the line, and always behaved in a regular manner, never taking advantage of the opportunity to mooch. This made Su Mo even feel that Zhang Che was the one being taken advantage of. Chapter 85, This is your reward. The pool was a succession of silver bells of laughter. One moment Lin Kui was riding on Zhang Chei's neck, and the next moment Li Ling was lying on Zhang Chei's back. A moment later, Zhao Xiaolan or Feng Qi and Zhang Chei chest to chest. The more fun you have, the more oblivious you get. Suemo was speechless, but he was also infected by the atmosphere and participated in the game and enjoyed it. Only, she didn't pounce on Zhang Chei. It was such a scene that the others in the pool stared in disbelief. Can still play like this? 3 new men came in the swimming pool, and seeing Zhang Chei being hit by all sorts of balls was a sight to behold. Such a beautiful woman. Such a great body. All dying to a man. So, is playing ball inside the water such a cool game? The 3 men looked at each other and immediately went into the water with gusto and swam over. Ladies, get together. One of the fastest swimmers grinned lewdly and waved vigorously at Lin Kui and the girls. It's more fun when we all play together. And it's lively with more people. This sudden sound interrupted Zhang Chei in their game. And Lin Kui, who had ended up holding the ball, stopped. Who didn't know that these 3 were just running to take advantage of the situation? They were having a good time. And the sudden interruption already made Lin Kui and the girls all upset. Looking at the 3 of them, all of whom were still looking obscene, made it even more disgusting. Straight away, without giving a good face, he said, "Sorry, we're not interested in playing with you guys," gushing at the one at the front of the room, unimpressed, still grinning lewdly. "Beauty, don't be so stingy. Didn't you guys just have fun? Play with us and you'll have even more fun." This sounded truly a bit disgusting, and Suemo cringed even as he listened to it. Being so disturbed, there would have been no interest in continuing to play. Then again, seeing how disgusting these 3 are, it's more like they don't even want to be in the pool anymore. Zhang Chei, Kui, everyone is tired of playing too. Let's go back, Sumo said as he swam to the shore and grabbed the stair railing and climbed up. Beauty out of the water. Her pair of long legs unreservedly presented in front of everyone's eyes, but also to see that 3 people a heart palpitations. It's more than a year of ing fun. The 3 lewd men felt more and more like flames were burning in their hearts, and they couldn't wait to possess them right away. Unfortunately, however, they had been rejected without the slightest hint of dishonor. What a bunch of s pretending to be innocent. Look at that Thai vigor just now. And you still think you're some kind of innocent saint? The one at the front of the line was indignant and deliberately muttered in a tone that could be heard by all. When Suemo and the girls heard this, their faces did not look good. Zhang Chei wasn't far from this guy, but he hadn't been ignoring it, and in these 3's eyes he could only see Lin Kui and the others. It's not strange for a man to think about a beautiful woman. Only, if you are rejected, you should know what to do. If that was all it was, he didn't see a problem with it and wouldn't say anything more. But to be rejected and then be grossed out like that is truly sickening. Dude, did your mom give birth to you anally? Why else would this thing of yours be so disgusting? This lewd man dared to humiliate Lin Kui and the girls like this, so he naturally did not put Zhang Chei, his male companion, in his eyes. But I didn't expect him to face 3 people by himself, but he didn't wimp out at all and insulted them directly. What? You-ing. The lewd man's face changed, and he was about to break into a rage. Pop. Without a word of nonsense, Zhang Chei directly threw a slap over the other party before he could finish his sentence. Although it wasn't too good to exert force in the water, the force of the slap wasn't light, and it directly stunned the lewd man. He didn't stop there either, but in one smooth motion, he yanked the lewd man by the hair and yanked him over. At the same time, pressed directly into the water. He pressed down on the head of the lewd man, pointing to tilt his body. The other struggled hard but could not break free at all. The other 2 companions of the lewd man were originally going to rush up to help, but after seeing this scene, he was directly stunned. Get thee off me, are you going to kill him? These 2 were white as a sheet and foolishly watched from the side, unable to stop themselves from drinking. Zhang Chei turned a deaf ear and continued to press the lewd man to death. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, almost 30 seconds passed before he picked up the molester, but it was only 2 breaths, and it was immediately pressed down again. This time, the time it took him to press it was considerably shorter, and he picked up the molester after 10 seconds or so. Then, another 2 breaths to press down again. Such a cycle many times. The obscene man did not know how much saliva was choked. His face was suffocated red. He completely let go. Cough cough cough. After being pulled ashore by his 2 companions, the lewd man coughed hard and sat on his butt. He felt, first hand, what it meant to walk through the gates of hell. Zhang Chei also went ashore and squatted down to him and patted his face. Dude, keep your mouth clean from now on. You're really down with that. If you're ever offended, just come see me. I live in 2801. Zhang Chei stood up after saying that and gave one last contemptuous glance before greeting Lin Kui and the girls. Let's go back. Lin Kui and the girls let out a cheer and had to catch up in unison. Honey, you're so handsome. This pure schoolgirl was so excited that she looked at Zhang Che with eyes full of little stars. Zhang Che's actions just now had also startled them all. But this was standing up for them. They only felt that Zhang Che was very powerful and domineering, filled with the security of being protected. Even Su Mo was no exception. What girl doesn't want a man who can protect her when she's in this situation? Seeing the lewd man's agonized and wretched appearance, and seeing the lewd man's two companions scared into silence, Su Mo felt relieved, and the depression in his heart was instantly evacuated. Honey, you're awesome. Chattering to the door of the locker room, Lin Kui kissed Zhang Che hard several times. Okay, what's all the excitement for? Zhang Che smiled and stopped Lin Kui. Go change your clothes first. As a result, before he finished his sentence, Li Ling also came over and barfed heavily on his face. Zhang Che, huh? Li Ling blushed. You just defended us so well. This is a reward for you. Koi, don't get me wrong, this is really just to show appreciation. Zhao Xiaolun followed suit and came over, hugging Zhang Che's head and taking a bite. They both kissed. Do I look out of place if I don't? Feng Chi's pretty face was also slightly red, but without the slightest hesitation, she also gave him a hard one. Then, embarrassed to look at Zhang Che again, he buried his head and rushed into the locker room. In the end, there was only one Su Mo left, and Zhang Che subconsciously raised his hand and attached it to his chest as he took 2 steps back. The stance was as if he was afraid of her. Su Mo glared at him. Am I scary? What are you thinking you? I'm not trying to kiss you. You're blocking the door. Zhang Che hurriedly stepped aside, inexplicably relieved. Good guy. This is really a little bit of hospitality is difficult to resist. One of them are so passionate and unrestrained him how to resist. Chapter 86 Security of Person. Lin Kui and the girls were acting excited, and Zhang Che's heart was actually not calm. Getting into a conflict with someone to the point of making a move. This was also the first time he had encountered such a situation. Honestly, otherwise, in the water, he preempted it and went straight for the hard stuff. Then, the high probability that the one who suffers in this conflict will only be him. If he really had to do battle with the other 3 on the ground, it was absolutely impossible for him to be an opponent on his own. It's just that at times like that, it's impossible to sit back and watch as a man anyhow. Even if you will lose out, you have to make a move when you have to. The host has defended Lin Kui. The host has defended Sumo. The system alert rang out, and another 10,000 blocks x2 as well as 100 points of dog licking value x2 rewards arrived. This did not surprise Zhang Che, and his attention was not on the reward. Now although the rule of law society, but still cannot hold may encounter a variety of confused. Sometimes when you get on top of it, you can't really tell what's going to happen. When things go wrong, calling the police is always the best solution, but it's also important to make sure you don't lose out before the police arrive. That's why the ability to defend yourself is still necessary, especially when it comes to some of the darker things. Previously, Zhang Che had never thought about this, and this incident was considered a wake-up call for him. He himself can make a lot of money by being a licking dog now, and he can't afford to be in the gutter with such a cool life. Domestic security is better, and if you go abroad to play in the future, it is even more necessary to be able to protect themselves. Thinking about this, Zhang Che changed his clothes, said goodnight to the still excited Li Ling and the girls, and went to their respective rooms to rest. After washing up and lying on the bed, he couldn't wait before calling out the system interface and opening the dog-licking base. Retreats, sports, fitness, hiking, climbing, rappelling, and photography. I'm going to continue to organize this, and then I'm going to find the Lick Dog Martial Arts Center on the big map. Through Lick Dog Martial Arts you can learn martial arts, not the kind of routines used for shows, but fighting techniques in the true sense of the word, same as gyms, sanitariums, etc. Also 100 points of dog licking value to activate. Then, you can use it once a day for 100 dog lick value. If you can practice martial arts, just like those heroes in action movies, then you won't be at a disadvantage when you fight with people. However, this is the age of technology, and even the best kung fu is afraid of a chopper. After thinking about it, he still felt that just that wasn't very secure. So, again, I found the dog licking range on the big map. After 100 dog lick value is lit, you can learn to use various firearms and practice shooting. Also, you can buy firearms from the range, just as you can buy food boxes and other related products from dog licking caterers. Anyway, the liquor value was rich now, and he didn't have the slightest hesitation in arranging for it as well. In the future, if you get cornered, you can just pull out a gun to defend yourself. When you get into a conflict with someone and fire a gun, you throw the gun into the system space, and the gods can't even find the murder weapon when they come. After getting this done, his heart was finally at ease. With personal security, you can enjoy life better. Yawn. Once his entire body was relaxed, he felt a wave of drowsiness come over him. Click. The bedroom door pushed open and Lin Kui returned with 2 cups. What is it? When he casually asked, Lin Kui smiled and said, 1 cup of ice water and 1 cup of tea. Yawn. He yawned again and scrunched up under the covers before saying, bedtime, bedtime, what are you doing getting an ice water tea? Ho. The next day, Zhang Che slept until high noon. He was so sleepy, he hadn't gotten a good night's rest since the morning before. I stayed up all night climbing Mt. Huashan and took a nap of less than 2 hours while waiting for sunrise. Then he spent most of the day at Huashan again, drove back to the hotel, went swimming again, and got tossed around by Lin Kui again. It's been able to stick around, and that's thanks to the results of the cyber sport and cyber retreat. So it was a sleep that 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 was a sleep. By the time he woke up it was almost lunchtime in Sumo. Li Ling and the girls were already in the living room drinking tea and chatting. On the table, there were also a variety of various shopping bags. What is it? Zhang Che walked over to take a look and realized that they were all specialties. Crystal cake, oil splash, stone bun, honey, you're awake. Lin Kui sat cross-legged on the sofa and said with a smile on her face, we just went out for a stroll. You were so tired earlier. We didn't wake you up seeing as you were sleeping so well. Seeing him sleeping so much, they all knew that he was indeed tired and couldn't be bothered to disturb him. It's all a few accompaniments. We've bought quite a few and we'll split them when we get there. Li Ling came over. Let's see what's of more interest and get a few more copies. It had always been Zhang Che who bought things for them, but he didn't expect it to be the other way around now. You've been sleeping on your own, and you've ended up missing out on popping rewards again. Luckily, these things are not too expensive, so the loss is not that big. Lin Kui jumped off the sofa and came over, hugging Zhang Che's waist. These are mostly just what Ling Ling and the girls bought, and I'm giving you one to say thank you for taking care of them. When you go out for a trip, it's a basic operation to buy some specialties or something to take back with you. As to whether the food is good or not, and whether it works well or not, that's another matter. You can give it away to your relatives and friends. Aha, that's pretty good. Thanks. Zhang Che nodded and was not polite. Seeing that he liked Li Ling, they were even more delighted and patted his shoulder vigorously and smiled. What's the point of being polite to us? It's nothing compared to what you've done for us, as long as you don't mind, Li Ling said smilingly, organizing the specialties with Zhao Xiaolan Fengqi and Sumo. They do buy a lot and they all have a clear purpose. While organizing, I was talking about which to give to whoever. Lin Kui also bought it, but it's just too little in comparison. Zhang Che couldn't help but ask, Sister, why did you buy so little? Don't you give it away? Lin Kui lay on his back and just smiled. I don't have to. It's enough. Li Ling was straightforward. Hey, Kui she owes a lot of money now and doesn't quite dare to spend it. Zhang Che reacted as soon as he heard it. In order to draw a line with those lickspittles and suitors, Lin Kui also paid a big price, returned all the gifts that needed to be returned, and also returned the $180,000 that Wang Junquan spent on her birthday. For this reason he has scraped together money from all over the world and borrowed quite a bit, and is contemplating selling secondhand to pay off his debts. Don't think she's all shiny and pretty now, but her pockets are really already emptied. I see. So let's go get some more, Zhang Che said, backhanding Lin Kui's but in a gesture. No husband, that's really enough. Lin Kui did firmly politely decline, and it's almost time. We should go to the airport after breakfast. Besides, Li Ling and the others gave you so much. If I need it you can just give it to me again. Well, that, too, it seems. Zhang Che didn't insist anymore and took out his cell phone to transfer a sum of money to Lin Kui. 300,000. Chapter 87, Taking Care of Roommate's Best Friend. Zhang Che transferred 300,000 to Lin Kui, but the system did nothing about it. At this, he didn't feel surprised at all. It was all expected. It goes without saying that making money for a woman for no reason certainly falls under the category of being a very licky dog. But if he could get a reward for this, then he wouldn't be able to just blow up the system 10,000 at a time? Obviously, the system will not allow this to happen. But knowing that there would be no reward, he was generous enough to transfer 300,000 to Lin Kui. This is perfectly understandable as an investment. It goes without saying why Lim Koi chose to pike him, push him right back, and be so dedicated already. Let Lin Kui live the life she wants and give her something sweet every now and then. That way, she'll work harder and be more committed. This was not only good for yourself, but also more favorable for popping rewards from her. You have to open up the landscape and be willing to invest to get more out of it. His transfer came without warning, and Lin Kui was shocked when she received a text notification on her cell phone. Honey, What are you transferring so much money to me for? Zhang Che pinched Lin Kuyi's pretty face. Go pay back all the money you owe. The rest of it will be used to give back properly to the Li Ling schoolmates. I've always been grateful to the 3 schoolmates for taking such good care of you, but a lot of times I may not be able to keep up with them or know how to appreciate them. So it's better for you to do this. Li Ling and the girls were getting more and more enthusiastic about Zhang Che, holding him up in the clouds, and why exactly that was. He could be very clear about it. It's not appropriate to take advantage of so much yourself for nothing. You won't get any rewards from them, but it's still something you can use. If you can't give it to them directly, then give it to them in Lin Kuyi's name in a roundabout way. One more person is one more need, and in his case it's for Lin Kui anyway, which allows for more explosive rewards. As for who Lin Kui is going to give it to, she's already given it to her anyway, so it's her freedom, right? Just like before, on Lin Kuyi's birthday, discussing with Li Ling that he also got Li Ling a set of clothes and a bag. Honey, I'm sorry. Hearing Zhang Che say this, Lin Kui, however, buried her head into Zhang Che's arms and sincerely apologized. It's nothing. Speaking of which, it's still because of me that you'll owe money. Zhang Che was blissfully unconcerned and even patted Lin Kuyi's butt to show his comfort. Honey, you're so sweet. Lin Kui was moved to tears and stood on her tiptoes to offer a kiss in a straight line. On the side, Li Ling and the girl's eyes lit up with joy. Although he still didn't know exactly how much money Zhang Che had transferred to Lin Kui, his meaning had already been expressed clearly. This means that they will be able to get more light in the future, which is simply not good enough. The thought of it made them want to follow suit and offer kisses. Seeing how excited they were one by one, Sumo's ancient well remained intact, neither envious nor surprised. This long-legged schoolgirl had long been numb, and she would not be surprised by anything Zhang Che did. As for envy, that's even more unnecessary. She knew very well that as long as she wanted, Zhang Che would only give her more. Okay, let's go get breakfast. After a long time, Zhang Che, who was finally released by Lin Kui, greeted him. Then Li Ling and the girls cheered and flanked him to the restaurant. The 2 Bentleys they rented were not renewed after they expired this morning. While Zhang Che was still asleep, the people from the rental car company had already come to drive the car back. 3 suites are open until 12 noon today, but he is now a SVIP and enjoys late checkout. After a leisurely breakfast and getting the reward, it was almost 1500 hours by the time I packed up and left. The hotel thoughtfully provided a transfer service, using a commercial vehicle to take them directly to the airport. Ling, then we'll go in first. Oh, contact me by phone and send me a message like you did before. Walking into the terminal, Lin Kui had to separate from her 3 girlfriends once again. The flight was still the same flight. Zhang Che and the others were still in first class, and Li Ling and the others were still in economy class. Li Ling and the girls' air tickets were booked together with the ones they came on before the long vacation even started. As a matter of fact, just now during breakfast, Lin Kui was trying to upgrade the girls. After all, now there is money in hand. And also got Zhang Che permission. Care roommate girlfriends do not have to sneak. She was still fighting the idea of pulling in her girlfriends to train the team, and it would be nice to share the blessings from now on. But unfortunately, it's really hard to buy tickets for a long vacation. There are no more places in first class. So naturally, you can't get an upgrade. Not to mention upgrading Li Ling and the girls. If it wasn't for Zhang Che's quick hands, he almost didn't get a ticket for him and Sumo. In this way, Lin Kui all but had to follow to the economy class. It's fine. You guys go in first. Failed to ascend. Li Ling and the girls did not feel much regret. The good times are still ahead. Speaking of which, since they're all on the same flight, Xinwei and the others should have arrived already, right? Zhang Che still missed this licking dog a bit and wondered what kind of reaction Xinwei would have when they met again. Whatever. At the mention of Xinwei, Lin Kui got upset and cutely pouted. Ling, then we'll go in first, ha. After a final greeting with Li Ling and the girls, Lin Kui held Zhang Che's hand and headed for the VIP channel. I was afraid that if I took a step slower, I would really bump into Xinwei. As much as she disliked Xinwei right now, it was all on the same flight, so it was actually kind of hard not to bump into him, especially when, among other things, there was still a need to wait for Li Ling and the girls. As for Li Ling and the girls, they had crashed through security to the boarding gate and were waiting for their flight. Li Ling, where's Kui? Seeing Li Ling, Xinwei immediately came over to inquire. Li Ling looked at him playfully and reached out to pat his shoulder. Xinwei, Kui has told you to change your call sign. What? You still don't give up? Zhang Che upgraded Kui. They're in the VIP lounge now. That's what happened on the way here. And you're asking? It was really redundant. And Xinwei knew it himself, but he just couldn't help it. Looking back, he didn't even know what had happened. How a Zhang Che had suddenly appeared. Obviously, when he first made the plan to come and climb Manhwa, Lin Kui was still very nice to him. He clearly felt that at that time, Lin Kui released a lot of signals to him that it was possible for him to get the other side. He was so excited about it that he stayed up all night and has been looking forward to a long vacation ever since. As it turned out, they hadn't been able to rejoice for long, and before the long vacation arrived, Lin Kui's spring arrived first. He was very upset, especially after realizing that Zhang Che was a scumbag. But when he tried to expose Zhang Che's true colors, he instead caused Lin Kui to become even more upset and completely hate him. He knows he doesn't have a chance, yet he's worried that Lin Kui will be hurt by Zhang Che. So still worried, anxious and heartbroken. What the hell is this supposed to be? Chapter 88, from spurned by everyone to shouted at by everyone. Spent a week eating and playing all over Shangan. Zhang Che took a perfect step towards his goal of eating all the world's food and enjoying all the world's beauty. Although the small goal of playing with all the beautiful women in the world is a bit of a crotch puller, there are no shortage of perks to enjoy. People got high, rewards were earned, and it was definitely the best long vacation he'd ever had. Back at school again, he felt like his heart hadn't even recovered yet. Brothers, I'm back. He stuffed the various specialties he brought back into the cabinet, ready to find a suitable opportunity to give it to Li Yale. The reason why he had to find a suitable opportunity, that was of course because he only wanted to give it to Li Yale alone, even if he didn't care about these things and they were bought for him by Li Ling and the girls. Even so, he was not willing to share with Zhao Qingjiong and Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu, needless to say, Zhao Qingjiong he is also considered to see through. Under the same roof, contact is unavoidable. Deep friendship, then forget it. It's not worth it. Having fun, huh? Zhou Chu was shady as soon as he saw him, watching the sunrise on the top of Manhwa, embracing and kissing schoolgirl Lin under the sunset. It's very romantic. Yin and yang and all that. Zhang Che didn't care. From Zhou Chu's tone to Zhao Qing's heated expression, all he saw was full of nothing but sourness. It was envying him, jealous of him, so why should he care? He was puzzled. How did you guys know? A week has gone by and Li Yale has been equipped with a computer and is sitting in front of it and tinkering with it. He smiled and explained to Zhang Che, isn't Schoolmarm Lin always posting little yellow books? They followed Schoolmarm Lin. As soon as Zhang Che heard this, he suddenly came to a realization. Speaking of which, these days, Lin Kui did spend every spare moment tinkering with her cell phone and writing all sorts of travel journals, travel tips. Mo. Li Ling and the girls will likewise post, documenting their lives pretending to be something else. However, none of them were as attached as Lin Kui. So you guys have been following us so closely and have been watching us swim. Zhang Che had a face of dawning realization. You guys said it earlier. I'll send it directly to you and take you on a cloud tour. This was said in such a way that Zhou Chu broke his defense straight away. Zhang Che is mocking the fact that they can't go to Chang'an and can only quietly watch others play through their dry spells. And that's really all he is. So he's in a hurry. Come on you. What's the big deal about going to Chang'an? It's like you can't afford to go with anyone. Zhao Chang heatedly didn't have this situation, so he wasn't as anxious as Zhou Chu, and was able to squeeze Zhang Che one more time. In his condition, it is true that he can go anywhere in the country, no matter where he is. Zhang Che then hemmed and hawed. It doesn't matter where you go. What matters is who you go with. This time Zhao Qingjiong also followed the broken defense. You. The guy's face went green for a moment. Zhang Che, don't be complacent either. You scum still want to have your feet in two boats. Wait and see you. You'll have to capsize sooner or later. Zhao Qingjiong and Zhou Chu both looked at Zhang Che with hatred. Sooner or later. Schoolgirl Lin and schoolgirl Su will see your true colors. You can coax them for a moment, but you can coax them for a lifetime? Let's see how proud you'll be when the time comes. Zhang Che. He was also a bit puzzled as to how it was that only once he returned. Zhao Qingjiong and Zhou Chu actually called out as scum as well. I'm not a dog licker? Hasn't my reputation as a dog licker spread throughout the school? How come I come back from a vacation and everyone's calling me a scumbag? The talk of exposing your true colors has been circulating around the school since last night. Seeing that he was full of confusion, it was Li Yale who explained it to him. It says that because you have money, you don't hesitate to pretend like a licking dog to be nice to Schoolmarm Lin and to Schoolmarm Su. You put on a humble face, but you're actually playing tricks to cajole schoolgirl Lin and schoolgirl Su. You're obviously very rich, staying in a room for 30,000 a night, yet you deliberately buy a small trolley for less than 100,000. Li Yale said all the while staring at Zhang Che and scrutinizing him. It seemed like he wanted to make sure that he was the kind of person the legend was about or not. Anyway, it's just that everyone is now calling you a wolfish, overgrown scumbag. Schoolgirl Lin has fallen for you and been toyed with. Now, you've extended your claws to schoolgirl Su, which has made many people feel indignant. Zhang Che, he was utterly speechless, completely at a loss for words. Is this what it feels like to be misunderstood by the world? So you don't all think this is real? Do you? Zhang Che felt a lot of pain. I worked diligently as a licking dog. How did I somehow become a scum? Needless to say, it was definitely spread by that Shinwei kid. The one who thought he had discovered his true colors in the beginning and had to reveal his true colors was Shinwei. After this guy was choked by both Lin Kui and Su Mo, he probably felt that the two schoolgirls were coaxed too deeply by him. The only way to free them is to find another way. That's why as soon as this came back, he went on a rampage to spread the so-called truth, to let the whole world know the true nature of his Zhang Che. Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu, needless to say, this is already convinced, or can so scold him. As for Li Yale, however, he also hemmed and hawed. Man, you don't say. I think it makes sense too, though I don't really think you'd be one to play around with women and don't believe you'd be full of malice towards two schoolgirls, but by association with your behavior, it only makes sense that you only have thoughts about the two schoolgirls. Li Yale never understood why he had to be a lickspittle when he was so rich. For this reason, he has been advised many times in a bitter manner. He, on the other hand, is clearly sober between people and not at all like the other lickers, yet he still licks with such vigor. This is obviously not reasonable. Must have some plans. This makes sense. Well, it does seem to make quite a bit of sense. Zhang Che also had to admit that it only made sense that so many people, including Li Yale, would think so. He couldn't help but pull out his cell phone and look at it before his eyes widened. Campus forums, confession walls, whole pages and pages are devoted to calling him names. From the first day of the long vacation, Lin Kui and Su Mo, the two big school girls, followed him on a trip. The whole of HUU was just boiling over with noise. This had already caused many people to feel resentful and upset with him, with all kinds of envy and jealousy. As a result, it was exposed again to supposedly expose his true colors. So naturally, it caught fire, and people who were already upset turned on him. Overnight, he went from being the lickspittle that everyone spurned to the scum of the earth. It's a bit of a big shift, and it even feels outrageous, but it doesn't seem to affect anything, does it? When Shinwei bitterly tried to bring Lin Kui to his senses, Lin Kui but in turn scolded him. It's the same situation now, even if the whole school says he's scum. Lin Kui, as well as Li Ling and the girls wouldn't think so either. As for Su Mo, well, Zhang Che slag or not slag, she thinks with her has nothing to do with her at all. They are not that kind of relationship. Therefore, Shinwei, and even all those who pushed the envelope, were destined to be tossed in vain. It changes nothing. It doesn't save Lin Kui and Su Mo, who they think are in deep water. As for Zhang Che, as long as it didn't affect his ability to explode rewards, it wasn't worth his concern. Chapter 89, Good Food, Good Fun. Back to school means back to the original rhythm of life. Every day, he woke up from his 1,200 square feet mansion, made a nutritious breakfast and drove Lin Kui to school in his small trolley. Then, seek out Sumo for breakfast. Since taking down Zhang Che, Lin Kui never went back to the dormitory to live. And every day she went back to the large flat with him. It wasn't as if he couldn't live in a dormitory when he had a mansion, per se. Only, facing three big men and still not getting along with two of them, how can it be more enjoyable than being hugged by the school's flower in bed? Sister, have breakfast. As always, Zhang Che sent Su Mo a message in advance. Still the same little stone table, still sitting opposite each other. Su Mo hesitated for a moment, but said, Zhang Che, you shouldn't send me nutritious food in the future. Zhang Che was in the middle of his beauty because of the rewards arriving, when he froze for a moment upon hearing this. What? You think I'm scum too, and you want to draw a line in the sand? Now the whole school is calling Zhang Che a scum. Even Sumo's roommate is advising her to keep her eyes open. However, she already knew Zhang Che very well and was well aware that Zhang Che was actually a harmless person. Although Zhang Che himself had admitted that he was scummy, but just don't stick it to him, that point doesn't really exist. No. Sumo shook her head as she denied it for a moment, then followed with an explanation. It's just that I won't have to train like this again for a while. I've been training for so long before that building muscle still works. The way things are going, the earliest I'll have to go is winter break before I have a chance to hit Division 2 Mountaineer. If we can make it by then, just do some more targeted training half a month in advance. Sumo has always wanted to achieve this goal, and the one thing standing in the way is money. If Zhang Che hadn't asked her to be his personal trainer and recognized her as his master, it would have been even more difficult to know how long it would have taken to realize. Now, at least there is something to look forward to and have been able to see hope. Of course, this assumes that Zhang Che continues to learn mountaineering, rock climbing, and rappelling from her, and still pays her $1,000 a lesson. Master, how about this? Zhang Che thought about it and gave Sumo two choices. If you're more desperate to make this happen, then why don't you let me sponsor you directly? I've also learned a little bit about mountaineering related information in the meantime. And I know that it's actually quite common for individuals to sponsor mountaineers. There is sponsorship in any sport, though the vast majority of sponsorships are commercially oriented. Suemo had no fame or achievements and no corresponding connections, so naturally he could not find sponsors. But mountaineering is not like any other sport, and all still have a lot of non-commercial elements of sponsorship as well. For example, if someone enjoys hiking but can't do it on their own for medical reasons and has the financial means to do so, they will sponsor someone else. Also in the circle of mountaineers, seniors with good financial means sponsor newcomers. As for Zhang Che's proposal to sponsor Suemo, the starting point was naturally to explode the rewards. The various equipment, car trips, etc. would definitely make him a pop when you do the math. This has actually been a great choice to be able to make them all happy again. However, he also really came to be interested in climbing and wanted to try the sport as well. That's why Suemo was given two choices. If you're not in a hurry, then train me first. We'll go together when I can also challenge mountains at 7,000 meters above sea level. When the time comes, then surely it's still all his expenses and there are still rewards to pop. He wasn't in a hurry. He just saw that Suemo had been preoccupied with this, so he let her make the choice. Hey, Suemo listened but sighed a long sigh. Let me think about it. She really couldn't decide. If Zhang Che's sponsorship was accepted, it would be more than just a second-class mountain climber to challenge. With Zhang Che's wealth and still so generous, all her favorite outdoor sports could be challenged. However, Zhang Che sponsoring her was not a business endeavor, which meant that it did not benefit Zhang Che in the slightest. This is still equivalent to, is spending Zhang Che's money for nothing? She still didn't think it was appropriate, and still preferred to make her dreams come true on her own. But can these dreams come true on their own? When will they be realized? There was another voice inside her convincing her. Say yes. It's already taken in over $200,000 in cameras. What's wrong with this one sponsorship? The two villains pulled at the limits of her mind again, leaving her torn once more. Fine, take your time to think about it. There's no rush since you've only just gotten back from a long vacation anyway. Zhang Che smiled and put away the food box when Suemo finished eating. It's fine if you don't eat nutritious meals from now on. I'll bring you other breakfasts. Let me tell you, I'm very good at making breakfast. If you don't believe me, ask Sister Lin. And of course we can go out to eat for a change. For this offer, Suemo did not refuse. She had long gotten used to this. She thought for a moment and was asking, so is our previous training continuing? Zhang Che nodded repeatedly. Continue. Of course. I don't have class this afternoon. Master, if you have time then let's go to the climbing gym together. Suemo nodded. Then asked, did you call Kui alone? Lin Kui's thoughts were similar to Zhang Che's. That is, she wanted to enjoy life and live a life of refinement and luxury. The more highbrow and pushy it was, the more she was willing to try it. In her opinion, rock climbing was just like that. Plus Zhang Che liked it, so of course she had to accompany him even more. Before that, she had already followed Zhang Che to train with Suemo for a few days, which was interrupted because of the long vacation. Now it's going to the climbing gym, so all her little yellow books can be updated again, and she'll definitely be there. Aha! Zhang Che nodded, then took out his cell phone and sent a message in the group. My personal master is going to the climbing gym this afternoon, so take a chance if you want to come along. The name of the group is, Good Eats, Good Fun. The group was pulled by Lin Kui the night they returned from Chang'an, and the members were Zhang Che, Suemo, and the four of them from the dormitory. As for the name, it was changed later by I don't know who. Lin Kui pulls this group, that is to say that in the future, if you want to play or eat something, we all discuss it in the group, and then go together. While she was so excited, Zhang Che, on the principle of earning more cash back, naturally had no problem with it. In that respect, the name of the group was aptly changed. When Zhang Che's message went out, Li Ling was the first to pop up. Zhang Che, don't you and Suemo have any classes this afternoon? It just so happens that we don't have classes either, so this is really great. I'm going. We've already told Koi. After Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi also popped out in excitement. It was a small group of only 6 people, and it was buzzing with excitement. I haven't been to a rock climbing gym yet. Speaking of which, don't you have to go buy climbing shoes first in order to play rock climbing? What is rock climbing going to be like and what equipment do I need to buy? Li Ling and the girls chattered away, searching as they did so, as well as at Suemo for advice. Zhang Che took a look at the moment full of spring. To buy equipment, which does not brush the opportunity to return cash again. Chapter 90, there's no need to be so excited. Indoor rock climbing. In fact, the climbing gym are provided with equipment. If you want to experience directly to go. If they really like it and will play it for a long time, then many people still prefer to use their own gear. It's also easy to buy gear. and it's available at almost all climbing gyms. The bigger the climbing gym, the more complete the equipment sold. Sumo was in the group and gave all of them, Lin Kui, the relevant information. But instead of stopping when they learned this, they became more and more excited to talk. Zhang Che bid farewell to Sumo and returned to the classroom to go to class when the group messages were still ringing. In the classroom, the middle-aged professor in the introduction to design class was speaking spitefully. As he listened, he also took the time to check his mouthpiece for a message back. "What's all the chatter about?" Li Yale casually asked when he saw it. "You and schoolgirl Lin are so glued together. You don't have to chat like this endlessly, right?" Zhang Che answered in a low voice. "No. I'm talking to Sister Lin and her roommate about going to the climbing gym this afternoon. Do you want to come along? Rock climbing?" Li Yale was also a bit tempted upon hearing this, but he was a bit hesitant when Zhang Che said that he was going to be with Lin Kui and her roommates. He didn't know Lin Kui and the girls well, and felt that Lin Kui and the girls probably couldn't see eye to eye with him, and since they're not from the same world, there's really no point in getting involved. Rock climbing? Li Yale didn't say anything, but Zhao Qingjiang on the side opened his mouth first. "That seems pretty good, so let's go have some fun together," he said and took the initiative to greet Li Yale. "We'll go together at that time, Division Zhou." After saying that, he also looked at Zhang Che again. "There's no problem for us to go as well, right?" Zhang Che shrugged and put away his cell phone after returning the message. "Sure, no problem. I don't own the climbing gym, so can I stop you from going?" Hearing Zhao Qingjiang say this, Li Yale didn't refuse. He also kinda wanted to try rock climbing. Since Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu were also going, it would be fine to assume that they were with them. As for Zhou Chu, that was even more fleshed out and excited. "Mr. Chang, are we really going rock climbing? What do we need to prepare for rock climbing?" This excitement, I guess, got a little loud, and the whole classroom heard him yelling. The middle-aged professor looked over. The boy with the mustache stand up. "I'm asking you." After being picked up to answer the question, Zhou Chu made a bitter face. In the face of the professor's questions, which were almost intentionally difficult in order to teach a lesson, he stammered and couldn't answer them at all. After it was well over, the professor didn't let him sit down, and he just stood there for the rest of the class. When class finally ended, he jumped up and down with excitement again before the professor even left the classroom. "Mr. Chang, when are we going?" "Now," he shouted this, causing the professor to look at him again and frown. But it was all out of class, so the professor didn't say anything else after all. It's just that in this case, it's not going to be easy for him to pass this class, and he was so excited that he didn't notice anything wrong at all. He asked Zhao Qingjiang, who in turn looked at Zhang Che. "When are you going?" Actually, Zhao Qingjiang wasn't interested in rock climbing or anything. The only thing was, Zhang Che was bringing Lin Kui along with him, and at that time, there would definitely be Sumo as well. He was completely aiming for these two big schoolgirls, so of course, Zhang Che's time for them prevailed. In fact, he'd prefer to just go along for the ride, except he also knew it wasn't practical. Without a forced count, Zhou Chu muttered, "Why still you ours? Why not just together?" Before Zhang Che could say anything, Li Yale had already said first, "That's if his car can fit. His small car is too crowded for 5 people, not to mention the 6 people in Sumo's party. I'm going to get my license plate put on, then of course I'm going to dinner." Zhang Che thought for a moment, "If you guys want to be together, then let's meet directly at the climbing gym then." Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu stirred in, and Li Yale also preferred to join them. After the appointment, he drove to pick up the delivery first, then breezed over to the girls' dormitory. "Zhang Che, what are you doing?" When Lin Kui and the girls came down, Zhang Che was loading the license plate. Li Ling hadn't seen this before and curiously came over and squatted with him. "I just got my license plate, so let's get it on." Zhao Xiaolan was also curious. "When did you go get your license plate?" Zhang Che, to be able to ask a question like that, you know they know nothing about such things as car licensing. The car is required to be registered and licensed in order to be on the road, and that's something a lot of people are choosing to have 4S stores do for them. So, when we went to pick up the car, all these formalities were actually done. It's just that license plates take time to make as well. That's why they're giving a provisional plate to use first. Once the license plate is done, you'll need to replace the provisional plate. I thought the 4S store gave you a temporary license plate first. Then you took the time to go back to the DMV to get it yourself. Licensing is generally done in 2 ways. Drive yourself to the DMV, where there are also special people to help with licensing, but there is a line. And then there's the idea of mailing it to your home and installing it yourself. Zhang Che was too lazy to make a trip to the DMV, so he chose to mail it. That mailing took a little longer and then there was a long vacation and it froze. Zhang Che recounted these processes to them in detail, and ended with a final exhortation. In the future, If someone tells you that you can buy a car with a 4S store to get a license plate, and also buy a beautiful number with a 4S store, you'll just whoop him in the face. Li Ling blinked her big eyes. Why? Zhang Che said in a good-natured manner. Because the license plate can only go to the DMV. The 4S store can only do it on behalf of at most. And also license plates can be inherited, but they can't be transferred. So that means they can't be bought or sold. If this can be bought by going to a 4S store, will it still be hard to find a license plate in Beijing and Shanghai? By the time Zhang Che finished spitting, the front and rear license plates had also been installed, and the temporary license plate could be torn up and thrown away. Feng Qi curiously took it over and looked at it again. Zhang Che, your license plate and the number on the provisional license plate are really different. Hey, so this one of yours, is it considered a pretty number? Zhang Che's license plate is Hi AD00001. He's an electric car and it's green, so it has one more letter on the license plate than a traditional fuel vehicle. I don't suppose it counts? It seems that 5 consecutive numbers, such as 88888 and 66666 can be called beautiful numbers, but he didn't care about that, and was happy with the license plate. While 4S can't give license plates, the system can, which doesn't make much more sense. Forget about the license plate. Let's go eat. Just still have to call Sumo. I can't fit in my car. With 6 people and 5 car seats. It's a headache. Li Ling and the girls were blissfully unconcerned. Hey, what's this? You and can just go pick up Sumo. We'll take a cab there ourselves. They all knew very well that they were just following the light. It's good to be able to get the light. Do you want to fight for these so ungrateful? Chapter 91, Going to the rock climbing gym. For lunch, of course, it's off campus. Ever since Lin Kui took the initiative to offer herself and got tired of Zhang Che every day, he hadn't been to the school cafeteria. A meal in the cafeteria is only a few dollars. What can you eat? Yelling in the cafeteria that it's my treat and I'm paying for today's purchases is embarrassing when you think about it. Who doesn't have a meal card? In the past, he used to bring breakfast to Lin Kui and the girls, and take care of lunch and dinner by himself. Then he found Sumo, a new lickable object, and directly gave her 3 meals a day. From time to time, he would bring Lin Kui to eat with Sumo. However, although the nutritious meals were nutritious, for foodies like Zhang Che and even Lin Kui, eating them every day was unbearable. So, it was also often the case that after delivering it to Sumo, they ran off to eat a big meal. Breakfast, on the other hand, will be served to Sumo after eating. This way you can satisfy your appetite and pop more rewards. Now that Sumo didn't need to eat nutritious meals anymore, it was even more convenient. Chinese food, Western food. So many restaurants in the Magic City that do Chinese and foreign food are waiting for him to taste it. A restaurant with $200 per capita. If it was just him and Lin Kui and Sumo. So a meal spend is almost $600 and 10x cashback is 6,000 times 2. With the addition of Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, the spending doubled in one meal. The rebate, in turn, doubled along with it. In such a situation, how can he not bring these girls a big fish and meat every day? He ate cool and earned numbness. Li Ling and the girls even more, needless to say, they are more and more enthusiastic about him. Zhang Che, thank you. I've been wanting to come to this restaurant for a long time to punch in, eat a lot of food, but also took a lot of photos to complete the punch card, but also did not forget to thank Zhang Che beautifully. You don't have to thank me. You should thank the schoolmarm. Zhang Che waved his hand. The dining room was chosen by schoolmates. As long as sister is satisfied, the restaurant is her choice, so feel free to eat as much as you want. Li Ling and the girls smiled cheekily. And of course we have to be thankful that we can be allowed to shine. Both of you. They thanked Lin Kui. And Lin Kui thanked Zhang Che. Honey, you're so sweet. Kiss. Lin Kui got tired of going up to Zhang Che, and Li Ling and the girls were coaxing from the side. Whenever this time came, Sumo felt like an outsider, and even felt a bit redundant. Okay, we've eaten and rested, so let's go to the climbing gym as promised. Zhang Che led his group out of the restaurant, and Li Ling and the girls had to take another cab. Standing in the doorway he paused, and Lin Kui then asked, Honey, what's wrong? Zhang Che stroked his chin. This is ultimately inconvenient. Allow me to think about it. Li Ling pushed him in the direction of the parking lot. Hey, what's there to think about? And if you're going to think about it, it's not now. We've already called a cab, so you guys hurry up too and let's see which one of us gets there first. Drive and take a cab at the same time. However, the latest to arrive at the climbing gym wasn't any of them, but rather Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu, and Li Yale who was with them. The rock climbing gym they were going to was recommended by Sumo, and it was in the university town. The main reason why Sumo chose this one was because it was closer to the school. Also, it's large enough to be able to take on all the requirements of indoor rock climbing, Suemo hadn't been talking much, just watching Li Ling and the girls giggling with Zhang Che. Now, finally, it's sort of on his home turf. Hello, Senior Lin. Hello, Senior Su. As soon as Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu saw them coming, they immediately greeted them in greeting. Although it wasn't the first time they had seen Lin Kui or even greeted him, but the performance was, as usual, crotch-pulling. The tone of the greeting was a little shaky with excitement while his eyes were glazed over. Because at this time, Lin Kui and the girls were wearing yoga pants, so hot that these two couldn't hold them at all. With this appearance, they were naturally despised by the sisters. Given that both of them were Zhang Che's roommates, they didn't say anything, they just didn't bother with them either. By way of introduction, this is my roommate, Li Yale. Through his introduction, Lin Kui and the girls were able to detect the different attitudes between his three roommates. It was also obvious to notice why he had a better relationship with Li Yale, who was also a roommate. Therefore, Lin Kui and the girls were also very kind to Li Yale. Here at Li Yale it's just the main one. Zhang Che's friend is my friend. So much so, that it made Li Yale a bit flattered. Okay, and don't dilly-dally, go inside. Zhang Che walked ahead of the others, leading a group of sisters to swarm in. Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu fell behind. Looking at Li Yale is still uneven. How come schoolgirl Lin, schoolgirl Su, and even the other three sisters are so polite to you, but so indifferent to us? This question was asked in such a way that Li Yale couldn't help but skim his lips. Big brother, you both have eyes that hate to grow on people. Can they be willing to pay attention to you? Zhao Qingjiang's old face turned red and he let out a series of dry coughs. You can't blame me. The two schoolgirls are so pretty and these yoga pants are so sexy. And don't you say us? I can't believe you're really not impressed. Li Yale rolled his eyes. I'm not staring straight ahead like you guys. You want to sneak a couple of glances even if, looking at the drooling, can people not dislike you? Zhou Chu all felt a little embarrassed on his face and interrupted. Don't talk about that, let's hurry in as well. This climbing gym isn't too expensive. At $170 for a single person with unlimited time. You can play from early morning until late at night. If the experience is good enough to warrant frequent visits, then you can also buy a seasonal or annual pass, which is more cost-effective. Of course, for Zhang Che this so-called cost-effective was not cost-effective at all. You can only get one reward for a single purchase, and at best, you can swipe up to the 100,000 cap on cashback. And with paper spend, you get a reward for every purchase. One rebate of 1,700. Come 100 rebates would be a brush with 170,000. Not to mention the base rewards. A card is not necessary. The equipment can show us around. When Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Xi rushed up in a hurry, Zhang Che just politely refused the store clerk's card sales pitch. He swiped the code to pay for the tickets without fail, and after looking at his three roommates, he still paid for their share along with them. He had only wanted to pay Li Yale's. Just Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu also followed along. Each other do not treat to treat, but also not to make it so ugly. At $170 a person admission money, it's really not that much. As far as Zhou Chu is concerned, he is happy when there is a cheap advantage to take, no matter if it is to take advantage of Zhao Qingjiang's or Zhou Chu's. Seeing that Zhang Che had bought tickets for them as well, he was overjoyed and at the same time a little hesitant. Do I still need to buy equipment for this one after I buy the ticket? Seeing that it was their first time, the clerk hurried to explain. Not that it's necessary. Our tickets include equipment. Of course, if you want to buy your own equipment to use, that's fine too. While the clerk in charge of charging explained, Zhang Che and the others had already walked towards the equipment area. Seeing this, Zhou Chu directly left Zhao Qingjiang and Li Yale behind and was the first to chase after them. Chapter 92, Why don't you buy it for me? Rock climbing, a sport that first originated from climbing natural rock walls in the wild, is definitely an extreme sport. As development began to simulate rock walls in the wild to create artificial rock walls, the current sport of artificial rock climbing developed. Artificial rock wall climbing is also divided into indoor and outdoor, mainly depending on where to put the rock wall. For example, HU's climbing wall is outdoors, and in this climbing gym, it's all indoors. Climbing is categorized as free climbing, apparatus climbing, top rope climbing and pioneer climbing. Free climbing is climbing with your hands, feet and body without the use of protective equipment. This is the most extreme play, and there are few who have paid for it directly with their lives. Climbing with equipment, that is, with the help of protective equipment, personal safety can be guaranteed accordingly. Top rope climbing, on the other hand, involves setting up a safety rope at the apex of an artificial rock wall to provide security without having to handle it yourself. And what about pioneer climbing, which is setting up hooks on the line of the climb? You need to give yourself security by hanging the protective clasp yourself when you climb to the appropriate position. For indoor rock climbing, The most important piece of equipment is climbing shoes, then seat belts, magnesium powder bags. With Sumo around, there was absolutely no need to listen to the shopkeeper's introduction. And of course, he wouldn't be fooled. Zhang Che picked up a pair of shoes with the highest price tag and looked at them. The brand was La Sportiva. It's similar to buying a swimsuit before, which involves another knowledge blind spot. He hadn't heard of the brand at all and didn't know what class it belonged to. How about this sign? He couldn't help but inquire and received an affirmative reply from Sumo. It's an Italian brand that originated in 1928, and their hiking shoes, climbing shoes are great. It's almost a 100 years old, and it sounds like it's really something. Okay, this is it then. I see that these shoes seem to be unisex, so pick your own size. He expressed his satisfaction, nodding his head before saying so, and Zhou Chu was the first to jump up. I wear a size 39. Get me a pair of 39s. Zhang Che glanced at Zhou Chu and still couldn't hold back the corner of his mouth from twitching. As usual, this guy gets his way and goes for the cheapest deal he can get. Is this because of the illusion of helping him with the tickets, and as a result, giving him the illusion that he'll still be buying him gear? Seeing this guy yelling prettily and taking a magnesium powder bag in his hand, Zhang Che deliberately expressed his amazement. Mr. Chow, these shoes are 540. Throw in seat belts, magnesium powder bags and all that, and it's almost $3,000. You like rock climbing so much too. I can't believe you're willing to spend so much money. Zhou Chu's expression froze. Didn't you spend the money? Zhang Che was instantly happy and pretended to be frozen again, asking rhetorically, is that so? How come I don't know? May I ask why I'm spending money on you? Zhou Chu frowned. You're the one who just said to let yourself choose your shoe size. Is it hard to believe that you only buy for them girls and not for us? He was very dissatisfied and muttered, Zhang Che, you can't be such a bigot. Heavy coloring was all said and done, and Zhang Che couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. However, if he was worthy of being a friend, Zhang Che really didn't mind sponsoring whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, he's not worth it. I bought it for Sumo Senpai because she is my master and our personal trainer. I bought it for Lin Senpai because she's my girlfriend. It's only natural. I bought it for senior sister Li Ling and the others because they're senior sister Lin's bestie roommates. That's why I have to please them so I can get them to help me put in a good word with senior sister Lin. What about you? Why should I buy it for you? You give me a reason first? If this were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that I would have already turned red with embarrassment and hated to find a crack in the ground. But Zhou Chu was not an ordinary man, and he muttered defiantly, but you even bought us tickets. Zhang Che finally rolled his eyes up to the sky. So I bought you the wrong tickets, right? Well then, please give me back my ticket money. It was impossible to spit out the duck that had been eaten into the stomach, and it was equally impossible to return the advantage that had been taken by Zhou Chu. By what right? You're the one who has to pay for us. He put the bag of magnesium powder in his hand down with a grunt. If you don't buy it, you don't buy it. What's the big deal? Lin Kui, Su Mo, Li Ling, and the girls all looked at Zhou Chu dumbfounded. How could they imagine that people could be shameless to such an extent? Seeing their reactions, Zhao Qingxiong couldn't even hang on to his face, feeling that he had been disgraced along with them. Get thee out of here and don't embarrass yourself. The fact that Zhang Che is willing to buy you tickets is already kind. And you don't know enough? Zhao Qing heated words are very good. Zhou Chu did not dare to say more, snapped and walked behind him. As his follower, Zhou Chu had now been conditioned to be much more obedient. In the beginning, Zhou Chu often did not take Zhao Qingxiong seriously and was not that obedient. Later, with a few practical actions to confirm that Zhou Chu, if you do not listen to the words, will not be able to take advantage of a little, which is much more honest. We just follow to experience. A penny does not let you spend what you do not know. As the clerk just said, the ticket includes equipment. It's not like you have to buy it. If you really like it, then pay for your own fun from now on. Don't keep staring at people. Li Yale also didn't have the good sense to despise a few sentences, and then went to change equipment under the guidance of the staff. Zhang Che is based on the principle that the more money he spends, the more cash back he gets, while in the eyes of Lin Kui and the others, he is consistently a big spender. He bought a copy of all the gear sold in this climbing gym, and a lot of it is simply not useful right now, or even indoor climbing at all, such as power ropes, various styles of quick hangs, and so on. Indoor rock climbing, also known as competitive rock climbing, is generally categorized into three types: difficulty, speed, rock hugging. The difficulty ratio is who climbs higher in the same amount of time. Speed, it's all about who can touch the top in the shortest amount of time. To hold a rock means to climb without ropes, only by personal strength. This climbing gym is relatively large and all three modes are available. As for Zhang Che and the others this time, the main thing they wanted to try was boulder climbing. there are only two pieces of gear needed for rock hugging: the essential climbing shoes, and a magnesium bag full of magnesium powder. Climbing shoes are lightweight and soft, with strong adhesion and high friction, making it easy to make all kinds of technical moves on the rock face. Magnesium powder is used to absorb sweat and increase friction in the palms of your hands in order to avoid hand slippage during the climb due to sweating and other reasons. So, other than those two, nothing else is really a necessity. But everyone didn't say anything. They were used to him spending money in this way. Just because you can't use it now doesn't mean you can't use it later. When we've learned how to rock climb pretty much, we'll have a chance to field climb a natural rock wall together, Zhang Che said as he greeted Lin Kui and the girls to change their equipment. He had long been impatient. Chapter 93, Introduce Me. Except for Sumo. Everyone else was coming to the climbing gym for the first time. Climbing shoes to change into, with yoga pants and a workout tank, and a magnesium powder bag so far up your backside. Then, first, take pictures and send them to your friends to send out little yellow books. It's obviously a bunch of rookies, all excited and cheering, and dressed to look like that. After taking pictures and sending the social media according to the usual practice, he couldn't wait to pull Zhang Che and walk in. At this time, Li Yale, Zhao Qingjiang, and Zhou Chu had already come in first, and were making attempts full of curiosity. All three of them knew nothing about rock climbing and just looked funny as they climbed on the wall by instinct and intuition. For customers like them who are complete noobs, the store actually offers professional guidance. Different climbing gyms charge a bit differently, and this one charges $300 a session, 1-on-2. If Joe were to spend $300 on a private tutor, he would not be willing to do so. Li Yale also felt that it was just a try, and did not intend to play for a long time. There is no need to hire a private tutor. As for Mr. Zhao Qingjiang, he is not bad about the $300, but is just considering whether it is necessary. After all, they had followed Zhang Che here, and Zhang Che had a very professional sumo on his side. Hiring a private tutor at a climbing gym is not as cool as learning from a schoolgirl. Zhang Che, you guys are finally here. How the hell is this going to play out? Seeing Zhang Che and the others come in, Zhao Cheng heatedly looked like he had found a savior. This was clearly an attempt to dabble in the class, but Zhang Che was fine with that. He gave Sumo $1,000 a lesson, and no matter how Sumo taught, he would get a rebate if he was present. As long as it didn't affect their rewards for bursting, then it didn't matter if they let Zhao Qingjiang and the others listen in. As a matter of fact, after so many days of cyber learning at the Lickdog base, Zhang Che had also basically mastered rock climbing. Just have to keep pretending to be a white guy in order to swipe this rebate on class fees. It's my first time here too. How would I know if you ask me? This was Sumo's home turf, and everyone set their eyes on Sumo in unison. Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu Sumo didn't need to pay attention to it, nor did they bother. However, Lin Kui and the others were all looking at her with interest as well. Well, and let's start with the basics. Sumo's rock climbing skills were all learned from the senior members of the rock climbing club, and it was the first time that he taught others. Before she met an ingrate like Zhang Che, no one would hire her even if she wanted to be a personal trainer. After all, you don't need to hire them in the climbing club. There are more professional ones than her in the climbing gym. But even so, she still teaches with style and is definitely adequate as an instructor for beginners. Not to mention Zhang Che's $1,000 in class fees. She could do her best by virtue of being friends with Lin Kui and the others. I'm going to start by showing you around this climbing gym and introducing you to the different climbing categories. Under Sumo's leadership, Zhang Che and the others visited all the different venues. Sumo led them to see while giving a detailed introduction, and even took on the demonstration himself. Zhang Che and the others were all here for the first time, curious about everything in the climbing gym, watching with great interest. Only Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu couldn't wait to get their hands on it, but listening to the introduction just didn't get to the point, scratching their ears anxiously. Schoolgirl Su, you'd better just teach us how to play. Zhou Chu was so anxious that he directly shouted out, causing Lin Kui and the girls to all look at him angrily. Off. Sumo is our coach. Li Ling's showy eyes rounded and she directly cursed. Do you have any more ing shame? Letting you dabble in class and you still don't know enough? Why don't you pay for a personal trainer yourself if you're so impatient? Hire your own private tutor and they will teach you how you want them to teach you. Li Ling didn't give any face at all and directly choked Zhou Chu. Zhao Qingjiang brazenly distanced himself from him and looked at him with contempt. Senior sister, don't get on the wrong side of this bastard. He's always been this ungrateful. Sumo ignored Zhou Chu, still following Zhang Che's request and their own pace. They were both more interested in boulder climbing, so it was just better to start the experience with bouldering. A climbing wall that actually contains a number of routes of varying levels of difficulty on it, usually color-coded to differentiate them. Underneath the rocky points, The appropriate markings will also be posted. What kind of rock point and route you choose at the start? You can only choose the corresponding rock point and follow the route during the climb. Of all the difficulty routes, the V0 rating is the lowest, commonly known as having a hand in it. The higher you go, the more difficult and challenging it gets. Suemo finished these basic knowledge, and then personally demonstrated once, further explaining how to maintain balance and so on and so forth. Rock climbing is a sport that is very much a test of arm strength and requires a high degree of flexibility. On the flip side, arm strength and body flexibility can be built through rock climbing. Lin Kuei and the others are not bad in terms of flexibility, but their strength is just not good enough. Under Sumo's attentive guidance, they still couldn't even finish the V0 level of difficulty. But even so, everyone is still having fun, and Zhao Qingzhong and Zhou Chu, who were men, were not much better than them at all. Only Li Yele was able to complete the route at the V0 level before collapsing on V1. With Zhang Chei's current level, it was already enough to challenge the high level. Only to hide his clumsiness, he also still accidentally fell off the V2 route when he challenged it. And yes, it took several tries to break V2. For a first visit to this climbing gym to play bouldering, you're of a caliber that's good enough to impress everyone. This is largely due to the fact that your body is stronger and more flexible than the average person. His outstanding performance caused Suemo to express his amazement as well. In fact, more than a month ago, his physical qualities were still similar to the current Zhao Qingzhong and Zhou Chu. It's entirely due to the lickspittle base that we're at this level now, so it's still not a good idea to fall back on this cyber therapy, exercise and fitness, regardless of the level. This didn't stop everyone from having fun, and everyone was engrossed and enjoying themselves. The four women, Lin Kuei, Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, were sweating and panting from the climb, but all of them were still excited. Zhao Qingzhong soon also had a head full of sweat, and seeing that Zhang Chei was also excellent, he wiped his sweat and came over. He took the initiative to hand Zhang Chei a bottle of water, looked at the crowd of women who were climbing, and lowered his voice. Zhang Chei, introduce me. Taking advantage of the break, Zhang Chei was taking pictures of Lin Kuei with the Leica camera in his hand. Seeing the mineral water that was suddenly handed over, and hearing Zhao Qingzhong say that, he was instantly stunned. What do you mean? He had a confused look on his face and really didn't understand what Zhao Qingzhong meant by this. He saw Zhao Qing staring straight at Li Ling with a longing smile. How about you introduce Sister Li Ling to me for a while? I'm buying dinner tonight and you're creating an opportunity for me. This guy actually set his sights on Li Ling? What's with the suddenness? While Zhang Chei was in a burst of astonishment, Zhou Chu suddenly poked his head out from behind as well. Then, by the way, make an introduction for me as well. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi can do it. I think they are both good as well. Zhang Chei, he's totally kind of dumbfounded. What's going on here? Chapter 94, he took all the cheap advantages. Zhao Qingzhong and Zhou Zhushi, both of them have nothing to do with Lin Kuei. Before the long vacation, but because Lin Kuei chose to follow Zhang Chei, it led to an extreme psychological imbalance. After being so jealous that he was twisted, he was close to directly flipping out with Zhang Chei. Zhang Chei brought Lin Kuei and Suemo, the two schoolgirls, to Chang'an, and it even triggered the entire Shanghai University to boil. This caused their jealousy towards Zhang Chei to grow a few more points. As a result, now, Zhao Qingzhong suddenly set his sights on Li Ling. Zhou Chu is even more outrageous. He could have been Zhao Xiaolan or Feng Qi. Zhang Chei really couldn't figure out what kind of situation they were in here. Damn. Seeing you and schoolgirl Lin being so mushy, can we have no idea about finding a girl to fall in love with? I also want to make love to my sister. I also want to go to a room with my sister and live a life without shame. Zhao Qing is full of desire for the opposite sex. Zhou Chu, more completely, is the appearance of the spermatozoa. All at that age, which is understandable. So, you guys set your sights on Sister Li Ling and the others? Zhang Chei understood. So it turned out that Zhao Qing heatedly couldn't hold back and was impatient to carry out his growth. I'd like to keep an eye on the schoolgirls, but from schoolgirl Lin to schoolgirl Su, would they be willing to pay attention to me? Zhao Qing heatedly had a depressed look on his face. How he looked bitter. After a pause, he let out a long sigh. Hey, I don't dare to think about the school flower anymore. And after dispelling that thought, I thought that Li Ling was also very good at a second glance. She's not as good as schoolgirl Lin and schoolgirl Su, but she's pretty to look at. And I think she's got a great personality, too, which suits me. It's kinda amazing that he suddenly figured that out. And from what I heard, this guy had been secretly observing Li Ling all along. When he finished speaking, Zhou Branch followed while nodding vigorously. Yeah, I think so too. I think Xiao Xiaolan and Feng Qi are both great too. Zhang Chei, you've got schoolgirl Lin. You wouldn't be so stingy, would you? Zhang Che skimmed his mouth and looked at Zhou Chu as if he was looking at him. I say two of you. If you want to chase after Li Ling or Zhao Xiaolan or Feng Qi, this is between you and them. It's not like I have anything to do with it. What's with me being petty? Expressing breathlessness first, he paused before speaking again next. They're all here. You guys can totally just go over there and make a date if you have your eye on someone. They already know you and you already know them. Do I need to make introductions? You guys just ask them to dinner, before all the light bulbs get in the way. You guys always say that the schoolgirl doesn't care about you, but you don't look at yourselves. You can't even speak well in front of the school flower. So what's the point of thinking about it every day? Now if you guys are afraid to even go ask someone out, you expect others to help. So even if I were to get them together for you for dinner, what the good would that do? With these words, he directly silenced Zhao Qingzhong and Zhou Chu. Then, over there, Li Ling and the girls were already waving to greet him. Zhang Che, what are you dawdling over there for? Come over here. Get your ass over here. There's a route for two people to play over here. Hearing the call, Zhang Che left Zhao Qingzhong and Zhou Chu behind and greeted them towards Li Ling. In climbing gyms, the tandem line is hot because it allows couples to play together and to stick it to the opposite sex. Double climbing requires the use of each other's bodies for support, and can only be accomplished by two people working together. Because of the nature of rock climbing, the so-called double line, lover's line, and the so-called breakup line are jokingly called breakup line. Honey, let's try it too. Zhang Che was still some distance away when he walked over. The eager Lin Kui rushed over and quickly pulled him over. This seems, indeed, quite interesting as well. Seems like a good one. Come on. He was also pretty much rested, so he pulled Lin Kui into a challenge amidst the many spectators in the climbing gym. Li Ling and the girls, on the other hand, were down there giving them advice. With Lin Kui in sumo schoolgirl level beauty, they had long attracted the attention of everyone in the pavilion. Even, there were several that ran to hit on me. The result, naturally, is that they all return in defeat. People who wanted to meet but couldn't are now watching the great beauty who wowed them play a two-person line with a man. All kinds of body-to-body. All kinds of intimacy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On what grounds? Such a scene made one of these individuals more mentally unbalanced than the other, and they couldn't help but curse out. Even Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu were sour at this time. All of them, hating that Zhang Che was himself, also wanted to play this double rock climbing with Lin Kui. Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end, Lin Kui only had Zhang Che in her eyes and didn't give a damn about them. The same goes for Li Ling and the girls. Seeing such a comical appearance as Lin Kui falling on Zhang Che's lap, they laughed and made a mess. After falling down several times, Lin Kui temporarily ran out of strength, and they both pestered Zhang Che to try. Change me for me. I'll try. Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi took turns to play, judging as if no one was there, pulling Zhang Che to have a great time. This made everyone's eyes widen even more, especially Zhao Qingzhong and Zhou Chu. The two of them wanted to chase after Li Ling and the girls, and they were still apprehensive about whether or not to go on a date because of Zhang Che's words. Seeing that Li Ling and the girls were simply intimate with Zhang Che, there was absolutely no semblance of defense between men and women. Sometimes, their entire bodies hung onto Zhang Che, clinging on like tailless bears. Sometimes, it was riding directly on Zhang Che's neck, or sitting face to face on Zhang Che's lap. When they fell off the rock face, they were even more often rolled into a ball on top of each other from the pulling and tugging. However, they both were completely unconcerned about it, and instead managed to laugh their asses off. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is too good to be true, isn't it? Zhou Chu's eyes were about to glaze over, his envy towards Zhang Che reaching its peak at this moment. Forget about picking up the schoolgirl. Now that the schoolgirl is your girlfriend, it's no surprise how close you guys are. But in front of the schoolgirls, how come you're still having such a good time with so many beautiful girls? Look at Lin Kui, who was also amused by the various antics of Li Ling and the girls. Seeing them fall and roll into a ball with Zhang Che, was laughing even more, even forgetting to go up and pull Zhang Che up. Is this a case of not caring? Or is it a case of not realizing there's anything wrong with this at all? Damn it, the cheapness is all taken by this guy. Zhou Chu spoke the minds of all the males in the climbing gym, and their eyes were already on the verge of bursting into flames as they looked at Zhang Che. The only consolation was that Sumo laughed and laughed though, pointing out all sorts of things down there. However, she did not personally play with Zhang Che like this as well. As for Li Ling and the girls playing so obliviously with Zhang Che, she had long been surprised, seeing the reactions of the men around her. It was also clear to her that these men were envious of Zhang Che. What guy wouldn't want to take a bunch of girls and have fun like that? Maybe there were people who didn't want to, but Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu, as well as the men in this climbing gym did. Chapter 95, this joke has some deep meaning. Over here, It was only when Zhao Qingjiong finally realized that having fantasies about the school's flower was a bit impractical. Just as he came to his great realization, he proceeded to realize that Li Ling was not as good looking as the two schoolgirls, but she was also very pretty. Intends to go after Li Ling and also satisfy his restless heart when, however, he saw that over there, Li Ling was laughing and joking around with Zhang Che without a care in the world. Completely didn't treat Zhang Che as an outsider, nor did he treat Zhang Che as a man. This instantly made him so jealous that he even felt like he was being NTR'd. And, still, the husband is a current offender. You slept with the schoolgirl I admired even though I'm backing out of it, and you're still greening me? Zhao Cheng became furious and with red eyes and gritted teeth, he rushed over and dragged Zhang Che towards the corner. What's wrong? Seeing him with this look of wanting to choose someone to eat, Zhang Che felt very strange, and Lin Kui and the others were even more confused. Zhang Che, I've told you that I'm going after Li Ling. Why do you still keep eating her tofu? Zhao Qing questioned Zhang Che angrily, and Zhou Chu followed suit to express his dissatisfaction. And Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi. Zhang Che looked at these two in a daze of innocence. Yes. Looking at the two men's what do you think expressions, he hastened to defend himself. Heaven and earth. I didn't mean to take advantage of them. Sister Lin is watching from the side. If I dare to mooch and eat tofu, will she castrate me? It's their initiative. I can't be blamed. In fact, it's clear they're the ones taking advantage of me. This is actually true. Li Ling and the girls just feel that they are the ones who took advantage of the situation. Nay, Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu did not believe it. I'll be darned. Gotcha. The two of them spat at him in unison. Brothers' wives are not to be bullied. Even if they took the initiative you can't eat their tofu. Zhang Che, how's that for a brother's wife? He had a pang of contempt for the two men. Plastic brotherhood aside, by now a few hours have passed and Zhao Qingjiang hasn't even dared to ask Li Ling out yet. Not to mention the appointment. Not a single extra word was ever spoken. They say they're going after people, but it turns out they're just hiding in the corner and sneaking a peek. Zhao Qingjiang, this so-called fancy people, want to let him to do the introduction. Afraid is not want to let him to do everything? Isn't it true that it would be best if he had to send Li Ling straight to bed? This guy is a douchebag, but he's a wimp when he tries to chase a girl. As for Zhou Chu, he didn't even bother. If you really like Li Ling, then go on a big date and confess. You could also be upfront and honest about the fact that you don't like her getting too close to other men. If she likes you too, she'll naturally care about your feelings. You don't have a relationship with her. You'll just hide in the corner and peek and treat people like girlfriends. Do they know about this? Zhao Qingjiang's old face turned red, and he stalked his neck to mouth a hard line. You wouldn't do it if I asked you to help. So I'm just thinking about how I should go about the appointment. He had only finished saying this when Li Ling and the girls over there were already impatient. Zhang Che, what are you hiding over there and grumbling about? Come over and continue. We haven't had enough fun yet. Zhang Che also didn't have enough fun and immediately left Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu to run back. Li Ling and the girls had long sensed that something was wrong and looked for Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu's side to take a look. Then inquired, what are they pulling you and muttering about? And why do I get the feeling there's something wrong with this look in their eyes? Zhang Che also glanced at these two guys, then picked up part of the truth in full. Senior sister Li Ling, Zhao Qingjiang said that he likes you, and said that he invited for dinner tonight and asked me to introduce you guys. That's what I told him. There's also sister Zhao Xiaolan and sister Feng Qi. Zhou Chu also said that he likes you guys and wants to chase you. Except for Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu who felt that he had taken advantage of him by eating tofu, which he didn't say. He said all the rest. After understanding what was going on, Li Ling and the girls were collectively speechless, including Lin Kui and Su Mo who couldn't help but roll their eyes. There's nothing wrong with liking someone, having thoughts about someone, wanting to pursue someone. If you like it, go after it, even if you get rejected. So what? A big man who likes but doesn't dare to pursue. So Twisted is really breathless. If Zhao Qingjiang had been able to come to the date and confess his feelings in a big way, Li Ling wouldn't even have any negative opinion of him. Isn't it commonplace to pursue or be pursued, to agree or reject? However, Zhao Qingjiang's current reaction was something that made her see contempt from the bottom of her heart. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Che could guess what her attitude was, but it was a squeeze of the eyes, a deliberate jab. How about it? Sister Li Ling, what are your thoughts now? Honestly, this roommate of mine is still in good condition, and I've been emphasizing that he's rich since the first day of school. His mantra is that he has $10,000 a month to live on, and he's actually quite emotional, which is why the Zhou division has become his loyal follower. Li Ling gave him a blank look upon hearing this, then took Lin Kui's arm. Can you be richer than you are? Zhang Che, are you annoying us? I'm telling you, don't even think about trying to get rid of us. We'll just follow Kui and rub your nose in your food and drink instead of looking for a boyfriend. Kui and I had a deal. If I don't get married in this life, she has to support me for the rest of my life. As Li Ling said that, she even scowled and made a face towards Zhang Che. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi also stood arm in arm with them, nodding heavily in agreement. Zhang Che expressed his disdain. Che, if you guys can really stay unmarried, what if I let Kui support you for the rest of your lives? Li Ling haha laughed. This is what you said. Oh, no backtracking. Oh, whoever backtracks is a puppy. As she said that, she even extended her little finger to pull the hook with Zhang Che. Yeah, whoever backs out is a puppy. We're going to pull the hooks too. We're not losing out either way anyway. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi followed suit. Su Mo watched from the side with an odd expression. This is a joke no matter how you look at it, but how does it feel like it's a meaningful joke? Just wait. I'm going to reject the Zhao Qingjiang right now and show you my determination. Li Ling playfully laughed and pulled the hook with Zhang Che, then went straight to Zhao Qingjiang. Zhao Qingjiang, right? Zhang Che told me that you want to ask me out and chase me. I'm trying to tell you not to bother with this. You're really not my type when you can't even confess in person. Zhao Qingjiang's face turned white and he felt like he had been viciously stabbed. Am I really such a wimp? He had just been despised by Zhang Che, and now he was rejected on such grounds before he had the backbone and courage to go on a date. This made Zhao Qing heatedly break his defenses and somewhat skeptical of life. Seeing how thunderous Li Ling was, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi looked at Zhou Chu. So who wants to go after which one of us two? Zhang Che, he said you're both good. Either one of you would be fine. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, originally, also wanted to go for a rejection in the same manner. As a result, when I heard that was the answer, I was reluctant to even go and say no for a moment. Chapter 96, I can't envy you. That said, it's kind of funny too. They say that relationships are mandatory in college. However, the four of them in Lin Kuyi's dormitory were all in good condition. However, all of them were still single by the third year of college, and none of them had any romantic experience before Zhang Che appeared. This seems incredible to many people and has even generated a lot of buzz. The main reason why this is happening is because of Lin Kui. It wasn't that she, the schoolgirl one and only, didn't want to fall in love, she just hadn't been able to find someone who could satisfy her. She trolls for kitties, rides the donkey, and keeps so many spare lickspittles. Though not in a relationship, there was never a shortage of guys offering. Individually, Li Ling was also very pretty, and Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi weren't bad either, and there was actually no shortage of suitors. Just watching Lin Kui traveling through various levels of men with ease, enjoying all kinds of benefits, and look at his own suitors, who are still not as good as Lin Kuyi's licking dogs. As a roommate and best friend, how can you balance out getting a boyfriend yourself who is no better than a licking dog that people can't look at? At the age of 20-something, guys are restless, and girls are not springy. They actually want to find a boyfriend, but after looking and comparing, there is no one who can make them willing. They also know that they can't compare themselves to Lin Kui and can't be judged by her, but neither are they willing to put the bloody disparity on the table. Of course, this was all before. Now, they really don't want a boyfriend. Because of Zhang Che's relationship, they followed Lin Kui luxury suite lived, every day in and out of high-end places, all kinds of delicacies, good food, fun, whenever they want, just tell Lin Kui. Lin Kui made a phone call to Zhang Che, sent a message, and everything was arranged. Why do you need a boyfriend when you're so happy with your life? Can a boyfriend provide that kind of life? Zhao Qing heeded $10,000 a month living expenses. Small life has been able to live a very nourishing, but when you compare it, it's not really enough. Zhang Che had to spend so much money when he took them out for a casual meal, and meals like this are almost a daily occurrence. The old ancestors said hundreds or thousands of years ago that it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Who would want to eat the chaff after having tasted the fine clothes and food and being accustomed to the delicacies of the mountains and the sea? Li Ling and the girls even really felt that if they could keep living like this, it would be perfectly fine if they didn't get married. Even if you're not as lucky as Lin Kui and can enjoy it for the rest of your life. Such a cozy day is certainly one that can be enjoyed for one more day. Anyway, you're not even 21 yet, so there's no need to rush even if you do go for the marriage talk. Wouldn't it be suicide to get a boyfriend now? He himself was following Lin Kuyi's glory, but could he still bring his boyfriend along to follow Zhang Che to dabble in food and drink? Li Ling and the girls are equally sober and know what position they are in, know what you want and what you can get. Originally, so simply do not want to fall in love. Plus Zhao Qing heated so wimpy also really do not see. The result, naturally, is that it rushes right over and punches you in the face, leaving no room for error at all. As for Zhou Chu, that's even more so. Because of this matter, Zhao Qingjian was depressed for several days. Li Ling is a bit worse than Lin Kui, but his own school flower cannot hope to want to settle for second best. but the result is all rejected. If you're not good enough for the schoolgirl, you're not good enough for the next best thing, are you? This made Zhao Cheng heatedly sad and unconvinced. What's more, the schoolgirl who didn't look at him in the eye at all was called a submissive birdie in front of Zhang Che. Li Ling and the girls were laughing and joking with Zhang Che in various ways, and they were also completely unguarded. This made him unable to help but doubt his life. Am I really that much worse than Zhang Che? Under the extreme imbalance, Zhao Qingjiong, Zhou Chu, and many others gnashed their teeth at Zhang Che and hated for him to roll over. But regrettably, what to expose Zhang Che's true colors expose Zhang Che's scum nature School forums, confession walls, various groups and social media were all in an uproar, and it didn't have the slightest effect on Zhang Che. Now, the whole of Hudong had already known that Zhang Che was a scum, and could be described as being reviled by everyone, but Lin Kui seemed oblivious, and Li Ling and the girls didn't care even more. Even Su Mo, who completely ignored the gossip, was still very close to Zhang Che. Regardless of how those who were so jealous that they were twisted scolded him, Zhang Che was taking Lin Kui and the girls for all kinds of food and drinks. When these contents were photographed by other students or seen from Lin Kui's and their social media accounts, then, just the more jealous these people get, the more they break their defenses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This ing on everyday so eat everyday so play. What kind of family background can withstand this build? Nima, moving tens of thousands of dollars a meal. This is really ing poor and extravagant. Thanks to Zhang Che, it was this guy who made me realize why eating and drinking can be compared to whoring and gambling. Eat the best food and have the most fun. I'd ing hate to be a woman so I could eat and play along with her. It turns out that Zhang Che is the one with the most money. No wonder Lin Kui is so dead set on him. Scum? Oh, honestly, how many women care that the man who put them through this is scum? After everyone was shocked by Zhang Che's profligate use of money, the various curses stopped. Those who were jealous to the point of distortion also helplessly realized that they really couldn't envy. Zhang Che's image in people's minds has also changed once again, from being a dog licker at the beginning, to a scumbag, and now a super rich kid who spends money like water. On steroids, it's a super rich kid disguised as a dog licker who is actually scummy. Brother, trust me, I'm really sick, just simply on a revenge spending spree. Really not a scumbag but playing lickspittle. It wasn't me who took down senior sister Lin, it was actually her who took me down. I really didn't think anything of her originally, it's just that she's really pretty, so I couldn't say no. When Zhang Che said this, he was sitting in the restaurant, facing Sun Yunjia, one of Lin Kuyi's former strongest suitors, when he first swore that he was willing to push Sun Yunqi's ass. As a result, now, he and Lin Kui rolled together. The fact is such a fact that it doesn't matter who pushed who anymore. When Sun Yunjia came to him, who was going to invite him to dinner to talk to him, he was still feeling quite awkward. On the contrary, Sun Yunjia hadn't seen him for a while and looked away, already feeling as if he was relieved. Brother, all this is in the past. It doesn't matter. He waved his hand back and forth. Do you know why I didn't come to you until now? Because it took me some time to come to grips with this, and now I've figured it out. In fact, this result really doesn't surprise me at all. I've had this premonition for a long time. Well, and he's actually expressed it that way before. Chapter 97, Remote Explosion Rewards Even When Drunk and High. Zhang Che thought that Sun Yunjia had come to raise an offense, and was more or less a bit weak. Who made him talk so convincingly before? But as it turned out, it was Sun Yunjia who hit the nail on the head. But looking at the smile on Sun Yunjia's face at this moment, it was really very relieved. And he was relieved. Since Sun Yunjia had completely put it down, there was no need for him to speak with so much concern. Bro, actually, Sister Lin, she's really not right for you. It's good that you can figure it out. He gestured for Sun Unchal to clink his glass. Pleased with that, Sun Yunjia nodded and said frankly, I know, taking a drink from his glass before he spoke again with a smile. Actually, I've always known what kind of person Lin Kui is and what she wants. So the first time I went to see you, I wanted to know how strong you were. If you're stronger than me, then I'll opt out automatically. He had been fighting with Wang Junquan for so long because he felt that he was not inferior to Wang Junquan. The two were equal, so naturally they had to fight it out. You're not better than me, so why should I automatically quit? This was also mainly because, out of Lin Kui's many suitors, they were already the most powerful. This, coupled with Lin Kui's various routines, always made them feel that they were close to success. In fact, many times, it was clear to me that Lin Kui was hanging on to us, but I always felt that Wang Junquan and I were already the best choices she could have met. A level higher than ours that she shouldn't be able to reach with her circle of life and even future work. Unless, of course, she's willing to take on men who are old enough to be her father or even her grandfather. If Lin Kui had no choice but to end up deciding between him and Wang Junquan, then he had a chance. In the end, if we win, it will all be worth it. Nay, halfway through the process, a variable like Zhang Che appeared. If you had told me you were so rich, I would have automatically quit long ago whether Lin Kui chose you or not. Sun Yunja couldn't help but spit it out as well, and proceeded to pour Zhang Che 3 cups in a row. He was actually quite lucid. What Lin Kui wants is a class leap, a life of wealth and luxury. The richer the man, the more attractive he was to her. As soon as a richer one comes along, then I'm sorry to say that you've completely run out of chances. So, as soon as a stronger one comes along, he automatically quits. As to whether or not this person who was stronger than him could have the last laugh, and what Lin Kui would ultimately choose, it was no longer any of his concern. It's just that he didn't expect that such a person would appear so suddenly and violently. I have to say, there are a lot of hidden dirtbags in our country. I've actually looked through Forbes and Huruan rich list. It was only after determining that none of those rich families on the list were suitable for Lin Kui that I dared to be sure that she wouldn't have a better choice. How could I have imagined that you could pop up? If I had built it the way you did, I would have built it already to the point of ruin. He drives a top-of-the-line BMW X5, which is just over $800. 000 bare bones. Zhang Che had taken Lin Kui and the girls on a vacation in Chang'an, and the accommodation fees alone had exceeded 600,000 yuan. Over this period of time, Zhang Che's various profligate spending of money had been rumored everywhere in the school, and he had seen them all. That, and mostly I have a mental block. I have to go and spend money like this to soothe my mental depression or I'll be driven crazy by repression. Zhang Che once again brought up this excuse, blushing without a blush to muddle through. Saying this, he also advised Sun Yunja in a serious manner. Take me as a lesson. In the future, you shouldn't be too harsh on your children. Otherwise, it would have turned out like me. Sun Yunja rolled his eyes. I don't have that much money to build my son. Zhang Che also rolled his eyes. I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about illness. Sun Yunja laughed. But the point of the fact is that you have so much money to spend with a vengeance. You can give more to Lin Kui. So she chose you. What can I say about such a matter? Of course. What is there to wonder about? The truth. Indeed. Is this such a truth? Zhang Che shrugged. Actually, I don't know what it would be like if I ran out of money one day. Will Sister Lin share my pain? Or will she kick my ass? It's a problem. But that's what he says. Never thinking about it in detail. Never test human nature. With the addition of the system, there was never going to be a day like this. Even if one day he became the system's so-called god-level lickspittle, the system had since retired. By that time, he had earned enough rewards that he didn't have to worry about returning to poverty again. This is fine for now, so there's no need to trouble yourself. Why do you have to think about things like what if and how that will turn out? The two men were drunk and chatting away. When it was dark, Lin Kui sent a message. Honey, we're done eating on our end. Are you guys finished on your end? Zhang Che returned the message, chatting happily, but it's almost time. You send the collection code, and I'll still settle the bill. Although he didn't go to dinner with Lin Kui and the girls because of Sun Yunja's invitation. Still, it's a reward that can't be spared. Thankfully, technology is so advanced these days that payments can also be made remotely by scanning QR codes. Looking down at the head tinkering with his cell phone, Sun Yunja prodded him with his glass of wine. What's the hair? Drinking and drinking. Zhang Che raised his head and put his cell phone aside. Lin's senior sister and the girls went to eat Japanese food. I asked them to send the QR code for them to pay the bill. Sun Yunja was immensely impressed with him. You're really sweet. I ask myself that I can't do this for you. You're so rich and so considerate. It would be strange if Lin Kui didn't follow you with her heart and soul in this life. Zhang Che rolled his eyes. Actually, you can just say licking. Being so rich and licking so much combined seems like a real killer. Zhang Che didn't care about Sun Yunja's sentiments and was already happy in his heart. Lin Kui and the girls went to a high-end Japanese restaurant ranked in the top 10 in Magic City, with a per capita spending of up to $2,500. The girls ate over $10,000 for this meal, which blew the cashback cap right out of the water. Unfortunately, this time Suemo didn't follow, just Lin Kui and the four of them in the dormitory. Otherwise, there would have been an extra share of this reward. Zhang Che was in a good mood and pulled Sun Yunja to dry 2 more cups. After another bout of pushing the cup, Sun Yunja finally lost the battle. No more drinking. Damn, I'm not as rich as you. Even if I can't beat you in picking up girls, why can't I beat you in drinking? Sun Yunja was depressed, but had to be convinced. Well, that's it then. We'll fight another day. After Zhang Che's body had been improved by the cyber healing, his ability to drink had also increased. Moreover, he can remove negative body statuses by licking the dog sanatorium. so he doesn't have to worry about being uncomfortable even if he's drunk. The amount of alcohol is not afraid of getting drunk. How can Sun Yoonja be his opponent? By the time Sun Yoonja had to admit defeat, it was just as well that Lin Kui had sent him a message and had driven to the door to pick him up and take him home. Chapter 98, Getting a Computer to Play Games. Another day. No morning classes. After sending Lin Kui off, Zhang Che returned to his dormitory early. He saw that Li Yale was the only one in the dormitory who was chewing on a bun and sitting in front of the computer to play games. Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu had long since disappeared. Speaking of which, he hadn't really dealt with the two roommates in a while. Originally did not care. Lazy attention, but now is really cannot help but a little curious. He sat down next to Li Yale and casually inquired, "What about those two?" Li Yale shook his head inside. Gave the girls breakfast. Zhang Che was stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't this something I did? He hurriedly pursued the question. To whom? What the hell is going on here? Li Yale then explained. It's a girl from the Department of Economics and Management. Seems to be called Zhang Jiaozhou, and it's rumored that the two of them are on the verge of getting it on. It's a case of the sheriff being impressed. This can't be imagined. Zhao Qingjiang, such a goon who doesn't even dare to confess, without saying a word, actually have to have a girlfriend. It doesn't feel like that much time has passed since I went to the climbing gym that day. Why has this changed so much? It's not easy. He, Zhao Qingjiang, has actually all grown up and is daring to pick up girls. Not bad. Not bad. There's progress to be commended. Zhang Che still agreed with this point. Who knew that? Li Yale smiled, but said, it was said that Zhang Jiaojia took the initiative to chase after Zhao Qingjiang. Zhang Che, if you put it that way, it makes more sense. Zhao Qingjiang, this guy is like an animal entering the mating season. Incomparably restless but wimpy as hell. Now that a girl had come to his door of her own accord, wouldn't that be just what he wanted? It's just that there would actually be a girl who would take the initiative to look at him. So one can only say that it's carrot and cabbage, to each his own. Maybe some people just like the type that's outwardly tugging on the surface but is actually a wimp on the inside. I thought he was having a growth spurt, but it turns out it's someone else who holds the initiative. That's not bad. Wish them all the happiness in the world. Zhang Che changed the topic and focused on Li Yale's computer. What kind of setup do you have on this one? And how much did you pay for it? I've thought about getting a computer to play games before, but I didn't think about it until I got to the present. On the contrary, Li Yale, the long vacation has been pounded every day to play that a cool. Li Yale patted his white Ocean View chassis with amusement. 13400F CPU, Asgard 8GB of RAM X2, Armor Man 1TB hard drive. The motherboard is an Asus H610M and the graphics card is an MSI RTX 4060, Acer VC550 bronze power supply, Kyushu Fengshen cooling, and Aircastle Blizzard Seaview room chassis. It took me a couple days of tossing and turning to get it all done. $4,760. Zhang Che heartily praised. Very good indeed. Since you're so professional, then help me get one too, and I'll buy you dinner then. Zhang Che is very fond of electronic products, and his hands-on skills are not weak, and he has some knowledge of computers, but it's equally good and enjoyable to see Li Yale so browbeaten about it. He then thought it would be better to leave it to Li Yale to get it right, so he could let this roommate experience more fun. Okay, that's nothing. Li Yale really did not say a word and patted his chest and promised. Both eyes are still full of expectations. You're such a dirtbag. Surely you wouldn't shrink like me if you wanted a computer, right? Who doesn't want to pull out all the stops when it comes to their computer configuration if they like computers? It's just that for a lot of people it's conditions that really don't allow it. Now that someone has paid money to be able to rub their hands together to create the computer of their dreams, it's not a dream come true. Zhang Che nodded. Just get it in the expensive direction. Performance is as good as it gets. Money is not a problem. Li Yale directly quit the game and opened the web page. Then this is a good one. I'll give you the AMD R9-9950X for the CPU and MSI's MPG X870E with Wi-Fi for the motherboard. This set of board use, right now, is going for almost 7,000 less. The Varakiri V360 has over 1,000 cooling, and the memory is on the Baiwei Goku DX100, 32GB X2 almost 1,200 plus. The Hynix 2TB hard drive is almost 1,000 and the Genoa 1300W power supply costs 1,299. Fan 10X United Power Illusions 120 for almost 1,600. And to top it all off, the graphics card, RTX 5090-32G, $16,499. I'll give you the detailed math. It all adds up to 31,129. These things were all collected by Li Yale, and in a few moments, they were displayed in front of Zhang Che's eyes. I could tell he had been eyeing these for a long time. Speaking all in one breath, He paused before asking. Well, Zhang Che nodded. The solid state is replaced with a causative state. And everything else is fine. CPU, GPU, these things now is really no way. Solid state drives have a choice. He is more than happy to use domestic. Li Yale froze for a moment, opened the official flagship store of G State on the shopping platform, and then asked, which one to choose? Zhang Che pointed to the newest flagship. This is it. T Pro 9000, PCLE 5, 0 interface, 14,000 MB/s maximum read speed, 2 terabytes for 1,649. After selecting it, he followed up with a confirmation. By the way, there's nothing wrong with the motherboard connector, is there? Li Yale expressed certainty. All this price is certainly no problem. Which can PCLE 5.0 are not supported. Swapping out the SSD brought the price to 31,809 from the original 31,129. This amount of money was of course completely negligible to Zhang Che. Then it's yours. He said. He transferred the money directly to Li Yale and immediately let it order. Don't worry. I'll make sure everything is in order for you. Li Yale looked quite excited and couldn't help rubbing his hands together as he placed his order. Placing an order for all the accessories before having said, all you have to do now is pick out another monitor. You've got the Apple family bucket, and surely this computer wasn't gotten to do design. If you're going to play games, just get one that's cool for playing games. To play games, Zhang Che still prefers the Banfish screen. There is a sense of immersion. It will be more enjoyable. The resolution has to be high and the screen has to be big. He opened the e-commerce platform and looked around, and was going to just go with a 5K resolution. 49-inch. Nay, this is a dormitory, and there is limited space for each person, so they really can't fit that big. I had no choice but to settle for second best and ended up with a 34-inch 4K screen for $5,999. It won't fit in the dorm, but I can fit it in my house. Zhang Che's mind moved, thinking about whether or not he should just match two of them and put one in his house as well. What did you say? Li Yale heard him mutter, but didn't catch what he was muttering. Nothing. After thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. It wasn't bad, but there was really no need for a repeat purchase. It's all about playing games. Computers set up to play in the dorms. You can get a mainframe at home. I was just thinking, since we're going to play games, why don't we just get another console? Li Yale shrugged resentfully. As long as you want to take it, of course there's no problem. You have plenty of money anyway. Chapter 99, it's a loss if you can't get cash back for your money. All computer accessories have been ordered, and Zhang Che chose the mouse and keyboard to match the sound. Li Yale rubbed his fists and was full of red face, wanting to do a big job. Seeing how excited he was, Zhang Che felt more and more that he just needed to leave it to him without having to worry about it himself. Thus, Zhang Che diverted his attention. He's also thinking of getting a gaming console in, but that's to be played at home. So, another display device is needed. Computers with monitors, game consoles, or use the TV to play more enjoyable. These days, TVs have been turned on at ridiculously low rates. More and more people don't want to watch TV, and the industry is pretty much playing into the hands of the old masters. For a lot of young people who still venture out and want to buy a TV, it's mostly for gaming. So, what's a good TV to get? Without even thinking about it, Zhang Che directly chose Chrysanthemum's Wisdom Screen. Chrysanthemum's smart screen is now firmly established in the domestic high-end market, with a dominant market share. Its quality is no worse than the Three Funerals, and the so-called Sony DAFA. And of course there is no need to consider these foreign brands. Since you're going to buy it, it's definitely going to be the best and look the best. He selected the V5 Max after a brief look around. The 110-inch Super Giant screen, Super Mini LED beads, and color gamut color calibration are all top-notch. After the discount, the price is $64,999. His was a big 1,200 square foot flat and the living room was big enough to be just cool enough with a super giant screen like that. As for the price, it was certainly no pressure on him. Only, now he is having the mentality that he is losing money if he spends it and doesn't earn cash back. It's fine to spend money, but money can't be spent in vain. It must be earned back from something else. 40,000 plus computers. 60,000 plus TVs. That's over 100,000 already. Add in the PS5 Pro and that's over 3,000. No, this money can't go unspent. Zhang Che took out his cell phone and first sent a message to Lin Kui before calling Suemo. Master, I'm in a bit of a hurry. I'm very unwell at the moment. I've had another attack, so come out with me. He pulled Lin Kui and Suemo and went straight to the Chrysanthemum brand experience store. When I bought a fruit family bucket for Lin Kui before, I had thoughts of buying a Chrysanthemum family bucket. Would like to try them both to see what the differences are and what the pros and cons are. Now that the fruit he has used up to now, it's the perfect time to get the chrysanthemums and try them out. At the same time, earn back the money you spent on yourself from Lin Kui and Sumo. MeetBook X Pro, Ultra 9 Clear Blue, 32 GB plus 2 TB combo for $14,799 after $200 off. Give one to Lin Kui and get 100,000 back. Give one to Sumo and get another 100,000 back, plus a base bonus of 10,000 by 220,000 minus plus Zhang Chei's own purchase of the machine is to spend 44,397, a net profit of 175,603. That's comforting. In one fell swoop, the TV, mainframe and computer were all raked in and paid for. Zhang Chei's thoughts were suddenly clear, his mood was relieved, and his entire body became radiant once again. Sumo was able to clearly detect the emotional changes in his body and became more and more convinced that he really had a mental disorder. As for Lin Kui, he has long been used to the fact that the more money he spends, the happier he is. Check the phone again. All that talk about buying the whole family bucket and making a small profit back, that's just the beginning. Zhang Chei was pleased with himself and brought Lin Kui and Sumo to continue picking. Folding screen phones haven't been played with yet, and the Trifold Extraordinary Master 16 GB plus 1 TB Rui Hong is available for $23,999. The same $220,000 reward netted 14,803 minus the overhead of the three machines. Dual Fold Mate X6, 16 GB plus 1 TB for $15,999, netting 17,203. The Mate 70 RS Extraordinary Master, the top of the line with the same specs, retails for $12,999, netting 18,103. Tablet MatePad Pro 13, 2-inch, $50.99 after discount. Then there are all sorts of accessories like watches, headphones, and even stereos. This is a lot of maneuvering. Not only the computer, TV, host and chrysanthemum family bucket are bought, it also netted almost $1 million. Now Zhang Chei was not only relieved in his heart, he was practically walking with a fluttering brow. Even though he already knew him well enough, he had stuffed so many things to send back when he called out for a trip. Looking at his departing back, Sumo's heart also still had some mixed feelings. Sumo returned to the dormitory and his roommate was stunned. Holy, Sumo, you went and robbed the chrysanthemum boutique? Sumo placed the pile on the table and didn't hide it. How could I have so much money? This was all bought by Zhang Chei. The roommates were even more shocked. Zhang Chei launched another monetary attack on you? Money offensive. This was the definition of Zhang Chei's dog-licking behavior after people found out that Zhang Chei was not normally rich. Although Sumo himself never thought that this was Zhang Chei's money attack, he couldn't help but think that everyone else did. Sumo, you must keep it. The roommate took Sumo's hand and admonished him at length. Although Zhang Chei isn't bad-looking and is so rich, he's just too scummy. He obviously already has Lin Kui, and he's still unapologetically hitting on you. You can't let him get away with this. Sumo was speechless. People didn't want to get anything from me. But who would want to believe such words even if she said them? What mental disorder revenge spending? The more money you spend the happier you are. That's only more of what will only make people think it's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. But it was because Zhang Chei didn't want anything from her that she had been torn and apprehensive. She's still conflicted, and ultimately can't be honest enough to really think of this as sanctioning scum. Lin Kui, then there is no such problem. These pure lust schoolgirls are now facing happy troubles. Honey, you've gotten me fruit family buckets before. Now we've bought so many more chrysanthemums. There are 3 of them just for cell phones, so we're 6 of them together, and we can't use them all. At this moment, Zhang Chei was opening the system interface in a smooth manner. After making these purchases, he once again scraped together enough entries for the raffle and went along for the ride. Then came the exciting news. Congratulations to the host. You have been awarded a card drawing card. Seeing this result, he, who had long been accustomed to the lottery, suddenly became excited again. The last time I acquired this, I ended up with a blacker face than an aunt's, and just drew the Jilly Star wish that he now opens every day. But immediately following that, character exploded, winning the $204 million mansion with a 1% chance after obtaining the residential raffle card. What will be the outcome of this one? Once again, he had a rare moment of nervousness. 3, 2, 1. And the final result was presented to him. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn the Link Z20. Link Z20, 2025 530 km rear drive max day by day edition. Market reference price, $150. 900. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's with the little trolley again? Zhang Chei almost had a mouthful of old blood spurting out when he heard Lin Kui's words. Anyway, He had already given it to Lin Kui, and the reward was already in his hands, so it didn't matter at all if he had to use it up or not. He casually said, "If you can't use it, take it to the dormitory and give it to Sister Li Ling and the others. Whoever wants to like it." He paused in his speech and thought again about the new car he had just drawn. So then he added, "By the way, I ordered another car earlier, and I can already pick it up tomorrow. Now this one, it's yours to drive." The host sends his auspicious star wish to Lin Kui, and the dog-licking behavior is judged successful. Receive $10,000 in cash and 100 points in dog-licking value. The value of the Gilly star wish sent by the host was $98,800, triggering the cashback limit of $100,000. It was an unexpected pleasure. The unexpected system prompt rang out, easing Zhang Chei's depressed mood quite a bit. Still didn't draw a supercar, but it's not bad to make another profit. Chapter 100. Games are more attractive than black silk? When Zhang Chei arrived at school in his Link Z20, also in beige, he was quickly spotted by his roommates and classmates. Zhang Chei, you changed your car? Everyone was amazed and circled his new car several times, and they all ran up to sit and touch it. Zhang Chei nodded his head and smiled heatedly. How's that? Not bad? Don't tell me, though, that the Link Z20 is just about $50,000 or so more expensive than the Geely Star Wish, but also a pure electric small SUV. This Link Z20 looks much more refined and advanced. It looks pretty good. Li Yale and the others all nodded. Just a question. You're not a bad kid. Why don't you just get a more racy one? If you like to drive a small car like this, why did you suddenly switch to this one when you were doing just fine in your previous Geely Starwing? Zhang Chei spread his hands. I was too lazy to change the glass water, so I bought another one. All. Is that ing human? Do you want to hear yourself talking? There was a lot of cursing and everyone gave him the middle finger. These classmates were basically joking with Zhang Chei, while Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu were expressing their true feelings. What's the point of pretending? In fact, Zhang Chei really does not want to drive a luxury car. Just every time the face of the car pumping so black, what can be done? The rewards he had swiped now would be enough to go buy a supercar. The question is, how are you going to solve the problem of getting a Shanghai license plate for the car you bought? Small electric cars can be on the Shanghai license plate, but the result is to get a supercar can only be on the foreign license plate. Will be like Wang Junquan, like all the license points. Then this was too humiliating, and he didn't want to go through that. The supercar still had to wait until later, but this wave of pussy was a real treat for him. On the other hand, Lin Kui drove the Geely Star Wish to the dormitory floor and greeted Li Ling and the girls as they came down to carry their things. Laptops, cell phones, tablets. The pile of stuff. Li Ling and the girls weren't surprised. They were curious how Lin Kui drove back by herself. After returning from Chang'an, Zhang Chei intentionally cultivated Li Ling and the girls' driving skills so that he could let them drive when necessary. Although it was enough to have the three Li Ling, but Lin Kui likewise had the benevolent clan, based on the principle that if he could also drive skillfully, he could personally take care of Zhang Chei when needed. She also followed the trio of Li Ling and spent a short period of time practicing her car skills enough to drive on the road. However, even so, most of the time it was Zhang Chei who drove her back. However, at this moment, she was the only one who was missing Zhang Chei's figure. So Li Ling and the girls were all a bit curious. Why is it just you? Where's Zhang Chei? Lin Kui shoved all the car keys directly to Li Ling. Counting sumo. We can all be 6 of us when we go out. Always making you guys take your own cabs. Didn't Zhang Chei say he wanted to solve this problem before? So he bought another car. As of today, this car is yours to use, including these computers and tablets. Let's just say we share them in the dormitory, and whoever needs them can use them. Zhang Chei said he was giving the car to Lin Kui, but she followed Zhang Chei every day. So how did she need a car herself? Zhang Chei's co-pilot. That could be her exclusive seat. After such a long period of time, she actually already knew very clearly that Zhang Chei wasn't going to give anything directly to Li Ling and the girls. Every now and then, it was done through her hands. And, almost always, they let her have the idea, leaving the decision in her hands. If she was willing, then all sorts of delicious and fun things, and even all sorts of valuables, she could give Li Ling and the girls a share. If she was unwilling, then naturally, Li Ling and the others would not be able to take advantage of Zhang Chei. Now that Li Ling and the girls were able to dabble in the light, being able to follow Zhang Chei every day to eat, drink and have fun was the result of her permission. She played her own game, wanting to tie Li Ling and the girls firmly to her chariot for her own use. When Zhang Chei wanted to give Li Ling and the girls any favors, it had to be through her own hands, and she had actually guided them in secret. Only, Zhang Chei didn't care about these things at all and didn't even notice her guidance. The reason why Zhang Che did this was purely just because if he gave it directly to Li Ling and the girls, he wouldn't be able to pop the rewards at all. Through the hands of Lin Kui. That gives as Lin Kui. You can get more cash back. As for who Lin Kui gave or didn't give it to after he got it, it really didn't matter. He didn't care at all. He got along well with Li Ling and the girls and brought them along to swipe more cash back again. So, he was happy to do so. It was the thought he held that happened to fit Lin Kui's thoughts as well, and it was a happy ending for all. Parking the car. Lin Kui's fort carried a bunch of things upstairs. Back in the dormitory, Li Ling and the girls curiously got together when they fiddled with their folding screen cell phones. Lin Kui was on her tablet and cell phone again, burying her head in tinkering with the game all by herself. After Li Ling and the girls saw it, they couldn't care less about fiddling with the folding screen cell phone that they also came across for the first time. And they all came over. Koi, why are you still playing the game? What is it? Weren't you quite anti-game before? Before Shinwei quit his cell phone game for you. Lin Kui's eyes stared straight at the screen and she gave Li Ling a blank look. Before was before and now is now. Zhao Xiaolan hemmed and hawed. Needless to say, this is definitely because of Zhang Che. I've seen him play this game a few times before. He should like it. Lin Kui nodded and pinched Zhao Xiaolan's chin. Or you're smart. There was a pause, and she felt a little frustrated. He doesn't just like it, he loves it. To play the game. He got a computer in his dorm room and bought a console back. Yesterday he asked Sumo and I to go shopping at the Chrysalis store. Mostly just to get a TV to play games on. You guys didn't see it. He bought a 110-inch TV and had a hell of a time getting it back together and setting it up. As she spoke, she exaggerated her gesticulations, causing Li Ling and the girls to be dazzled again. 110 inches. How big of a TV does that have to be? Li Ling wiped her sweat. Boys are all the same. They are always unusually persistent when it comes to playing games. Lin Kui rubbed his forehead and spat rather grudgingly. But it's so obsessive. I couldn't even get his attention over the game last night by changing into stockings. He just kept hugging the handle and playing the game and couldn't even take the time to touch my leg. Li Ling was so happy to hear this that she hugged Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, and all three of them stumbled with laughter. Hey, didn't he just buy a game console and a TV and is on a roll? Don't worry about it. It's not his first day playing the game. There's no way your black silk legs will ever compare to the game. Lin Kui gave Li Ling and the girls another blank look before returning her gaze to the screen. That goes without saying. I don't have to live if I'm not as attractive as the game. But even so, that's his favorite game, which is why I have to throw myself at her mercy. Feng Qi nodded her head repeatedly. Aha, pitching in is definitely right. Let's play along. What's this game called? 4 people who knew almost nothing about games had picked up their cell phones or tablets. Original God. Always choose official clothes. Never channel clothes. That's what he told me again and again last night. After Lin Kui finished speaking, the 4 of them started messing around with the game. Download the game and huddle together to watch various videos and refresh your knowledge of everything related to it. Chapter 101, What Not to Learn From You to Learn From Me. Zhang Che's Protogod is a B-service, and I couldn't play it before I bought a whole bunch of fruity equipment that turned out to be unplayable. Now I've bought a gaming console that comes directly with a 60,000 plus 110-inch Super Jumbo screen. As a result, it's still not playable. Once again, I felt the heartbreak of the orphan suit. This time, Zhang Che decided to reincarnate with a clear heart. On a pessimistic note, he's gone through all the episodes before, and going through them again is more or less painful. Optimistically, though, he's just going through the plot, and the exploration is all still low. After all, it's 3 years into high school. Is really not that much time to play games and be anti-addiction. It needs to be opened anyway, so starting over again doesn't seem like it's unacceptable. With such a turn of mind, he finally made up his mind that a long pain was better than a short one. If we continue, who knows what we will encounter in the future, and then the sunk costs will become high again. In hindsight, I should have made a decisive switch when I bought the Fruit Family bucket. He transmigrated to the official uniform just as Lin Kui, Li Ling and the girls were clamoring to play with him. The result was that not only did he have to open the field himself, but often he had to take them with him. He has no problem with this. Playing the game. The main thing is to have fun. But when the plot isn't active, it's enjoyable in itself to take a girl at your leisure. I can't tell you how many level 60 munchkins leap into other people's worlds every day in this game to bring in new people for no pay. Moreover, whether it was Lin Kui or Li Ling and the girls, the emotional value was but given very high. What's more, there's a reward for bringing Lin Kui. The host leads Lin Kui to play the game, and the dog-licking behavior is judged successful. Receive $10,000 in cash and 100 points in dog-licking value. Another unexpected bonus, and it's a fixed bonus, every day, just by taking Lin Kui along to play games. You can keep this reward firmly in your pocket. Just one word, awesome. In the afternoon. In the dormitory. It was another day when Zhang Che and the others didn't have classes while Lin Kui and the girls had classes. With nothing else to do, he nestled in his dormitory and continued to play games. Waiting for Lin Kui and the girls to leave class, Li Yale made a cup of tea and turned over to look at him. How was the experience? This computer of his is Li Yale's masterpiece. After pairing it up, it made Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu greedy, their mouths watering. But the cost of more than 40,000. Not to mention Zhou Chu, even Zhao Qingjiang can only look and sigh. He had already asked the family for money to buy fruit family buckets because he was not convinced. His parents would have to smack him if he said he wanted a 40,000 plus computer again. Isn't that your latest experience? Zhang Che focused on playing the game. I have to say that the same game is indeed more enjoyable to play on a highly configured computer than on a cell phone. Of course, it's even better to play it at home on a console with a super giant screen. Doesn't that require you to be satisfied? Li Yale hemmed and hawed and changed the topic after flirting. By the way, you like to play Original God. There's a very large-scale comic show at the Magic City Exhibition Center on the weekend. Are you going to join in the fun? Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Che nodded his head like garlic. Go, you must go. Break your legs and crawl. As a fan of anime, he doesn't just enjoy playing games, but anime and manga as well as novels as well. But Comic-Con, he had never really attended, because they didn't have anything like that in a small town like theirs, where he used to be in a position to run to Comic-Con. Now that one is in the Magic City and not far behind, how can one miss such an event? While the two were talking, the door to the dormitory was pushed open, and Zhao Qingjiang returned with his faithful followers. Only, Zhou Chu's expression looked a bit displeased. Zhao Qingjiang, you're also a secondary nah, surely you'll go to the Comic-Con on the weekend, right? Seeing these two return, Li Yale casually inquired. In his opinion the answer to this is yes. What secondary can resist the lure of Comic-Con? As a result, Zhao Qingjiang jumped up at once. You're the one who's secondary. Your whole family is secondary. Li Yale instantly stiffened. What the is going on here? Why does it look like you got your tail stepped on? Zhang Che is also very strange. Zhao Qingjiang really also like anime is the second yuan right how to react so big? The two men looked puzzled. Or Zhou Chu skimmed his lips for an explanation. Qingjiang's girlfriend, who doesn't like secondary characters, said something after learning that Qingjiang likes anime. Steamed goose hearts for 4 fasts. That's why our Jiangjiang brother Qing has now quit all the anime and games and taken off his home. Zhang Che, Li Yale, that's not really necessary. It's not like all games are secondary. Wait, that's not the point. Shursai steamed goose heart. How many years ago was that? Back then, the secondary world was still a very niche existence. It's become a popular culture now. Why are people still chanting such things? Speaking of which, Zhang Che really misses the secondary yuan at that time. Unlike now, when fat people are not allowed to see, it can't be helped, no matter what kind of subculture it is, it can't avoid this as soon as it comes into the public eye. As he let out a sigh, he also felt that Zhou Chu's words were more or less eerie. He was Zhao Qingjiang's follower, and he had always been obedient to Zhao Qingjiang. But now, he actually yin and yang up Zhao Qingjiang. What kind of situation is this? He looked at the two of them for a while longer filled with suspicion. Even Zhao Qing heatedly giggled at him with a shy face. This, Zhang Che, Jianghu rescue, lend me some money. Zhang Che, after a moment's pause, he felt more and more incredulous. No, you, Mr. Zhao, live on 10,000 a month, and you still need to borrow money from me? Zhao Qing heated but he was very tugging, always acting like I'm rich, so you all should be my fundamental. Only, this flamboyance of his was dealt a severe blow by Zhang Che on the first day. That's why. In the dormitory and in front of Zhang Che this is why he can't tug it up. But as long as he wasn't in front of Zhang Che, he still had the same attitude as always. After all, the vast majority of his classmates are really not as well off as he is, and he does have the basics of tugging. Honestly, as a student, 10,000 bucks a month is really enough to get by, but it's really a bit strange that he came to borrow money. Well, this, Zhao Qing heatedly laughed dryly. I didn't buy a cell phone for my girlfriend, so I don't have enough to spend this month. Zhang Che, huh? How does this feel as if something is wrong? Your girlfriend? That Zhang Jiajiao? You bought her a cell phone? What cell phone? The questions were 4 in a row, and he couldn't even keep up with the game. What other kind of cell phone can you give a girl? Fruit 16 256G, 5,999 bucks. Zhao Qing grunted heatedly. Zhang Che, you're rich and generous, but dude isn't bad either, okay? He's actually proud of it. Zhang Che couldn't help but rub his temples. If you really weren't bad, Why would you need to come to me to borrow money? Dude, what's wrong with learning what you're learning from me? Is being a lickspittle something you can grasp? Chapter 102 Good words can't persuade a damned ghost. The first thing I heard was that Mr. Zhao Qing was already in a relationship with a girl, and that the other party had taken the initiative. In this regard, Zhang Che is still very emotional. Carrot and cabbage, each to their own. Although Zhao Qingjiang was a bit of a tugger and a wimp to the girls, his condition was still really good. It didn't surprise him that he would be looked at by other girls. It's just that when I hear it now, it feels like it's not the right situation. Delivering breakfast, buying a cell phone, and spending all of his $10,000 in living expenses to the point where he needs to borrow money. Isn't that a ing dog licker? That Zhang Jiaojiu is so proactive. I'm afraid she's not just running to him because he's in good condition, right? He felt that this was very wrong, and as a result, Zhao Qingjiang was unconvinced when he heard it. What lickspittle? Being nice to your girlfriend is lickspittle? Come on, you're going to have to say it's okay to lick the dog. Zhao Qing grunted heatedly and said disdainfully, Zhang Che, you're the only one who can lick. No one else can, right? If you can lick schoolgirl Lin, I can't lick any other girl? Did I lick this? Zhang Che didn't give a damn about it. As a person who had been groomed towards being a godly licking dog, he still believed to this day that a licking dog would only end up with nothing in the end. If schoolgirl Lin could get it just by licking it, then why would it be my turn? I did lick sister Lin. What about you? Zhang Che pulled out a bottle of Voss mineral water and took a sip before continuing to arm wrestle with Zhao Cheng. How many things have you sent to that Zhang Jiaojia during this period of time down here? And how much money have you spent in total? And then, what did she ever give you? How far have you progressed? Zhao Qingzhou's face instantly turned red, wanting to argue something but having nothing to say. Zhang Che then turned his head to ask Li Yale, during this period of time, has he ever had a record of staying out at night? Without waiting for Li Yale to answer, Zhou Chu had already grabbed the opportunity to speak. Staying out at night is a ghost. He would like to, but Jiang Jiaojiu won't even let him hold her hand until now. I think Jiang Jiaojiu is just a fishing girl, just hanging on to him to extract favors from him. He thinks he's being showered from the sky, when in reality the only thing that can fall from the sky is a trap. When Zhang Che and Li Yale heard this, they were both shocked. No, this time Zhou Chu this bastard actually see so thoroughly? And this time he actually did not even call Qingzheng brother, directly to the third person. Mr. Chow, shut the up if you still want to hang out with me. Isn't it just that I've been in love for a while now? So I've been buying you less food and drinks, and you're trying to throw me under the bus? Fine, then don't you ever come begging me again. Zhao Qing became furious and pointed at Zhou Chu's nose to split his face. Zhou Chu's face was incomparably green and red as he was scolded. But, in the end, there was not a single retort, and instead, he apologized honestly. Mr. Qing, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant, and I was afraid you'd be cheated. Zhao Qingzhou's family conditions are there. Even if he is cheated now, it does not affect the future, can still continue to be dashing. After weighing the situation, Zhou Chu still felt that there was a bargain to be had, and it was not cost-effective to really turn the tables with Zhao Qingzhong. Now, both Zhang Che and Li Yale were clear that Zhou Chu did not look too good from the start. This is complaining that Zhao Qingzhong took the money as a licking dog, so that he has no bargain to take advantage of. Being a follower and a horseman is still not as strong as fishing for a girl. Get out of the way. Zhao Qing heatedly sprayed Zhou Chu, then turned to look at Zhang Che, who was also impatient. Zhang Che, I just want to borrow some money from you. Where's all the nonsense? Pain in the ass. Just one word. Are you borrowing or not? Although Zhang Che did not treat Zhao Cheng heatedly, I guess, but the same man is also very sympathetic to the existence of a fishing girl. He wanted to give Zhao Qingzhong a wake-up call, so that the other party could wipe his eyes. But who would have thought that Zhao Qingzhong would actually have such an attitude? Because there was no cheapness to take advantage of. Even Zhou Chu saw it clearly, but it turned out that Zhao Qingzhong himself was treating his good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. It's really hard to talk a damn ghost with good words. Since Zhao Qing was heated to do so, he was happy to watch the show. Come on, you don't believe me when I say you can't grasp it, so we'll see. Tell me, how much do you want to borrow and when will you pay it back? The expression on Zhao Qingzhong's face eased when he heard that he was willing to lend money. As for the rest of the words, they were simply ignored. Borrow 5,000 and I'll pay you back first thing next month when my mom pays my living expenses. This amount of money was pretty good, and Zhang Che didn't look at it at all. Zhao Qingzhong is very proud of himself, but also holds his own identity. Borrowing money and not repaying such things cannot be done. If you don't pay the money you owe, how can you act like you're rich? Therefore, Zhang Che was not afraid that he would renege on his debt. You live on 10,000 a month. Buy a cell phone for $59.99. and still have 4,000 to live on is still already more than the vast majority of students, but you still don't have enough to spend. When you pay me back 5,000 next month, you'll be left with 5,000 bucks. And what are you going to do when you don't have enough to spend? Zhang Che said and cleanly transferred the money to Zhao Qingjiong. This is not even necessary to write a note, because as long as you want to transfer records have a factual basis, he cannot rely even if he wants to renege. Ugh, don't worry about that. I'm sure I'll pay you back on time anyway. Won't miss you by a penny. He was clearly impatient, and Zhang Che didn't bother to say any more. On the side, Li Yale shook his head as he watched. Zhao Qingjiong, you can't even spend $10,000 a month on a relationship. Is it worth it to go every day and bring breakfast and all sorts of hush-hush, only to have to give up even your favorite secondary? If being in a relationship is going to be all like this, then I'd better not be in a relationship. Zhao Cheng heatedly despised Li Yale. What do you know? You straight man of steel? As a man, of course you have to go along with your girlfriend. If you can't even give up a little hobby for her, then how are you going to prove that you love her, right? Zhang Che, what the kind of theory is that? Sure this isn't an ego PUA? Or has it been PUA'd so much that you believe it? He was in a state of shock when Zhao Qingjiong even put the fire on him. You think Zhang Che isn't like that? That's why he's a scumbag. That's why he says one thing and does another. Playing games behind schoolgirl Lin's back, in front of schoolgirl Lin. Do you think he dares? He didn't show contempt for Zhang Che when he said this, but rather had a sympathetic expression. Schoolgirl Lin is also the one who openly said that she doesn't like boys who play games. She thinks that boys who like to play games have no talent. I'm no longer interested in Comic-Con and all that, but do you think Zhang Che will just go? Unless he can ditch schoolmarm Lin and can guarantee to go quietly without schoolmarm Lin finding out. That's more or less it. Zhang Che was silent for a long time before he spoke quietly. Then you can also play quietly. Go quietly as long as you don't let Zhang Jiaozhou find out not. Zhao Qingjiong waved his hand when he heard this. But don't. I'm not a scum like you. I'm dedicated to love. That's when he gave another look of disdain. A look of disdain for the company of scum. Chapter 103, the difference is not half a point. Regarding the matter of being a licking dog, Zhang Che initially refused. It was the system that gave too much, and he didn't resist the temptation. Otherwise, beating him to death wouldn't have been a lickspittle. He became a lickspittle to pop rewards, and pop rewards to enjoy life. If popping rewards and enjoying life conflict, he'll choose a balance or make amends down the road. But if he got a reward for being a lickspill and couldn't enjoy his life, then he'd rather not have that reward. He wouldn't be happy to give up his hobby for the sake of licking women. If Lin Kui asks him not to play games, not to like anime, he must disassociate himself from the secondary world. Then he won't give a get the out of here as far as you can. Even if he could get a reward for quitting anime games for Lin Kui, he wouldn't want to. If you won't let me lick it for that reason, then I'll go lick someone else and pop rewards from them. It's all about the reward anyway. Who's not a licker? It's nothing more than that the rewards don't pop as much and as fast if there's one less lickable object. Should I say that my own dog-licking image is deeply rooted in people's hearts? Or should I say that Lin Kui's image is still high in people's minds? Zhao Qingjiang actually thought that he didn't dare to play games before Lin Kui, and he could only sneak to even the Comic-Con. He was also too lazy to defend himself, too lazy to directly poke at that inexplicable sense of superiority that Zhao Qing was so hot about. I'm a scumbag and you're exclusive, so you don't give a about me? Facts speak louder than words. Let's see if you can still laugh when the time comes. After borrowing the money from Zhang Che, Zhao Qingjiang left the dormitory again with Zhou Chu in a hurry. Not a moment later, Lin Kui called. Honey, we're out of class. Where are you? Zhang Che was playing a game, and his cell phone was directly on speakerphone. I'm in my dorm playing a game. Just give me a second. It'll be quick. Lin Kui on the other side of the phone was giddy. We'll play together when we get home. After talking to Lin Kui on the phone, Zhang Che came out of his copy and exited the game to turn it off. I'll blink first, ha. He gathered his things to leave, paused then asked, are you going to Comic-Con this weekend? Li Yale hemmed and hawed. Go, of course. I don't count as a secondary, but I'm still enthusiastic about things like getting together. And I've heard that there are a lot of pretty girls at the Comic-Con, so even going to see pretty girls isn't a loss. Zhang Che also hemmed and hawed. They were all men, who didn't know anyone yet. Then we'll go together then, and I'll call you if I'm not back at school. For his first time at Comic-Con, he was very much looking forward to it. It's just as well that I have a car now, so I can get a pain in the ass to attend. He left the dormitory humming a little song, and Li Yale looked at his departing figure dumbfounded. Zhao Qingjiang had just said that he must not even dare to play games in front of Lin Kui, who was disgusted by boys who played games. As it turned out, he was more than just not sneaky at all. Lin Kui, who hates games, has to play along with him. In Zhao Qingjiang, in order to Zhang Jiaojia can only give up the game anime and get out of the secondary yuan. And in Zhang Chei's case, Lin Kui can learn to play the game for her. That's the gap. With the game being like this, it would be even more impossible to say that Zhang Chei could only go to Comic-Con by hiding it from Lin Kui. Li Yale felt that he could guess without thinking that Lin Kui would definitely accompany Zhang Chei at that time. Zhang Chei drove his Link Z20 to pick up Lin Kui, and from afar, he saw them chattering about something. He drove the car straight over to a stop and rolled down the window. Lin Kui immediately said, "Hubby, our classmates are saying that there's a Comic-Con over at the exhibition center on the weekend. Shall we go?" They had all heard about it too, and it seemed that this Comic-Con was getting hotter and hotter as the time approached. "Well, definitely." He nodded, and Li Ling burst out laughing. "I told you so? This Comic-Con is having an official Harakami exhibit, so how could he not be there?" This result had long been guessed by the girls, and no one felt surprised. Lin Kui gave Zhang Chei an autumn wave. "Hubby, I'll give you a surprise when the time comes." This leprechaun, already very lustful, this hooking up people is also more and more difficult to hold. Zhang Chei was on fire for a while and didn't hold back to ask directly after him. "What kind of surprise?" Li Ling gave him a blank look. "Would it still be a surprise if you said it now? Anyway, you'll know when the time comes, so don't rush like a virgin." Zhang Chei: "No, you still know what a virgin rush looks like, don't you?" Li Ling hemmed and hawed. "Koi told me." Zhang Chei: Li Ling trio with him is more and more meat and vegetables. And then he realized that he actually opened the yellow mouth is not a rival. "Come on, I'm not in a hurry, is that okay?" He rolled his eyes and greeted. "Come on, let's get a pain in the ass for Comic-Con weekend. You guys take the Star Wish too, and make both of them together a pain in the ass." Ever since they drew the Link Z20, the Geely Star Wish has been driven by Li Ling and the girls. Even with the addition of Su Mo, it was now 6 people in 2 cars, making it easy to go wherever they wanted. The car was already driven by them, but Zhang Chei had said so they definitely had no problem with it. That's all well and good, but what's a pain in the ass car? The 4 women all blinked their big, fluttering eyes at Zhang Chei, puzzled. They're just getting into gaming. They're just getting into the secondary world, and Painkiller is still a completely unheard of existence. Simply put, it's anime elements spray-painted or plastered on the car for decoration. It's usually character-related. Getting a pain in the ass car of whichever character you like. Zhang Chei talked a good game, but in fact, he hadn't seen a pain car with his own eyes until now. All of these things, I learned from the internet. He had been envious of this before, and now it was finally his turn, so that's how it can still be played. Zhao Xiaolan's eyes widened after she pulled out her cell phone and searched. Looking at those pain cars and the pictures searched out, one feels the shock from the secondary world. It looks cool. It's all beautifully done. After the shock, she immediately recognized it and followed up with a follow-up question. "Zhang Chei, so which character are you going to paint? We have 2 cars, and there are so many female characters in Protogod. Who do you want to choose?" When she asked this question, Lin Kui and the girls all perked up their ears and looked at Zhang Chei with anticipation. "Just Walnut and Shannon. They both have really cute new skins. We'll get the rest of the characters later when we have the chance. It's not like we're only going to one Comic-Con." When Zhang Chei gave this answer, Lin Kui and the girls' eyes immediately became bright and they even exchanged glances with each other. He caught it acutely, feeling a little puzzled. "Why? What's wrong?" All 4 women shook their heads at the same time. "Nope." Then he changed the subject. Come on, get out of the way. Let's head out to the pain wagon." "That's too obvious." Zhang Chei rolled his eyes, but didn't take it to heart. Chapter 104, This is too double standard, isn't it? Weekend. Comic-Con day. Zhang Chei first sent Lin Kui to the dormitory. Then he himself went back to the dormitory to find Li Yale. It would have been fine to set off directly to the Comic-Con, and it would have been perfectly fine to meet up with Li Ling and the girls at the Comic-Con venue. As a result, Lin Kui said she wanted to surprise him and had to come back to the dormitory to meet up with Li Ling and the girls first. Since he was going back to school, it would be a good time to pick up Li Yale and join him. When he returned to the dormitory, Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu were already gone from the dormitory. "What about the 2 of them?" he casually inquired. Then Li Yale shrugged. "He hasn't come back since he went to bring breakfast to Zhang Jiaojio early in the morning. I don't know where he went. Speaking of which, I really can't figure it out. This Zhao Qingjiang actually brought a follower as a light bulb when he fell in love. How do you think? Other people fall in love with a dog and hate the fact that it's just the 2 of them in the world. Zhao Cheng heatedly admits that he is in a passionate love affair. Yet he still takes Zhou Chu with him wherever he goes. That's a relationship he's in. As far as he's concerned, he thinks he's in hot water. Zhang Che shrugged. Forget about them, let's go. After gossiping for a while, Lin Kui had sent a message. Honey, it's ready to go. Zhang Che and Li Yale went downstairs, and by this time, his car parked on the side of the road already had quite a few people surrounding it to take pictures. Walnut. Whose car is this? The car is Soar. And isn't this license plate unchanged? Hi AD00002. Who else could this be? Zhang Che. You don't say. The cart paint in the walnut looks pretty good. So you play Protogod too? Ha, two spines salamander. Doesn't schoolgirl Lin have a problem with him screwing around like that? Won't she feel ashamed to sit in such a car? In the crowd of lively onlookers, Zhang Che got into the car and drove Li Yale to the girls' dormitory very quickly. As soon as the car stopped, it immediately attracted the attention of all the girls coming in and out of the place as well. Isn't that Zhang Che? How did you mess up the car like that? It's called a pain in the ass car. It's ACG culture. That's what geeks do. It feels pompous. Can Lin Kui take it? Whether it's acceptable or not I don't know. Anyway, I just saw Lin Kui get out of this car. It's actually this Link Z20. And the previous Geely Star Wish turned out like this. Look, Lin Kui and the girls are coming down. Asterisk. Lin Kui's face is stunningly beautiful, and she wows people wherever she goes. This time, however, people gasped out in shock upon seeing her. Not out of amazement, but shock. Because, Lin Kui, as well as Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, they all came out dressed in cosplay. Lin Kui COS is exactly the new skin of the walnut on Zhang Che's painful car. Then there was Li Ling who cosplayed the new skin of Xiang Ling, Zhao Xiaolan who cosplayed the new character of Bluing Stone, and Feng Qi who cosplayed Carved Clear. It was obvious that all four of them were well prepared and each of their cosses were very well recreated. At first glance down the line, it even feels like Lin Kui in her cos state is Walnut Bento. Asterisk. Even Li Yale couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, admiring Zhang Che to the core. Previously, Zhao Chang heatedly thought that Zhang Che wouldn't dare to play games in front of Lin Kui, and that he would only go to the Comic-Con in a sneaky manner. There was just some talk about whether or not Lin Kui would be able to accept Zhang Che's pain in the ass car, and whether or not she would have a problem with it. As a result, in order to make Zhang Che happy, people directly played cosplay. Everyone was dumbfounded and felt as if they had seen a ghost. Schoolmarm Lin, didn't you publicly declare that you were most against boys playing games? So you have different standards for different people. Ha, that's a bit of a double standard, isn't it? Many men couldn't help but cry after seeing this scene. On the principle that I can't be the only one to get hit, many people rushed to take pictures and send them to the campus forum to publish the white wall. All the boys who have been rejected by schoolgirl Lin for being no good at playing games and who don't like to play games have come out to cry. This should be at Shinwei. Asterisk. Lin Kui cosplayed Walnut, and their entire dorm room actually cosplayed? I'm not happy that schoolgirl Lin actually picked an OP. Oh, not only did schoolgirl Lin pick an OP, she's an OP herself now. Turns out when a girl likes you, she'll even cos as your favorite character. Lin Kui did not yet know that she had once again caused a stir at HU in order to please Zhang Che. Honey, do you like it? Amidst the shock of the onlookers, Lin Kui trotted over and spun around, her eyes full of hope for Zhang Che's approval. How about this surprise of ours? Li Ling and the girls followed suit and stood in a row to give Zhang Che a demonstration. Cosplay Zhang Che is not unfamiliar, but before that it was all online only contact. Cosplayer is also only seen online. Now before Comic-Con even gets there, for characters that look like they stepped out of a game appear. He did feel pleasantly surprised to see Lin Kui and the girls cosplaying as his favorite characters. The feeling. It's amazing. Aha, great. Zhang Che nodded his head repeatedly. You guys have done a great job with the COS. The restoration is very high. I guarantee that just by going to Comic-Con like that you'll attract a lot of attention. Seeing her eyes light up with carnal surprise, Lin Kui and the girls were also very happy. This moment just made it all worth it. That's a must. Li Ling hummed proudly before squeezing her eyes at Zhang Che. Although we're all happy that you're surprised, but Zhang Che you're a bit easily satisfied here. Oh, Zhang Che froze for a moment. What did it mean? Could it be that there were other surprises? Humph. I won't talk to you. Let's just hurry up and get going. Li Ling grunted again before making a face at him and ignoring him, and Lin Kui and the girls laughed without saying a word. Come on, let's just go to Comic-Con. Seeing this, he stopped pursuing the matter and greeted the crowd as they set off. Lin Kui looked at the car and greeted Li Yale in the passenger seat before asking, is it just us? Where's Sumo? He shrugged. I called her, but she said something came up and she couldn't join us for the fun. Lin Kui froze for a moment and gently furrowed her brows, feeling that something was wrong. In recent days, Sumo wouldn't show up unless he was going rock climbing. or going to the gym to work out and do relevant training. Other times, no matter what she was asked to do, she was always unavailable. It was a case of her not delaying at all when she was needed, and being determined not to show up when she didn't feel she was needed. Why does it feel like it's being deliberately avoided? Strange is strange, but this is not the time to talk about it. She nodded. Well, we'll just have to go by ourselves then. Honey, you guys are in the front, and I'll follow you in one car with Ling Ling and the girls. With 4 people in their dorm room, they could be loose and comfortable in one car. When she said that, it made Li Yale visibly breathe a sigh of relief. They say that schoolmarm Lin is high-strung. I see that he's quite understanding in front of you, knowing that I'd be uncomfortable if she was in a car with us, all but leaving you behind as her boyfriend. Because of Zhang Che's relationship, Lin Kui was also very kind and warm to Li Yale. But even so, Li Yale still felt pressurized. Chapter 105, Comic-Con isn't over yet. Zhang Che and their 2 paying cars were eye-catching at HU. However, the closer we get to Comic-Con, this level of eye-catchingness gradually decreases until it doesn't feel out of place anymore. Accordingly, the closer we get to Comic-Con, the stronger the otaku flavor in the air becomes. If it wasn't for the sake of pleasing Zhang Che, Lin Kui and the girls really didn't have the courage to carry out this kind of dressing. They actually feel quite awkward themselves and feel unnatural meeting people's eyes at school. And as we get closer to Comic-Con, there are more and more paint trucks running down the street, and all sorts of cosplays to dazzle the crowd. When one realizes that the streets are full of people just like oneself, one certainly stops feeling uncomfortable. However, even at Comic-Con, they were the ones who got the most attention. There's an unwritten rule in secondary circles, no commenting on a cosplayer's looks. Although Zhang Che also recognized such a rule, a good-looking cosplayer with a high degree of restoration would be more popular. This, again, is true. Li Ling and the girls are not low in face value, and Lin Kui is a standout. Not to mention the good looks. The restoration is beyond words. They had just arrived at the parking lot and parked their car when someone spotted them and came rushing over. Hi guys, can I get a picture with you? They had not expected to encounter such a situation at all and looked at Zhang Che in unison. At Comic-Con, it's unusual to take pictures with cosplayers, and you'll meet more of them inside. Zhang Che explained it to them and had no problem with it. Since they are cosplaying, they should be prepared for this. They are just new to it and don't understand it yet. It's just a photo shoot. It's nothing. When you take a picture with a cosplayer at Comic-Con, it's almost always not for the cosplayer himself, but the character he or she is cosplaying. If you weren't cosplaying as someone else's favorite character, they wouldn't even bother with you. Seeing that Lin Kui and the girls don't even know how to do this, they have to ask Zhang Che's opinion for a group photo. This broke the defenses of a few geeks who came to take a picture. No bro. What's your relationship with them? You brought 4 cosplayers to a comic convention by yourself? Although they all know that the cos scene is actually pretty messed up, the more they think about it the more a few geeks break their defenses. People who drive supercars don't have the same style as you. A couple of geeks felt their hearts bleed, yet they still made another plea. Dude, you're a great pain in the ass. Can I get another picture with them in front of and behind the car? Zhang Che's 2 little trams were parked together. The pattern's on there but's combining to make the new skin stickers for Walnut and Shannon. And it's a Q version, which looks especially cute and adorable to these geeks. This was secondary culture, and Zhang Che had no problem with it. Lin Kui and the girls were also excited to get into character and fulfill a few geeks' requests for group photos. It was just a little disconcerting to see that more people seemed to be noticing this way. We'd better get inside, or the photo ops are getting so crowded we don't know how long we'll have to be in the parking lot. This Comic-Con was really big, with booths for all the popular games and anime in the country at the moment. As soon as he entered the scene, Zhang Che was the first to kill the progenitor god booth. By the time they arrived, there were even more people taking pictures with Lin Kui and the girls, which really caused a commotion. As for Zhang Che, he was equally excited to take pictures with many cosplayers. They were all attending their first Comic-Con and felt new to everything and couldn't wait to attend all the activities at the show. Voice actor meet and greet, punch card stamping, watch otaku dance, game demo, and of course there's no shortage, a whole bunch of stuff to buy. It's wearing me out. Everyone else is here for Comic-Con. You're here to shop. Helping to carry Zhang Che's loot out to the car, Li Yale was all tired and out of breath. He bought a copy of almost all the peripherals of Protogod. Buy on-site not to mention, and buy online if you don't have it on-site. There are other anime titles out there besides Harakami. He used to like it but couldn't afford it. Now he's really spending with a vengeance. In addition to various official peripherals, he even bought a lot of homages and even original crafts. He has become almost the most popular person in the personal booth area today with this big spread of coins wherever he goes. Even an urban legend of a mysterious tycoon with 4 beautiful cosplayers was circulating at the Comic-Con. It took several trips back and forth before the two of them were able to move all the things that Zhang Che had bought into the car. If you're going to buy like this every time, I suggest you get a car with a bigger trunk. Li Yale wiped a handful of sweat and finally spat out a sentence before he was about to slap his ass and leave. It's getting late. I'll withdraw first. It was really late in the day, and it was getting dark. Zhang Che was still interested. There will be a stage performance later. Don't you want to see it? Li Yale shook his head. Forget it. If I toss and turn too late and the dormitory closes, where can I go to sleep? I'm not a secondary either. I just haven't been to Comic-Con to make a scene. I'll leave the rest of the event to you senior secondaries. Lin Kui and the girls were not senior, and when they came only because they were completely accompanied by Zhang Che. But after arriving on the scene, the girls were really having a good time. The official Comic-Con event wasn't too late, but the various individual or group organized events went on for a long time afterward. By the time everyone was still interested but had to disperse, it was almost late at night. Honey, the dorms are long closed at this point. So, Lin Kui hugged Zhang Che's arm, and before she could finish her words Zhang Che nodded his head. Well, let's have Li Ling senpai and the girls come home with us to sleep as well. There's plenty of room at home anyway. Lin Kui smiled cheekily and came up to his ear to exhale. Honey, actually, Comic-Con isn't over for tonight. Zhang Che, huh? He looked at Lin Kui with a question mark in his head. What did he mean? You'll see when we get back. Lin Kui, again looking mysterious, greeted Li Ling and the girls as they went home together. In the afternoon at the Comic-Con venue just ate a boxed lunch. By this time are already feeling hungry. Along the way also bought a lot of snacks. It was a whirlwind ride back to high-tech North Bund, and the car was parked firmly in the parking space. Honey, wait a minute. I'll message you before you go upstairs. Lin Kui kissed him and nimbly got out of the car to mutter something to Li Ling and the girls and quickly walked up the stairs first. Mysterious. Since Lin Kui said so, Zhang Che was not in a hurry and was eager to see what other tricks they could play. He charged up both cars in no hurry and organized the peripherals he just bought that had fallen out of the back. It wasn't more than a few minutes before Lin Kui sent her a message. Hubby, it's ready already. Oh, come back soon. Zhang Che carried his snack upstairs, arrived at the door of his house, and opened the door. Then, he saw Lin Kui and the girls standing at the door dressed as maids, bowing at him in unison. Welcome back, master. Seeing this scene, Zhang Che's little heart indisputably sped up a few more times. Chapter 106, this one is indeed a surprise. Maid, that's very secondary indeed. Unexpectedly, though Lin Kui and the girls were all just getting into the secondary world, yet, the essence has been keenly grasped. At least in Zhang Che's case, maids were one of the essences of the second dimension. Looking at the maid outfit with black stockings, Zhang Che's eyes went straight. His reaction like this made Lin Kui and the girls all smile knowingly as well. Master, do you want to eat first, or do you want to bathe first? Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi changed him into slippers, and Lin Kui and Li Ling held one of his arms on each side, left and right, with the same treatment as an anime hero. He was welcomed into the house. Ahem. Zhang Che dryly coughed twice. Let's have a snack first. Everyone is hungry after staying up until this time. After making his choice, he was brought to the restaurant as if he was being held hostage by Lin Kui and Li Ling. Master, wait a moment. Oh, it will be ready soon. Feng Qi placed the snack she had taken from him and bought on the way back on the dining table. Feng Qi busied herself taking out the snacks, while Li Ling and Zhao Xiaolan took out the dishes and plates. Lin Kui, standing behind Zhang Che, let him rest his head on his chest and gave him a massage. Master, you've had a hard day. Is this the right amount of force? So, this is what they mean when they say Comic-Con isn't over and there are surprises. You can't even experience a maid cafe in China. And there are maids at Comic-Cons that are just mere COS. This is the real maid service experience. And it really isn't a normal surprise. Aha! Fits. Zhang Che was very satisfied, which was inappropriate. Master, well, it's already time to eat. Oh. After fixing the snack, Li Ling and Zhao Xiaolan sat on both sides of Zhang Che, left and right, and fed it directly into his mouth. Feng Qi carried a cold boiling kettle and poured him a cup of water. Master, would you like a drink? Drinking water? How can you drink water at a time like this? Of course you have to drink. Zhang Che jumped up all of a sudden. You guys wait for me first. He ran out in a huff, leaving the four maids staring at each other, wondering what he was going to do. In fact, Zhang Che is just covering his tracks a bit. He was after avoiding Lin Kui and the girls. He pulled out the 2 bottles of wine he had drawn from the previous lottery from the system space. One bottle was an 82 Lafite from the first time I drew the wine. The other bottle was a later draw, again at 82 Latour. After taking out these 2 bottles, he had several more stored in his system space. Going to follow the same pace as before and draw more later. Excuse me, would you like some wine today? Back in the restaurant, Zhang Che smiled and shook the red wine in his hand. Li Ling and Zhao Xiaolan were the first to greet him and took the red wine from him. After taking a closer look at it, I realized it was completely unreadable. Master, what kind of wine is this? When the two women inquired curiously, Lin Kui and Feng Qi had already taken out the goblets, the soaker, and the corkscrew. You've heard of the 82 Lafite, right? In the old days of movies and TV, any mention of wine had to be about the 82 Lafite. Even now, there are still some novels that use this wine to get loaded. Sister Li Ling, this bottle in your hand is a 82 Lafite like a fake. The 82 Lafite. This Lin Kui they have really heard of. Can you even get this one out? Although they all knew that Zhang Che was very hoity-toity, they were still a bit surprised at this time. Zhao Xiaolan held up the wine in her hand and asked somewhat foolishly, "What about this bottle?" Zhang Che casually responded, "This is Latour, also produced in 82, but it's not at all inferior to the 82 Lafite wine. In fact, he doesn't understand. It was only because of a raffle drawing, so I googled the winery in question to get a general idea. Lafite and Latour. It seems to say that many chateaus produce good quality wines in 82 as well. It is said that because of the climate, the grapes themselves are of good quality this year, so the wine is good. 82. It's been over 40 years now." After Li Ling and Zhao Xiaolan learned of the wine's origin, they carefully placed it on the table and stared left and right. "Honey, let me take a picture first. I'm going to videotape the opening of the bottle as well." Lin Kui was so excited that she forgot she was still playing the maid and was focused on the two bottles of wine. "No, you guys gave me such a big surprise and that's the end of it?" Seeing that all four maids had gone to study the wine, the corners of Zhang Che's mouth twitched. He. Li Ling burst out laughing and came over to take Lin Kui's place. "Master, let me give you a massage." Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi also immediately returned to their roles. "Master, wait a moment, we'll open the wine for you right away." A sip of wine on the left, a bite of food on the right, and a massage in the back. Every now and then, a few people switch places. When Lin Kui finished taking good pictures and shooting the video, she also returned to the line of maids once again. "Master, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I'll even pour you a drink this time." Zhang Che didn't even need to move his hands. He just placed them on the black silk legs, and it was a pleasure. "You also eat and you also drink. Don't feed me one after another. That's how meaningless. Play is play. Eat or eat together. Drink or drink together." "Do you mean, Master, that you want me to feed you with my mouth?" In the midst of the four maids' master, Zhang Che was completely lost. By the time he woke up, it was well into the next morning. Sleeping in his bedroom, he was still feeling a little disoriented, having had too much to drink last night. If it wasn't for the fact that using the system had all become instinctive and not forgetting to use cybertherapy to remove the negative effects of drunkenness, I'm just afraid that by this time, my mind will have to explode from the hangover. However, while the body was unaffected and didn't feel bad, it seemed like it was still a bit disconnected. Last night, Lin Kui and the girls surprised themselves by dressing up as maids. Enjoyed myself and then had a great time with them. Everyone had a great time, especially after getting high on the booze. Zhang Che slowly recalled what happened last night, and then it felt more and more absurd. Asterisk seems to be overplaying its hand a bit. He couldn't resist the urge to rub his forehead, which ended up waking up the person next to him. "You're awake." "Ha!" The unclothed petite body rolled over and wrapped itself around him like an octopus. "Sister Li Ling?" Zhang Che's eyes widened in shock when he saw the person in his arms. "Why you? Why am I sleeping with you?" Li Ling's eyes flashed with a touch of cunning. "You're the one who dragged me here hard last night, and now you're asking me?" Zhang Che, "Huh? I dragged you here?" Li Ling stated with certainty. "Right. You said that since you're a maid, you have the obligation to warm the bed. I fought back through death and desperation. But how can someone be a weak woman and escape your clutches?" As she said that, she even nodded a few times on Zhang Che's chest. "Zhang Che, you've got the facts backwards, haven't you? I got drunk by you guys last night, but I believe in my character and you can't bluff me." Zhang Che felt that the one who was dying to resist and struggle desperately should be him. Chapter 107, This man is perfect. It doesn't really matter at all how it happened. The important thing was that Zhang Che was cool with it, and Li Ling was happy about it. Both parties involved are happy, and that's a joyous and happy situation. Just last night after getting high, all kinds of hand-rubbing stockings mouth-to-mouth feeding each other kind of vibe. Whoever or whatever pulled whoever into bed can only be described as water under the bridge. I was just trying to be a lickspill, but now it seems like I'm really becoming a scumbag. Thinking about before I went to college and then thinking about now, it really does seem like a lifetime ago. How could I have imagined then that I could have made things the way they are now? It was a bit ridiculous, but it was really cool. and Zhang Che said he liked it. What scum? I don't think so. Li Ling looked at him with a smile. We're just pursuing the life we've been dreaming of. And luckily you don't mind us. So we let you live the life that a man of your caliber would have had in and of itself. What we can give you is at your fingertips. And there are others who will give it to you if we don't. But you have given us more than we could ever claim in a lifetime except for you. On that day, Lin Kuei studs Zhang Che and offered himself up. He was honest about the big truth. Now, Li Ling was telling the truth. How is this not a destiny? Zhang Che laughed and pinched Li Ling's leg. Even if Li Ling wasn't honest, he knew exactly what made these women willing to rally around him. Further, it also developed into what it is now. But he didn't see anything wrong with that, whether or not it was the result of Li Ling and the girls deliberately courting each other. Anyway, he had no ill feelings towards Li Ling and the girls, and got along comfortably. Li Ling and the girls never did anything that could turn him off, with him at the absolute center. What's not to like about the fact that he can profit in every way and enjoy all the benefits of being with someone else? What Li Ling and the girls wanted, he didn't mind giving it at all. Not only to give it, but also to give more. In this way, one can earn more and enjoy still more. It would be great to have that kind of bond. Li Ling lay down on his chest position, her small face rubbing against his chest. Zhang Che, your skin is so good, oh, so delicate and moisturized. Kui can't even compare to you? It's outrageous. Lin Kui had envied his skin more than once, and now Li Ling did the same. And that, naturally, is all due to cybertherapy. They can't be used for dog-licking therapy, but there is a dog-licking beauty factory in the dog-licking base. That is to say, he could use the dog-licking value to activate and then produce various cosmetics and skincare products. According to the system's level of awesomeness, the skincare products produced in the dog-licking base absolutely finished the market. If it was used for them, then they should be able to reach the same level as they are now. This way, not only will you be able to pop the rewards, but you'll be the one who ends up having a good time. That's a great idea. Need to make a note of it and look at it more closely when I have time. Thought about it, but Zhang Che didn't continue on. He looked at Li Ling. No, is that what you're thinking about now that you're in my arms? I didn't feel a thing last night when you guys got me in a daze with imported booze. Li Ling gave him a blank look and climbed up. It's not easy. Zhang Che exchanges. It's another all-around automatic. And while the new car still needs to break in, the driving experience is really great as well. Feel that? After a long time, Li Ling gave him another blank look. Aha! Zhang Che nodded in a refreshed manner. Get up. I'll go make breakfast for you. Li Ling laughed. Last night we were your maids, and now you, the master, are making breakfast for the maids. The maid game is played, but you can't play with things, can you? He'd done a deep review of it only a while ago, and had to always keep in mind how he'd gotten his good life. You can no longer indulge in tenderness and forget your roots by focusing on enjoyment. You've all served me as maidservants. What's wrong with me serving you as a manservant for once? Zhang Che snickered and pulled Li Ling to wash up before walking to the kitchen. That was what he said, but Li Ling didn't dare to really think of him as a manservant. At most she was just joking with him. In Li Ling's opinion, it was rare enough that he was even willing to make such a joke. Not to mention was actually going to make them breakfast. Looking at this high-end luxurious bedroom, looking at this ridiculously large house, and then looking at Zhang Che, Li Ling became more and more emotional. Zhang Che was so rich, but he was never in doubt and never looked down on others. They were deliberately trying to curry favor with Zhang Che, but this kind of negotiation didn't take any effort at all, and they didn't feel aggrieved at all, much less humiliated. It was clear that there would be countless people competing to serve Zhang Che, but Zhang Che never took care of Lin Kui. It was no wonder why Lin Kui was so dead set against Zhang Che, and could go to such lengths in order to keep him. You have to know how many people have committed themselves, beaten down their tears and swallowed them inside their stomachs, or even endured direct violence, and they didn't get nearly as much as they're getting now. The more they came into contact with Zhang Che, the more Li Ling and the others felt that Zhang Che was good in every way, simply impeccable. One by one, they all felt like they had actually fallen in love with Zhang Che, without even needing Zhang Che's hand. The girls had already completed their self-rating. To say that Zhang Che is really that perfect is, of course, bull ********. It was only that what Zhang Che had brought to them was already enough to make them forget about the places that weren't perfect. Morning. When Li Ling came out, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi were visiting the house and looking at the distant Oriental Pearl Tower in a daze. They knew that Zhang Che had bought a house in Mordor and that this made Lin Kui choose him, but they didn't realize before that this house of Zhang Che's turned out to be so big and luxurious. 204 million. A number that they still can't even think about without losing their cool. Li Ling did know about this, but it was also the first time she had actually seen it, and the shock she felt was not light. I got back so late yesterday and was so busy playing maid that I didn't get a proper tour either. Now, finally, a closer look around and an all-encompassing experience. Ling Ling, come over and look. You can see the Huangpu River from where you're standing. There's also the Pearl of the Orient, the World Financial Center and the Jinmao Tower all visible to He. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi both looked excited, pulling Li Ling to stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and chirping and sighing. The three of them looked here and there, and the more they looked, the happier they got and the more excited they talked. As for Lin Kui, she looked at them and smiled, while she walked into the kitchen and hugged Zhang Che, who was making breakfast. From behind, "Honey, it smells so good," he said, bearing a kiss. Zhang Che was used to this. "You go and accompany senior sister Li Ling and the others. It'll be done soon. How's my good girl Ling Ling? Are you still satisfied with my arrangement?" Rao Zhang Che couldn't help but blush in his old face and dryly coughed twice in a false sympathy. Ahem. Well, you don't really have to. Lin Kui hugged him and pressed her face against his back, but it was like she was mumbling, "I would do anything to keep you." Chapter 108, bringing the store to your home for you to browse. In this house, other than Zhang Che, the most familiar person was Lin Kui. She had long since made herself mistress. If she hadn't gotten her permission, even if Zhang Che was drunk, even if Li Ling was willing, that's not going to roll together. Not to mention, she, the hostess, had given up her bedroom. For Lin Kui to be able to do this, even if he could think with his knees, he could guess that she definitely had her plans. However, Zhang Che was not willing to look into these things in detail. It didn't matter what she was thinking. She had enjoyed herself and that was enough. Breakfast was quickly made, and Lin Kui went to greet Li Ling, who was still visiting the house, and they came in to eat. "Zhang Che, this house of yours is also too great. It deserves to be a $204 million mansion." Li Ling and the girls came in and continued to chirp and praise as they ate. No one was surprised by the events of last night. No one expressed consternation. Everything seemed like a matter of course. And the reason why they are the way they are now is also because Lin Kui had a long talk with them right before. The richer and more powerful you are, the easier it is to access sexual resources. These days, it's not easy for an ordinary person to get a daughter-in-law. And it's not that simple to get a girlfriend. The poor don't even get sexual resources. They have to jerk off. The easier it is to access sexual resources, the higher the threshold will be. That's why the richer and more powerful you are, the more flowery you play. Because ordinary, even play that is out of reach for the average person, is rare for them. Ordinary people who get excited just thinking about it. People have no ripples and feel no pleasure at all. In Lin Kuyi's opinion, Zhang Che would be at the level where he would not lack sexual resources at all. With his strength he could live any kind of sound and color life if he wanted to. His threshold, too, will inevitably remain high, and as more time passed, her own attraction to Zhang Che would diminish, or even, just lose interest. Ordinary couples have times when their passion fades and they look at each other with disgust, let alone those who are faced with temptation on a daily basis. Although she was confident enough in her face value, she would get tired of eating it every day even if it was a mountain of food. If you don't have a choice, then you can live your whole life even if you have to eat the chaff. The problem was that Zhang Che had too many options to choose from. So from the very beginning, Lin Kui had never thought of keeping Zhang Che firmly chained to her side. Zhang Che is not allowed to have contact with other women, and he is not allowed to have other women. She knew very well that it would only backfire if she did. The whole time, all she wanted was to pull in people and train her own squad. If there's a drama like a mansion palace fight or something like that, you can't lose out on it yourself. In order not to make Zhang Che feel bored, in order not to be left out in the future, she wanted to firmly grasp Zhang Che's threshold. Tune up appropriately when you need to. To put it bluntly, it was just that, giving Zhang Che something fresh and untried, only in the hands, that won't get out of hand. All of these things, she had confided in Li Ling and the girls long ago. She was considering it that way, and it was up to Li Ling and the girls to decide for themselves whether they wanted to or not. Last night was just an opportunity. Such a decision was not at all difficult for Li Ling and the girls to make. They really felt that Zhang Che was good in every way and were completely willing. It's always hard to get something without having to give something. Even Lin Kui was willing to go to such lengths, so what did they have to mind? Anyway, I'm still young, so if I can't, I'll find an honest man to take over when I've enjoyed myself enough. Amidst all the merriment, breakfast took no time to finish. Everyone else has given, and it's time for you to throw in the towel. Yesterday I spent a lot of money on a lot of peripherals, although I ended up making it back with the wine I got from the raffle. However, Zhang Che was still not quite satisfied. It's this time of the day and the rewards are still only the base rewards of $10,000 and 100 dog-licking value for making breakfast for Lin Kui. How is this going to work? He then asked. Is it the weekend? Do you guys have any plans to hang out? Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan, and Feng Qi glanced at each other and finally looked at Lin Kui. Don't want it? Yesterday was a long day at Comic-Con, and frankly exhausting, so why don't we take a day off today? It's not that they don't want to go shopping, but they can't leave the area. It's always a bit of a bummer to have to leave a $204 million mansion after a hasty one-night stay. This is so shallow that you'll look weak if you take it to brag about it later. When can't they shop? They still want to experience it and enjoy it a little longer now. Since they were harboring such thoughts, then of course Lin Kui had no problem with it. Honey, I also feel a little tired from yesterday's fun. So let's play at home today, okay? As a lickspill, it is logical to obey the goddess. It's just that if they don't go shopping, then how are they going to swipe the rewards themselves? Now I have to buy you something and you're actually too lazy to move? But it doesn't seem to matter. Zhang Che thought for a moment, followed by a flash of light in his eyes. He himself is now a super VIP of those luxury stores, and it's possible to buy something without coming to your door in person. You guys are feeling tired and don't want to move. That's no problem. I'll move the store for you and let you hang out at home. Those guides had long memorized Zhang Che's contact information, saying that it was for the convenience of service, from time to time, and often take the initiative to ask if he has any after-sales needs. Very warm and thoughtful. After he finished his words, in the midst of Lin Kuyi's and their surprise, he directly called these guides over. Hello, yes, I'm Zhang Che. Now that the season has changed, I wanted to ask you guys if the new LV/Chanel Dior models are out yet. It's good that it's listed. So can you guys drop it off at my place? Aha, can it be right? Okay, then please send me a set of all the new models at. These luxury stores are so extreme in their service to their golden owners that they can bring you food if you're sequestered in your home. Delivering to your door for service is nothing. Honey, you let LV, Dior and Chanel bring the new models directly to our home for us to choose from? Lin Kui was all a bit dumbfounded. She had no idea that one day she would actually be able to enjoy such a service. I thought you guys didn't want to go out then. Zhang Che smiled and nodded, then even joked. You can get your camera ready now and document how these luxuries come to your door. Lin Kui hugged him. Hubby, you're great. Muah. Li Ling followed suit. I'll come too. Zhang Che, you're too good. Muah. The feeling of not having to go out and having these big names come right to your door is a real loaded feeling of accomplishment. Lin Kui and the girls hugged Zhang Che and made a mess as Zhang Che struggled hard. Let me go first. I have to call the property or they won't be able to get in. Chapter 109, using the living room as a showroom. For these luxury stores, it's not unusual for them to come to your home. Those who can become their big clients are rich and powerful beings. These people will always be unable to visit the store in person for a variety of reasons, which will require them to send someone to their home. They say they're big customers, and they spend a lot of money in their stores in a year. This is enough for them to be willing to offer such a service. And now, Zhang Che had reached that level. Soon, these guides he contacted came to high-tech North Bund in a flurry of activity with new models from their respective stores. The first thing that surprised them was that they didn't expect Zhang Che to actually live here. As the newest and hottest upscale development in Mordor, this neighborhood is as famous to them as it is to them. Many of their clients, when picking out clothes to try on, often mention it as well. Since Zhang Che lived here, it meant that their previous assessment of Zhang Che was still conservative. Immediately following what made them stunned, they came to the door and bumped into each other, only to realize that they were not the only ones Zhang Che had asked out. Are you also going to the 18th floor of Building 1? Mr. Chang? These guides know each other, and often transfer goods across brands in order to meet customer demand. Although they are different brands of shopping guide, but also Magic City Counter sister group of friends. It is not easy to be a guide. In order to be able to bring all the new models, Zhang Che about the guide also brought 2 people to help respectively. That means 3 people came from the same brand. Each one, in a large package. Carrying so many things was a struggle in itself, and they were wearing high heels. To outsiders, they also seemed to be glamorous, but the pain is known only to them. Thankfully, Zhang Che was able to become a big client of theirs, and he was very generous every time he made a move. With their understanding of Zhang Che would definitely not let them make a trip for nothing, and today's commission would definitely not be less. Even, this month's results are easily accomplished. A little hard work is nothing when you think about it. Life is like that. Who doesn't? Led by the property staff, they walked all the way up the stairs and knocked on Zhang Che's door. When they were welcomed into the house by a girl, they saw Zhang Che being surrounded by 3 other girls playing a game. The oversized mansion is very classy while being as luxurious as it can be. Modern simplicity, very technological sense at the same time, but also show the classical beauty everywhere. Every detail of this house reveals that its owner is not only rich, but also has good taste. And this master, surrounded by 4 women. It didn't take much thought to realize that they had brought the latest models for these 4 girls to pick out. Mr. Chang. When they came to the customer's home, these guides continued to display a high level of professionalism. After being shocked by the mansion and gawking at the pairing of 1 man and 4 women, they also all end up looking forward to greeting each other in unison. You guys are here? It's been hard on you guys. Zhang Che put down the handle and stood up first, also urging the girls on the side. Go look at the clothes and stop playing for a while, he said, and quite naturally, he slapped one of them on the ass. Such a scene looks so harmonious. As a guide in a luxury store, they haven't seen all sorts of messy relationships between men and women. Rich women with gigolos, couples that look like father and daughter, couples, dads and goddaughters, bosses and honeys. They've seen all sorts of amazing combinations, but they've never really seen one towing for before. Is this the world of the rich? Although they felt that their 3 views had been refreshed once again, good professionalism kept them from showing it. Oblivious to all that was going on, he concentrated on what he was doing. After receiving Zhang Che's permission, they soon set up display hangers in the spacious living room. LV, Dior, Chanel, 3 brands of 9 shoppers, hands and feet quickly show their respective new models. Dress pants, skirts, shoes, bags, and even accessories like scarves and hats. All of it. Mr. Zhang, because the weather is gradually turning cold, this season we are focusing on coats. Although the 3 brands are competitors, but this time is not to compete. Very orderly and tacit understanding. Well, that's something you guys don't really need to tell me. Just introduce them. Zhang Che looked at Lin Kui. Senior sister, try on the ones you fancy piece by piece. Lin Kui hugged his neck and gave him a hard kiss on the cheek. Then with a twinkle in his eye, honey, we'll show you a show today, the schoolflower elder sister said and greeted Li Ling and the girls with gusto, each picking out their clothes and going into the room to change. In fact, she wanted to change it directly in the living room in front of Zhang Che. It's just that those guides were shocking enough, and she just couldn't be bothered to give them any more intensity. You guys come over and sit down too, rather than having to stand all the time. So many clothes, enough for them to try on. I'm afraid they won't be able to get off without a few hours. It's not in your store. Just feel free to order. They'll call you if you need anything. Zhang Che greeted these guides and sat down, and also poured tea for them, treating them as guests. This made these guide ladies even feel flattered. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. That being said, at first they were still a bit formal and didn't dare to be really that casual. Soon, Lin Kui and the girls came out after changing their clothes. The 4 women treated the living room as a catwalk, learning to model catwalks in the living room in a similar fashion. Honey, how's it going? Zhang Che, is my outfit pretty? Schoolboy, does this look good on me? They modeled themselves and let these guides give references, while Zhang Che was the only audience. Well, very good indeed. Zhang Che took the camera to take pictures of them, using the photography skills that he had already learned, and the pictures came out absolutely great. There were a lot of clothes, and Lin Kui and the girls were in high spirits. Slowly, these guides are also too tired to stand. Seeing that Zhang Che was truly polite and entertaining them was not just for show, they then relaxed. They were less respectful and the whole atmosphere in the living room was much more relaxed. Make references while you drink your tea and give a little advice every now and then to go and offer help. It's no longer like the guide is working, it's like he's advising a friend. If Zhang Che hadn't been checking out, they would have really forgotten that they were here to sell clothes. By the time Lin Kui and the girls finished their show, Zhang Che had also already checked out all of them to his satisfaction. All 4 add up to more than 10 sets for one brand, an average of 3 sets per person, spending over $1.5 million on a single home and nearly $5 million on all 3 combined, in order to earn cash back. In his case, these all clothes were bought for Lin Kui. As for what Lin Kui wants to do with it, that's her own business. And, of course, the usual separate checkout. It's easy to pay while watching the show anyway. These guides didn't feel that there was anything strange about this. Instead, they also felt that he was being very emotional and spoiling these girls. Buy whatever you see without the slightest hesitation. Later on, these guides already looked at Lin Kui and the girls with nothing but envy. Chapter 110, Superiority is a matter of contrast. These guides had confidence in Zhang Che and knew from the start that Zhang Che would not let them make a trip for nothing. However, Zhang Che's generosity still made them feel surprised, pleasantly surprised, as well as deep envy. We're all human beings. How come there's such a big difference? One works hard in high heels and carries a big bag to give service, while others are enjoying their service. In this mansion of more than $200 million, people are like the mistress of the house. As for myself, I was able to sit down and have a cup of tea, all still because the man of the house was conciliatory. They've met their share of fussy hostesses, all kinds of condescending and looking down on people. Not to mention sitting them down for a sip of water and asking them to change into slippers and walk into the house. It was thought that they would feel like they were going to step on the floor. Compared to Lin Kui, they asked themselves that they couldn't compare. But they felt that compared to Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, they were just a few years older than them, and their youth had been boiled away. They are not worse than them, but how come they are treated so differently? When I was young, how come I couldn't meet such a young and handsome male? When Lin Kui and the girls came out again, they all noticed the envious gazes on these guides as well. From here they knew that Zhang Che must have bought all those clothes they tried on. Otherwise, the envy of these guides wouldn't be so obvious. At first these guides were actually envious when they stepped into this mansion. It's just that good professionalism doesn't let them show it too much. It's all unabashed now, and there's a reason the atmosphere has lightened up. More, definitely another further stimulus. When trying on clothes, Lin Kui and the girls made small talk with the shoppers in a relaxed atmosphere. Where are you from? How old are you? Which university did you graduate from? How long have you been in Mordor? Blah, 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 blah. Through such small talk, these guides gave Lin Kui a very strong sense of vestigial vision. Many years ago, she watched a TV show called Just 30. There's a heroine in there named Manny Wang, who's also a cabinet girl. These guides gave Lin Kui the same feeling as Wang Manny in the drama. They are full of this character. They are all from the small city of Shanghai. As a counterkeeper's salary is not low, even more than the office of the white collar. It's just that after standing under the lights for so long, you feel like you belong on the stage too. The more you are exposed to high society, the more you feel that you should belong to it. Spending most of your paycheck on rent and overdrawing your credit card became a daily routine in order to maintain a glamorous and sophisticated life. In the eyes of outsiders, really dazzling. How hard it is, but only they know. But anything that goes wrong at work, or even a rent hike, can easily shatter their aura. When you're in a relationship and looking for someone, you always feel like you deserve better. After wasting his youth, he still has nothing when he is 30 years old, and he is still far away from what he is pursuing. Back home to go on a blind date, luckily met a good condition. Obviously status is not equal to their own, but still cannot see each other. I always feel that I belong to the fashionable and prosperous Magic City, and I am not willing to commit myself in a small city, much less willing to settle for a man they can't see. The difference between reality and drama is that reality is not as gentle as the writers. In the TV series, Wang Manny, who is not willing to settle for anything, can study in the UK with $100,000 when she is over 30 years old. But in reality, it's simply not possible to study in the UK with that kind of money. And then, even if you come back from studying abroad, what can you do? If she hadn't met Zhang Che, Lin Kui felt that her situation wouldn't be much better than these guides. Choose Wang Junquan and go to a small city to become a rich wife? By choosing Sun Yunjia instead, he can stay in Magic City and get 3 relocation houses. Not to mention that these 3 houses combined were not as good as this one set of Zhang Che's. And at that time, these clothes definitely couldn't be worn casually. The more they compared, the more Lin Kui felt lucky. It is also more superior to face the envious eyes of these guides. Honey, you already paid for everything? With so many thoughts flying through her mind, Lin Kui hugged Zhang Che and then kissed him fiercely. A man like that is worth holding on to no matter what. No matter what. Aha. It's all yours now. So you'll take care of it next. Zhang Che nodded his head prettily, was calculating how much he had earned this time. Together, the 3 brands total nearly 40 outfits, which breaks down to nearly 200 individual pieces. That means he froze and made almost 200 payments in that time. The total expenditure has been nearly $5 million. This rebate is bound to be no less. Zhang Che silently did the math and subtracted $5 million in expenses, netting less than $10 million. This is mainly because of the change of season. The weather is colder, coat is the main, and the price of coats are higher. A coat can easily start at $60,000 or $70,000, and commonly have to be $80,000 or $90,000, or even more than $100,000. Cashback is capped at $100,000, and as soon as the purchase reaches that number, cost and cashback will only equalize. You have to lose money on anything over $110K, and even if you make it, you won't make much. Some pants and t-shirts that cost no more than $10,000 for a single piece. That again, doesn't brush up against the cashback cap. It turned out to be a rah-rah to get it down. And in the end, when the books were put to bed, it was less than $10 million. But this had been the most earned since acquiring the system, and had broken the previous record. Buying some clothes and pants cost nearly $5 million in one fell swoop. Again, the first time he'd ever spent so much. What do you mean? It's a splurge. What do you mean? It's a day in the life. Zhang Che's heart surged. And he couldn't help but pinch his chin again to ponder. It's a broken record. This is close to 10 million, or don't be so close. Just give it a round up? But how is this going to make up the $10 million in rebates? They've already bought all the clothes they've been looking at. So give them some more of the jewelry they drew in the raffle earlier? But if you give away more in this bite, the rebate is still only 100,000 to take. This gift giving would have been too obvious an intent to swipe rewards if it had been given piece by piece over a short period of time. The raffle. For the raffle. While giving the cashback a record-breaking run for its money, the dog-licking behavior has accumulated nearly 20 times. Not only did you get a chance to win a drawing, but you're already fast approaching the next one. Let's put the counting aside for a moment, or get to this most exciting part first. System. Draw. Zhang Che opened the system interface and eyed what he could draw this time. Though the vast majority of the time the prizes he drew were not that satisfying and rather disappointing. Still, he was excited and looking forward to it every time. 3, 2, 1. The results of the raffle were again revealed, and presented to him. Civil Aircraft Pilot's License Study Card? What the hell? Seeing such a card, he was directly confused. Chapter 111, Are you interested in flying airplanes? Civil Aircraft Pilot's License Study Card. Level, Elementary. Market reference price, 200,000 RMB for a single person per trip. Use the card to get full reimbursement of all study fees at designated flight schools. Choose from an unlimited number of study license types for today only. After looking carefully for a while, Zhang Che realized it. The term aircraft is actually a more official term. Those that fly in the sky, including airplanes and hot air balloons, are aircraft. It goes without saying that civilian use is definitely civilian. It can't always still be military. In other words, this card is used to study for a flight license, and it's a full reimbursement of expenses, and there's no limit to the number of people who can use it. The only problem is that it has to be used today or it expires. It's the first time that a prize drawn from a raffle is also limited in use. Learn to fly an airplane? Learn to fly your own plane all over the place? When you earn more rewards later on, just buy a plane for 10,000. Maybe you'll get it in a raffle later on for sure. It's a great thing to think about. Since it's all drawn and still out of date, it can't be wasted, can it? That's still enough to earn a cashback from Lin Kui, although it's still a bit short of 10 million, I guess. However, if we can get a little bit more together, it's not too late to find a way to get the rest. When Zhang Che came back to his senses, Lin Kui and the girls were still tinkering with their clothes. Zhang Che had bought them so much, but it made it much lighter for those guides to go back. The four women were talking excitedly about something while organizing. He all but passed by and casually asked, "What's the happy talk about?" Li Ling made a face at him. "We're talking about the TV show, 30 only, have you seen it? Why are we talking about TV shows again?" Zhang Che shook his head. Now those TV series of Netflix basically couldn't attract him. He wasn't interested at all. The 30 only that Li Ling and the others were talking about, he really hadn't read it. "Look at you guys talking so much. It looks like it's pretty. I'll take a look at it when I have time." He rarely watched TV, but he was a little curious this time. "It's that good? Talking with such a frown on your face, idiot, or having so much fun which is because of talking about TV shows?" Li Ling gave him a blank look, then added, "And it's not the drama itself we're talking about, it's reality." The combination of reality plus the TV show is what makes Li Ling and the girls so happy. "Honey, we are happy because of you." Lin Kui beamed and came over again, baring her lips. "Thank you, husband, for buying us all these clothes." "Are those a lot of clothes?" "Not much at all." He's still trying to figure out how he's going to come up with the full $10 million rebate. It's still a little short of that number, but the previous strategy was right on the money at all. The more people you have, the more you spend, and the more you spend, the more you earn. Li Ling and the girls have let themselves take advantage of all the cheap. If you do not work harder to brush cashback, conscience cannot pass. "Hey, isn't it normal to change your clothes for the season?" Zhang Che waved his hand, very unimpressed, and told Lin Kui and the girls not to thank him. Then it said, "Well, are you guys interested in flying airplanes?" Lin Kui and the girls must have all frozen, looking at him dumbfounded in unison. "What did you say? Fly an airplane?" They actually heard him. They were just a little too surprised by the thing he said. Zhang Che nodded. "I'm going to get a flight license. If you guys are interested, then we'll go together." Right now, getting a pilot's license? Fly a plane? For Lin Kui and the girls, who hadn't even been on an airplane many times, this was something they hadn't even thought about before. This kind of thing is still a bit too far away from the average person. There are more than 1.4 billion people in the country, not to mention flying airplanes, and there are still almost 1 billion people who have never flown in an airplane until now. But that's exactly why. Who could turn down such an offer? Not to mention Li Ling and the others. Even Lin Kuyi's heart was pounding with excitement. Honey, I want to learn. She tightly hugged Zhang Che's arm with a determined gaze. Li Ling and the girls were also filled with excitement and anticipation. Can we really? Zhang Che waved his hand. Of course. What is this? He said as he pulled out his cell phone. I'll give Sumo a call. You guys put your clothes away first. We're going to the flight school right now. Li Ling and the girls were overjoyed. And they couldn't care less about admiring one piece at a time again. And accelerated their speed to pack up. They were surprised enough to receive so many clothes today. You know, before, if you wanted to mix a suit, you had to join forces with Lin Kui to fling the means. Now, Zhang Che had given them so much without saying anything. What kills me is that this is actually not all there is to learn to fly an airplane. Flying their own airplanes in the blue sky makes them tremble with excitement just thinking about it. Ling Ling, you have to work harder tonight and thank Zhang Che for me. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi squeezed their eyes towards Li Ling, while Li Ling's face remained unchanged. What's this called? Leave it to me. Li Ling said and also squeezed her eyes towards Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi. Actually, it's all about us taking advantage of this. Eileen Chang was right. It really does go right to the soul. I don't know if other men are like this. But anyway, Zhang Che is this giving. Zhang Che hung up the phone just in time to hear the last two words and casually asked. What gives? Li Ling smiled cheekily. It's nothing. She changed the topic. Zhang Che, what did Sumo's side say? Zhang Che shook his head helplessly. She said she has something today and doesn't have time. With this private aircraft learner's card, not only is there no limit to the number of people you can fly, but it's also all-inclusive. As long as you call Sumo, then you can get cash back for nothing again. As a result, when he called, he only asked if he had time, and Sumo politely refused. This study card was limited to use today only, and Sumo didn't have the time, so there was nothing he could do. Earning a lesser reward, this had already made Zhang Che feel heartbroken, as if he had lost money. What's more serious is that Sumo has politely refused him several times during this period of time, always feeling that this gold mine is getting farther and farther away from him. No, something has to be done. He felt the need to salvage it, but there was no time to think about that now. Forget it, let's not worry about Sumo for now. Let's go when it's all ready. The important thing now was to use this study card first and earn this reward from Lin Kui. As for Sumo's side, he could only wait until afterward to see what exactly happened. Ready. Let's go. Lin Kui and the girls were now also excited that their pretty faces were red, their eyebrows were flying, and their hands were dancing. They were all excited. How could they care to think about Sumo? Sumo didn't have time. That was her loss. They didn't want to miss such an opportunity or they would have to regret it for the rest of their lives. The four women pulled and pushed, clustering Zhang Che downstairs and driving straight to the flight school. Without Sumo, all five of them didn't have to go through so much trouble, and it was enough to drive just one car. Chapter 112, You're Rich. 2. In terms of use, there are two general types of flight licenses, commercial and private licenses. Commercial license, i.e., a business license. After getting the license, you can fly commercially, such as flying tourists on sightseeing tours. And what about private licenses, which are private flight licenses and are not allowed to engage in commercial activities? You can fly relatives and friends, but you can't charge for it. There is also a sports photo which is a private photo. It's even less demanding, easier to get, and cheaper to study for a sports license than a private license. Only, the sports photo can only fly vehicles weighing up to 1,200 kilograms. And what about private licenses? The craft that can be flown is one that weighs no more than 5,700 kilograms. Different aircraft types also require the appropriate license to fly. You need a fixed-wing license to fly fixed-wing aircraft and a helicopter license to fly helicopters. It was these two kinds of things that Zhang Che had brought Lin Kui and the girls to enroll in learning. Anyway, there's no limit to the types of study cards you can use, and since they're all of interest, they must all be learned. Because of the two choices, the rewards are also two. Studying at this flight school, designated by the system and the largest in the Magic City, costs almost 200,000 to get a private license. If it's at your own expense, it's a big loss, because the use of the study card can be fully reimbursed. Zhang Che instead earned 200,000 cashback. Beautifully. It is quite unfortunate that the figure of $10 million could not be scraped together after all, so we can only try again next time we have the chance. Learning for a pilot's license likewise requires a medical examination. However, if you are just studying for a sports license, then you are exempted from the medical examination as long as you hold a C1 automobile driver's license. I've already checked it when I was learning to drive. The requirements for a private license are a little more demanding, and you have to go through another medical exam to get it. As for the other requirements of being at least 17 years old, having junior high school education or above, and having no criminal record within 5 years, these requirements can be directly ignored. After signing up and completing the physical examination, Zhang Che and his team also experienced flying in fixed-wing airplanes and helicopters. Lin Kui and the girls were so excited and wowed that they didn't sleep well this night. Li Ling, who had taken the place of Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi to properly thank Zhang Che, was even more like she had endless energy. Thanks to Lin Kui's great aunt coming, or else Zhang Che's threshold would have to be raised another step. You haven't even started learning the theory yet, and you're going to go straight into a double flight course, like learning to drive a car. Learning to fly an airplane starts with theory. What with aviation theory, aviation law, and even aviation English etc. etc. Not only do you have to know airplanes, you have to know radio communications. Once you've got the theory down, you can only be taken by an instructor for dual flight training. Proficiency is required before being allowed to fly solo. Practical flight practice requirements must exceed 40 hours, with an additional 10 hours in solo flight. The set comes down to passing all of them before you get your license. According to the flight school, the whole process takes 3 to 6 months. It depends on the individual's ability to learn and also on the specific time allotment of the individual. The ones that learn well and also study full-time, then of course it's a bit faster. On Monday, when Zhang Che and the others returned to school, all they could think about was already only flying airplanes. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Kui and the girls, he was just as excited himself. It's just that he's more reserved and doesn't show it. Li Ling did notice it, but didn't think it was in that regard. That is, in a nutshell, when all their attention is on their flying license, the attention of the people in the school, on the other hand, was still fixed on Comic-Con. The students were all still talking about Zhang Che's painful car when Lin Kui actually brought Li Ling and the girls to play cosplay. Still shocked at Lin Kui's double standard. Once again, it has been proven that a woman who really cares about you won't even tolerate a hobby like playing games. If she doesn't care about you and doesn't like you, she's bound to be able to pick it out of you to argue and make a scene. Even if you don't have any hobbies at all, she won't be able to tolerate you stepping into the house with your left foot first. Once again, the harsh reality has taught all men a hard lesson, and some have come to a great realization as a result. Some, on the other hand, look at this fact but their faces are blacker than the bottom of a pot. Zhao Qingjiang is one of them. Previously, he swore that Zhang Che had to play games behind Lin Kui's back, and that he would only go to comic conventions secretly. As a result, the face was a little sore. Getting punched in the face is fine. It doesn't hurt anything to have a thicker skin anyway. The point is, he's mentally unbalanced. Why does schoolgirl Lin hate games so much that she can't look at boys who play games? When it comes to Zhang Che it becomes, can that be the same? Why should I have to take off my house when I'm in a relationship, and not even dare to go to Comic-Con? And when it came to Zhang Che, schoolgirl Lin actually directly cosplayed his favorite character to him? We're all brothers in the same dormitory. Why is the gap so big? Zhang Che returned to the dormitory and brought back quite a few peripherals from the Comic-Con. Posters with voice actors' signatures were put on the walls of the beds, and hand-me-downs were set up on the tables. Among them, there were also a few characters that Zhao Qing heatedly liked as well. Looking at them he couldn't wait to take them for himself. Zhang Che, can you sell me this hand puppet? And this poster? Sell me one too. Zhao Qing coveted his eyes and looked at Zhang Che with bated breath. Aren't you the one your girlfriend won't let? Already off the house? You're so dedicated and affectionate that you have to play this scummy behavior to your face and behind your back? Mr. Zhao Qing, can you stand up to your girlfriend like this? If your girlfriend found out, she'd flip out on you? Zhang Che's flurry of output immediately choked Zhao Qingjiang, rendering him speechless. These were Zhao Qingjiang's words, and Zhao Qingjiang knew very well that Zhang Che was shading him by saying this. The thing is, he can't argue with it. I just said that. Zhang Che hadn't even said if he was willing to sell or not, and he had already chosen to give up after being choked. Compared to this hobby, it's true that a girlfriend is more important. Zhang Che looked at him and casually asked, speaking of which, where did you guys hang out over the weekend? I'm telling you, this Comic-Con was a lot of fun. Even Sister Lin had a great time. Ask Li Yale if you don't believe me. He can testify. These words really irritated Zhao Qingjiang. Zhang Che, he glared with reddened eyes and bit his teeth in anger. Aren't you relying on your money so that you can get schoolgirl Lin to do whatever you say? Isn't it just money? What's the big deal? Zhang Che was yelled at innocently. I just casually asked that. Just simply wanting to ask where you guys went to play and if it was good. Explaining. He paused before adding on. You said that it was because I was rich that I made Sister Lin obey me. But aren't you rich too? You're living on 10,000 a month. How is it that you didn't make Zhang Jiaojiao obey you, but you obeyed Zhang Jiaojiao instead? Zhao Qing heated. This roommate choked again and turned red for a moment before straining his neck in defense. I'm doing this because I like her and love her. So I respect her. This he is love. What do you scum know? Chapter 113 One's own dreams are easily obtained by others. What is love? This Zhang Che really does not dare to say. However, he remained firm in his belief that it was definitely not Zhao Qing who was hot like this. Obviously a lickspittle like himself, but with the name of love on the side. I'm a lickspittle because I get to pop rewards. What are you a lickspittle for and what do you get out of it? Is it just for this so-called love? If this is love, then one would never want it in one's life. It is said that a wise man does not fall in love, but a fool falls in love with himself. It's better to keep watching the good stuff yourself. He stopped talking. Zhao Cheng heatedly felt that he was speechless, choked by himself. Finally won a game. You wouldn't understand. Zhao Cheng heatedly shook his head inside again before leading Zhou Chu out of the dormitory on his toes. Needless to say, I know that this is the ass that went to lick that Zhang Jiao Jiao again. Looking at him like this, Zhang Che suddenly felt that on the road of licking dogs, his future achievements would only be higher than his own. One has a system and rewards, and still both often slack off for various reasons. And people can lick so hard when they have nothing. As he watched Zhao Qingjian leave with a six-parent pace, Li Yale was dumbfounded. Don't we have no classes this afternoon with schoolgirl Lin? Why do you still have the leisure to tease Zhao Qingjian here? In Li Yale's eyes, Zhang Che was the one who had completely let himself go since he got together with Lin Kui. Except for classes and when Lin Kui and the girls had classes. Otherwise they couldn't even be seen. Every day, as soon as the class is over, they run out of the house, wave around in this big magic city, and do not want to stay in the school for a moment. The dormitory is never come back to live, at best, just to cope with the time to check the bed. Then, as soon as the bed checker leaves, he'll follow him out the door. It's really kind of counterintuitive to have a situation like the one we have now. We're waiting for Sumo. Senior sister Lin and the girls went back to the dormitory to change their clothes. Zhang Che smiled and explained it to Li Yale. Change of clothes? Li Yale froze, then pursued. What are you guys trying to play here again? Lin Kui and others he just saw today, one dressed up brightly. In addition to the school just run party are not against the grain. This is going to still require a change of clothes. According to Zhang Che's style of them, it is only possible that it will be less convenient to play. So this isn't going to be another change into yoga pants, is it? Don't tell me. He got it right again this time. Longboarding. Zhang Che answered and asked, how about it? Are you interested? The so-called longboard is actually a skateboard. A type of skateboard. To be precise, the three outdoor sports that Sumo is best at are mountaineering, rock climbing and longboard speedway. Now mountaineering for the time being does not have this time conditions. Rock climbing are already playing very familiar. The one thing I haven't tried yet is longboard speedway. Downhill is also an exciting extreme sport, which involves a fast descent from a high mountain. There's bike speedway, rollerblading speedway, and longboard speedway is just one of them. If you want to play longboard speedway, then you have to learn how to longboard first. So today, all Zhang Che and the others had to do was call up Sumo to buy equipment and then follow her to learn. This was one of the ways he came up with to continue to hold on to this goldmine of Sumo's. He had asked Sumo out a few times before, only for Sumo to turn it down with something going on. It wasn't clear if she really had something going on or if she was just pushing it off, and he didn't bother to look into it. However, every time he said that he wanted Sumo to conduct the teaching, Sumo had never once put it off. In that case, it would certainly still not be a mistake to continue to stabilize her with this. And it proved to be true. He called Sumo and said he wanted to start learning to play speedway on a longboard. And Sumo agreed more readily than any time before. Only after the words on his side fell, both Sumo and Lin Kui sent messages over there one after another. He looked to Li Yale after reading the message and waited for the other party's response. Li Yale hesitated and shook his head. I'd rather not. I've tried roller skating, skateboarding and stuff before when the club was recruiting, and I'm really not a fan of it. Everyone has their own hobbies, and Li Yale isn't that keen on the outdoors. Some of these have not been tried, sound awesome and are willing to experience them. The longboard or whatever it was didn't sound anything special, and he gave up trying it when he thought about it. I'll pull out then. Zhang Che greeted Li Yale, met up with Lin Kui and the girls, picked up Sumo, and the two cars went straight to the mall. The location was given by Sumo, and she was the one who led the way to the exact store. It's still her call on what to buy. Of course, that won't take too long. Will it? Li Ling took Sumo's arm. Where are we going to learn after we buy it? I heard there's a skateboard park far away. Fengqi and Zhao Xiaolan also followed along and surrounded Sumo. The three women were chattering all the way, very anxious. Sumo felt his head getting a little big. If it's too far for you guys, you don't have to go to the skate park for beginners. You can just go back to school and learn. she answered first, then expressed her speechlessness towards Li Ling and the girls. Speaking of which, you're all driving, and it really doesn't take much time to buy an outfit, so why are you all in such a hurry? Zhao Xiaolan spread his hands. Isn't our time limited here? I have to go to flight school at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to learn the theory related to flying, so that's not a lot to catch up on. Suemo froze at the sound and exclaimed with wide eyes. Flight school? Feng Qi smiled cheekily and explained. Zhang Che signed us all up yesterday, and we're going to learn our flying license. You'll get your license in 3 months at the earliest, and then we'll drive you to soar the blue skies. These words caused Sumo's face to turn white, and his heart seemed to have been pounded hard with a hammer. She looked at Feng Qi, looked at Zhao Xiaolan, and looked at Li Ling, and simply couldn't accept this fact. She loves the outdoors, and not just hiking, rock climbing, and longboarding speedway. In fact, she prefers scuba diving and surfing, as well as skydiving, paragliding, and wingsuit flying, as well as flying airplanes and all that. She had to make a compromise first because she was not capable of touching these for the time being. What does it take to learn to fly for a license? How much does it cost? And how do you fly after you learn? Everything about these issues she had learned in detail early on. Now and then. It's also taken out to encourage myself, but as it was, she could not ask for what she wanted, and had to bury these longings in her heart. And there is no such pursuit at all. Just going with the flow of Li Ling and the girls, but it was a no-brainer to get what you've been dreaming of. They merely followed Zhang Che to eat, drink and play, and easily reached their dreams. They look like they're still not even thinking about it. Broken defense. This time, Suemo really did break the defense. On what grounds? Why is it that what they couldn't do even if they tried so hard, they did by playing around? So when Zhang Che called me yesterday, he wanted to call me up to learn how to get a pilot's license? Zhang Che had already given Suemo many things and treated her to various delicacies, but for these, Suemo didn't care. Even without her she wouldn't feel any regret. But this time, she really regretted it, feeling very sorry like never before. If I had gone along yesterday, would this dream of mine have come true? At this moment, she had even forgotten that she was still struggling with the inappropriateness of accepting Zhang Che's kindness as well. Chapter 114, we're all in the same category. There was no harm without comparison. Sumo's heart was filled with bitterness. The eyes that looked at Zhang Che were also unprecedentedly complicated. It's all because of this man. It's all because of him. Zhang Che noticed Sumo's difference and scratched his head in puzzlement. What's wrong? Sumo shook his head. A feeling of loss that he had never felt before hit his heart, but he had nothing to say. Couldn't say yes. She was jealous. She's not arrogant and conceited, but it also felt that objectively and fairly, neither Li Ling nor Zhao Xiaolan or Feng Qi could compare to her. Whether it's looks and body, or athleticism, academics, etc. It's a little better than what she is. She would never lose to either of them as long as they were on the same starting line. But it was the person who was clearly inferior to himself in everything who was easily able to take off and far surpassed himself by Zhang Che's pull. It's not something you want to accept, but there's no way around it. Reality is just so cruel. When he arrived at the skateboard store, Suemo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the loss in his heart, and raised his spirits. Nothing, let's just watch skateboarding. This store has all kinds of high, medium and low-end skateboards for beginners and veterans alike. Zhang Che, if you guys, I'll recommend this to you. After knowing each other for so long, Suemo was also already well aware of Zhang Che's spending habits. Whatever you buy, go for the expensive option. And of course it's not just about helping with the selection. As a coach you naturally have to teach from the basics of longboarding. Things like fit, material, wheel diameter and hardness, etc., etc., etc. These things, in fact, Zhang Che had already learned in the dog-licking base a long time ago. He was understanding but still pretending not to understand. While Lin Kui and the girls were listening in uncertainty. It's obviously not something you can learn from one lecture, but you'll have to be exposed to it more often in the future. In addition to the longboard, got all the protective gear, including helmet, knee pads, elbow pads, palm pads, and so on. After all, it's not uncommon to wrestle playing this kind of thing, let alone being a novice. None of these things are expensive, and it's a good thing we have the Li Ling girls to hold up the volume. So, it also still allowed Zhang Che to make a small profit. As usual, Zhang Che chose a set for Suemo as well, and she still didn't refuse this time. It looks like nothing has changed. It's business as usual. Only, Zhang Che was still the same Zhang Che, while Suemo was frequently distracted and always looked absent-minded. After buying the equipment back to school, Zhang Che and Li Ling, their first contact with the longboard are playing with joy. As the instructor, however, Sumo's mood was far from high, and his smile was all but forced. Lin Kui took it all in stride, Taking advantage of the fact that Li Ling and the girls had all run off to pester Zhang Che, she then walked towards Sumo and handed over a bottle of Paris water. Sumo, let's talk. Sumo subconsciously took the water she handed over and froze for a moment. Sumo didn't understand what she wanted to talk about so suddenly. Lin Kui smiled and unscrewed the water and took a sip before asking, mind telling me what you've been up to all this time? Speaking of this, Sumo's mood became even lower and his heart became even more bitter. In the past few days, the president of the mountaineering club introduced her to a senior. This senior is also a graduate of HU, an alumnus, and was likewise a member of the mountaineering club during his school years. Now successful and still enjoying climbing, he is very willing to give opportunities to future alumni, and, fancying her, was willing to sponsor her. She's just been in contact with this senior. All kinds of dinners, singing, going rock climbing, the gym, as well as doing various physical tests to confirm your strength in every way. At first, everything was perfectly fine, until finally she proved all she could, and the senior charted her way to the top. People do want to sponsor her, but the requirement is that they want her to agree to be their girlfriend. It was a moment of hindsight for her to realize what former alumni were willing to give their juniors a chance. Again, this was directed at her as a person. A lot of things were just so nasty by nature, and she'd seen a lot of them, but she always had unrealistic expectations, always feeling like she could meet someone who didn't have bad thoughts. To put it bluntly, it's really just because you're not happy with yourself. It has no commercial value and is not in a position to gain commercial sponsorship. Is it really such a good thing in the world to want sponsorship and not be willing to sell out? Sumo was lost. After this blow, she had completely lost faith and had almost died of heart. Listening to her talk about this matter, Lin Kui guffawed. She had not experienced too many similar things. Only now, she was free of such anguish. That's why you need to hold on to this man so firmly. Actually, there really is. Lin Kui took another sip of water and looked at Zhang Che, who was being pestered by Li Ling and the girls, with tenderness. Didn't Zhang Che promise you that he would sponsor you? And he's really not asking for anything in return. Nothing at all from you. Why did you have to travel so far when you could have let go of all your worries and just run wild towards your dreams? Sumo fell silent and lowered his head. She silently unscrewed the Parisian water and took a sip as well, pausing for several moments before speaking. I actually think I'm a bit of a criminal myself, but I just can't be that open about it. Taking for granted everything he gave me, while I gave nothing, left me with a deep sense of guilt. But to make me give something, I am unwilling and reluctant. Lin Kui looked at her and also paused, then blandly asked, are you looking down on me? Sumo's eyes flashed with a moment of confusion. She hadn't thought about anything like looking up or down, but Lin Kui was the one who said, you probably don't even realize it, but in your subconscious, you should rather not see me. Thinks I'm vain and only rely on men, even on big money. All I have now is from Zhang Che. While you've been working on your own. Sumo didn't say anything. It seemed like there was no way to deny it. It seemed to be really like this. Lin Kui smiled again and continued, but the truth is, we're actually the same kind of people. The same kind of people? Confusion flashed in Sumo's eyes again, and there was even a hint of resistance. You just said you're relying on a man and everything is from Zhang Che, while I'm working on my own. So different. What makes you say I'm in the same category as you? Oof. Lin Kui grunted and poked at a fact. We are, all of us, pursuing lives that don't match who we are. The difference is that I seek material things and desire to live in a mansion and ride in a luxury car and live an extravagant life. You, on the other hand, seek excitement and crave hedonism on another level. Whether it's what I'm pursuing or what you're pursuing, it's essentially beyond the condition of our own abilities. So what's the difference between the two of us? Lin Kui's words were like a thunderbolt, causing Sumo's brain to go boom for a moment and then completely freeze. Chapter 115, There's always a choice to be made. For the next few days, Sumo had been muddled. Lin Kui's words pierced through all her pretenses and made her bloody face her true heart for the first time. She didn't want to admit it, but there was simply no way to refute it, and it was no longer even possible to lie to herself. What a love of sports, love of challenges, exercising your will, and being a confident and self-empowered woman. In fact, these are nothing but grandiose excuses. Essentially, it's still the pursuit of a rich man's life, which really isn't all that different from the voracious pursuit of material things. Who is nobler than anyone else who is also trying to live a life that doesn't match their abilities? It turns out that one is nothing more than a mundane person after all. The muddled Sumo sighed secretly from time to time and smiled bitterly to himself. Mountaineering, rock climbing, rappelling, these outdoor sports do give her a great sense of superiority. It makes her feel different from others, that she is more sought after and classy and high-end than others, especially if it was Lin Kui's kind that pursued money and material things. She did disdain it and thought it was very tacky. As a result, it was only after Lin Kei's head scratching that he realized that he was no different. This was indeed a blow to Sumo. However, it is not unacceptable. What can be realized is an ideal, and what can't is a dream. The so-called dream itself is something that doesn't match your strength. Otherwise it wouldn't be unattainable. And having the strength to be able to match it wouldn't be easy to get? Who in this world doesn't have a dream and who doesn't want to live a rich man's life? The question before Sumo now is not how the facts are. Rather, what should she choose? In fact, we've been luckier than the vast majority of people because we've had a choice. 99% of the people in this world, in fact, have no choice. There's a saying on the internet that's harsh, but equally realistic. There are some things that are not there when you are born, that you cannot have in this life. What Lin Kui told her was still ringing in her ears. The vast majority of people in this world are mediocre, and bulls and horses spend their lives just trying their best to stay alive. Anyone who can carry a 30-year mortgage and mix a house is good enough, and there are many more who can't even afford a house. Not to mention luxury cars and houses and surfing and skiing. Go to college, get a job, and hustle to make ends meet. That's a lot of people's whole lives. Many others dropped out of school for various reasons, didn't even touch college, and went into the factory early to play screws. Which one of us doesn't want to live a comfortable and enjoyable life? But is there a choice? To still have a choice is lucky enough indeed. But what determines destiny is what to choose. Have you ever thought about your future? Ever wonder how you're going to pursue the things you love in the future? You're still a student. You don't need to worry about making ends meet. For rock climbing and mountaineering, playing longboard speedway, you can work part-time and 170 a day is acceptable for a climbing gym. But what about after you graduate and need to think about making a living? Or even starting a family? At that point, one has to get a real job. One has to rent an apartment and pay rent. And it's all about money for food and drink. How much of a paycheck can you make and how much can you put aside to pursue your favorite outdoor sport? Will you be forced to work overtime? If it's 996 every day, then where's the time and energy to get outdoors? When you find a man to marry and start a family and have to buy a house and raise children, then don't talk about surfing and skiing. Just going to a hot spring in the countryside and doing the math would be too much to give up. It seems unnerving to think about such a day, but that's how the vast majority of people live their lives. Sumo knew very well that if he only relied on himself, then he would end up like all ordinary people. As more time passes, all dreams dissipate and all edges are smoothed out. Surfing and skiing, diving and mountaineering, all that one desires is really all one can desire. And one can only look at others online in silent envy. If you can't get it on your own terms, you can't ask for it on your own terms, and you're not willing to give it up, then something has to give. Hey, Sumo couldn't help but let out another long sigh. In fact, she'd seen too much of this kind of thing, and the outdoor sports scene wasn't really that clean. Some women go on poor trips and have sex with people for a ride for a meal. The so-called unspoken rules of hitchhiking on the Sichuan-Tibet route have been circulating for a long time, and there are still a lot of stories about all kinds of gunfire. Sumo used to be very disdainful of this kind of behavior, and was very displeased with such a woman. There were plenty of people pursuing her, both on and off campus. And there were countless people who didn't have the best intentions for her. Just a while ago, there were also former alumni who hit on her in the name of sponsoring her. But no matter what kind of offer the other party made, she firmly chose to reject it. She always thought she could do it on her own, and she was only willing to do it on her own. But now, the harsh reality laid itself out before him. One is pursuing a life that is a mismatch to one's condition and is impossible to achieve on one's own in any case. So, what's the choice? Like the vast majority of people, after graduation you go running for your life and slowly let life wear your dreams down. The thought of giving up the outdoor sports he loved made Sumo feel uninterested. After thinking about it for some days, she finally realized what was going on inside her. Sure enough, I really am just like Lin Kui said. We were originally the same kind of people. Knowing that it's outside of your ability, you still don't want to give it up. She can't afford to part with a mansion and a car and all kinds of luxuries, and I can't afford to part with all kinds of money-burning outdoor sports. Since you can't give it up, the next question to consider is how to give it up. We're actually really lucky, and not just because we have a choice, even more so because we can pick Zhang Che. In fact, there's really no need for you to be so entangled. You can also feel that Zhang Che doesn't have any malicious intentions towards you. He won't hurt you, and he needs nothing from you in return. You only need to accept Zhang Che's kindness openly to get everything. Why not? When Lin Kui's words seemed to ring in his ears again, Sumo, who had figured it out, pulled out his cell phone and sent her a message by mouth. Is there time to talk again? Just the two of us. Lin Kui quickly returned the message. Figured it out? Planning to accept Zhang Che's good intentions? Sumo answered back first. Aha. Then went on to state. Now that the choice has been made, I want to hold on to it as firmly as you do. something that comes by extravagantly. If it is gained and then lost, then I absolutely cannot accept it either. It's more unacceptable to get it and then lose it than to never get it. It was true that Zhang Che did not want anything from her in return, but precisely because of this, she instead felt that it was not at all solid. Zhang Che hadn't received anything from her in return, and naturally had no obligations to her to speak of. If one day she changed her mind and wasn't so nice to her, who was she to ask for anything then? Chapter 116. Once the decision is made. Since it dawned on me that I was also vain and unwilling to give up those dreams, then it's time to accept yourself as you are, and it's time to choose accordingly. After facing his heart directly, Suemo made a decision. All of that, too, opens up. All the kinks, all the resentment, and the humiliation those unsuspecting people had brought her. This moment all goes up in smoke. It turns out that I've always just been mediocre because I couldn't see myself, or wouldn't see myself. Once he made up his mind, Suemo felt that his thoughts were clear and his whole body was relaxed. All problems are no longer problems and all pursuits can be easily realized. Zhang Che, I also want to learn a flying license. She tucked Zhang Che's arm and shook it twice, shaking Zhang Che's whole body so much that he couldn't carry it at all. Learn, must learn. We have a theory class to go to this afternoon, so we'll sign you up then too. Let's give you a taste of heaven today, and then tomorrow you'll follow along with us. Although his entire body was so soft that it seemed like his bones were gone, Zhang Che still nodded very firmly. Fixed wing and helicopter. Both licenses cost 200,000 by 2 to learn. Now that there are no more study cards to use, he must pay for them himself. A $400,000 expense minus $100. 000 by 2 cashback and $20. 000 base incentive is going to be a $180. 000 loss. However, he didn't feel any physical pain at all this time. Even with the growing mentality that if you can't swipe the cashback you're losing money, he's still having fun at this point. It doesn't matter if you lose $180. 000. Think of it as an investment. What matters is Sumo's attitude. Now this long-legged schoolgirl was taking the initiative to make demands on him, something that had never happened before. And, still, it was the sappy tone that made him shiver. Don't understand what's going on, but you can be sure that it's definitely good. If Suemo can make more requests, if he wants to buy this today and play with that tomorrow, he will still worry about not being able to make his money back? He was full of expectations for the future, and so was Suemo. Sure enough, everything can actually be that simple. Learning a private license costs $200. 000. So if you really have to work for it, when do you get to realize it? And now, it's just a matter of spilling the beans. Actually, pampering isn't even necessary. All she has to do is ask. However, she would still feel uneasy if she simply accepted the favors given by Zhang Che and gave nothing herself. It was the only person who could be missed on his own. The only one who can give is himself. In this way, it would also be able to firmly grasp Zhang Che, and it would be logical to make demands with him. Now that the decision has been made, what's the point of being melodramatic? Zhang Che, you're so nice. With joy, she gave Zhang Che a kiss on the cheek. Zhang Che was taken aback. Don't. I'm scared when you're like this. Let's just do what we did before, or I really don't feel solid inside. Suemo crossed her arms in no good humor and blew her nose towards him. It's also the first time this girl has ever pampered someone. The first time she's ever kissed someone. As a result, this is your reaction to me? If this were any of those other men, they would have been itching to take her straight to bed by now. Stinky man. Ha! Suemo ignored Zhang Che's reaction. Anyway, you have to be so good to me. You have to be able to give me so much. Then I'm yours from now on. You're responsible for the rest of your life. It's easy to learn a flying license these days, as long as you have the money. Suemo was also fully qualified and passed the physical examination with ease, immediately becoming one of Zhang Che and the others as well. They hadn't been learning for much longer than Suemo, and with Sumo's learning ability they were able to keep up completely. Even Sumo's performance was better than Lin Kuyi's girls. Sports are also based on talent, as are driving a car and flying an airplane. Lin Kuyi and the girls had never thought of learning to fly an airplane before, and were not into those things themselves. It was just that this thing sounded very pushy, satisfying vanity, and it was still accompanying Zhang Che. So, that's why it's here to learn. Suemo was different. She really liked them and was talented herself, so she naturally performed better. Learning to fly, learning to skateboard, still eating and drinking every day, taking Suemo and Lin Kuyi and the girls with him. Zhang Che lived the campus life as others dreamed of. Now he is called Backwave instead of Lick Dog. Only this Backwave, this is a bit scummy. Whenever he was mentioned, he would think of Suemo and Lin Kuyi, and whenever he talked about the two schoolgirls, he could be reminded of him. Every time this happens, people still can't help but gnash their teeth and curse and abuse him. Damn it, two big school beauties surround you every day. Can't you let people live? And you didn't even spare the school girl's roommate. Waving around 5 girls by yourself all day long. Everyone was outraged. And the only consolation was that Sumo hadn't gotten her roommate involved. That's mostly because, well, Sumo likes the outdoors, and her roommate isn't a fan of it. The rest of the time, again, she was almost always working outside the home. Getting along with her roommates was not bad, but she was not as close as Lin Kui and Li Ling and the others. Sumo's roommate, on the other hand, felt quite sorry for this. The entire male population of HUU envied Zhang Che. And why wouldn't the girls envy Sumo and Lin Kui and the girls? The two big school girls even. This natural condition they really can't compare. But with Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, a lot of girls felt that they could still compare. Why do they get to follow in the glory and they are only envious? They're both roommates. How come there's such a big difference? When she learned that Sumo had started to learn the flight license, even Li Ling and the girls were learning. These roommates of hers were even more taught. All this time, she was treated with much warmth and all kinds of proximity. The other boys were glad they weren't getting hitched, not realizing they were thinking about how they could get hitched. Unfortunately, it's a shame. Sumo had to learn how to fly, teach Zhang Che and the others how to play longboard, and eat and drink all kinds of things. Now it had also become, whenever there were no classes, you hardly saw anyone, and there weren't many opportunities to get close to her roommate. The change in her roommate was actually something she had noticed and was aware of the reactions of people at school. Only, she was too happy to think about that now. She used to think about working around, figuring out how much money she was missing to go on a mountain hike. Now you don't have to think about anything, and you live every day without a care in the world. She all but realized that she was getting more and more heartless now. Even when I think about things, all I think about is where I'm going to eat and where I'm going to play. If she was like this, Lin Kui and the others naturally had even less to say. Honey, how about we go camping for the weekend? As this looks like it's going to be the weekend again, Lin Kui has already put both arms around Zhang Che's waist to propose. Her eyes lit up at the offer as well. If we're going to camp, we might as well just go to Hangtown. It's been so long since your senior boards too, so you can really try your hand at rappelling while camping. As soon as he heard her say that, Zhang Che's eyes lit up as well. Chapter 117, Going Camping for the Weekend. With Zhang Che's level, he could have actually tried to play Speedway for real a long time ago. This is enough to get Red Bull to sponsor it if it continues. Only, there is no suitable place for Speedway in the Magic City. The offer to go to Hangzhou is really very appealing. And according to Sumo, there are places in Hangzhou that are perfect for Speedway. And they've been playing all the magic for a long time now. And it's really time to expand towards the periphery. Okay, we're going to Hangtown this weekend. Zhang Che nodded his head in agreement, then rubbed his chin in a slightly regretful manner. Since we're talking about going camping, is there no need to book a hotel? Not needing to book a hotel, wouldn't that be 2 less rebates? And it hurt him a little to think about it. That's for sure. What's the point of booking a hotel when you're camping? Sumo gave him a blank look. It takes almost 2 hours or so to drive from our school to Hangzhou. If we prepare ahead of time, we'll leave Friday afternoon and arrive just in time to start grilling straight away. Then play for 2 days and come back Sunday afternoon. The timing couldn't have been better and everyone was fine with it. For Zhang Che, there is also a regret is that a trip to Hangzhou camping 2 days back, always feel not too much. After all, he had learned from elementary school that there was heaven above and Suzhou and Hangzhou below, but he hadn't been to Hangzhou yet. West Lake, Xiantang River, and even the Liangzhu site, which he has longed for since childhood. But it can't be helped. Hangzhou is so big it can't be played over in a day or two. It's just a weekend and not a vacation, so you really can't ask for too much. If you really want to take a tour, you'll have to wait until you're on vacation. Okay then. He nodded. So now the question is, what do we need to prepare in advance? Camping and all that was a first for him. The good thing was that there were still 2 days until Friday as well, so he could still find time for a little bit of badgering at the dog-licking base. It wouldn't have been that hard, and 2 days of learning should have been enough, right? While he mulled them over, Sumo had already continued his introduction. Why? Those campgrounds now offer anything and everything they can rent to make money, but it wouldn't be fun if it was. Since we're talking about camping, I think it's better to prepare your own tent, sleeping bag, cooking utensils and cutlery and all that, and food and water. And it's a good idea to wear medicine and a first aid kit in case if you get hurt or catch a cold or something. Since we're going to barbecue, then of course we still need to prepare the grill, charcoal and all that. As an outdoor sportsman, something like camping would certainly not be the first time for Sumo. The more she introduced, the brighter Zhang Che's eyes became. I've already made $2 less by not having to book a hotel, and I've got so many things to buy that I can't just make it back. Master's right. Isn't the fun of camping to be automatic? So it has to be bought. It has to be bought, and it has to be the best. With those words, Li Ling and the girls couldn't help but roll their eyes. Let's just assume he's having another mental block and is ready to spend with a vengeance to ease his mental depression again. Honey, I want a sports camera. It's easier to shoot video that way. Now Lin Koi is getting more and more enthusiastic about sending out little yellow books, and he tinkers with them almost every day. A little bit of life, a variety of daily food and drink, all to be shared out. Oftentimes, they even pulled Zhang Che along with them, making him cooperate in all sorts of ways. It's all about becoming an online blogger. It's about needing some specialized equipment to do so. Okay, then add a sports camera. For a request like Lin Kuyi's, Zhang Che was overjoyed. It would be nice to get another drone, by the way, so I can still fulfill the aerial photography requirement. He'd thought about getting a drone to play with before. It's just that the country is getting stricter on this, and many places don't allow it to be flown. So then there's no need for this to be bought. Now it's to be bought for Lin Kuyi's video shoot, so it doesn't matter if it's necessary or not. Anyway, even if you leave it at home to eat dust, it doesn't affect your ability to earn rewards, does it? Not only should I buy it for Lin Kui, but also for Sumo, and not a single reward should be left behind. Taking advantage of the class, Sumo directly compiled a list and sent it to their Good Fun group. Lin Kui and the girls made additions and comments from time to time, and once again, they chatted incessantly with gusto. Seeing Sumo's list, Zhang Che probably had a clue. His mind wasn't really in the classroom anymore, checking the group messages every now and then and googling himself. Why are you distracted again today? Where are you planning to go again? Li Yale sensed his state and instantly understood what was going on. The only thing in this world that could bother him, Zhang Che, seemed to be left with where to eat and where to play. People are not even bothered by the same things as people. It's just so plain and simple. We're going camping at Hangtown for the weekend. Let's get together. Zhang Che tucked away his cell phone and put an invitation on Li Yale's shoulder. Hangtown? Li Yale looked at him doubtfully. You camping, just camping. Why do you need to go to Hangzhou? It's not like the senior board has been so long. By the way, go play Speedway. How about going along for the ride? Li Yale is not interested in longboarding, but he is quite interested in camping. But the entire Hoodoo University knew that Zhang Che was hanging out with the 2 schoolgirls and 5 beauties every day. That made him a little hesitant. Although both Lin Kui and Sumo were polite to him, he still felt pressurized. Camping? This is good. We'll go too. Before Li Yale had a chance to speak, Zhao Qingjiang, who was on the side, had already come over. Isn't it a coincidence that we were also thinking of a nice place to go for the weekend? I'll bring my girlfriend with me then, just so everyone can meet. Zhao Qing heatedly raised his eyebrows and looked more energized than even Zhang Che. Speaking of which, he's been licking Zhang Jiaojiao for so long that he hangs onto my girlfriend all day long. However, whether it was Zhang Che or Li Yale, neither of them had yet to see just who this Zhang Jiaojiao was. He stirred up the bar so much, but it also put Li Yale's mind at ease. He followed Zhang Che and the others alone, and was very formal and awkward in front of Sumo and Lin Kui. If Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu were with him, then this problem could have been avoided. He nodded as he followed. Good, then we'll all go together. Just then he was a bit hesitant. But how are we going to get there? Zhang Che was talking about going to Hangzhou. Zhao Qingjiang waved his hand. What's the big deal? The big deal is renting a car. I'll have my girlfriend get her roommate on board when the time comes and give you a chance too. Given that Zhao Qingjiang was treating Zhang Jiaojiao in such a manner, Li Yale didn't hold out any hope for the opportunity he mentioned. Who knows if Zhang Jiaojiao's roommate is also looking for a liquor? He is not interested in being a liquor. But since we're going out, to be able to have a few more girls that definitely wouldn't mind. Zhang Che had brought a large group of beautiful women with him, but that had nothing to do with them, didn't it? Chapter 118, it's still a matter of money. The camping thing is not as hot as it was before, but there are still a lot of people who like it. I didn't get to catch it when it was hot, but there are still plenty of people who would love to try it now when they have the chance. Li Yale or Zhang Che. In fact, all have this mentality. We made plans to go camping at Hangtown together for the weekend, and then we went our separate ways to get ready. They were all going camping for the first time and everything needed to be prepared from scratch. However, without waiting for Zhang Che to say anything, Zhao Qingjiang had already stated that each was prepared to not interfere with each other. Since the day of enrollment we went shopping together for necessities and then followed it up with a trip to the fruit store to see what was going on. He then had a deep knowledge of Zhang Che's spending style and never went shopping with him again. Isn't that just asking for a blow and making things difficult for yourself? Camping supplies are cheap for these things, like tents and sleeping bags for $100 or $10. Generally, the smaller hundreds have worked as well, but expensive. That's really expensive too. In terms of Zhang Chei's principle of choosing towards the more expensive ones for the sake of cashback, that wouldn't be the same as choosing with them at all. Oversized tent, complete with canopy, inflatable bed, sleeping bag, moisture pad, picnic mat, stoves, cutlery, work shovels, camping lights, outdoor water bottles. 20000. Sumo and Lin Kui this even counted down, but also still swiped 200,000 cashback. Then there was the sports camera that Lin Kui wanted, and I bought the Action 5 first for $3.298. Then we saw the Pocket 3, a 1-inch pocket camera that will come in handy in some scenarios. Needless to say, buy. As for the price, it's $567 with all the kits and stuff. There are also heads for $1,299 and microphones for $999. I saw the outdoor power supply for sale, so I bought 2 of them. After all, they are camping, which is still necessary. The price of $699 is not expensive, but it is a good thing to make a profit. Last but certainly not least is the heavy hitter, the drone, which is $12.834 counting all the various yellers, tarmacs, etc. I specifically ran to DJI's brand experience store and shopped around, buying almost all of DJI's products on sale. And it's all in twos. Whether Sumo uses it or not, it's necessary to swipe the cash back yourself anyway. If this were to be done before, Sumo would more or less still be torn up about it, and probably would have shrugged it off a bit. Now, it is not polite with Zhang Chei at all, since he gave it then without psychological pressure to follow. On second thought, taking videos and posting them online like Lin Kui seems good. In the future, whether it's hiking or rock climbing, you can always take some video too. The life of your dreams has begun, and how can you say that without sharing it? After making a hard profit, Zhang Chei was in a very happy mood and returned to school to ask Zhao Qingzhong about them. How are you guys getting ready? Zhao Cheng heated a dark face, and Li Yale shrugged. Not good. Looking at them like this, it seems like not only were they not ready, but they had a falling out. Zhang Chei couldn't help but ask after him. What's the situation of this? Li Yale faintly then said, there is no agreement on the cost. That girlfriend of Zhao Qingzhong's, Jiang Jiajiu, a whole dormitory of them are going, but it's not like they're out of pocket. And Mr. Zhao Qing has patted himself on the back for promising an all-inclusive fee. He's made the good guy, pussy-loaded face earned, and then he's going to make me pay for it too. If this is money I'm willing to pay, and I should, but I don't know any of those girls. I've never seen them, so why should I pay for them? Zhang Chei has money, so it never counts without a plan, and it doesn't even matter if it's completed. But Li Yale had already done the math. It would really cost a lot of money to go on a camping trip, according to the rates of the camping base given by Sumo. First of all, there's an entrance fee of $50 per person. Once you're in, to camp you'll also need a camping space, and this costs between $120 to $800. If you choose to rent a tent, it is $100 per person for a 4-person tent. They also had to rent a car, 2 more for so many people. Factor in the ingredients and other messes, and it's a little over a couple $100 even for AA alone. It's not a big deal to spend a couple $100 on a rare outing, but it's a different situation when you have to pay for someone else. Why should a girl get to go out together and not spend money? Not that I'm talking about you, but you're too much of a straight man of steel. Isn't it right for a guy to ask a girl out and pay for it? Why else would people go with you? Zhao Cheng heatedly hated the iron. Li Yale, I'm telling you, you're going to be like this for the rest of your life and you won't be able to find a girlfriend. Li Yale stated, if that's the case, I'd rather not find a girlfriend in my life. Zhou Branch frowned on one side. Li Yale, you shouldn't be so petty. Before he could finish his words, Li Yale directly disliked him. You're not paying for it, so go play with your balls. Zhou Chu was Zhao Qingzhong's loyal follower and was always responsible for contributing, so 7 people go out to play. This cost is actually Zhao Qingzhong and Li Yale's share. This Li Yale of course didn't do. I don't agree anyway. If that's the case I won't go. I don't have that kind of money and I don't want to be the one to do it. In Zhang Chei's opinion, this was reasonable and sensible, and he definitely wouldn't be willing to do it in his place. He then asked, what do you mean? Li Yale continued to explain to him. I mean, the food, the rental car, all that, everyone together. Then there's no problem with us splitting it and not letting the girls pay for this. But things like entrance fees and tents are personal expenses, and that should be borne by the individual. Zhang Chei nodded and looked at Zhao Qingzhong. That makes sense to me. Any other questions? Zhao Qing's heated expression was rather awkward. I've already made a deal with them. We'll cover all the expenses for everything. Seeing this look on his face, Zhang Chei understood all of it. This guy is playing hard to get with the girls and taking it all in stride. Awesome blew out before realizing it was going to be quite a bit of money, and it made him feel a flesh wound. Tickets for 4 women at 50 each is $200, a tent for 4 is $400, and renting a car for 3 days is $200 or so, with a few other necessary purchases. A small couple $1,000 for 3 days and 2 nights would be needed. That's not much if it's all AA and spread out. But he can't help it that he doesn't have that strength and still has to pretend to be a big shot. In the first place, with his living expenses of $10,000 a month. This amount of money is not unaffordable. The problem was that ever since he started licking Zhang Jiaojiao, he'd kind of spent money like water too. This month only got the living expenses, and paid back Zhang Che 5,000, which still have the ability to do so. It was only because he really had no choice that he wanted to pull Li Yale down. That's what you said. Not me. Li Yale strongly disagreed. Who do you have to learn from but Zhang Che? Are you as rich as he is? If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a pussy. You're putting the pussy on and letting me pay for you. Where is that possible? I'm not Zhang Che either. I only have so little living expenses a month. I can't afford to let you toss me around. Chapter 119, Different Paths in the Same Line. Li Yale was unwilling, and Zhao Qingjiong couldn't force him. His own condition was only average, and this wrongdoer was neither willing to do it nor capable of doing it. Zhao Cheng heatedly could only look over pitifully. Zhang Che lightly hummed. Poof. You faked your own to cover your own ass. Are you going to let me be the wrongdoer? Although it was said that they were going to go camping together, Zhang Che and Zhao Qingjiong themselves were separated. As for Zhao Qingjiong's girlfriend and her roommate, it had nothing to do with him. With Li Yale you can still say that you're giving him a chance, and it might actually lead to a relationship. It's hard to use the same reason with him, Zhang Che, and there's still the possibility that it will be like this? We're running to Hangtown to camp because we're going to play longboard speedway. You guys are simply camping. There's really no need to go that far, isn't there? After skimming his lips, Zhang Che also still gave Zhao Qing a heated idea. You'll just pick a campground in Mordor, and that will save you money on the rental car. Rent the rest if you can. And if you can't, go for one night. It shouldn't cost too much money to operate in this way, and it doesn't affect your ability to pretend to be a good person or be that heavy. This really couldn't have been better. But Zhao Cheng heatedly smiled sardonically. This, I already said was going to Hangtown. They also thought it would be more fun to rent a car and go to Hangtown, so that's why they wanted to go. Zhang Che could only shrug his shoulders. Come on, what I just said counts as something I didn't say. Zhao Cheng heatedly didn't care about this either. He was shyly putting on another pitiful look. Zhang Che, lend me some more money. It's not hard to borrow and borrow again. Zhao Qingjiang's reputation is quite good. The last time he borrowed 5,000 he got the living expenses is not a minute to delay to pay back. Therefore, Zhang Che really didn't mind lending it to him. Borrowing money is no problem. But if you're going to keep pretending like that, you're afraid you won't have enough money to pay off your debts anytime soon. The reasoning he had already told last time. Just at this time also still did not hold back to remind again. Zhao Qingjiong simply ignored his words and said directly, lend me another 5,000, or that get the living expenses will be returned. Zhang Che also stopped talking nonsense and transferred the money to him. After getting the money, Zhao Qingjiong's confidence immediately became sufficient. Once again became head high, greeted Zhou Chu and went out of the dormitory. This should be going off to get ready for the camping trip. As for Li Yale, he was directly put down because he was not willing to bear the costs with him. Zhang Che heatedly laughed and joked. If we had let you join us, we wouldn't have still messed up all these things, wouldn't we? Li Yale sighed depressingly. You brought a group of girls with you, and 2 of them are school girls. They're all gathered around you. It's awkward for me to be alone. Okay, Lin Ku-yi and Su Mo are the school flowers. Just too pretty and top-notch in temperament and dress. With them, Li Yale was really feeling a mountain of pressure and was very formal, even though they, along with Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan, and Feng Qi, were polite to Li Yale and took care of him. But the truth was, these girls only had Zhang Che in their eyes, and as soon as they got high or got into something, then, there is no concern for him. It's not like I'm intentionally leaving him out, but I can't really be bothered to take his feelings into account all the time. After all, he was just Zhang Che's roommate brother, not Zhang Che himself, so you really should get a girlfriend, too. Zhang Che patted his shoulder and hemmed and hawed again. Don't say we'll leave you out when you go out again like this. You'll just wish we'd leave you alone. There's a girlfriend who's all lovey-dovey. And even if he's a brother then of course he's all lovey-dovey. Don't bother me. Li Yale stroked his chin and pondered seriously for a while. That seems to be the case, but it's too late for me to find it now, so I'd better do it another time. For once it's better for you guys to play your game. I'll just go experience camping and check out the action. This camping trip to Hangzhou was originally Zhang Che's invitation. Now that he was left behind by Zhao Qingjong, it was natural for Zhang Che to join them. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Kui and Su Mo were putting too much pressure on him, there was no need to go around in such a big circle. For the camping trip, Zhang Che and the others bought a lot of things, using or not, but when they bought it, they were only thinking of themselves. Although they say they are on their own, being camping is definitely a separation. So Li Yale also went to buy a sleeping bag, moisture-proof pad, pillow blanket and other such equipment in a hurry. As for the tent, he didn't buy it. I specifically looked it up, and that campground gets $100 per person per day for a 4-person tent, but a 2-person tent is only $30 per person per day, so even if I pay for 2 people on my own, it's only $60. Actually, I don't even want to buy a sleeping bag. I'm just afraid it's not very hygienic to rent the thing. Li Yale's consistent attitude is to experience everything beforehand. If it's something you really like and are really willing to do, it's worth the investment. If you spend a lot of money on a full kit in a brainstorm, you will end up experiencing it once and realizing that you don't like it at all and don't fit in. Wouldn't that be a waste of so much money spent? This was actually quite good. If it was the old Zhang Che, he would have thought twice before spending money like this. But right now, he doesn't care about money. Therefore, there was no need for such caution, much less the annoyance of having pretended but not being able to cover the bases like Zhao Qingjong. In fact, Zhang Che knows very well why Zhao Qing heatedly nonetheless has to do whatever he does. To put it bluntly, it's still not convinced of him. It's trying to prove that he's not inferior to him. He was alone with 5 girls to eat and drink, and Zhao Qing heatedly wanted to prove that he could have so many girls as well. Zhao Qingjong not only has so many girls too, but also has dog legs. However, these girls were more excited to see her than they were to see Zhao Qingjong. On Friday, Zhang Che, who had prepared everything, assembled them under the dormitory building. Zhang Che and Li Yale, too, had finally met Zhao Qingjong's legendary girlfriend. Originally, both of them were quite curious and were quietly chatting about what kind of person Zhang Jiaojiu was. As a result, since this Zhang Jiaojiu and her 3 roommates, they directly ignored Zhao Qingjong and surrounded towards him. Hello Zhang Che, I'm Zhang Jiaojiu. I've been hearing about your great name for a long time, and today I've finally met my honors. I'm glad I got to go camping with you. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. Zhang Jiaojiu and her 3 roommates were so enthusiastic that they gave Li Yale a blank stare. Roommates are fine. Zhang Jiaojiu, you have a boyfriend. Your boyfriend is right next to you. Is this appropriate? Li Yale was a bit confused, and then he looked at Zhao Qing's heated expression and it was a bit odd. But Zhao Qing heated, as if he didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Hello you guys. Zhang Che felt a bit overwhelmed. Mr. Zhao Qing has been waiting for you guys for a long time. His car is ready, so you guys should get on first. Good fellow. If this wasn't said, one would think that Zhang Jiaojiu's 4 were all called by her as well. Chapter 120, The Slow Burner is Bull ********. Honestly, this Zhang Jiaojiu did look good too. It's no wonder that Zhao Qingjong always looks proud whenever he talks about my girlfriend. However, even though she was so enthusiastic, Zhang Che was not interested in her at all. The system didn't react in any way, indicating that she wasn't lickable enough to be her own gold mine. And then she was also Zhao Qingjong's girlfriend, so it wasn't even appropriate to get too close based on that relationship. Otherwise, if Zhao Qing heatedly had any problems with her, he would still be blamed for it. And in the eyes of Zhang Jiaojiu and her roommate, Zhang Che was a walking gold mine, and was itching to bite a piece of him away directly. Now, who in the whole of HUU doesn't know that he is a money-spinning cockney, a playboy who indulges in pleasures? This is going to hug his thighs. Then Li Ling and the girls' lives they can live. This was the reason why Zhang Jiaojiu and the girls were so enthusiastic about Zhang Che. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi were originally ordinary, but now they were also both covered in big-name luxury goods and lived a paper-thin life. Once you think about how you're no worse than them, who wouldn't be jealous of that? It always feels like you have a chance too, with or without Zhao Qingjong on the sidelines. Zhang Jiaojiu was under no pressure at all. She had already eaten Zhao Qingjong to death long ago. Only, Zhang Che still had Lin Kui and Su Mo by his side, as well as Li Ling and the girls. Once these 5 women arrived, they didn't dare to act too much. Let's go! Loading Li Ling's and their newly purchased ingredients onto the car, Zhang Che greeted the crowd and set off. Master, or else you and your schoolmate can drive a car. Zhang Che arranged a separate car for Lin Kui and Su Mo, causing Lin Kui to instantly flatten her small mouth. This pure desire schoolgirl muttered, full of grudges. Why? Zhang Che spread his hands. Because the pressure you guys bring to Li Yale is too much. You guys just take pity on him. Lin Kui protested evenly. He's your roommate. We've always been warm to him, okay? Although the words were said, Lin Kui and Suemo still accepted Zhang Che's arrangement. Small cars like the Starwish and the Link Z20 really don't look too good for regular city driving. But as soon as you are faced with this scenario of going out and having fun, with a lot of people still in the room, it's just not enough. First of all, there is little space in a small car, and naturally the trunk's not much bigger. Although the electric car, and a trunk, but also cannot put too much stuff. Both cars were stuffed to the brim before they could barely fit them, plus Li Yale's camping gear, and then even harder to carry. There was the longboard for all 6 of them. To bring so many things together to the camping base in Hangzhou could really give them a headache. In the end, it was Zhang Che who came with some extreme maneuvering to take care of it all. Start by stuffing what you can into the front trunk boot. And for smaller items like camping lights, just put them in your bag and carry them with you. He drove the Link Z20, with Li Yale in the passenger seat. Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi sat in the back row with their bags, just enough to carry 5 people. Lin Koi and Suemo drove the Geely Starwish, leaving the back row empty for the longboard and anything else that couldn't be stuffed in. So that's how it's all done. The situation was similar on Zhao Qingzhong's side. The 6 of them just rented a car, which was a little bigger but couldn't hold up to the amount of stuff they also had, so it's still stuffed to the gills. 2. It was a bit of a toss-up, but I didn't encounter any other problems. With that quickly taken care of, the 3 cars drove out of the school and headed straight for Hangzhou. Walking at the front were Zhao Qingzhong and the others, with Lin Kei and Suemo in the center, and Zhang Che at the back. Zhao Cheng heeded what their situation was. Zhang Che couldn't care less. Lin Kui and Suemo he had to keep an eye on. In the same car were the 3 Li Ling, which made Li Yale relieved and gradually relaxed his emotions. He's not formal anymore, and he's been able to chat with Li Ling and the girls along the way. It was Li Ling and the girls who knew that he was restrained and stressed out in front of Lin Kui and Suemo, and they tried to tease him every now and then. Li Yale, that Zhao Qingzhong can't even find a girlfriend. Do you have a favorite girl? Shall I introduce you to one? What kind do you like? Our fashion design is a lot of beautiful women. The 3 of them would say one thing to each other, and every now and then, they would tease Li Yale to the point where he wanted to roll his eyes. On the topic of girlfriends, he was really feeling it today. Any kind is fine, as long as it's not a slow burner. The way he said this, it piqued the curiosity of Li Ling and the girls. How? Li Yale let out a long sigh. See that one called Zhang Jiajiao? She's the slow burner. Li Ling and the girls were rolling their eyes to the sky for a day. You pretend we didn't see it? Several of them are itching to eat Zhang Che alive. And you're telling me she's a slow starter? Li Yale was overwhelmed with emotion. Therein lies the problem. I asked Zhao Qingzhong before, asking him how far he and Zhang Jiajiao had progressed. Zhao Qingzhong told me that Zhang Jiajiao told him that she's a slow burner and that she needs to develop slowly. I used to hear all the time that girls are slow and patient. Now I kind of understand what a slow burn is. It's just bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Anyone who tells me about slow heat in the future, I'm going to hate to paste her in the face. Zhang Jiajiao was slow to warm up in front of Zhao Qingzhong, but when she saw Zhang Che's enthusiasm, she was like a microwave oven. So this is called slow to warm up? Lin Kui is still the school flower, so high and cold and indifferent in front of others, and slow to warm up in front of Zhang Che? When a woman tells you she's slow to warm up, that simply means she's not interested in you, doesn't like you, and doesn't care about you at all. And naturally you have no need to waste your time on her. If she really likes you and cares about you, she's more active than you are. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Li Yale couldn't believe that girls could be so proactive. These words of his, not to mention Zhang Che, even Li Ling and the girls thought deeply. Other than that, from Lin Kui to the girls to the current Suemo, they were indeed more active than one another in front of Zhang Che. Lin Kui, likewise, has put off Wang Junquan, Sun Yunjia, and other suitors with the excuse of being slow to warm up. As a result, the high cold and pure Lin school flower should have made a move. But Zhang Che was pushed down by her on her own initiative. As a girl, I have to say that's a profound realization on your part. It's just so true. The truth, kinda. At this time, they all forgot to bring up the matter of their girlfriends, and originally continued to tease Li Yale. On this topic, they all chatted feverishly. Li Yale was probably really touched with emotion. He spoke at length with feeling, and Zhang Che was listening on the side feeling that it made perfect sense and was simply beneficial. There were some aspects that Zhang Che really didn't realize if he didn't say anything. Slow burn or not, he hadn't had this problem before and it hadn't occurred to him that it was actually bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Thinking about Zhao Qingzhong, it seems that this is really the case. When a woman tells you she's slow, there's only one possibility. She's just trying to hang on to you. Chapter 121, there's a surprise. Down the Hukuan Expressway, all the way down. Stop and go. From time to time into the service to buy a water on a toilet to take a break. It took almost more than 3 hours to finally arrive at the camping site recommended by Sumo. On this journey up the mountain, Zhang Che was observing the road. The trail is asphalt paved. The road is still dark and shiny, and the center is very clearly marked with a barrier. The road was in very good condition and it looked like it had only been repaired a short time. The slopes are long enough, with sharp and slow slopes, and quite a few turns, so overall the difficulty of the difficulty speedway is not too difficult. However, it's really nice to be able to make it fun for veterans without losing the fun while being friendly to newbies. He was very pleased with this and grew more and more impatient. Only, by this time this was already after 7 p.m. The brunt of it was to go and set up camp first. It's going to be tomorrow anyhow if we're going to play speedway. Finally, pulling up to the parking lot, Li Ling and the girls cheered as soon as they got out of the car. Even Li Yale, looking at the beautiful surroundings, was invigorated. It was a long way to travel for over 3 hours, but it felt like it was all worth it in this moment. They didn't bury their heads in the sand either, so they didn't feel as tired even though it took a little longer. On Zhao Qingjiang's side, Zhang Jiaojiu and her 3 roommates were even screaming and jumping, looking incredibly excited. This was just as soon as I got to the parking lot and I already had my phone out to take pictures. These days, it's true that the first thing you do when you go to a strange place is take pictures. Let's get the stuff down. Then we'll take the car to charge it first. Zhang Che, the Geely Star Wish, has a nominal range of 410 kilometers, but actually driving it is bound to be attenuating, and they ran over fully charged, all the way up to over 200 kilometers already. Although the remaining power is not too little, but also can be charged, just in case of emergency. The range of the Link Z20 is a bit longer, but with a nominal 530 kilometers, it's not much stronger. There are charging posts right here in the campground, which is most convenient. Don't even move. I'll pay for it. Zhang Che charged the car and ran over in a hurry. I was afraid that if I was late, Sumo and the girls would pay first. Don't worry, we won't take this one from you. After following him for such a long time, it actually didn't matter if it was Lin Kui, Sumo or Li Ling and the girls. Everyone was already familiar with his modus operandi. For the matter of spending money, the more he spends the happier and more glowing he is. On the other hand, if they grabbed the money and paid it off, even if it was just $1 he could be struck by lightning and die like a mother. So as long as he's there, he doesn't need to be reminded that even $1 will wait for him to pay for it. For this kind of problem of his, Lin Kui, Sumo and the girls could only explain it with a psychological disorder. Otherwise, it's something that really can't be said. How could they have thought that Zhang Che was spending money on Lin Kui and Sumo? Don't say $1, even a dime or a penny. You can mix it up with a 1,000 rebate guarantee. And then, there's the $10,000 base bonus too. Hearing the commotion on their side, Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu, who were walking in front of them, couldn't help but skim their mouths and spit. How much is this? So you don't have to pretend so much, do you? For a $50 entrance fee, Zhang Che and the 6 of them are 300. Li Yale was the 7th person in their party, but Li Yale insisted on giving it himself, and Zhang Che certainly respected him. Upon entry, Li Yale rented a 2-person tent by himself, which added up to $110. If he was with Zhao Qingjiang and the others, he would still have to pay a portion of the rental car at this point. There's also gas money and tolls. He also expressed to Zhang Che that he would cover this part of the cost, but Zhang Che refused. It's good to have a little principle and a little bit of clarity when it comes to friends, but it would be too raw if the division was too clear and everything had to be accounted for. Even if Li Yale didn't participate, they were all equally coming. There was really no need for this amount of money to be shared by him. He also had his insistence, so Li Yale didn't say anything else. Except for Li Yale, everyone else brought their own tents. On Zhao Qingjiang's side, they had brought 2 4-person tents and rented 2 not-so-small campsites to the left of Zhang Che and the others. Li Yale set up his own business and didn't stir up Zhang Che and the others. Therefore, Zhang Che and the others were likewise 6 people, but with 6 of them, they came with just 1 tent, an oversized tent capable of holding 8 people. They rented, and one of the largest and best located campsites in the campground. It's a decent-sized campground, and because it's a weekend, it's equally crowded. The tent was set up with stars and it was nice and atmospheric. Honey, are you hungry? Lin Kui put down the ingredients, washed a cucumber and nibbled on it, coming over and shoving it into Zhang Che's mouth, asking him to nibble on it as well. I'm okay, but surely you're all hungry? Zhang Che smiled and then said, let's divide the labor. Master, you take senior sister Li Ling to raise the fire first, and we'll set up the tent. As soon as we get these done, we'll start the barbecue. Pitching a tent is not an easy job, and if you don't know how to do it, it can take a while. Zhang Che's tent for them was inflatable, which made it a lot easier. Also, He'd been really bad about camping-related knowledge for the past 2 days. With 10 times the learning efficiency of the dog-licking base, the skill of camping was already in his full grasp. The tents and inflatable pads were larger in size, and it was more appropriate for him, a big man, to be in charge of them. Suemo also had rich enough experience in the outdoors, and there was no problem leaving the fire-making to her. 2 veterans, with 4 rookies, and everything is taken care of. Looking at Zhao Qingjiang's side, the 6 of them are all rookies, and they can't even put up a tent with their hands full. There are quite a few people in the same situation as them. Just below Zhang Che's in their campsite, 2 figures with exquisite postures were also busy and sweating profusely. Zhang Che couldn't stand to watch and was ready to go help Zhao Qingjiang and the others when he did. The eyes just involuntarily looked downward when the system prompt in his head suddenly rang out. Lickable object found. Guidance tasks issued, recognizing lickable objects. Lickable object found. Guidance tasks issued, recognizing lickable objects. There are actually objects that can be licked that exist here? Zhang Che was stunned, not expecting that coming to a camping trip would actually result in such a windfall. Just why did the system prompt twice? Is it important to say it 3 times? If that's the case, isn't it 1 more time? He opened the system interface with some confusion, and saw that the taskbar was labeled Task 1 and Task 2. It's not a ing duplicate. It's the fact that both of these can actually be licked. 2 objects to lick appeared in one breath, but licking objects, that's a gold mine. It's already a surprise to find a lickable object here, but I didn't expect to meet 2 of them at the same time. I also wonder what level these 2 are again. Will they be more than beginner? Zhang Che even felt his heart thumping as he hurriedly went to carefully look at these 2 delicate figures at the camp below. Chapter 122, this is a bit tricky. From Lin Kui to Suemo to these 2 newly discovered ones. Those that can be recognized by the system as lickable objects have one thing in common. That is, stunning. Not only do you have to be incredibly good looking, but you have to be so good looking that you have deep memorable points that are hard to forget. Li Ling disadvantage is that the beauty is very mediocre. Beauty is beautiful, but lack of their own qualities. So the system is indifferent to her. And these 2 below, who are busy setting up their tents, are also a sight to behold. When Zhang Che noticed them, in fact, all the men in the entire camp were also looking at them. Of course, they were also looking at Lin Kui and Suemo, and even Li Ling and the girls. What's going on at this camp? Why are there so many beautiful women? I just hate that my parents gave me 2 less pairs of eyes. I can't even see. This camp has evil intentions. It actually finds so many beautiful women to publicize it. It just wants to earn my money. Don't look at it, don't look at it. What's the point of looking at it anymore? A look is a look. What else do you want? Putting aside the layer of the system, Zhang Che was essentially the same as the vast majority of boys. When you see a beautiful woman, especially one as stunning as this, you can't help but look at her more. 2. Among these 2 new lickable objects, Zhang Che saw the one facing his side first. At first glance, his first thought was, high, really high. Zhang Che wasn't short at all, but from a distance of more than 10 meters, this lickable object seemed to be taller than him, and a long head of hair that was a light blonde color and black, rather than pure black. Her skin was far fairer than the average girl's. Her features were 3-dimensional, and her eyes were black with a faint greenish tint. Everyone could tell at a glance that it was a hybrid. In her case, the advantages of mixed race are on full display. Both the soft, introverted characteristics of Chinese women can be felt, and the Western qualities are also highlighted. The height is very tall, but it is very well proportioned, slim, slender, and very well coordinated and good looking. She turned the tent with shaking hands and feet, and the other one turned. This one, while not as exaggerated in height, was equally tall. She wore wide-legged pants of the folk dancing classical kind, padding, bending and crouching from time to time as she fiddled with the tent. The pants were stretched so tightly that they not only imprinted the panties, but also showed off the fat, plump ass. I don't care what you do here and there. Zhang Che seemed to have heard huffing noises coming from all around him, as if he had seen someone pull the waistband of his pants off. Rich, ripe, so ripe that it seems capable of dripping. She looked as if she was only 26 or 27 years old, but she looked like a cherry ripe for the picking. Coupled with that unique and natural temperament, it exudes a mellow, dripping elegance between hands and feet. This is really tops. Indeed, she was not inferior to Lin Kui and Suemo at all, and was fully capable of competing with them without falling behind. Of course, admiring beautiful women is admiring beautiful women, and right now these are not the point. After the wow factor, it's time to think about how you can get to know them, followed by licking them and popping gold coins from them. Seeing that they were tired and sweaty from putting up a tent, I thought it was their first time camping, Should I take the opportunity to go up there and strike up a conversation in the name of helping? Zhang Che had only just thought about it when he saw that there were already other men making their move. A total of 6 or 7 men in 3 batches before and after came over with charming smiles piled on their faces and didn't know what to say. Then in less than 10 seconds, he hung his head and left. As you can see from this, simply striking up a conversation doesn't work. With a face like that, whatever kind of man must have seen it all, probably got pestered too much in general, and didn't take kindly to men who were shy about hitting on them at all. That's a bit of a problem. When he thought that even if he went to strike up a conversation, the person would most likely not be willing to pay attention, Zhang Che felt a headache. There was absolutely no reason why the other party had to pay any attention to him, and it was the first time he had ever been in such a situation. At first, he faced Lin Koi, who was an enrolled freshman, and Lin Koi was a volunteer. Even if Lin Kui couldn't even look at him at that time, even with great reluctance, because of this connection, he also had to be taken through the enrollment process. What about Sumo? When Zhang Che knew her, she was helping the club recruit. And now, there is absolutely no element of inevitable crossover that exists with these two new discoveries. It's going to be a face you can't even recognize. So how are you going to lick it? And how are you going to pop the rewards? And this is in Hangzhou. If they are from Hangzhou, or work or live in Hangzhou, then this is even more trouble. Is it hard to be a lickspittle remotely? On the line? Just when Zhang Che was feeling tricky and had 2 big heads. Noticing his situation, Lin Kui came over and lightly twisted her small hand around his waist. Then, pretending to be sultry, he said, "What? Fancying someone else?" Zhang Che shook his head repeatedly. "No, how can you say it's looking up? You don't know me well enough?" He denied it, then stated in a serious manner, "I just thought that the 2 of them would be very helpful in relieving my mental block. I only wanted to use them for healing. The rest was never on my mind." Lin Kui did already know him very well. Zhang Che is a lickspittle for people and spends money to death, and really doesn't carry any other purpose at all. It's true for her, and it's true for Sumo. Obviously, it will only be the same for these 2. Zhang Che himself didn't have any ideas, but he couldn't help that the people he licked had ideas. Both she, Lin Kui, and Sumo had already made their choices, so what would these 2 do when the time came? Of course, it was too early to think about that, and she didn't think that was the point. What she was following through with now was that everything was based on Zhang Che's thoughts, and she would do whatever Zhang Che thought. That's only if you know them first. 2. Honey, leave this to me, Lin Kui said and kissed Zhang Che, said with a cheeky smile. You go over to Zhao Qingjiang and their side first. Wait for me to call you. There are many things wrong with this pure desire schoolgirl. Voraciousness, vanity, and so on. However, ever since she chose Zhang Che, she had been really very sincere towards him and was simply impeccable. So by now, Zhang Che was also trusting her more and feeling more and more inseparable from her. Zhang Che was also very clear that this was actually the result she wanted. It was just that since she was able to do this, then Zhang Che also felt that there was nothing wrong with this and was willing to fulfill her idea. There really wasn't much he could do about it now, and since she said to hand it over to her, then Zhang Che also trusted her. Zhao Qingjiang's side was also in a mess, and the 6 of them couldn't even put up the tent for half a day. Zhang Che was really unable to watch, so he walked over before trying to help, and following his lead, Lin Kui headed down towards the 2 new lickables, smiling and greeting them. Hi guys, can I help you? The 2 women were panting with exhaustion and looked up to see that it was a girl who was not at all inferior to them, but dressed in a more fashionable and beautiful way. Again, they are all women, so naturally there are no guards. Then look at the people dressed up. Anyone can see that it is not simple. Willing to help that is naturally the best. The 2 women were overjoyed. Hello, if you're willing to help that would be really great. Chapter 123, Still Beginner. It's all about having fun when you come out to play. However, on Zhao Qingjiang's side, they couldn't be any happier now, and the atmosphere was even a bit unpleasant. When the tent couldn't be put up, Zhang Jiajiao complained bitterly about Zhao Qingjiang's uselessness. It's only a tent, and if you can't do such a little thing, what do you think I can expect from you? Zhao Qingjiang himself was good at saving face and liked to pretend. This one turned out to be a bit of a disgrace. He was a lowly person in front of Zhang Jiajiao, and he was even more bashful when he came to camp but couldn't even pitch a tent. Zhang Jiajiao complained that he didn't dare to say anything, and turned to scold Zhou Chu out of anger. Are you? Stupid as a pig? Not there. Zhao Qing heatedly dumped all the pots on Zhou Chu, attributing everything to Zhou Chu. This not only got rid of the anger, but also showed his manhood in front of Zhang Jiajiao and the others. Zhou Chu did not say a word and was silently scolded, and Zhao Qing did whatever he was told to do. That's a pretty bad bargain, thanks to me not being in the habit of doing that. Zhang Che had just walked over when Li Yele's sighs came from his ears. In order to take advantage of a small advantage, this bastard Zhou Chu has betrayed his personality. Li Yale looked at Zhao Qingzhou's side of them for a while, gloating the whole time. He also won't pitch a tent. Because of what happened before to Zhao Qingzhou is also still very upset at, and also more lazy to take care of it. At this time, it was seeing Zhang Che walk over, so he followed suit and came over. Zhou Li sold his personality in front of Zhao Qingzhou, and Zhao Qingzhou is no different in front of Jiang Jiaojia. Zhang Che shrugged his shoulders, walked over and said, "Put it all down, let me do it, you all listen to me." Under his command, the tent was erected in a few moments. Zhao Qingzhou they tossed and turned for half a day, and in his hands it was just a matter of 3 clicks. Wow! Zhang Che, you're really too good. Zhang Che, you did a great job setting up the tent. Thanks to you, or we wouldn't know where to sleep tonight. The first time they saw Zhang Che, Jiang Jiajiao's and their eyes lit up again. When he helped put up the tent, he was even more generous with his praise, blowing rainbow farts wildly with little stars in his eyes. No, it's nothing. Actually, even if I don't come to help, the camp staff will come to help you when they can spare a hand. Zhang Che was very modest, and in the midst of being surrounded by Jiang Jiaojiu and the girls, he saw that Zhao Cheng heatedly turned green, all with a sister. Zhang Che has a great deal of scenery. The sisters they brought with them, on the other hand, were full of Zhang Che, excited at the sight of Zhang Che, and they could blow off whatever Zhang Che did. At this time, Zhao Qingzhou finally felt that something was wrong. This girlfriend of his seems to be too enthusiastic about Zhang Che, right? Zhao Qing's heated eyes were about to burst into flames, and Zhang Che, who was surrounded by the crowd, was ready to bolt when he felt bad. Just in time, Lin Kui from below had already greeted him in his direction. "Hubby, come over here for a moment." Jiang Jiajia what they cannot let go, but heard that it was Lin Kui greeted them also did not dare to block. From Lin Kui to Su Mo to Li Ling and the others, none of these women are good to mess with. They can't afford to mess with them. "Coming," Zhang Che answered and ran over with his ass in the air. It looks like Lin Kui has everything covered. He's too busy needing new lickables to care about Jiang Jiaojiu and the others. When he walked over quickly, Lin Kui smiled and wrapped her arms around his waist for introductions. "Let me introduce you guys. This is my boyfriend, Zhang Che, also from the HUU Academy of Fine Arts. He studied visual communication design." Though, after introducing Zhang Che, Lin Kui proceeded to introduce Zhang Che. "Hubby, this is Anren, from the Shanghai Theater Academy. This sister is Han Yingying, a dance teacher. Enron, that's the big tall mixed race beauty." Looking at her from a dozen meters away, Zhang Che felt that she was taller than even himself. Now that he got closer and took a closer look, he was indeed taller than him by about 3 to 5 centimeters. This is still out camping, wearing flat shoes height. This if you change into high heels that is even more unthinkable. If this were to come from Zhou Chu, one would have to look up to it. As for Han Yingying, she had felt that her temperament was outstanding before, and her hands and feet were pleasing to the eye. It seems that this unique charisma is the result of practicing dance from a young age. Dance does build temperament, but there definitely aren't many that can get to her level. "Hello guys." Zhang Che nodded in greeting. Enron nodded back at him in response. It was then that he realized that Enron was dripping with exhaustion. Between his eyebrows, there seemed to be an inextricable sadness. Han Yingying was going to be in better shape and talk more. "Hi, I'm actually from Shanghai Theater too, but I studied dance and have been graduating for a few years now, and is my schoolmate. She's studying acting and modeling on the side after school. Take dance lessons from me during the week when you have time." Zhang Che was pleasantly surprised after hearing this. Anren was from the acting department of Shanghai Theater and was still a current student, so she must be in Magic City during the week. She followed Han Yingying to learn dance, so Han Yingying must be working and living in Magic City as well. So much for that licking. No need to go through the headache of what to lick remotely. Online, Zhang Che couldn't help but look at and ran again. With this height, not to mention comparing it amongst women, it was also a crane amongst men, and she's also very good looking tall, well proportioned in every way, which would be a waste if she didn't go into modeling. The legendary supermodel, I'm afraid, is just like that. In admiration, he was still a little confused. For a moment, she didn't react to what Han Yingying meant by addressing Enron. Seeing that he was a bit confused, Enron opened his mouth to explain. "ANN. That's my English name. You can call me that too. If you were placed in an English-speaking environment where everyone spoke English, there would be no problem at all with calling it an English name. But this is in China. It is a Chinese environment. Why do we have to label our names in English when everyone speaks Chinese? It's pretty common in the Magic City. Not to mention calling out in English. There are also many words and various texts with a lot of English mixed in. After living in the Magic City for such a long time, Zhang Che could only say that it was worthy of being the Magic City. In this city, if you want to give languages a 3, 6 or 9, that's Shanghai, English, Japanese, and then it's Mandarin's turn. Zhang Che actually dislikes this kind of Sin Chinese and English mixed. All say Chinese still have to call the English name. Individuals have individual freedoms, though, and he can't control what happens to others, nor is he qualified to do so. She's half Western, and she's happy to be called by her English name, so she's not in anyone's way. Aha, oh, Zhang Che responded without saying anything more. His mind focused on the system prompts. With Lin Kuyi's assistance, the task of getting to know the object of co-licking was finally accomplished, and the first step of licking in Ran and Han Ying was taken. Also got 10,000 blocks x2 and 100 dog lick value x2. Both of them have information that the system has also labeled. Lickable object, Enron. Level, elementary. Lickable object, Han Ying. Level, elementary. It's still elementary. This result made Zhang Che a little regretful, but it felt expected, though he looked forward to a higher class of lickable object. But whether it's in Ran or Han Ying, compared to Lin Kuyi and Su Mo, it's just a case of each being good at their own thing, each with their own flavor. In terms of dress, Lin Kuyi and Su Mo were a few points better. So, he was actually well aware that Anran and Su Mo were unlikely to be lickable above the primary level. It's just that when it comes to face value and charisma, it's almost impossible to find prettier than them, which is almost impossible. So what would this higher level of lickable objects actually look like? And when do we have to find it? Thinking about this, Zhang Che couldn't help but scratch his head straight. Right now he didn't have a clue. Chapter 124, a good start. Taking advantage of the fact that she is also a woman, Lin Kuyi lends her initiative to help meet Ran and Han Ying. However, she was so enthusiastic about pitching a tent she didn't know the first thing about it. She chatted with Ran and Han Ying for a while, tossed around a few times and then directly summoned Zhang Che. With her in the middle, Zhang Che's status was still her boyfriend. Anran and Han Ying, naturally, were not as wary of Zhang Che as they were of other men. That was how, logically, Zhang Che got to know them. Honey, they can't get their tents up, and I've helped with it and it still doesn't work, so help them out. After introducing each other, Lin Kuyi stopped talking nonsense and directly asked for Zhang Che's help. Yeah, I've also just helped Zhao Qingzhong and the others put up their tents. Zhang Che agreed cheerfully, saying that he pointed to Zhao Qingzhong and their side. That's my classmate and roommate, and the 4 girls are his girlfriend and her roommate, and we came together. Zhang Che also took the initiative to clarify, then greeted and started to do it. Thank you guys, really. Han Ying gave a thank you and rushed up to help. With Zhang Che making a move, everything became very simple. Canopies, tents, recliners, small tables and more. Everything they had prepared, Zhang Che had helped to arrange neatly, and all of a sudden, they had that sense of sophistication that they had seen on the internet. The host helped Anran set up the tent, and the dog-licking behavior was judged successful. The host helped Han Ying set up her tent, and the dog-licking behavior was judged successful. At the same time, the system prompt in Zhang Che's mind once again rang out, and for the first time, rewards exploded from these 2 goddesses. Thanks to Lin Kuyi's assist, everything is off to a good start. Thank you, Zhang Che. After the tent was set up, Han Ying once again expressed her gratitude and casually took out 2 bottles of Yibao and handed them to him and Lin Kuyi. Then casually asked, "You guys are so skilled, do you camp a lot?" Zhang Che was not polite and took a sip of the mineral water, then smiled and shook his head. That's not true, it's our first time too, but after deciding I wanted to come camping, I specialized in learning. Anran and Han Ying were his gold mines, but he wasn't in a hurry. Now that you know each other, but you're actually still very raw, acting too much will only backfire. That was why he had been holding the scale, so as not to act too much so that the 2 goddesses would think he was unsuspecting and thus be offended. At this point, Lin Kuyi once again thoughtfully launched an assist. "Anne, are you guys getting ready for a barbecue too?" she said, extending an invitation. "Or why don't you 2 come with us? There's a lot of people." If it wasn't appropriate for Zhang Che to invite him, it would be perfectly fine if she came instead. In response, Han Ying was clearly impressed, only to look at Anran. Enron caught her gaze and hesitated. Is this convenient? It was then that Zhang Che opened his mouth with a bright smile. Which is inconvenient? I see you guys brought a lot of ingredients too. It's called a tie in our parlance there. The so-called tie means that each person contributes some food and hosts a banquet together to enjoy it. Another form of AA, so to speak. Yeah, that's it. Lin Kuyi followed. When the time comes, you'll eat ours and we'll eat yours, so we can share with each other. Other than Zhang Che and one of his roommates on our side, the others are also girls, so don't worry about not being able to talk. Enron hadn't wanted to refuse, and now that the words were out of her mouth, she nodded obediently. Well then, excuse me, Anren said, and together with Han Yingying, they grabbed the ingredients and charcoal that they had prepared, and were about to follow them to Zhang Che's camp. I'll. Zhang Che took the initiative to take over the heaviest one, and when Han Yingying wanted to be polite he had already taken a big stride towards the camp. At this time, Su Mo and Li Ling had already raised the charcoal fire and were adding charcoal to the grill. Everything is ready for the barbecue. As for Zhang Che's situation on their side, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi had both seen it in their eyes and had already told them about it, so it didn't come as a surprise to see them come with people. He just didn't hold back and gave Zhang Che a delicate blank stare. Introducing you. Back at the camp, Lin Kuei makes another presentation. This is Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan, Feng Qi, all three of them are my roommates. As for Su Mo, she left it to Zhang Che to introduce her. The two of them worked well together, and Zhang Che naturally took over the conversation. This is Su Mo, from the finance department of HU and my master. She's an outdoorsy person and I asked her to be my personal trainer, so I call her master. Su Mo nodded in confirmation, then smiled in greeting towards Enran and Han Yingying. Hello guys. Lin Kui introduced Han Yingying and ran to Su Mo and the girls again. After they all got acquainted, they immediately got busy. They were in charge of arranging the ingredients neatly on the table, and Zhang Che was in charge of roasting. This made Han Yingying and Anren feel quite embarrassed, while Zhang Che was enjoying himself. That's not to say he likes barbecue all that much. For that matter at best he doesn't hate it. And how could this thing he didn't hate to do bring him actual benefits? And how could he not be happy about it? For this, he can also specialize in dog licking base. Though again, it was only 2 days of learning, but at 10x efficiency, the grilling thing is good enough. Zhang Che, hard work. Otherwise, we'll come and help too? Han Yingying felt a bit overwhelmed and wanted to come and help. Zhang Che smiled and asked rhetorically, have you guys ever roasted yourselves before? Han Yingying was a little embarrassed, and her expression said it all. It was their first time camping and their first time trying to have to barbecue on their own. You guys are inexperienced too, so you're welcome. It's okay, it's nothing. Zhang Che rebuffed Han Yingying, then turned his head and growled. Li Yale, what are you still hanging out over there for? Aren't you hungry yet? On Zhao Qing's heated side, Li Yale dawdled and eventually walked over. He didn't actually want to hang out with Zhao Qingzhong and the others. He didn't bring any ingredients with him. It didn't matter if he rubbed against Zhang Che's. This was what Zhang Che had told him from the beginning. But if you rub Zhao Qing hot, not to mention that both of them still have a breath now, even without this breath, is Zhao Qingzhong's cheapness that easy to take advantage of? Zhou Chu, who was scolded and dared not breathe a single breath, is a living example. But on Zhang Che's side, Li Yale looked again after Lin Kui greeted him. As a result, there were just 2 more beauties that the whole room was secretly watching. This made Li Yale completely dumbfounded. Dude, what's going on with you? I know you're a fancy player, but you don't have to be so fancy. Just Lin Kui and Su Mo already made him feel pressurized. And now, there were actually 2 more beauties of that caliber. One of them was still taller than even him, even that much taller than Zhang Che. A girl, so much higher? All these factors made him feel stressed and unnatural again. Chapter 125, A Wonderful Relationship. Zhang Che was busy grilling the barbecue and couldn't care less about Li Yale. Li Yale just sat silently on the side, eating kebabs and drinking beer, being in and out of it. It looks like a real need to get a girlfriend. That way, if you encounter this situation again, you won't have to just sit there stupidly like you do now. Lin Kui, Su Mo and the girls didn't reject him. They even cue him from time to time, and were truly treating him as a companion. The problem was that he always felt uncomfortable himself, and he was stressed out whenever he faced Lin Kui and Su Mo. These 2 schoolgirls, counting on the fact that he had seen a lot of them, were not immune at all. On the contrary, because the 2 schoolgirls were getting more and more fashionable and dressed more and more gorgeously, the stronger this feeling brought to him. The impression Lin Kui and Su Mo gave him nowadays was 2 words, noble. This feeling was like a moat stranded in the middle, making him feel like he wasn't even in the same world as them. If it wasn't for Zhang Che, he felt that he wouldn't even be able to say a word to a woman of this level. This was going to make him get along calmly and blandly, and he really couldn't do it. Lin Kui and Su Mo were already like this, but as a result, Zhang Che actually went and messed with Enran and Han Yingying. Although these 2 don't have the same kind of nobility as Lin Kui and Su Mo, their face value and charm are not bad at all. Especially, Anren was really tall. Even his height overwhelmed him. This kid, he can't really be a scumbag, can he? The whole camp is full of men ogling them and hitting on them, only to get this kid. It's still schoolgirl Lin who went ahead and made contact. There's no reason for that. Li Yale couldn't figure out for the life of him. He was so squirming and uncomfortable that he couldn't wait to hurry up and eat and run back to his tent to hide. And Ran and Han Yingying, too, sized up Zhang Che and the others for a while without any trace, feeling puzzled and curious about this configuration of theirs. On the left, Zhao Qingjiang and his party said that they were roommates, or they came together, but they were somewhat distinct. It doesn't take much guessing to know that the relationship is no good. There were 2 boys with 4 girls over there, and 2 boys on this side, but there was 1 more girl. They didn't know what the situation was over there, but this side was clearly centered on Zhang Che. As for Li Yale, then they all wandered away from it. Obviously with these girls are actually not familiar. And Zhang Che's relationship with these girls was such that they all looked at each other in disbelief, completely unable to understand. Lin Kui is Zhang Che's girlfriend, so how is that not too much? But the others? It seemed that they were a little too close to Zhang Che as well. Zhang Che was in charge of the barbecue and took care of everyone, while Lin Kui and Su Mo and the girls all gathered around to take care of him. Everyone, while eating with their own mouths full, could feed him a bite out of hand. Zhang Che didn't care that they had eaten it, and they didn't mind at all. It was totally just 1 bite for you and 1 bite for me. Honey, Zhang Che, try this. It was also natural that no one else felt anything wrong, and the same was true for Lin Kui. At first, Anrun and Han Yingying were quite embarrassed. Zhang Che did his best to roast for them to eat, but he himself couldn't care less about eating. Only now do I realize that he grills the barbecue with no hands at all, and he gets a full meal without delay. With Zhang Che's perfect performance, their side was hot. On Zhao Qingjiang's side, after he helped put up the tent, this camping trip was on track. They also gathered around and started a barbecue. It's also still the first time, I guess, and every now and then you'll get some of the ingredients toasted, but it doesn't hurt. Only looking at the laughter over here, Zhang Che actually hooked up with 2 more beauties. Whether it was Zhao Qingjiang or Zhou Chu, their hearts were sour. This Zhang Che really is a scummy guy, bringing his girlfriend and actually hooking up with other women. He just does whatever he wants because he has money. Usually at school, we all used to advise him to be dedicated, but he just wouldn't listen. The 2 of them had a word for each other, constantly belittling Zhang Che and saying bad things about him, trying to elevate themselves by corrupting Zhang Che's image to brush up Zhang Jiajiao's favor with them. However, Zhang Jiajiao and the girls were distracted. Even though Zhao Qing heated up and brought Zhou Chu to be more attentive, they frequently looked towards Zhang Che and their side. Every now and then, he even walked over to look at them and make a pretense of familiarity. When they messed up like this, even Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu also ran this way. Only, Lin Kui and Su Mo, a few people, were not happy to take care of them. This made both Anren and Han Yingying even more curious, and they couldn't help but look at Zhang Che a few more times. Zhang Jiajiao and the others said that Zhao Qing had heated their girlfriends and companions, but they kept finding excuses to run this way. To Zhang Che, he was obviously much more enthusiastic than to both Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu. If Lin Kui and Su Mo and the girls weren't there, I'm afraid they would all have to move towards Zhang Che. This chul is indeed a little handsome, clean and sunny, and gives not a bad view, but also not so handsome to the point of shocking. How so attract girls like it? Sister Ying, what exactly do you think this Zhang Che is? If Lin Kui is his girlfriend, what is his relationship with Su Mo and the girls? Anrun really didn't hold back, all but muttering in Han Yingying's ear. No sooner had she finished her sentence than she felt a darkening before her eyes, followed by a gasp of surprise that rang through the camp in unison. Oh, this is the campground where the lights went out and it looked like the power went out. There was a clamor, with people yelling about what was going on. By now it had long since gotten dark, and with the loss of light illumination, the entire camp was pitch black. All that could be seen, other than the gray stars in the sky, were the coals of the barbecue in the campground. Sorry. Too many people today caused the power supply to be overloaded, and no surprise it should have blown a fuse. I'm really sorry everyone, please bear with us for a while, we'll have someone fix it right away. The camp staff was sweating and busy apologizing around explaining the situation. Everyone was upset about it, and there was cursing and swearing all around. But cursing is only a way to vent your emotions. It doesn't help. This camp wasn't this big when I was here before. It seems like business was booming then blindly expanded. As a result, the equipment didn't keep up. Suemo shook his head. Suddenly coming so suddenly also felt very spoiled. Why? It's not a big problem. It's not a big deal. Zhang Che laughed. We're driving an electric car that can be discharged externally. Senior sister Li Ling, come with me and we'll get the car. He had only just stood up on his side when Zhao Qingjiang over there had already shouted loudly. Zhang Che, the power is out. Hurry up and go get your car to power us up. Move fast. We haven't had enough to eat. We can't see anything now. Zhang Che, the power's out and you can't see. So you're treating me like I'm Cho Cho? Chapter 126. You don't know how to be polite when you're begging. The power went out in the campground, which didn't affect the charging post. Moreover, Zhang Che and their 2 cars had long been fully charged and moved to the parking lot. He and Li Ling took the car one at a time. He drove the Lynk Z20, which was parked directly to Anren and Han Yingying's campsite. We have 2 cars. This one is for you. For the sake of convenience, he got out of the car and came over to directly hand over the car keys to Han Yingying. Feel free to tell me if you need anything. Han Yingying was a bit hesitant and looked at Zhao Qingzhong, who was not far away, but she had just heard Zhao Qingzhong's yelling. That's not very nice, is it? Meanwhile, Zhao Qingzhong had already come over in a rage to raise hell. Zhang Che, I asked you to bring me the car. What do you mean by that? Schoolgirl Lin is still here, and you're just going to see color and abandon your roommate and brother to impress another girl? Zhang Jiajiu and her roommate were also looking at Zhang Che with a grudge. Zhang Che, we need power supply too. My cell phone is dead. Zhang Che would rather give the car to 2 strange women than to them. Which hurt them. They're new friends we've made. The point is, they know better manners than you. Their roommate. Zhang Che looked at Zhao Qingzhong and said indifferently, Young Master Zhao, are you treating me like Zhou Chu? This isn't the time to be borrowing money from me, is it? You knew to keep your voice down when you borrowed the money, and now that the money is borrowed you start ordering me around? Zhao Qing's heated expression stiffened, and only then did he react to the fact that it was his tone that had upset Zhang Che. Zhang Che is not Zhou Chu. Is this something he can order? He was purely used to being high and mighty, and wanted to act like a bully in front of Zhang Jiajiao, completely ignoring the fact that he couldn't hold Zhang Che. Zhang Jiajiao and the girls were still complaining a bit about Zhang Che, but now they were also spreading all of their anger onto Zhao Qingzhong. You're so stupid. You don't know how to have a better attitude when you ask for a favor. What kind of person is he? Zhang Che, is this something you can order? Zhang Che is such a good person, so excellent and rich. With him in the same dormitory you don't know how to get along with him? Using her cell phone to illuminate her way back to their campsite, Zhang Jiajiao had still been complaining non-stop. If you could be on better terms with Zhang Che, would we have to come camping together and still be separated? Look at that Li Yale. How many advantages he took after Zhang Che. And look at yourself? If Zhao Qingzhong's relationship with Zhang Che could be better, wouldn't she have more chances to get close to Zhang Che? The more Zhang Jiajiao thought about it, the more she wanted to be angry, glaring at Zhao Qingzhong, who had been admonished by her like a quail. What are you waiting for? Why don't you go think of something else? Thanks to the popularity of new energy vehicles in the past few years, the campground had a power outage but not much impact. Anyone who comes in a new energy source will be able to use the car for power. Zhang Che and their 2 small cars could still only be considered average, and the cars driven by the others even had camping modes straight away. It's better to come out and play with a big car, and hopefully the next time you draw a car your face won't be so black. Even if you can't get a Ferrari or Lamborghini, at least give me a car that's more suitable for camping. Anren and Han Yingying didn't think as much as he did, and the 2 beauties were experiencing the convenience of a new energy vehicle for the first time. Zhang Che, thank you. The 2 men hooked up the power, hung the tents, the colored lights on the canopy, and came over specifically to say thank you after they had tinkered with everything. It's nothing. You 2 don't use much electricity, do you? This kind of favor Zhang Che was still willing to help, not to mention the rewards. He purposely drove the Lynk Z20 to power Anren and Han Yingying, just to run for the reward. Because Gilly Star Wish had already been given to Lin Kui by him, the system rewards were collected. If it's driving Star Wish to Anran and Han Yingying, it's Lin Kui offering them help. It had nothing to do with him, Zhang Che, and it was impossible for the system to give a reward. And now the reward has been received. Hosts offer their cars to power Enron camping. Hosts offer their cars to Han Yingying for camping power. The sudden power outage at the campground was a lack of service on their part, but it was an unexpected surprise to Zhang Che. After meeting Anren and Han Yingying today, the rewards that popped had been quite a lot. Just gave them a barbecue and doubled the base reward straight away. Originally, the 2 of them, Lin Kui and Su Mo, were 10,000 cash 100 dog licking value x2. Now with the addition of Anren and Han Yingying, x2 doubles to x4. Cool. More events like this can be arranged in the future. I had a nice barbecue to fill up my stomach, and it was getting late after all this fuss. Everyone's pretty tired from rushing around today, so let's stop here. Rested. After eating, drinking, and packing up, Lin Kui and the girls said goodnight to Anran and Han Yingying before getting into their tents. I'm going to bed too. Li Yale helped Zhang Che put away the remaining things and yawned as he also prepared to go back to his tent. Wait, Zhang Che called out to him. Do you want power? Li Yale shook his head. I'll just swipe my phone. the electricity has just been fully charged. He paused to follow up rather curiously. I don't need it, but you still have power? Zhang Che hemmed and hawed. I bought a mobile power supply by the way. The outdoor power supply he bought from DJI has a capacity of 1.2 kilowatt hours, which is almost the amount of 1 kilowatt hour, which is more than enough. If Zhao Qingzhong's attitude had been better, there would have been no need to worry about the lack of electricity at all. Unfortunately, there is no ifs and buts. As far as Zhao Qingzhong is concerned, he would rather sit idle and not use it than borrow it. Hey, good job. Li Yale gave him a thumbs up and ran back into the tent with a smile. Zhang Che glanced at Zhao Qingzhong's side and theirs, and saw that they seemed to still be busy with something, and it was still a mess. He didn't bother to pay any more attention, turning off the outside camping light and getting into the tent as well, zipping it up. This tent of theirs is loose and absolutely comfortable for 8 people to sleep in. Now it's just 6 people, and that makes it seem even more spacious. Camping well. Everyone is sleeping in their own sleeping bags. Zhang Che and Su Mo, they can only be considered the same space. The tents were chosen by them, and Zhang Che was only responsible for paying the bill and swiping the cash back. It was only later that he realized that Lin Kui and Su Mo and the girls had just bought a tent. There was no intention of living apart from the start. As far as their relationship was concerned, sharing the same tent was really nothing, and they were both willing to do so. Zhang Che naturally did not make any pretense. By the time he came in, Lin Kui and the girls had all changed out of their pajamas and were getting together to rub their skincare products. Sleep. Zhang Che yawned and got into the sleeping bag in the middle of the lower row, a spot reserved for him. I'm going to bed first, so you guys don't stay up too late, huh? He was still really sleepy and got into his sleeping bag in a daze and was soon to fall asleep. Lin Kui and the girls didn't tarry too late, and soon called goodnight and turned off the camping lights inside the tent. Meanwhile, Lin Kui on the left was the one who got into his sleeping bag. Zhang Che was on the verge of falling asleep, but he was woken up all of a sudden and directly woke up with a jolt. Chapter 127, People's sorrows and joys are not connected. The power went out at the campground and all the lights went out. There's still not even a moon today, and the stars are very dim. The tent that Zhang Che and the others had bought was of very good quality, almost impervious to light, and inside it was almost as dark as reaching for the sky. But just because it's invisible doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Zhang Che was truly startled and hurriedly reached out to lift Lin Kui up. Then, with a gasp-like vocalization, minimize your voice. My sister, we're camping now. They're all over the edge. Can't you just stop? Lin Kui also lowered his voice, but it wasn't as exaggerated as his. Honey, it's okay, they're all asleep and won't know. This pure desire schoolgirl finished her sentence and followed it by getting back into her sleeping bag. Zhang Che sort of understood why she picked a double sleeping bag for herself, because there was a lot of space. How could this be cast if it was a single one? The fire had already been lit, and Zhang Che couldn't care about anything else. This was something he really hadn't tried before. He looked around him. He couldn't see anything and didn't feel any movement, so he was quite relieved. It's sneaky and so exciting. However, at this time, Li Ling and the girls were curled up in their sleeping bags and were sending messages to the group. The name of this group was Zhang Che's Guardian Association, but there was no Zhang Che. Li Ling, our Kui is getting bolder and bolder. No wonder Zhang Che likes her so much. Zhao Xiaolan, cut. Koi, if you're late, you'll be drilled. Li Ling sent an emoticon with her arms crossed. I'm not doing this for the sake of everyone. Zhang Che's good is everyone's good. Everyone's good is really good. Feng Qi, you guys listen to Zhang Che's breathing. Su Mo, okay, all stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go to sleep, or else put on the headphones. Feng Qi, he. I'm not wearing it. Zhao Xiaolan, +1. Li Ling, Su Mo, you're still wearing headphones. Not so much? Su Mo didn't say anything. She didn't actually wear headphones. Instead, she put her ears up. Zhao Xiaolan, TSK. It's a dark and windy night, and there are still a few of us sleeping on the side. It's exciting to think about. Feng Qi, otherwise, let's give Zhang Che something more exciting? Li Ling, but don't. Kui said it, you can't raise Zhang Che's threshold too high all at once, or else you won't be able to satisfy him in the future. Feng Qi sent a cute blushing emoji. What are you thinking, Ling Ling? That's not what people mean when they say that. I mean, should I suddenly turn on the light to scare Zhang Che? Pretend to turn on a light in a sleepy daze, then go back to sleep with the light off as if you hadn't noticed anything. Zhao Xiaolan, Chi, you're so bad. Su Mo finally sent the message again. You guys don't scare Zhang Che out of his wits. I've heard that men can't help being scared at times like this. Li Ling, that's not so bad. There's no way we could have scared Zhang Che to that extent anymore. But it's only the first night. You don't have to go straight to this intensity. I figure we'll just move around a bit to roll over and pretend to talk in our sleep for a few moments and that'll be enough for him. Feng Chi, really? I'll try. She sent the message, locked her phone screen, and poked her head out of the sleeping bag and rolled over hard, all the while grunting. Zhang Che was indeed shocked to the point that he immediately held his breath, and his originally rapid breathing stopped all of a sudden. After a while, realizing that there was no other movement, this slowly recovered, and then sharply, scared to death. It's exciting. Group, ha 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 ha. Li Ling and the girls almost laughed out loud, and each one of them came to be interested in finding excitement for Zhang Che. Just as Zhang Che was given a fright by them, the excitement was unrivaled. In the tent below, the night was already late and Ran and Han Yingying, but they still couldn't sleep, still chatting about topics related to him. And what exactly do you think that Zhang Che is? Their tents were similarly dark with 5 fingers out. Enron lay upright, his eyes open and looking up even though he couldn't see anything. I'm guessing he's a cockney, rich family kind of guy. Whether it's Lin Kui or Su Mo, or Li Ling and the girls, they don't have a simple relationship with him. I suppose you guessed as much. As ridiculous as this is, it should be just that. Han Yingying turned sideways and smiled facing Anran. That's really what I'm guessing, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. They are all still students, but which is not all luxury goods. Just a bag to bring me half a year cannot earn. And the ones in the camp on the left, they also hate to move towards Zhang Che's body. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh as she finished. This world, Enron's tone was ancient. This world, indeed, is like that. I've been modeling on the side for the past 2 years, and I've seen a lot more ridiculous than this. Even, I could have met it myself. Han Yingying, however, was not so bland, her tone still full of helplessness. And why wouldn't I be? I'm a dance student, and I've seen all kinds of ridiculous things during school. What happened to you actually happened to me, but I turned it down. Anran's voice became a little low, and in the darkness, tears crossed the corners of her eyes. But I can't say no. That said, both men fell silent. Han Yingying reached over and hugged Anran, offering her comfort. After being hugged, Anran's tears flowed even more swiftly, and she couldn't even help choking up. Han Yingying didn't say anything else because she didn't even know how to comfort, and she knew that no matter what she said, it would be futile. She just hugged Anran and wept with her, both for Enron's sake and equally for her own. It took a while before Anran's emotions calmed down, stopped sobbing, and dried her tears. Ah! Han Yingying shouted again. If you have to choose one, then why don't you choose Zhang Che? Enron froze. Pick him? Han Yingying responded. Yeah, look, he's at least young and handsome, right? And I feel like he's really quite nice. If you look at the Lin Kui girls again, all of them are happy from the heart. This shows that no matter what the relationship between them is, they all volunteered, and Zhang Che didn't treat them poorly. If you're destined to fall into darkness, it might as well be a darkness that isn't so deep. I can't help you much, but I still sincerely hope that you'll stay away from violence, from perverts, and from those humanoids. Anran was silent, and the tears that had only just stopped began to flow again. You're right, at least I get to decide who I want to choose. She muttered a sentence, but Han Yingying lost control by hugging her after hearing it. Anne, I'm sorry, I can't help you. I can't even protect myself right now. I don't know where I'm going from here. I'm sorry, I brought you here originally to get away from all your troubles and be able to relax. But in the end, we're still talking about these things. Anran didn't answer, and this time it was her turn to hug Han Yingying tightly. Chapter 128, he actually knows how to say thank you. The next day, when Zhang Che woke up, he was already the only one in the large tent. Lin Kui, Su Mo and the others had already woken up first and didn't disturb him, going to wash up on their own. Yawn. He stretched and climbed up. When he heard the sound of cheerful laughter from outside, it was the women who had returned. Good morning Zhang Che, you're awake. Li Ling, who came in first, greeted him with a smile, not at all different from usual. Then, as he watched them fishtail in, he himself was feeling very weak. Last night, this one rolled over. That one slurred a dream word, and every now and then there was always something going on. It was also the first time he realized that this one was not sleeping honestly. On the contrary, Lin Kui kept biting him, which really irritated him. Looking at Li Ling and the girls' reactions at this point, they should have really slept through last night and not seen what happened. However, trying this environment for the first time, Zhang Che still had the feeling of being spied on. It's very heartfelt, but at the same time, you do get an experience like no other. But the more you feel the thrill, right, you can't help but feel more and more guilty, in a guilty way of treating them as a part of the play. I'll go wash my face and brush my teeth first too. Faking a non-traceable greeting to say good morning, he grabbed his toiletry bag and made a beeline for the door. After he left, Li Ling, Lin Kui and the girls looked at each other and, ergo, both couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, Why do I get the feeling he's falling off the wagon? It's not all your fault. You guys are freaking him out. Ha ha, he's really cute with that reaction. Koi, how was it? Wasn't it exciting? I'm telling you guys. The 5 women came together and muttered endlessly, and every now and then a burst of laughter came out. By the time Zhang Che came back after washing up, they had already restored everything as usual and were fiddling with the table kitchenware. Hungry? Wait for me to make breakfast and let's cook noodles for dinner today like we said. At home, things like cooking were always Zhang Che's responsibility, and coming out to camp was naturally no exception. This time there's still Anran and Han Ying to pop the rewards, and the base rewards go straight to X4. Breakfast was made by him, but Li Ling and the girls were not idle, while cleaning the small onions, coriander and other seasonings. Soon, he also had everything ready and the noodles were ready to be dropped into the pot, so he looked to Lin Kui, senior sister, go see if Anran and Han Ying are up yet, greet them and come eat together. Last night, they had taken all the ingredients and they were still on their side. Anran and Han Ying had been up almost all night last night, and had also gotten up early in the morning, both having skipped around the campground. When they came over and saw that it was Zhang Che who was making breakfast, they all felt surprised. To them, Zhang Che was a very rich and ridiculous, playful cockney, but this male he was now cooking breakfast and looking very skilled at it. Forget last night's barbecue. It could be construed as a momentary outing to have more fun. He was now so skillful at making breakfast. But Lin Kui, Sumo and the girls seemed to take this very much for granted. It made them feel that it was just a little bit too much to say. 2 big beauties with 3 sisters circling you and 4 more eyeballs on the side. Do I need you to do something like make breakfast yourself? Anran and Han Ying glanced at each other, both feeling that this matter was a bit backwards for the Big Dipper. You're just in time. Here you go. Zhang Che gave them each a bowl, and the aroma wafting out of the bowl immediately made their fingers tingle. Then they were surprised. It was bizarre enough that Zhang Che, the male son, personally made breakfast, and this was actually very tasty. It seems that this is a male who loves to cook. That's the only way they can explain it. My husband's a good hand, isn't he? Lin Kui was very proud of Zhang Che's expression and greeted them warmly. Eat more if you like. And Ran and Lin Kui feasted on the food, and they couldn't help but follow along to praise Zhang Che's handiwork. Don't say it, Zhang Che. Your craftsmanship has really surprised us deeply. I usually cook a lot, but I can't make it taste like yours. Before the 2 people's words fell, on the left-hand side, Zhang Jiajiu and the girls had already come together again. The 4 girls walked in front of them, with Zhao Qingjiang and Zhou Chu dawdling and squirming behind. Zhang Che, can you give us some too? Zhang Jiajiu looked at Zhang Che pitifully. The electricity hasn't come on yet. We can't make breakfast, and we're getting hungry. In such a situation, Zhang Che and the others really couldn't refuse. No matter what, they're all here together, so we can't let them starve just because, right? Getting you some of this straight away isn't going to work, and I'm sorry to say I've just finished all the ones I've cooked. The last bowl of noodles was served away by Li Yale. If it wasn't for this camping trip, he wouldn't have known that Zhang Che actually knew how to do this. His surprise wasn't any less than Anran's or Han Ying's, and his eyes nearly glazed over. It even felt that Zhang Che's ability to make Lin Kui and the girls die wasn't necessarily all about money, and that this handful of cooking skills was also crucial. Because of Lin Kui and the others, he didn't even have the good sense to serve more in the first bowl. In the end, it was just too delicious, and seeing that Lin Kui and the girls were already full, it was only then that they rounded up the rest and ate it all. Therefore, at this time, Zhang Che could only show his hands with Zhang Jiajiu and the girls to express his helplessness. But we've got the seasoning and everything. There's plenty of pasta left too. Everything is managed. You can come over here and make it. He had agreed. So naturally Lin Kui and the girls had no objections. Zhang Jiajiu and the girls were overjoyed and thanked them. That's good enough, that's good enough. We can do it ourselves. We bring our own spaghetti. Zhang Che, thank you. If it wasn't for you, we would have gone hungry today. Zhang Jiajiu and the girls had always been very enthusiastic towards Zhang Che, and there was nothing wrong with their behavior. So it wasn't surprising that they would say thank you. What was unexpected was that Zhao Qingjiang actually spoke to him discreetly as well. Zhang Che, thank you. It wasn't enough for him to thank himself, but he even turned his head to spray Zhou Chu after he finished. Are you so dumb you can't even say thank you? Zhou Chu followed and said honestly, thank you, Zhang Che. Not to mention Zhang Che, even Li Yale, and even Lin Kui. They all looked dumbfounded. What's the deal? This kid actually knows how to say thank you? All of them, involuntarily, set their eyes on Zhang Jiajiu. Awesome. This is a good dog trainer. Actually trained Mr. Zhao Qing to say thank you. Zhang Jiajiu holds Zhao Qingjiang. Zhao Qingjiang holds Zhou Chu. This is one thing to one thing After looking dumbfounded for a long time, Zhang Che then shook his head and turned his head to look at Sumo. Let them get their own. Master, are we ready to go? By now it was sunny and they had all eaten and drank their fill. He just couldn't wait to go speed dating. By the way, Anrun and Han Yingying were called along.